Chapter 001 732 IG, Planet Vegeta. Outside the Scion delivery room, Bardock was anxiously walking back and forth. From time to time, I looked at the delivery room, and the indicator light on the door was still red. It indicates that the production inside is not over. Boss, don't worry. Sister-in-law Haimuki is an elite Scion with 10,000 combat power. It'll be fine. The stocky Dodebo smiled and comforted Bardock. As the leader of their squad, Bardock has always been a lower-level warrior because of his qualifications. Unlike people on other planets, Scions do not determine warrior levels based on actual combat strength. Instead, it is measured by the combat effectiveness measured by the Scion at birth, that is, personal talent. When Bardock was born, his combat effectiveness was 80, which is not bad among lower-level fighters. And all these years have been going out non-stop to do tasks and fight. With excellent combat talent and hard work, Bardock's combat effectiveness has risen all the way and has reached 3,500. It is basically on a par with those Scions who were born into famous families. Nappa, the surviving Scion who later survived, was a warrior of a famous martial arts family, and his combat power was 4,500 at the beginning, and it reached 8,000 when he was violent and calm. However, after being injured, he was dropped by Vegeta in a second, which shows the importance of talent. His efforts are evident among Scions, plus he often rescues his teammates and guides martial arts while on missions. Among the lower-level fighters, Beidle's reputation can be said to be very high. If it weren't for the fact that Scions are naturally rambling, free, and don't like to be restrained, I can't say that he can still be elected as a big guy. Calm when watching the battle, but restless at the moment, the captain of the 6 gods and masterless. The rest of the squad also laughed secretly, and Bob Uzan, who had been eating, even squirted food out of his nose. The only female in the team, Celiba, wearing a black and yellow combat suit, walked up to Bardock a few steps, slapped him on the shoulder and laughed. "Captain, if Sister Haimuki is unfortunately difficult to give birth, hang up. Then please let me take care of you. I will also raise my child and train him well to become a brave Scion warrior." This fiery and bold remark immediately caused the team members to stir up, and there were several whistles. The ridicule of everyone on the other side, but Celiba did not care, but looked at Bardock with a fiery face. I have to say that although Celiba is not particularly beautiful, she is very attractive. Her black and bright hair naturally fell behind her, and a pair of flattering eyes on her handsome face kept discharging outward. Her sun-colored skin looks very healthy, and the long battle has kept her in perfect shape, convex where it should be, concave where it should be. Even if he is wearing a wide combat uniform, he can still see the hot figure under the battle. As a fighting race, Scions have always been known for being direct, bold, and furious in the universe. Scion women are also known in the universe for being bold and spicy. There was once a female superior warrior who took a fancy to a junior warrior and wanted to socialize with the other party. Who knew that the other party did not like her and directly refused. The woman directly beat the other party fiercely, and then carried it home and forcefully handled the matter. Afterwards, the male Scion still did not give in and resisted many times. Helplessly, the combat effectiveness of the two sides is really far apart, and every time they are beaten with blue skin and swollen face, they are the defeated side. This is followed by intense punitive exercises. If it was in normal times, in the face of Celiba's fiery behavior, Bardock might still laugh it off. But now he threw her directly out with an irritated over-the-shoulder fall. He did not spare his hand for this blow, and the huge force directly allowed Celiba to break through the corridor and blast into the opposite room. "Celiba! How many times have I told you that Haimuki is my favorite?" Cracking sound. The sound of shattering walls and knocking things down continued for several seconds. "I won't give up." After a while, Celiba's voice came from behind the shattered wall. Listening to that breathy voice, it was clear that she had nothing to do. I think I can get you to give up. Right, Bardock? At this time, a beautiful female voice came from behind. Hearing the voice, Bardock smiled. Turning around, a young and beautiful man with a heartwarming smile on his face. This is Bardock's wife, Heimchi. At this moment, she had just given birth and was lying on the bed and was pushed out by several strange-looking alien doctors. Heimchi. How does it feel? Bardock stepped forward and grabbed the other's hand, with a look of concern. It is completely different from the previous attitude towards Celiba. Gnei gave the other party a blank look. What are you and me? I'm Heimchi. How is it possible to be knocked down for such a trifle as having a baby? As he spoke, Heimuka got out of bed. At first, I was a little weak, but after walking a few steps, I couldn't see it. Sister Heimchi. Hearing Heimchi's voice, Celiba flew from behind the shattered wall. Looking at the fiery Celiba, Gnei slapped the other party on the head. I heard that you want to rob Bardock with me. It's always been my wish, you know. Celiba didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. Instead, it was a look of pride. Heimuka looked at Celiba and then at Bardock. So be it. We'll go to the training room later and have a fight. If you can hold on to my hands for half a minute, I'll lend you Bardock for a day. What do you think? Seriously? Celiba's eyes lit up sharply, and she asked excitedly. Hey! What's going on here? This was unexpected by Bardock, and he hurriedly asked. Don't you still believe in my strength? Heimuka said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura was released from her. Even if they are often baptized by this coercion, Bardock and others are still difficult to adapt. As one of the few female superior warriors among the Scions, Haimena's combat power is close to that of the Scion King. Aliens in the vicinity, whether doctors, nurses, or security guards, all collapsed to the ground. These people are all vassal races of Scions who serve Scions full-time. It does not have much combat effectiveness in itself, but has achieved achievements in scientific research. Fortunately, the aura exuded by Gnei came and went quickly. After a few seconds, it was withdrawn into her body. The retraction here is not concealed combat power, but convergence. It can still be detected. As if nothing had happened. If the doctor next to him hadn't collapsed to the ground. That's right, sister-in-law Heimchi. What about children? Is it male or female? Toma, who had never spoken, asked. I must have been carried to the testing room by medical staff. Bobuzin said after eating the last bit of food in his hand. Then let's go over and see the child first. As a fighting race, the Scions have always attached great importance to the combat effectiveness of the clansmen. Therefore, the average toddler will be tested at birth to judge his combat talent and graded. Use this as a future supply, the inclination of cultivation resources. The testing room was not far from here, and several people came to the place after a few circles on the floor. The surrounding rooms are silver grey and look very clean, without any tedious decorative accessories. Next door to the testing room is the nursery. Scions who are out on combat missions all year round find it difficult to have time to take care of their children. Under normal circumstances, they will put the child in the nursery of the group, and there will be special aliens responsible for taking care of the baby's food, clothing. This also has to do with the character of the Scion. Can you still expect these 5-year-old Scions to have the patience to take care of equally irritable babies? In fact, the vast majority of Scions today are artificially inseminated IVF. All adult Scions must file with the kingdom's population management department, leaving their own genetics for recordal management. When needed, someone extracts these genes for artificial insemination and conception. Especially over the years, under the leadership of the Scion King, the population of the Scions has slowly increased. The overall strength of the population is also constantly improving, and the number of tasks completed and the completion rate are also gradually increasing. There is a great tendency to become the first fighting race under Freeshaw. Bardock and Haimuki are rare scions who combine freely in love. There are still high expectations for future generations. In the testing room, two aliens put Haimeina's child on a crib, and then slowly closed the transparent glass cover. Why doesn't he cry? Is there a birth defect? The Saturnian, sitting next to the various display instruments, asked his companion suspiciously. Scions are known for their violent, war-eating personalities. Even newborn babies can show all kinds of irritable, arrogant temperaments. I didn't see that in the nursery next to it. Some scion babies who were less than a year old were fighting with their bare butts. What cute babies, good babies, these titles cannot be put on them at all. You see, a baby lifts a crib much larger than him and throws it at his companion. The crib whistled and flew to the opposite side. Not to be outdone, the chubby little hand punched the crib away. Then he bowed his head and rushed over. The pair on the side hugged together, fists and feet facing each other, and there was no mercy in the next hand. The aliens in charge of the care are busy maintaining this lawless little ancestor. From time to time, there are babies punching and kicking these vassal races, if they are not too small and not strong enough. These vassal races are not just injured. In addition to the aliens, there are also scions in each nursery who are in charge of guarding. Looking at these energetic children, the scion warriors not only did not stop them, but their faces were full of joy. These little rabbit cubs are really lively enough. I can't say that a few good seedlings come out of it. When he saw several people from Haimuka coming over, he quickly stepped forward to say hello and shouted with adoration, "Lord Jaime, Lord Bardock." The attitude is not said, it is respect from the heart. The former is a superior warrior with a combat power of up to 10,000, and the latter is also a great figure whose combat effectiveness is no less than that of ordinary intermediate fighters with his own efforts. He was an ordinary junior warrior, of course, with respect for both. Bardock just nodded, and then walked over slowly. As for Jaime, he didn't even look at the other party. When Haimuka came to the testing room, through the transparent special glass, he happened to see an alien pulling his child's tail. Although it was the first time she saw the child, she still recognized it at a glance. After all, it was her own child. More importantly, the child's immature face can still vaguely see Bardock's appearance. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Gnei immediately became angry. With a thud, she kicked open the metal door of the testing room. Without waiting for the other party to explain, Gnei blasted the Saturn who was pulling his child into a puddle of mud. Another Saturnian on the side turned pale with fright, his hands trembled, and his legs were weak and he couldn't stand up. Say! Why bully my child? Gnei held the newborn baby and asked with a sullen face. Saturnians have no doubt that if they answer badly, the other party will kill them without hesitation. After all, companions are a living example. The Saturn swallowed his spit and said tremblingly, "Haimchi-sama. Your child doesn't cry all the time, we just want to slap his ass and make him cry." "Don't cry?" Gnei was stunned, and then he noticed that the baby he was holding in his hand did not make a sound from beginning to end. And the eyes have been closed, it seems that there is a real problem. Bardock on the side also noticed the child's abnormality, and he went up and slapped the bare-assed child hard. Snap! Wow! With a crisp sound of flesh, the child in Haimchi's arms let out a loud cry. At this time, the outside test also beeped, and a series of data appeared above the instrument. After a few seconds of calculation, finally a number appears on the screen. Combat effectiveness, 35. How can it be so low? Toma whispered. Although the sound was low, everyone in the room could hear it. Although Bardock himself is a low-level warrior, his combat effectiveness at birth has reached 80, which is very good even among lower-level warriors. Now that the child born to Haim has only 35 combat strength, his original joy has become worse. Humph! Inferior warriors. Bardock snorted coldly and turned to leave the testing room. Captain! You haven't named your child yet. Several people from Babusan chased out and shouted. Since the combat effectiveness is so low, let's call it Raditz. Raditz! Raditz! Gnei stroked his son's wrinkled little face and whispered to himself, my Heim finally has a child of my own. Baby, don't worry, even if you are a low-level fighter, it doesn't matter, your mother will not dislike you. Your father is not the same, since he was able to come to this day and be worshipped by so many low-level warriors. I'm sure you can do it too. At this moment, Jaime's whole person was full of maternal love. And looking at Raditz's gaze could almost melt him. A few minutes later, Scott on Jaime's left eye made a dripping sound. After a few words, Jaimuka kissed Raditz and handed him over to the Saturn, who rushed over. And Raditz, who was still a baby, looked at the departing Jaime, but he was shouting in his heart. Raditz! Damn, how did I become Raditz? Chapter 002. Cheng Meng lay quietly on the crib, looking at the outside world through the glass. The silver-grey roof has no decoration, except for a basketball-sized chandelier in the center, which radiates a warm light outward and illuminates people drowsy. Looking around the nursery, the other babies were all asleep at the moment. Everyone is pink, looks very cute, and people can't help but want to hug and kiss it. Where is the posture of the mixed world Demon King just now? If it weren't for the chaotic scene he saw when he was brought in, Cheng Meng might have been deceived. He touched the furry tail that reached his stomach and shook it tentatively. A feeling of weakness instantly spread throughout his body, almost making him fall asleep. Sure enough. Sighing secretly, Cheng Meng accepted the fact that he had become a scion. Only, why Raditz? As a manga lover, the manga of Dragon Ball has been collected by Cheng Meng under his bed since he was a child. As long as he has time, he will turn it out and take a look, and the various exaggerated and atmospheric battle scenes in it deeply attract him. As the protagonist's older brother, Raditz certainly knows the role of this character. The combat effectiveness turned out to be only 5. Miscellaneous. This phrase, which once became popular on the internet, came from Raditz's mouth. In his opinion, Raditz is a standard villain. Arrogant, all kinds of provocations just after arriving on Earth, despicable, using Son Gohan to blackmail Son Goku, laziness, not exercising when knowing that the tail is a weakness, there is no family affection, and he is a killer for his loved ones. It can be said that it is a collection of many shortcomings, with hardly any advantages. More importantly, the combat effectiveness is low, and he was killed by Bic and Sun Wukong in just one day after his appearance. Combat effectiveness 35? Although it is much higher than the Monkey King's too. But still a low-level warrior. Raditz, Cheng Meng, pouted, looking depressed. Scions determine the combat level of the person based on the combat power measured at birth. 1 to 100 is a lower warrior, 100 to 300 is an intermediate warrior, 300 to 800 is an upper fighter, and above 800 is a nobleman. Not to mention that Broly is a super scion with a combat power of 10,000 after birth. Vegeta's combat power of 1,500 when he was born alone also makes him look up. You must know that when Raditz came to Earth, his combat power was 1,500. At that time, Sun Wukong was 20 years old, and Raditz was at least 22 or 3 years old. It took more than 20 years of training to be the same as when Vegeta was born. Who is not depressed on whom this kind of thing is placed? However, the combat power of Sun King too can rely on training, and the battle grows into a super scion. My starting point is so much higher than him, how can I not be worse than him? What's more, I still have body forging tips. Raditz, Cheng Meng, recalled the mantra in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. When Cheng Meng crossed the earth, it was already the 24th century, and the world was unified without any distinction between countries. The entire earth was taken over by the Earth Alliance, divided into several districts, and the local residents elected their own officials and leaders. As the most populous people, Cheng Meng's Huaxia tribe still has a lot of energy even in that era. After nearly 2 centuries of development, the Alliance finally developed a spacecraft capable of flying across the solar system. You can explore the wider Milky Way. For a long time, human beings have considered themselves to be the only intelligent race in the universe, the protagonists of the universe. However, 10 years after flying out of the solar system, the mining company stationed on Pluto was attacked by an unknown object. Immediately afterwards, before the Alliance government could react, countless bug-like creatures rushed into the inner circle of the solar system and burned and looted all the way. Countless mines and farms were destroyed, and nearly 10 million people were lost. The Alliance urgently mobilized troops to counterattack, and after a difficult battle, it finally repelled the attack of the Zerg. But the Alliance itself suffered heavy losses, and several elite fleets suffered heavy losses and were disastrous. Later, the scientists of the Alliance analyzed the combat situation afterwards and concluded that the soldiers were too poor in physique to fight fiercely in space. Even if you wear the mecha and warframe developed by the Alliance, you still can't compete with the Zerg. In order to be able to resist the Zerg, prevent the other side from attacking again, the Alliance has spent a lot of effort researching ways to improve the physical fitness of its soldiers. Use genetic potions, evolution potions, stimulate human potential, use various exercise methods. In the end, the body forging technique deduced by the main brain of the United Alliance of Martial Arts Masters in Huaxia District stood out from many methods. Body forging technique combines most of the martial arts moves and exercises in the 5,000-year-old civilization of China. In many martial artists' masters did not hesitate to share their cultivation experience. Combined with Western body forging methods, it took nearly a year to perfect it in the core galactic wisdom brain unit of the Alliance Master Brain. It does not suddenly increase the functions of the body, nor does it make people have all kinds of supernatural abilities. It is to use the excess energy in the human body, starting from the origin of the body, slowly nourishing and strengthening every inch of the body's muscles and bones. The only downside is slow progress. According to calculations, if you want to be able to resist the Zerg, you must cultivate for at least 30 years. But with gene agent, organic nutrient solution, the original slow progress of body forging technique has become perfect. Cheng Meng was taught body forging technique when he joined the army, and fought with the Zerg for 2 years. This time, he finally attacked a Zerg mother's nest with a large army, and he was about to capture the mother worm alive and embrace a lot of honor and money. Who would have thought that the mother worm actually blew itself up at a critical moment, and the nearly 1,000 Alliance fighters in the mother nest all turned into ashes together. Among them is Munters. Thinking back to his past life, Raditz let out a big sigh and fell asleep under the soft light. Even though he has the mind of an adult, his body is still a baby. And children are the most likely to be sleepy and fatigued. The week that followed, Raditz behaved like any other scion child. Every day he cries and fights, and as long as a child takes the lead in fighting, he will make trouble with him and stretch the muscles of his body. And when he was resting, he secretly practiced the forging technique. I have to say that the welfare of scions is still very good. Newborn children are raised by the whole family, and every meal is the best and enough. After drinking the high-grade nutrient solution like milk, Raditz burped comfortably. Because of the secret cultivation of the body forging technique, the energy consumption in his body was very strong. Other scion children only drink milk 8 times a day, he needs to drink 20 times. It's a veritable rice bucket. But he didn't care, even though it was only a week, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. With sufficient energy, the effect of the forging technique is very obvious. Now he is about the same size as some for a month. He also fights with stronger legs and feet than others, and almost no one is his opponent. Even the guy with a combat power of 95 has also lost under him several times. If he hadn't deliberately hit and pretended to be knocked down every time, I am afraid that he would have attracted the attention of some people a long time ago. The days of eating and sleeping quickly passed, and 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Saturnians who took care of Raditz and them took instruments to check their physical condition one by one. Finally, 15 scion babies, including Raditz, were taken away, as if to take them to instill knowledge. Listening to their small talk on the way, Monty knew. It turned out that in order to improve the completion of the Scion mission, the Scion King had Saturn develop a machine that could directly instill knowledge, language, and skills into the head more than 10 years ago. With this machine, as long as the physical fitness is sufficient, Scion children will be able to acquire knowledge that normal people can learn for more than a decade after entering knowledge. In this way, a lot of time for educational growth is saved and the efficiency is greatly improved. The disadvantage is that you need to rely on the talent of a single person to comprehend, and sometimes go astray. Many people thought that Scions were sent directly to the mission planet after the birth of a newborn. In fact, most Scions need to stay in the nursery for a while, and when they are strong enough, they will be indoctrinated by the knowledge incubator. Then, depending on the situation, whether it will be sent to a low-combat planet to carry out a mission. Soon, a group of little fart children were brought into a large room, and by this time there were already a group of small fart children inside. The room is neatly arranged with cabins that resemble dormitories. Through the glass cover, you can see that inside there is a helmet with many wires connected. But when it was Raditz's turn, a Saturnian came with the information and led him away to another room. There are only 6 cabins here. The other Scion little fart children were crying because of the small feeling of the cabin. However, when a faint gas erupted from the cabin, everyone fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 003. When Raditz woke up again, it was 2 days later in the afternoon. All of them can know the time because of the time on the monitor in the warehouse. The head is still a little swollen. Shaking his head, Raditz felt that his body was still a little disobedient and decided to lie down for a while. Through the glass window, he saw a row of numbers marked in the opposite cabin, 11, 12. Although he has not fully grasped the knowledge that has been forcefully stuffed into his mind, he can still recognize the general words. As he looked around, the cabin marked 11 opened from the inside. Out of it came a bald fat boy. You know, although the color and shape of Scion hair will not change in a lifetime, a small number of people are born without hair. The fat boy is about 60 centimeters tall, even among Scions. Although he looked fat because of his age, some muscle traces could already be seen under the surface of that fat toot. Obviously, the opponent's combat effectiveness is very strong, and it is impossible to say that he is still a middle-level fighter. The bald little fat man stumbled out of the installation warehouse and stumbled a few steps before he stood firm. Looking around, except for him, the rest of the people were still sleeping, let alone speaking out. Suddenly, the bald little chubby's gaze rested on Raditz. Apart from him, no one else here is sober. Grinning, he walked towards him with small short legs. As everyone knows, seeing that familiar face, Raditz's heart set off a huge wave. Nappa! Isn't he a superior fighter? Why is he here? From my mind, I know that although the Scions have good welfare, they are also divided into 2 or 3 classes. Low-level fighters like him generally come to such halls in groups to collectively instill knowledge. Superior warriors like Nappa, on the other hand, would be instilled in a small private room. Snap! As Raditz pondered, the bald little chubby snapped on the transparent hatch. Hey! You! Woke up! Is it? Come out quickly! Looking at the other party's excited face, he had the posture of smashing the hatch. Raditz had to open the hatch and get out of it. Fortunately, the baby's resilience is strong, and the Scions are more perverted, and the sequelae of instilling knowledge at this time have disappeared. Hello. Nappa, my father is to take Puluan. Although he did not speak very sharply, it was not difficult to see the pride in the bald head's words. It is no wonder that in this highly hierarchical planet, the authority of high-level warriors is unquestionable. In Dragon Ball, when Nappa fought Goku, it was mentioned that he was from a famous martial arts family. And the information in Raditz's mind is also introduced. Nappa's father, Napoleon, is a famous martial arts master on the planet Vegeta. Up to 7,000 combat power, not common even among superior fighters. And he is very crazy to do tasks, once did 3 missions in a row in a year, killing people on 5 planets. Moreover, the people on the planet are all fighting races, although the combat power is only a few hundred, but it is not something that can be easily solved by one person. Generally, it is a 3-person combat team that can fight down. This shows the strength of the other party. His famous trick is to eject a shockwave from his mouth that explodes when it hits an enemy. Nappa once used this trick. But unfortunately he was directly consumed by Goku with momentum, and he didn't even use chi. My name is Raditz, mother is Himene. After stepping down from the cabin, Raditz thought about it or decided to use his mother's name. After all, scions are all valued by birth, and their mother, as a superior warrior, will be more useful. The truth was exactly as he thought, and when he heard Jaime's name, Nappa's eyes lit up. Gee! Jaime-sama! That's us! The most powerful of the scions. Female scions are stronger than my father. The more I spoke, my mouth became fluent. Then Nappa became more enthusiastic. Or let's form a battle group in the future. Find another superior fighter. Nappa said to himself, then pulled Raditz out of the room. Superior warrior. How did he become a superior fighter? Inexplicably, Raditz glanced back at the room. I found that the room was marked with the word superior. Could it be that they got it wrong? However, this seems to be good. The contents of the indoctrination room of the superior warrior are obviously much better than the cauldron of the lower fighter. Raditz thought about putting this matter to the back of his mind and followed Nappa to find a partner. In fact, he did not know that the place where he could be assigned to the superior indoctrination room was specially prepared for him by his mother Himuka before leaving. Although the scion class concept is very strong, everything is based on qualifications and combat effectiveness. But it can't stop the fact that Jinei's superior fighters and up to 10,000 combat power. It is understandable that this dual identity has some privileges. When he left the room, he found that the indoctrination room was in the building, and the whole building was cylindrical, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. Raditz is now on the 6th floor of the building, with 2 more floors above. And below that there are more and more indoctrination rooms, and even indoctrination halls. At this time, only a small number of scions on the floor were patrolling, or some Saturn were observing the physical condition of scion babies. Nappa and he were the first to come out, and Raditz could clearly sense the admiration and kindness in the eyes cast by the rest of the scions. The scions who stayed here were basically lower-level scion warriors, and of course they were full of affection for the Raditz and the 2 who came out of the superior warriors' room so early. The 2 of them came out really early. It seems that this batch can produce a few good seedlings. However, there is still some gap with Prince Vegeta a year ago. It took him half a day to come out. The warrior's words were full of admiration and envy. It took him 3 days to get out of that damn machine. The 2 scion warriors chatting on the opposite side would not have imagined that Raditz would hear their conversation more than 20 meters away. In other words, after being reborn, the various senses of this body seem to be strengthened. I don't know if all scions are like this. One name mentioned in the scion patrolman's words made Raditz raise an eyebrow. Vegeta? Was he also born? It only took half a day to overcome the sequelae and get out of the machine. Worthy of being a combat genius named after his own planet. Clenching his fists secretly, Raditz secretly resolved to surpass the other party. I remember, though. It seems that planet Vegeta was destroyed when Vegeta was 5 years old. That said, I was left less than 4 years. Fearing the appearance of legendary super soldiers among the Scions, Frieza decides to destroy the Scion planet and wipe out the budding threat. Apart from the Monkey King, who remained on Earth, only 3 Scions remained, Broly and his father, and Vegeta's younger brother Tabor are counted. In 4 years, it was basically impossible to defeat Frieza. Only to temporarily evade and avoid this calamity and then make plans. However, the priority is to improve your strength. Chapter 004. Napala Raditz walked around the corridor, and finally saw a child trembling down the installation machine in one room. He ran forward excitedly, took his arm and said he wanted to team up with him. Frightened the child into tears. Cut! Little brat, what a coward! Nappa pouted and looked at the child sitting on the ground crying. But he didn't know that he himself was still a bare-ass child. Bare-ass? Raditz looked down, only then realized that he was also naked. Fortunately, soon several Saturnians spotted them and took them to a dressing room. Here they received their first combat uniforms. Black blouse trousers were very soft and warm to the touch. The yellow striped half-body armor is very elastic, but as long as it is quickly hit, it will instantly harden, thus resisting damage. Gloves and shoes are also made of special materials, which ensure comfort and protection. Speaking of Scion technology, it is very deformed. Everything related to combat, spaceships, indoctrination machines, healing instruments, scots, combat suits. These are very high-tech things. But in other respects it is similar to Earth, which may be the reason for the environment. After all, Scions are a fighting race. The combat suit has good elasticity. Even if you transform into a giant ape, you can't break it. But when attacked, it becomes extremely hard, similar to the seat belt on a car. Wearing a combat uniform that had been so eager to have a suit, Raditz was also excited. He stretched his legs and raised his arms, looking very strange. The overall look of this combat suit is somewhat ancient, at least that's what Raditz thinks. Quite simply, he was used to seeing the simple combat clothes that Vegeta had always worn on his body. Now of course, this body seems very outdated. In addition to the combat suit, there is a one-man flying machine, a Scot, reconnaissance glasses worn by Scions on their faces to detect combat effectiveness, a house, and a mission. I have to say that the welfare of the Scions is really good, and the newborn baby can share a house. It seems to be very large, which makes Raditz, Cheng Meng, who has struggled on the earth for more than 10 years without a house, very emotional. However, this task. Looking at the tasks displayed on Scott, Raditz felt as if his body was trembling. Not fear, but excitement. The excitement of being able to fight. It seems that the Scion fighting instinct is at work. Hey! How come I don't have a task? Nappa on the side is gone. The Saturnians gave him things, but did not assign tasks. Although his body is much taller than Nappa, who is still a small child, Saturnians are very afraid. He explained in a hushed voice, "This Lord Raditz's task has been assigned by the mastermind, and yours is still being assigned. Humph! Move fast!" Snorting coldly at the other party, Nappa turned around and said to Raditz with envy, "I said you kid is so lucky. There are tasks so soon. But then we can't team up to do tasks." There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Raditz actually wanted to do the task alone. After all, some things still can't be known to outsiders. But of course this cannot be said, and he also said regretfully, "Yes. This is no way. The main brain is distributed according to our own situation. However, when the task is completed, we can meet again. When the time comes, I invite you to my house. I can't say that I will be able to team up next time." Nappa thought about it, and immediately laughed happily. This also surprised Raditz, who was not so easy to get along with. The performance on Earth can only be described as domineering, rude, ruthless. Where is there now good to talk? After a while, he reacted, the current Nappa is a newborn little brat, of course, his personality is different. Later, his arrogant and irascible personality was probably developed only when he was on combat missions. In this way, it seems that he can be brought together. After all, he is a person who will flee in the future, and it is not bad to have a partner. At least there is a helper when fighting. Nappa's talent is not said, the superior warrior, and the famous family. There are definitely a lot of fighting skills, and I believe it will be a good helper. But don't be in a hurry now, wait until after this mission to talk to him and see if this is possible. After making up their minds, Raditz and Nappa, who received the task, walked out of the room and walked towards the place where the aircraft were stored, the aircraft workshop. The peculiarities of the aircraft doom it to be impossible in this vicinity. Looking at the map, it seems that there is still a long way from here. Fortunately, there are a lot of free hoverboards on the side of the road, otherwise they don't know when they will go with their small bodies. After a few hums, the hovering pedal begins to fly towards its destination. The scenery recedes along the way, and the houses here uphold the characteristics of Dragon Ball, all domed. Occasionally, a distinctive pointed building flashes and disappears quickly. Scion cities are full of buildings, roads, and few green plants can be seen. Although it looks advanced and atmospheric, it looks very monotonous and less angry. Occasionally, some adult scions can be seen flying around in the sky, and the two of them look envious. There are no air traffic control regulations in this world, as long as you don't use flying machines, even if you go around the city in circles all day long, no one cares about you. After about 20 minutes of flight, the two came to a huge domed building, relying on the map on Scott, and the two quickly arrived at the collection site of the aircraft. After confirming his identity, Raditz received his first flying machine. The shape of a one-person aircraft is a metal ball with a diameter of about 2 meters. Except for the entry and exit hatches, it is completely integrated, and no welding points and splicing gaps can be seen on the silver-white exterior surface. Because it is free, this aircraft is a basic model, and it is an assembly line product produced by the factory. If you want to change to a better aircraft or a large aircraft, you have to pay for it. Raditz, of course, did not have money, so it was not replaced. Because the factory itself has a launch pad, the two plan to rush to their respective destination planets here. Come on! After cheering each other up, Raditz and Nappa each got into the flying machine. The space of the aircraft looks simple, with a rubber recliner made of unknown material in the middle. There are a lot of buttons and indicators densely packed on the sides and above the recliner. The transparent hatch of the aircraft is also a display, where all the information status of the aircraft can be viewed. The metal platform underneath the craft turned, transforming into a ground-based sliding escalator that carried them to the launch site. Through the transparent hatch on the hatch, Raditz looked at the blue sky, thinking that he was about to take off and embark on the journey alone. The excitement in my heart could not be suppressed, and I took several deep breaths to calm down. Chapter 005. Click. With a loud sound, Raditz felt the craft spin a few times and slowly rise to a high platform. Diddy. Aircraft self-test completed. There are no foreign objects over the launch pad. The auxiliary ejection table is ready. Please confirm the launch. Looking at the pattern that kept flashing on the monitor, Raditz stretched out his right hand and pressed it slowly but firmly. Diddy, confirm the launch. Launch countdown, 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. With the sound of the countdown, the rubber recliner under him constantly squirms, deformed, and automatically adjusted to the state that best suits his body type. It also wrapped Raditz's body from the side. 3. 2. 1. Launch. Bang. As if hit hard by a blow, the aircraft suddenly accelerated and bounced off the launch pad at a very fast speed. Under the action of huge inertia, Raditz's whole person was deeply trapped in the rubber recliner, unable to move. The air suddenly became much heavier, and he was breathless. Whoosh! Soon, there was a snort outside, and the transparent hatch was quickly glowing red. These are the flames and sounds produced by the vehicle's friction against the air as it leaves the atmosphere. This phenomenon lasted for about 10 seconds, and suddenly it quieted down. The fire red outside the cabin also gradually faded, and the vast space came into view, and the aircraft had left the atmosphere and entered outer space. Against the dark background, a huge planet not far away stood quietly in the starry sky, which was the moon of planet Vegeta. Because of the filtering effect of the hatch, it is not afraid to transform into a giant ape. The first time he saw the starry sky so clearly, Raditz was fooled for a while. Under the control of the intelligent brain, the aircraft automatically sailed to the mission site of Karam Star. It was a remote planet 2 months away from Vegeta, and according to the data, the maximum combat power of intelligent beings there was only 300. Even the current Raditz can be solved as long as the great ape is transformed. Spaceflight is actually very boring, and the vast and desolate universe is not only rare planets, but also larger stones, which are rare. The aircraft spends most of its time flying alone in the void, unable to distinguish between east, west, north and south, up and down, left and right. On the second day of the flight, Raditz fell into a deep sleep. The craft was too small to hold much food, and he had to sleep to survive the long voyage. And this time is just right to digest the instilled knowledge. About 2 weeks away from planet Vegeta, 3 solo aircraft flew in the void towards the distant starry sky. Lonely planets are left behind by them. Although the appearance of the leading aircraft is similar to that of ordinary aircraft, the configuration inside is much more high-end. Not only has the original instrument been replaced with the latest product, but many other functional parts have been added. Diddy! The aircraft sounds an alert. Heimchi, who had been in a deep sleep, was awakened. When she was fully awake, Haimuka looked at the information coming from the machine, and a photo of Raditz lying in the aircraft in a combat suit appeared in front of her. Although the body and the surrounding cabins are very incongruous, it is not difficult to see that Raditz is actually very handsome and very handsome. She touched Raditz's little face, and a smile full of maternal brilliance appeared on her face. "Child, I hope you like the gift that your mother has prepared for you." The spacecraft has been flying in the lonely universe for nearly 2 months, because the spacecraft has accurate star maps and spacecraft brain control. Raditz was fine, except for being woken up twice by an alarm set in the middle, and he spent the rest of his time in his sleep. On this day, the aircraft made a dripping sound again. The sleeping Raditz was woken up again. Diddy! There is only 1 hour left until this destination, Karam Star, so please be prepared. After 56 days of sailing, it is finally coming, and it is not easy. After a simple personal hygiene and eating some advanced nutrient solution, Raditz began to operate the spacecraft to understand the target planet. According to the information in the brain of the aircraft, Karam is a terrestrial planet about the size of Earth. There is only one humanoid intelligent race named Dala on it. According to the super-large long-range Scott trade detection on planet Vegeta, the highest combat power on this planet is only 300, and the rest have an average combat power of about 150. For Raditz, it was challenging. He decided to land the spaceship in a remote place first, find a place to master some of the fighting skills in his mind, and then go to the people on the planet. Calling up the map of Karam Star, it can be clearly seen that the oceans of the planet account for about 64% of the entire planet, and the rest of the place is occupied by 4 relatively large continents, and there are some scattered small islands. Most of the Dala live on these 4 continents, surrounded by scattered island cities. Their level of technology is even worse than the original Earth, and they have not flown out of the planet, only some probe spacecraft. After selection, Raditz decided to land on the edge of one of the continents, where there was a vast forest. There are also scattered mountains, grasslands, and rivers. It's a great place to exercise. It is also more than 200 miles away from the nearest human town, and there is no need to worry about being discovered. Go through the whole plan in your head and make sure nothing is missing. Only then did he put away the map and lie down. Turn the hatch into viewing mode for an unobstructed view of the starry sky outside. It is a small galaxy with only 4 planets except for one star. Karam is the 3rd planet away from the star and has a moon, the Moon. In order to ensure the survival rate of scion babies, most mission planets contain 1 or more moons. In this way, even if the scion children's own combat power is not enough to solve the local intelligent creatures, they can transform into giant apes on the night of the full moon to solve it. Drib. There are still 5 minutes to go before the destination planet Karam, so please be prepared. With the prompting sound of the flying machine, Raditz collected his mind and looked straight ahead. There, a planet is slowly emerging from view, then gradually getting bigger. It's a blue and yellow planet, visible from outer space, with more than half of the ocean wrapped around the landing. Soon, the craft came to the sky above the planet. Raditz manually stuck the craft in near-Earth space. At the same time, the geographical situation of the planet is scanned with the instrument that comes with the aircraft. After all, the previous data is scanned by a remote scanner on planet Vegeta, which is inevitable to have some discrepancies. A few minutes later, the basic geographical information of the planet had been scanned and sorted, and after his own screening, Raditz found the originally selected landing area. Fortunately, except for an extra desert of hundreds of square miles, the environment is not much different. Suddenly, the probe sounded a dripping alarm, and Raditz looked to see a small meteorite group passing through the area where the craft was located. In another 10 minutes, it will enter the atmosphere of Karam star. Exactly, enter the interior of the planet with the meteorite group to avoid being discovered by the people on the planet. After waiting in place for a while, Raditz steered the craft carefully to the meteorite group and flew towards Karam at the same speed. Sting! The familiar sound of friction sounded again, and the meteorite group that fell with Raditz began to glow and burn due to the intense friction as it passed through the atmosphere. Some small meteorites are directly burned to ashes, and only some large meteorites have a chance to remain and fall to the ground. The roar outside is continuous, but the inside of the aircraft is very stable. Raditz also really admires the Scion or Saturnian scientific and technological ability. Bang! With a loud roar, the craft slammed into a small hillside. The powerful impact directly knocked through this small hillside, and the residual force even caused the aircraft to fly hundreds of meters in the forest. Finally, he fell to the ground and smashed a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of nearly 10 meters. The intense friction caused part of the soil to directly vaporize into black smoke and slowly rise. Drib. The external environment of the aircraft is excellent, no harmful ingredients have been found, and there is no need to wear a filter helmet. After a crisp opening and closing sound, the hatch of the aircraft opened and one foot stepped on the ground. Chapter 006. The air is so fresh. After stepping out of the craft, Raditz took a deep breath. All around were some tall and stout trees, and low shrubs grew everywhere, some blooming, some already fruiting. There was a whisper around them, and there was not even a trace of insect sound. Obviously, the loud roar of the landing of the flying machine scared away all living things. Open Scott trade and search for the most powerful creatures in the near future. Diddy, combat effectiveness 45, well, it's okay. Oh. This one has reached 56. This one is 23. After a reconnaissance circle, the strongest combat power around is only in his early 60s. For now, it's not terribly bad. Just as he was about to continue exploring, his stomach growled. Touching his shriveled belly, Raditz looked helpless. Although the Scions have high physical fitness and superior combat effectiveness, they also represent a lot of energy consumed. Energy needs to be eaten through external food, which is commonly known as eating. Sun Wukong didn't eat much after which battle. I remember that after participating in the martial arts conference for the first time, teacher Wushan invited them to eat and ate 430,000 pieces of food alive, which was only 8 points full. Although for nearly 2 months, he spent almost all of his time in a deep sleep. But after waking up, the body still needs to replenish energy. Recognizing the direction, Raditz began to run in the direction where he had just detected only 1 or 20 combat strength. Damn it! We must quickly learn to control Qi and learn to dance the void. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time just to rush. Finally tearing off the vines in front of him, Raditz began to fantasize about the scene when he was flying. As the most important combat skill in the Dragon Ball world, dance is basically a basic skill that everyone knows. Whether it is rushing, fleeing, fighting, it is often used. Moreover, its cultivation threshold is very low. As long as it can feel the qi, it can cultivate. It is nothing more than the relationship between fast and slow flight. Just now he detected it, and now his combat effectiveness has increased by 2 points, reaching 37 points. This is also because he has been sleeping, and if he has targeted training, the speed of improvement will definitely be faster. So. There was a slight grinding sound behind the bushes in front, and Raditz immediately lowered his body and did not move. After a while, he slowly moved forward, and Scott revealed that there was a creature not much bigger than him in front of him. Its combat effectiveness value is around 20. Whoosh! Suddenly, the bushes in front parted, and a black shadow flew out of it and rushed straight to Raditz's face. Raditz raised his left arm to the rung in front of him. Bang! He only felt a huge force knock him away, and then an object pressed against his body and began to tear his arm. Raditz's right knee jerked upwards, pushing the unknown object that was pressing Zay's own body into the air. Woohoo! Oh! The black shadow howled, his body flexibly adjusting his center of gravity in midair. Like a cat, it lands lightly. Only then did he see that the thing that attacked him was a wolf-like creature. Its head resembles that of a wolf, but its ears are much larger, and it keeps shaking as it moves. The small body looks very slender, and the hair on the whole body shows black and yellow spots. This natural protective color allows it to better hide itself in the jungle. The thick and short hind legs have more explosive power. Raditz looked at the creature not much bigger than herself, without the slightest contempt. Just now, if it weren't for Raditz wearing a combat suit, ordinary creatures would have been bitten off their necks by it. After a stalemate of 10 seconds, the wolf-type creature did not continue to wait, looking for an opportunity to rush at Raditz again. With preparation, this time he saw the opponent's attack route clearly, and his right hand clenched his fist and hit the opponent's neck fiercely. Poof! The expected scene of the intersection of fists and flesh did not happen. After Raditz's punch, the wolf-type creature twisted its body in midair again, grabbing his cheek with one claw. Sting! After the pain, 4 bright red paw prints appeared on the right side of Raditz's face. Before Raditz could turn around, the wolf-type creature landed first, and then pounced again on its hind legs. And this time Raditz was prepared, and the moment the opponent jumped, he suddenly accelerated to the top of his weak abdomen. Whoosh! The creature let out a wolf-like howl. Not good. It's calling companions. Raditz felt cold in his heart, and quickly accelerated the movement of his hand. Leaning over and pressing the other's slender neck, twisting it hard, the result was the other party. The wolf-type creature choked a few times and did not move, and a little blood foam flowed from its hideous mouth. Before Raditz could relax, 2 wolf-like creatures emerged from the grass. Compared to the one that had died, these 2 looked stronger, and the furious aura exuded on their bodies was even greater than the former. Looking at their companions lying on the ground, the 2 wolf-like creatures let out a low roar from their throats in unison. Raditz's heart tightened, and his heart shouted bad luck. Still heard by them. Damn, 2 at a time, let no one live. While thinking, two wolf-like creatures outflanked Raditz from both sides. Swish! One jumps up to attack the neck, the other specializes in the lower plate to be barefoot. It can be described as skillful and experienced. Fortunately, Raditz is not a chick who has just entered the battlefield. Jump on one foot when the opponent jumps to dodge attacks from below. The right leg kicks the other person in the chin from the bottom up. Force it to head upwards and swap its left and right feet as its body falls. The right foot stepped on the head of the other wolf, rotated the upper body with the help of the straight kick just now, and another spiral kick was made. Syllable. The kicked wolf-type creature flew a few meters away and rolled twice on the ground before standing. The other struggled to his feet and bit into Raditz's calf. Listening to the piercing grinding of teeth, Raditz broke into a cold sweat. If he hadn't been in combat uniform, I'm afraid this foot would have been scrapped. Without hesitation, he punched the opponent in the head. Bang bang! Before the other one rushed over, he threw 5 punches in a row. The wolf-type creatures that were beaten were already more out of breath and less in intake. The death of his companion did not flinch the other. The other roared again and rushed towards Raditz. The result speaks for itself, and it follows in the footsteps of its peers as well. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground and convulsing from time to time, Raditz slumped on the ground and gasped for air. As soon as he stopped, he felt a faint pain in the wound on his face. The battle consumed a lot of physical strength, and the body, which was originally weak due to hunger, looked even weaker at the moment. Even this small creature with a combat power of 20 is so powerful, the hunting plan should be stopped for the time being. Although the two beasts joined forces, the creatures in the forest were unexpectedly strong, and Raditz decided not to go any further. The ground suddenly began to tremble, there was a thumping sound in the distance, and some trees could be faintly heard. It seems that a big guy is coming this way. Did he? Scott dripped and even the color turned red. This is 120. Damn it! Through Scott, Raditz spotted a guy with a combat power of 120 rushing this way. Even a 20 creature is so troublesome to deal with itself, then 120 is not asking for his own life. He quickly got up, carried the corpse of a slightly larger wolf-type creature, and quickly ran towards the aircraft. When I got to the aircraft, when I stepped in, my eyes were dark, my body stumbled, and I almost didn't fall. Insisting on closing the hatch, he forced his stomach to bite into the wolf-type creature's neck, sucking the blood that had not yet cooled. When the smelly blood flowed to the stomach, the burning sensation disappeared. The weak body also has some strength. Physically and mentally exhausted, Raditz ate a few more mouthfuls of raw meat and fell asleep. In the haze, he seemed to feel the aircraft shaking, but at this time he had no strength to get up and just wanted to sleep. Chapter 007. When Raditz woke up from his slumber again, he was awakened by hunger. Under the dim light of the instruments inside the aircraft, Raditz's pale face from hunger was reflected on the hatch that startled him. And the corpse of the wolf-type creature was still inside the aircraft, with a slight stench. In this way, he has no appetite at all, and if he is not hungry before, he will not drink raw blood. Forget it, let's go out and find a place to make a fire and barbecue. Now even if you go hunting, you don't have so much strength. Touching his more shriveled belly, Raditz decided to fill his stomach. I don't know if the big guy is gone. I don't want to eat raw meat anymore, and it's still smelly meat. With a few mutterings, he opened the viewing mode of the hatch. What he didn't expect was that he was not in the deep pit when he landed, but underwater. How so? Raditz quickly turned on the scanner on the aircraft, only to find that he was now in a large river. It was already more than a dozen miles away from the landing site. He vaguely remembered that when he fell asleep, the flying machine seemed to be pushed by something. Scott's scan showed that there were no high-powered creatures nearby, and he maneuvered the craft to slowly ascend and fly out of the water. When the aircraft came to an altitude of tens of meters, he found that he was in a large river nearly 100 meters wide. Both sides of the river are tall primeval forests, and the nearest bank has a newly crushed passage that extends into the forest. The trees in the passage lay vertically on the ground, and some had even been bitten off. Judging from the bite marks, the perpetrator's body is large and his teeth are sharp, and he should be a giant carnivore. Similar to the Tyrannosaurus rex, it should be the big guy with a combat power of 120 that he detected. Fortunately, it has left. There is a clear indentation on the river bank, footprints. The other party should have walked downstream along the river bank. Let's get out of here first and find a place to barbecue, it's too dangerous nearby. Raditz piloted the craft up and flew towards a mountain range in the distance. What he didn't know was that just as the aircraft flew away, a huge black shadow suddenly flashed underwater. Find a small cave near the top of the mountain, which seems to be an abandoned bear cave. After confirming that it was safe, he stopped the craft at the entrance of the cave, found some branches and hay, and began to roast the creature he named the dwarf wolf. Soon the meat was grilled, and although there were no seasonings or salt, Raditz was still very happy. The scion had always had a good appetite, and the meat of the dwarf wolf, which was larger than his body, was all eaten by him. I even collected a lot of nearby berries, which can be regarded as 8 points full. At present, the main problem is to adapt to and coordinate the body as soon as possible and give full play to the combat effectiveness of the body itself. 37 combat power can't beat the dwarf wolf of 20, it's not a laughing death to say it. Basic exercise is undoubtedly the most effective method. In memory, scions also have relevant exercise courses, but most of them have corresponding supporting facilities. Either some people are training, and even some are directly with raw beasts. Although this method is obviously for the improvement of combat power, he does not plan to use it. Let's take your time. Basic training is done in the early stage, and then the right opponent is found in the forest. After thinking about it, he still started with a conservative method. After all, he was too small. This is not Vegeta Star, injured and has a healing device. Only when you grow up and have resistance can you train for danger. First, let's get some exercise after dinner. After finding a flat place, Raditz cleaned up and started doing push-ups. 1,2,3. 30-31. 123,124. 307,308,309. Few only at this time did he feel a little tired in his body. The physical fitness of the scions is really not covered, and now they are only a little tired. Well, not yet to the limit, go ahead. 310, 311, at this time his arms began to tremble slightly. 501, 502. A little sweat slowly oozed down the edges of the combat suit. 1020, 1021, 1023. At this time, under him, sweat had flowed into a small pool, reflecting his immature and resolute face. I can do it. Sun Wukong's 2 combat strength can withstand such high-intensity training, why can't I? And my soul is still an adult, and I can't compare to a child. 1000. 28, 1000. 2. 19, 1000. 3. 10. Wu. The last 3 strokes Raditz almost gritted his teeth and insisted. At this time, his arms were obviously much more swollen, and he was almost catching up with his thighs. This. Few really TMD cool. Lying on the ground panting heavily. The feeling of numbness all over the body does not seem to be so uncomfortable. And he can clearly feel that the body is slowly recovering, and the food just eaten in his stomach is being rapidly digested, absorbed, and turned into energy to replenish the lack of energy in his cells. When his arm was a little better, he got up and moved a few times and started doing sit-ups. 1,2. 98. 232. 708. 998, 999, 1000. This time it seems that it is not as laborious as just now, and it seems that the body has become accustomed to high-intensity training. The swollen part of the arm due to the intense exercise has recovered, and now there is no discomfort. Raditz strikes while the iron is hot and starts practicing squats, followed by frog jumps. 6 hours had passed since this was done, and it was already a little dark. During this time, he only rested 4 times, each for 3 minutes. The effect of high-intensity exercise is obvious. Although the combat effectiveness has not increased, the body is more coordinated than before, and the arm swing is more powerful. Of course, this was not without cost. His stomach was hungry again. Seeing that there were no more berries on the bushes around him, Raditz had to take Scott to hunt down the mountain. This time there were no surprises, and he easily hunted 3 goat-like creatures. Each of them had nearly 100 catties, which really made him work hard. Dinner is still a barbecue, but this time with the addition of a seasoning. While hunting, he found several plants similar to peppers, cumin collected back. When I put some in the roast, the taste is much better, and it is no longer so difficult to swallow. After eating and drinking, a new round of exercise begins. For the rest of the period, in addition to going out hunting and sleeping, Raditz has been exercising without a slack. There is really not much time left for him. The enemy is too strong, and if you do not work a little harder, there is no possibility of winning at all. Think of the combat power of Freeshaw, which has a high combat power of 530,000, and now he is less than 50. The gap of 10,000 times, not to mention that he still has 2 stages and 3 stages of transformation, and the combat power of that million units is even more admirable existence. Following push UPS, sit UPS, squats, and frog jumps, Raditz added running up and down the hill carrying boulders. Hit the trunk 1,000 times a day, 10 times a day, and gradually increase the amount of training. Occasionally, he would go down to the river to practice swimming. After all, swimming is a sport that exercises the muscles of the whole body. It has a great effect on body coordination. However, after accidentally scanning a black shadow with 300 combat power, he stopped going to the river, at most bathing in shallow water. Even with that glimpse of the shock, the dazzling scarlet combat power still impressed him. Chapter 008. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and Raditz has changed a lot at this time. The most obvious is that the head has grown about 5 centimeters taller, and there are already obvious muscles on the body. The face shape is no longer so fleshy, and people can't help but pinch it. The scar on the right side of the face has healed with only a shallow scar. Looking at the number 51 on Scott, Raditz couldn't help but laugh. Now I finally have the ability to protect myself in the forest. Except for those behemoths, ordinary creatures are not their opponents at all. The dwarf wolf that had embarrassed him was no longer in his eyes. How about improving your food today and stealing flamingo eggs to eat? Touching his chin, Raditz smashed his mouth with a look of aftertaste. By chance some time ago, he picked up a few football-sized bird eggs. The exceptionally delicious taste after baking is undoubtedly a great temptation for him, who is either grilled meat or berries. For this reason, he makes time every day to wander around the area to see if he can get a little more. However, recently flamingos have become much more alert, and the protection of eggs is more tight, and it is no longer easy to steal. If you are careful, there should be no danger. Hurry up training, and go to a big meal in the evening. Making up his mind, Raditz grabbed a boulder next to him, which was larger than his body, and carried it down the hill. There were no bushes along the way, trees blocked the way, and in a month, he had stepped on a complete path leading to the bottom of the mountain in the woods. 1, 2, 1, 2, shouted the slogan, adjusting his breathing and using the least effort to carry the stones. On the way, he barely looked down at his feet, and he knew where there were holes and stones on the path. Even if you step on a stone on the road that suddenly appears, your legs will naturally bend, and you will continue to run forward. 10 minutes later, I went to the foot of the mountain, threw the stone to the side, ran to a bush on the side, and picked a few handfuls of small black wild fruits. The small wild fruit is similar to the dates in the previous life, and the flesh is very tender, sweet and juicy. Just eat a few to quench your thirst. After that, he put the boulder on his back again and jumped up the mountain. By the time he reached the hillside again, it would be half an hour later. 5 trips back and forth like this were already in the afternoon. After eating something to eat, Raditz went to the river to take a bath before running to the flamingo's territory. The reason for bathing is mainly to remove the smell of sweat on the body. It is important to know that predators in the forest are very sensitive to smells, even if most predators are no longer his opponents. But it doesn't mean that Raditz is very willing to rush all the way over. That's a stupid thing that only stunned young people do. Swish! Constantly shuttling back and forth on the tall tree trunk, Raditz is like a sensitive monkey. Oh! It seems to be monkeys. It's much easier to get on than walking on the ground, and you don't have to struggle to clear the weeds and pesky mosquitoes that stand in the way. At this time, the furry tail that usually wraps around the waist plays a key balancing role. If you want to move between uneven and scattered branches, it is not enough to have a strong bouncing force. You have to have amazing balance. Or you keep falling from the tree. Raditz also suffered a lot to learn this convenient way to rush. Stop and go along the way, climbing the treetops from time to time to identify your direction. The flamingo's territory is still far from where he lives, and it takes at least half an hour to advance like this. On the way, he would occasionally go down to see if there were any useful ingredients or healing herbs. There is no healing instrument for the artifact here, let alone the fairy bean that instantly heals the wound, and the injury can only be treated by yourself. Don't look at Raditz now wearing a combat uniform and no wounds. In fact, he has already left a lot of scars from training. After all, high-intensity training is inevitable to have some bumps. If it were not for the perversion of the scion system, maybe he would have laid down a long time ago. No, he found another herb that was very effective for bruising, and these collected herbs were collected by him and hidden in several fixed locations. Wait until you go back and take it back. After almost an hour, Raditz finally arrived at the flamingo's territory. Unlike flamingos on Earth, these flamingos can really breathe fire. They live on the edge of a small volcano and usually go to the forest to feed, but usually stay in the mountains in search of sulfur crystals to devour. These nearly 2-meter-tall, ostrich-like chocobos have sharp beaks. There are some jagged bumps on it, which can easily peck open small stones and feed on the scattered crystals inside. Thick hind legs, running can even reach the speed of a car in a previous life. It's just a natural car. Raditz, who saw flamingos for the first time, wanted to grab one and eat it, and Scott showed that the bird's combat power was around 30, which was about the same as his own a month ago. Who would have thought that these guys were standard group creatures, and if one of the same kind made a call, the nearby flamingos would all gather around and attack the invaders together. This is not the main thing. Raditz thinks of a quick victory, solve one first and quickly withdraw. Who knew that the flamingo who had been beaten half to death by him ran back to join the army in his stunned kung fu, and then returned with him to take revenge. Raditz still remembers being chased by a flock of more than 100 flamingos. If it hadn't happened to be raining heavily that day, and the flamingos who weren't used to rainy days giving up chasing, I'm afraid Raditz would have been seriously injured. The burnt part of the tail is still one less section than the rest of the place. At the foot of the mountain, Raditz jumped from a tree and burrowed into nearby bushes. A few flamingos that were guarding not far away looked up to this side, and found nothing abnormal, so they turned around and continued to stand guard. The car is familiar to the foot of the mountain, where there is a pile of rocks, and flamingos do not usually come here. The first few times he went up the mountain from here to steal bird eggs. Not far up, I heard several flamingos calling. Raditz quickly lowered his body and looked up through the crack in the stone, only to find an adult flamingo pacing back and forth behind the pile of rocks. Wipe! These birds have become smarter. After cursing a few words, Raditz turned around and began to look for a new path. Well? At this time, there was an alarm sound on Scott. But he found that there were several creatures with a combat power of about 40 not far away. But after looking at him, I found nothing. But Scott showed that there was something there. After observing closely for a while, Monty found that not far away, a dwarf wolf was crawling in the grass, because of its natural protective color, making it difficult to detect in the grass. And it moves very carefully and slowly, and if Raditz hadn't known that there was something there, he wouldn't have noticed. Found the first one, the rest is easy to do, centered on the first dwarf wolf, and the remaining 5 dwarf wolves were also found by him one by one. Hee, that's interesting. The dwarf obviously wanted to sneak up on the flamingo. If it is 1 or 2 dwarf wolves, it will definitely not succeed against tall flamingos. But the success of 5 dwarf wolves hunting in teams is great. Just like now, the dwarf wolf at the front has lurked 10 meters away from a flamingo. For dwarf wolves, this distance is only a matter of a second or two. This dwarf wolf is very intelligent, it does not take the lead in attacking, but waits for its companions, apparently wanting to solve the opponent at once. After a while, the remaining dwarf wolves also gathered around, and the flamingo, perhaps sensing the uneasy atmosphere, began to be a little anxious. Kept moving back and forth, but didn't get too far away. Seeing that it was about to enter the best attack range of the dwarf wolf, the dwarf had already lowered its body, and its hind legs were tense and ready to attack at any time. It's now. Raditz on the side threw a small pebble on the dwarf a second before the dwarf attacked. The flamingo on the side heard the sound and turned to look there, just in time to meet the eyes of the dwarf wolf. The dwarf wolf was stunned, and immediately pounced on the flamingo. Just like the speed of the cheetah's attack, it only took the blink of an eye to pounce in front of the flamingo and bite down on the relatively slender bird's neck. Goo! Just before he could call, the flamingo was bitten off its throat and unable to make a sound. The rest of the dwarf wolves also hurriedly stepped forward and began to bite the flamingos. They must kill flamingos in the shortest possible time and eat them on the spot. After all, the body of flamingos is too big, and this is their territory, and they can't take their prey away. It can only be eaten into the stomach. Although they only screamed, the other flamingos still noticed the abnormality and gathered around. However, the flamingo was far away from the flock, and by the time the other flamingos arrived, it had already been killed. Even the thick feathers of the upper body have been torn apart, revealing the tender red muscles inside. 5 dwarf wolves excitedly tore pieces of meat, and in just 10 seconds, they gobbled up more than a dozen pieces of meat. Goo! The flamingo, which had discovered the enemy, began to shout a warning, and the others quickly gathered around. The flamingo that stood in the way of Raditz was also called over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Raditz jumped off the boulder and ran towards the mountain. At this time, the mountains were full of cooing birds, and the originally quiet hill suddenly came to life. Countless flamingos crawled out of their nests and rushed down the mountain. It didn't take long for him to come to the mountainside. As far as the eye can see, a large area of bird nests is next to the other. The nest has more or less gray-white eggs, with yellow spots on them, and each has the size of a Raditz's head. Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Raditz stepped forward quickly, pulled the nearest bird's nest and took a few into his net pocket. The net pocket is woven from thin and tough vines in his spare time, similar to the net pocket that usually sells watermelons, and it may not be easy to hold other things, but such a large bird egg is very suitable. With 3 birds in the back trapped, Raditz held another egg in each of his left and right hands to prepare to descend the mountain. However, I accidentally found that there was also a bird's nest on the top of the mountain, which was obviously larger than the other birds' nests, and was surrounded by almost pure sulfur crystals. Could it be the Flamingo King's nest? He had seen the Flamingo King from a distance, more than a head taller than the average flamingo. The huge beak of the bird is faintly shining with cold light, and more importantly, its combat power is as high as 80. More than twice as large as the average flamingo. Go up or not, go up and see? It is always said that under the influence of novels in previous lives, Raditz always feels like a cave of king beasts, and there will be good things in the bird's nest. Listening to the mournful wail of the dwarf wolf at the foot of the mountain, and the angry neighing of the flamingo, the battle should still be a little longer. When there was time, Raditz decided to go up and take a look. After all, such opportunities were still rare. Dashing to the top of the mountain, where you can occasionally see the remaining flamingos, carefully avoiding their sight, and finally come to the nest of the suspected flamingo king. The bird's nest is built on a boulder near a steep rock face on the other side of the volcano. The surrounding area is smooth, only the upper half has some bulges to borrow from. Putting down the 2 bird eggs in his hand, Raditz jumped on a rock next to him, took a deep breath and ran a few steps and jumped abruptly. Snap, grabbing the raised stone with one hand. Phew, so dangerous. Looking at the cliff not far away, Raditz's palm broke out in cold sweat. It took a few climbs before turning over into the nest. Chapter 009. Fortunately, the Flamingo King was not in the nest, and the nest of about a dozen square birds was covered with all kinds of soft thatch, leaves and flawless crystals. A huge egg lay quietly in the middle of the nest, where there was clearly a dent, apparently pressed out by the Flamingo King who often slept here. I stepped forward and touched the bird's egg, which seemed to have a temperature. The egg is huge, almost half the size of his body. Raditz removed the net pocket from his back and took out the 2 eggs inside, ready to take the egg away. Suddenly, Raditz felt a darkness overhead, and the air became condensed. Swallowing his spit with difficulty, he slowly raised his head. A huge, shining beak is less than 10 centimeters above its head, and its thumb-thick nostrils are constantly spraying hot steam. A pair of red eyes comparable to a fist glared at themselves fiercely, 3 red feathers stood proudly. But it was the Flamingo King who had disappeared just now. At this moment, it stood on the side of the bird's nest, waiting fiercely for Raditz, the uninvited thief. Goo! The Flamingo King suddenly raised his head and chirped a few times, and the sharp beak of the bird suddenly pecked at Raditz. At such a bluster speed, even Raditz could only see a blurry shadow. Fortunately, he is no longer a rookie who did not have the slightest combat experience a month ago. As soon as the 1,000 troops were launched, Raditz's body moved back by half his body. The sharp beak grazed his body and pecked at the nest, and he could even feel the 3 hard feathers on the top of the Flamingo King's head making 3 cuts on his forehead. Click! How could a bird's nest made only of twigs and velvet grass withstand the Flamingo King's hateful blow? It was penetrated in an instant, revealing the rock below. Looking at the pothole that was almost a dozen centimeters deep, Raditz secretly wiped a cold sweat. If this is pecked on himself, even if there is a protective suit, I am afraid that he will be injured. It's definitely too late to run now. The speed of the Flamingo King is no joke. This is its territory. Jumping away from the nest at this time is tantamount to looking for death. If he could dance the void, he might be able to escape, but now. Fortunately, the bird's nest is very large for him, but the Flamingo King can only turn around. Raditz took advantage of the gap between the Flamingo King's raised head and pecked again, rushing between its legs, and a lazy donkey rolled behind it. The Flamingo King, who had lost his target, was stunned and looked around for Raditz. Raditz, on the other hand, stood behind it and punched a combination punch at the chrysanthemum, which had little feather protection. Drink! After a month of practice, Raditz is now able to punch 12 punches in a row in 1 second, a little faster than the previous life idol Bruce Lee. Brother Dragon is great. And every punch has a strong striking power. Bang bang bang! The hands kept alternating, each blow using full force without the slightest hesitation. He knew that if he let the Flamingo King find out, it would be difficult for him to have another chance to strike. In less than a second, Raditz punched no less than 10 punches in the butt of the Flamingo King, punching to the flesh. The fierce fist penetrated through the flesh and blood into the depths of the bone marrow, directly causing a bright blood flower to bloom here. Goo! Hey! The severe pain even changed the Flamingo King's call, and it instinctively turned its body to avoid the attack. How did Raditz make him get his wish, turning with it, and the movements of his hands did not stop. 10, 20. Raditz played smoother and smoother, bigger and stronger. Soon, the bird's nest was stained with the Flamingo King's messy feathers, flesh and blood and water were splashed everywhere. Has been passively beaten, even the Clayman has 3 points, not to mention the Flamingo King who is beginning to be wise. Originally, he was still protecting the bird's eggs, but now under the threat of his own life, the Flamingo King no longer has any scruples. A pair of stout legs trample around the nest, and after a few times the eggs are broken, revealing the chicks that are almost forming inside. Seeing the chick, the already angry Flamingo King's eyes almost bulged. The slender neck became thicker in an instant, and every down feather exploded, revealing the tender and bloodshot skin inside. After a few breaths, even the originally tawny down feathers turned blood red. It is a manifestation of extreme congestion, when blood rushes into the capillaries in the down feathers and bursts. This means that the Flamingo King is already in a state of rage at this moment. Boom! The sound of birdsong, which has changed its voice, makes people's eardrums tingle. The Flamingo King, who had completely entered a state of violence, had completely lost his mind. It spreads its wings that have been closed all along, violently stirring the air around it, and at the same time its legs continue to trample on it. Diddy! The scot on the face kept sounding sirens, and now the Flamingo King's combat power has exceeded 100, reaching 105. And it's increasing at a slow pace. Bang bang! The nest had been completely destroyed by this time, and the branches and velvet grass that danced in the wind shrouded the nest. Raditz, who was hiding behind it, was jealous of the thick thighs and had no intention of attacking again. At this moment, with the blessing of the powerful combat power of the Bird King, as long as he is stepped on, Raditz will definitely be hit hard. He had to fight to avoid the Flamingo King's attack. Suddenly, the Flamingo King spewed out streams of flames all around. The fluttering twigs and grass were ignited in the blink of an eye, and the fire took advantage of the wind, and almost instantaneously the flames enveloped the boulder where the bird's nest was located. From a distance, the furious Flamingo King looks like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. In fact, the originally crystal clear crystals around the nest were more or less stained with the blood of the Flamingo King. At this moment, under the baking of the fire, it gradually melted, turning into a little golden liquid that gradually melted into the body of the Flamingo King with the whirlwind. After burning for a while, the flame that was about to be extinguished suddenly rose several meters after adding the crystal liquid. More surging flames burst out, and waves of heat continued to radiate around. The Flamingo King, who was in the flames, did not feel uncomfortable in the slightest, but used this power to climb to a higher level. The originally injured bird's butt also began to heal, and the messy feathers bathed in the flames gradually faded and sprouted more brilliant feathers. The 3 feathers above his head also slowly shrank after absorbing enough flames, and then exploded. Reveal the reborn plume inside. Although the newborn plume looks half smaller, making the Flamingo King. No, now it should be said that it is the Flamingo Emperor, but it looks more divine, and from a distance, the plume is windless and automatic, and it is like a burning flame crown. Boom! The newborn Flamingo Emperor spread its wings and sang high, as if swearing to the world that it was coming. The flamingos that were originally chasing the dwarf wolf at the bottom of the mountain heard the call and all turned to this side. Hula la! The Flamingo Emperor slowly flared its wings, and the huge wind force made its body unable to stop flying upward. Encouraged by this, it flaps its wings even harder. Hoo! After not trying a few times, the Flamingo Emperor actually flew. You must know that although flamingos carry a bird character, they are chocobos like ostriches on the earth and can only run on the ground. Now it has regained the ability to fly after evolution, which has basically broken through the limitations of the race, and can be said to be a new biological population. The flamingo emperor who learned to fly flew excitedly in the sky, and a loud bird song constantly echoed in the air. All the flamingos gathered under the nest and chirped together excitedly. Hundreds of flamingos spew fire into the air together to celebrate the birth of their king. For these flames, the flamingo emperor did not refuse, and all of them were sucked into their stomachs. After absorbing these flames, the feathers on its body became more colorful, and the originally blurry flame crown on its head became more solid. Suddenly, the flamingo emperor saw the thief in the lair trying to escape. How could it easily let go of this enemy who killed his own child? And after circling in the air for half a circle, the flamingo emperor swooped down violently. Raditz, who was about to sneak away, heard the wind coming from behind, and the secret passage was not good, and quickly dodged to the side. Sting! The flamingo emperor flew past Raditz, and the broad wings gently brushed him up more than 10 meters in the air. Damn it! I really should have killed it just now while it was going to advance. Raditz cursed while adjusting his body in the air to prevent the flamingo emperor's attack. Unfortunately, this is in mid-air, there is nowhere to borrow power, wait until the flamingo emperor turns back again. Raditz was still falling in the air, several meters above the ground. Hurry up! Hurry up! Looking at the ground getting closer and closer, Raditz curled up in his body. As soon as you land, you plan to run towards the edge of the cliff. As long as you fall into the forest below, you will have a chance to escape. The flamingo emperor in the sky showed a hint of mockery in his red eyes, and his wings burst out, striking at a faster speed. Raditz, who was about to land, was taken into the air again, and there were several more deep scars on his face. It was slashed by the bird emperor's sharp side feathers. After tossing back and forth several times like this, Raditz's gloves and combat boots were all knocked to the ground by the bird emperor. Without protection, his head, hands, and feet added countless wounds. In particular, the left eye was almost pecked off, and at this moment, a large pool of blood was left above the eye, covering the left eye. Damn beasts! As long as I escape, I will definitely wipe out all the flamingos on the entire planet. The pain did not dispel Raditz's fighting spirit, but it aroused his fighting spirit. At this moment, Raditz's whole body was tense, and his muscles were squirming and trembling regularly. The blood is flowing faster and faster, faster and faster. The body temperature is rising rapidly, and something deep in the body seems to rush out. Ah! With Raditz's cry, a giant ape phantom appeared behind him, staring at the flamingo emperor like a desolate beast. A turbulent, domineering, and barbaric aura rushed to his face. The flamingo emperor was so frightened that he forgot to wave his wings and fell from the sky. This momentum only appeared for a short moment, and then disappeared. The flamingo emperor hurriedly regained its wings and flew high. After this fright just now, it also had no intention of teasing Raditz, but it was unwilling to let him go like this. Looking at Raditz, who was about to land, the flamingo emperor suddenly rushed over. Raditz straightened his posture, facing the oncoming flamingo emperor, and did not pay attention to the body that kept falling. Getting closer, the flamingo emperor accelerated again as he approached Raditz. When he reached a position about 5 meters in front of him, he suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a roaring flame. The almost orange flame instantly devoured and wrapped Raditz. And at the moment of being wrapped in flames, Raditz threw his last punch at the flamingo emperor. The huge force was even faster than the wind, and the fist passed through the middle of the flames and smashed the head of the flamingo emperor. The flamingo emperor, who fought in the air for several turns before stopping his body, only saw a cloud of flames fall into the forest below. With a few cheerful chirps, the flamingo emperor turned back to the nest and accepted the worship of the birds. Neither Raditz himself nor the flamingo emperor noticed that the punch that Raditz punched out carried a thin layer of white chi. Chapter 010. The jungle on the western side of the volcano where the flamingo is located. A colorful leopard jumped from a large tree perched on a large tree, stretched its waist, and began its day of hunting. As a nocturnal creature, the spotted leopard sleeps and rests during the day and comes out at night to hunt and eat. Its staple diet is herbivores such as horned rabbits and jumping deer. Of course, strong competitors like dwarf wolves and flamingos are also on its menu. It's just that in general, the two sides will not get to that point. After all, injuries in the jungle mean danger. This afternoon, when the flamingo emperor advanced, the coercion really startled it. If his old opponent suddenly becomes so powerful and learns to fly, then his future life will definitely be difficult. It has even planned to leave here in a few days to find a hunting ground again. Before that, it is necessary to hunt more prey to replenish physical strength. After all, whether it is to go away or open up territory, it takes physical strength. Suddenly, the colorful leopard stopped, raised its head, and carefully identified the smell in the air with its nose. A very subtle smell of blood crept into its nose in the evening breeze. Dinner has been dropped. The colorful leopard patted its calves, lightly shuttled back and forth in the jungle, and after a while, it ran nearly 100 meters in one direction. The smell of blood here became stronger and stronger, and suddenly the spotted leopard in search stopped and leaned down. In the grass directly in front of it, a strange creature that had never been seen before lay quietly, motionless. Looking at his charred appearance, he should have been burned to death by those pesky birds on the mountain. There is even a faint smell of roasted meat in the air. Or the smell of meat roasted by fire. Smelling the faint smell in the air, the colorful leopard's saliva flowed. But it didn't rush out immediately. After all, there were too many guys in the jungle who were good at hiding. Only enough patients can survive in the jungle, and those who are anxious have long been buried under this vast forest as dry bones, nourishing every piece of land. The spotted leopard was very patient, spared the corpse and spun around 3 times, making sure that there were no problems before approaching. Closer up, the corpse was burned so badly that almost all of it turned black. The hair on the body is even more gone. On the head, all 4 limbs have obvious marks of being pecked by flamingos. The colorful leopard, which was still uneasy, suddenly pounced on the corpse, and stopped again when it was about to approach the corpse. The corpse remained motionless, as if it were really dead. It looks like he's really dead. The colorful leopard, which had completely let go of his heart, smacked his mouth, came to the head of the corpse, and prepared to start eating dinner. After sniffing carefully, the colorful leopard opened its blood basin to the exposed neck and bit it down sharply. Just as it was about to bite the neck, the corpse moved. A hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the neck of the colorful leopard. The colorful leopard struggled desperately while frightened, and its 4 limbs kept pulling and grabbing its hands. However, the hand did not move like an iron hoop, but the hand holding the neck became stronger and bigger. Finally, with a click, the colorful leopard's neck broke. The limbs that were still struggling fell down, and occasionally some muscles on the corpse twitched. The corpse slowly climbed up. Ahem! Damn Flamingo King, I'll definitely roast you next time. Hiss! It really hurts. Raditz got up slowly, not wanting to pull the wound, and the corners of his mouth twitched in pain. The rest of the wounds are nothing, relying on the recovery of the scion perverted physique, which can heal in a few days at most. The trouble is that the last flame that sprays seems to be more than just the heat. From the time it was burned by the fire to now, at least a few hours later, the blisters that were scalded by the high temperature showed no signs of healing and disappearing, but became larger and larger. Even some places with severe burns have begun to change color. Although the light yellow color was similar to his own skin color, the tingling sensation still made Raditz wary. The priority is to quickly remove the toxins from the body, otherwise it will be troublesome. Climbing the treetops to identify his direction, Raditz began to run towards the cave where he lived. And of course bring the hapless colorful leopard. The night in the jungle was as dangerous as the danger, and Raditz did not dare to be careless, relying on Scott's reminder to avoid those places with high combat effectiveness. Fortunately, the materials used to make Scott are relatively strong, and even after such a distance of fire, it was not damaged by falling. It's completely different from the previous manga that exploded at every turn. In other words, when will you feel chi? Scott, while convenient, has many drawbacks. Like those guys who can hide their combat power, they will fail. Chi, as the basis of force in this world, is everywhere. It is like the foundation of a tall building, without which everything is empty talk. Chi can be turned into energy bombs, Qigong waves, and launched to attack enemies. It can also be used for flight, defense. You can also rely on your senses to judge a person's combat effectiveness, and even be able to teleport. The earliest appearance of Chi in Dragon Ball was when the Turtle Immortals used Turtle Qigong to extinguish the flame mountain of the Bull Demon King. And Sun Wukong was able to learn a rough idea after watching the Turtle Immortal cast aside, and even released Qigong waves. Even if the power is very limited, it is a Qigong wave. Thinking of this, Raditz had to admire Sun Wukong's talent for martial arts and perverted learning ability. Almost any martial art he can master. The Turtle School Qigong can be used once you look at it, the after-image fist can be used once beaten, and even Jackie Chan, Turtle Immortal, can find the monkey fist restraint after performing it once. Wushan teacher said it is Mad Dog Fist. Oh haha. Of course, in Raditz's view, these are all because Sun Wukong is simple-minded and can be single-minded when doing things and learning things. Even when he encounters occasional difficulties, he is able to face them calmly. This is also the charm of his personality, and the reason why so many people gather around. Raditz may not learn this, but he will not lose to him if he is willing to endure hardships. It only took an hour to come, but it took nearly 2 hours to go back. On the one hand, he was injured, and on the other hand, he was unfamiliar with the situation at night and made many detours. Once back in the cave, he set up a fire and started roasting meat. While roasting meat, he took out the toolbox from the flying machine and found a slender tool knife. Take off your combat uniform and pick out all the blisters on your face and hands and feet. Some of the discolored parts are directly cut. Yes. Raditz bit hard into the branch with a mouthful of silver teeth. It's one thing to be able to endure pain, it's one thing not to be afraid of death, and it's another thing to scrape your bones and heal your wounds. The difference is not a little bit. When he finished everything he could pick and cut, it was already half an hour later. The sweat directly under him formed a shallow puddle, and the branches used to bite were even bitten off several times. While the blood was not clotting, he pounded the collected herbs into a paste and applied them to the wound. After doing this, Raditz looked even weaker, swallowing the roast and falling asleep. For the next 2 months, Raditz did not go to the trouble of finding flamingos again, and devoted himself to exercise. He simply doubled the amount of each workout and even increased the difficulty. For example, stepping on rolling logs and carrying stones down a mountain. At the same time, dozens of small stones are thrown into the air, constantly catching and throwing. Of course, he does not exercise all the time, and he will also take an hour at noon to read the information in the aircraft and broaden his horizons. There are many intelligent races in this world. There are no less than 10 intelligent beings on Earth alone. Turtle Fairy Turtle, Poirot, Oolong, Rabbit Legion Leader, Monster Kid, Batman, Demon, Karin Immortal, Cat. Bick, Bobo. He seemed to have told the Monkey King that he was the first of the humans to come here. In fact, Gaku is also an alien, and the real first person does not know who it is. But it should be one of the 5 people of Tianjin rice, Klin, Yamcha, dumplings, and Yachilobe. After all 5 of them ascended the temple and received training from the heavenly gods. These creatures can even eat, study, go to work, and even get married just like humans. There are many martial arts moves, special functions, delicious food. The world is so big, I want to see it. Raditz thought with emotion. Chapter 011. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and Raditz exercised rain or shine. After a long time of wind and sun, people have become much darker, and now Raditz has not worn combat uniforms for a long time. He is still wearing fur from hunting during this time, and a tiger skin skirt simply stitched together, the standard of Gaku. The upper body was bare, revealing dark skin, and there were several scars on it. The burnt eyebrow hair grew back again. If you show it to those ants in the city, you will definitely overflow with sympathy and hug Raditz. Now Raditz is just over half a year old, and he should be living with his parents and family, but now he is living alone in the jungle. I haven't communicated with people for a long time, and the whole person has become much more indifferent. 1909. 2007, it wasn't until 3000 were made that Raditz lowered his legs from the cliff. Sweat runs down the body, shining in the sun. Looks particularly healthy. Picking up Scottrade, a series of data fell like a waterfall, and finally stopped at 80. It should be almost. Looking at the data on Scott, Raditz said to himself. Since recovering from his injuries after being defeated by the Flamingo Emperor 2 months ago, his combat power has soared 15 points directly from 50 to 65. After more than 2 months of diligent training, the combat effectiveness has slowly increased to 80 points. Since 2 weeks ago, the combat effectiveness on Scott has no longer improved, and it seems to have reached some kind of bottleneck. Body exercise technique, strong digestion ability, so that the energy in his body has never been lacking. Almost every moment, the energy in the body is nourishing every inch of the body's muscles. Today he is going to try it and see if he can feel the chi in persuasion. Without the legendary fast bath, after eating a whole roasted whole pig, and taking a bath in the river below, Raditz sat cross-legged on the platform he usually used for training. Calm your mind and empty your mind. 5 minutes later. The sound of the wind around made Raditz unable to concentrate at all and enter that selfless realm. The first attempt failed. After getting up and walking around for a while, without looking at the forest and river in the distance, his restless heart calmed down before he began to try a second time. This time it lasted longer, and it took 8 minutes for Raditz to never resist getting up. Next 10 minutes. 12 minutes. 15 minutes. The time of meditation became longer and longer, but it was completely impossible to calm the mind and feel the presence of qi. For the next few days, in addition to the quota amount of exercise, Raditz spent the rest of his time meditating, trying to find the qi in his body. What he didn't expect was that this state lasted for 2 months and began to snow. Although he did not feel qi, his combat effectiveness increased by 5 points to 85, which can be regarded as progress. On this day, Raditz finished exercising and stayed outside the cave and watched the snowflakes in the sky slowly fall from the sky. Originally, because the training was not smooth, the mood slowly improved. He suddenly remembered that when Sun Wukong defeated the original Vic Great Demon King, the heavenly god let him live in the temple, and he was trained by Bobo, the servant of the heavenly god. And he had also encountered this problem. Because the original Vic Great Demon left an egg before the explosion, that is, the new Vic Lord. In order to defeat this more potential, evil Vic Great Devil King, resurrect the dragon. Gaku decides to go to the temple to meet the gods. But only Bobo, the servant who overthrew the gods, can see God. Although Gaku hit Vic and has great power, he is still not Bobo's opponent. He didn't even give his full strength. Bobo once said, the highest state of martial arts is, the posture is as calm as the sky, and the movement is faster than thunder and lightning. Among them, it is mentioned that martial artists practice martial arts before cultivating their minds. Void has great power, but the mind is not calm, and it is not qualified to become a powerful warrior. And entering the state of unintentional, even Goku's simple mentality took a long time. I am too persistent and want to surpass him. In fact, if you think about it, there is nothing to rush. Now his combat power is definitely stronger than when Gaku took the Super God Water, and he also felt chi after his strength increased greatly. It should be that it has not met the boundaries, or requirements. If you want to be fast, you can't reach it, and you seem to be confused during this time. Thinking of this, Raditz's state of mind was also released. Looking at the thick layer of snow accumulated on the platform, he suddenly became childlike and wanted to build a snowman. As soon as he said it, he piled up 2 snowballs, one large and one small, and found branches, fruit pits, and served as the arms and eyes of the snowman. Draw a smiley face for the snowman, put on a small fur hat, and a little snowman appears. Haha, looking at the somewhat miserable snowman, Raditz laughed. In the days that followed, Raditz also stopped training and gave himself a few days off. Build snowmen, roll snowballs down mountains, go ice fishing on the river, or catch horned rabbits. In short, completely relax and enjoy life to the fullest. He was grilling fish that day, when suddenly he thought of something. Get up and walk out of the cave and onto the platform. Calm your mind, put your hands together and open them, and connect the roots of your palms. And the back half squatted, hands open to the waist, a breath in the heart concentrated into the palm of the hand. I believe many people have done this action countless times, hee. The turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Raditz slowly said a name, and at the same time, in his palm, a faint white mist gradually condensed. First a faint wisp, then more and more, as if it were a fusion effect. More mist condenses together, forming a small photophore. When a certain level is reached, the photophore begins to shake and seems to become unstable. Raditz felt almost the same, and the hands that had been placed on his waist jerked forward, while loosening the control of the light mass in his opponent. With a sizzling sound, the photophore turned into a bowl-thick pillar of light, shooting out of his hand like a laser. Bang! The pillar of light slammed directly into a large rock on the edge of the platform, instantly blowing it apart. Countless gravel scattered like flowers scattered by the goddess, crackling as if it were raining. After penetrating the stone, the pillar of light did not stay, but kept rushing into the distance and flying into the sky. Whew! After releasing the pillar of light, Raditz felt that his body was hollowed out at once, more tired than a whole day of training. But looking at the broken stones on the ground, he smiled. Haha! Ahaha, the snowy night is peaceful. Raditz was half kneeling in the snow alone, like a child with a beloved toy, laughing wildly and happily. I fell in love and even began to cry. The boy did not flick tears, but he did not reach the sad place. Who knows how difficult it is to live alone for most of the year, and worry about it every day. And Frishaw's millions of combat power was like a mountain, overwhelming him. There is also no one in the jungle to talk and play with you. Even if he had an adult soul, he was almost driven crazy. And now he has finally succeeded in releasing Qigong waves, and he is one step closer to defeating Frishaw. How can you not be excited, happy, cry? It's like it was told in the movie Agent of the Mind that was shown some time ago. A person who has only joy, fear, anger, is incomplete. Only sorrow can release the stress of life through crying, and people will not go crazy purely personal feelings. Chapter 012. With this successful experience, the perception of Qi can also be regarded as a big step. The next thing in Raditz's daily exercise is to release Qigong waves. As the most common long-range combat skill in the Dragon Ball world, there are various classifications of Qigong waves, and there are many ways to use them. For example, there are many places where Qigong waves are emitted: hands, commonly used, one hand, one finger, Vic, Frisha, eyes, Vic K, Frisha, solace of feet, Gaku, and mouth, Nappa. In fact, according to theoretical inference, Qi fills every part of the human body. Wherever there is Qi, Qigong waves can be emitted. It's just that these commonly used parts are more convenient to use, and the condensed Qi is a little more. Also, a relatively fragile ground like the eyes cannot withstand a large amount of Qi. With so many people in the Dragon Ball world, only Vic and Frieza are able to emit Qigong waves, lines, from their eyes. Perhaps it is the relationship of one's own race. The nature of Qi is also different. Qin's Qi round slash can easily cut through all kinds of rocks, buildings, and even break the defense of Qi. Yamcha's air bomb can be controlled at will, and it will not explode when smashed on objects. Tianjin Rice's Qigong cannon can destroy rocks, Vic's magic light-killing cannon can penetrate objects, and general Qigong waves generally have explosive properties. The current Raditz only roughly knows how to release Qigong waves, and as for the use of higher levels, he still has to continue to work hard. He had also used Scott to test that after he stabilized, the combat value of the Qigong wave he released reached 120. Of course, according to the calculation of doubling, this value is still a little low. This is the reason for the lack of proficiency in the control of Qi. And every time he released Qigong waves, the Qi in his body always involuntarily all rushed to his hands, making him exhausted every time. And if you don't do your best, the Qigong wave will release failure. On the one hand, the control of Qi is talent, and without talent, you can only practice diligently and make up for it with time. High-intensity workouts and Qigong waves require a lot of energy, which also causes him to eat more and spend more time hunting. Today, there are almost no large animals near the small mountain range where he lives. The animals are either killed and eaten by him, or they know that there is a hegemon here and take the initiative to leave. What's more, it's winter, everything is quiet, and there are fewer animals active in the jungle. Raditz has already begun to consider whether to move to a new place. But before that, it's still a trip to the Flamingo's place. The shame that the Flamingo Emperor brought to himself, he did not forget at all. If there is a revenge, it is not a gentleman, not to mention that he is still a villain who will be rewarded for his flaws. On this day, Raditz left the cultivation platform early, put on the combat uniform that had been shelved for a long time, and took Scott to find the Flamingo for revenge. At this moment, it is already the cold winter season, and the temperature has dropped below freezing, which can be said to be dripping into ice. With the exception of a few evergreen trees and shrubs, most of the trees in the jungle have lost their leaves, leaving only bare trunks. At first glance, it looks very depressed. Occasionally, some animals that come out to forage can be seen, and after seeing Raditz from a distance, they all run away. After hunting animals in the jungle for a long time, Raditz has been covered with a layer of anger. Ordinary people may not be able to detect it, but the animals and martial arts masters in the jungle can still detect it. It didn't take long for the volcano where the Flamingo was located to appear in front of his eyes. In summer, the surrounding trees were not visible, but now the surrounding leaves have fallen off, and the volcano looks very abrupt. The volcano looks calm on the outside, but there is still active magma inside it. Although the temperature brought by these magma is not high, it is 8 or 9 degrees higher than other places. While the leaves elsewhere have withered, the volcano is still green. And the withering scenery outside the volcano range are simply 2 worlds apart. Goo! Far away, the sound of flamingos came. It still sounds energetic and unaffected by the cold winter. Raditz put on a snow fox skin he had hunted on the road and quietly approached the volcano. From a distance, the flamingos on the volcano seem to have increased a lot compared to 2 months ago, and the cooing reverberates throughout the volcano. It seems that the impact of the Flamingo Emperor's promotion is quite large. Shuttling back and forth behind the trees, Raditz also slowly approached the flamingo's range. Looking closer, he realized that there were many more fluffy little creatures in the flamingos. Like ducks on Earth, these are flamingo cubs that have been hatched for less than 2 months. These little ones, under the watchful eye of their fathers, ran around the mountains, not worrying that something would threaten them. Since the Flamingo Emperor advanced 2 months ago, there have been no other large carnivores in a radius of more than 10 miles. This is already the territory of the Flamingo Emperor, and generally no one else will come in. Of course, these are the thoughts of the flamingos, and in fact the uninvited guests have arrived. Raditz dangled the front of the volcano for most of the day, not finding any opportunity to attack. The surroundings were too empty and there was no place to hide. And there are still a lot of flamingos patrolling the sentry, almost leaving no dead ends. In desperation, Raditz had to go around the back of the volcano to see if there was a chance. Unfortunately, the northern side of the volcano is steep and covered with snow. There is no possibility of starting. Just when I was helpless, I suddenly saw a small group of flamingos walking out of the scope of the volcano and towards the jungle in the distance. After hesitating, Raditz followed. Since there is no way to get a hand here, let's see if you can solve these flamingos and collect some interest. The flamingos walked 3 or 4 miles before they dispersed, looking down and seeing, as if looking for food. It seems that the increase in flamingos is not without harm, and it is clear that the food on the volcano is not enough to feed so many flamingos. Looking at the flamingos that were gradually separating, Raditz couldn't help but want to do it, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait. If flamingos come out every day to feed, chances are it's still close to the volcano, and if these flamingos make sounds, the flamingo queen will be able to find it in a while. At that time, it will be difficult to get out. For the next few days, Raditz hid under the noses of flamingos, watching their every move. He also gradually grasped the pattern of flamingos' activities. Every morning, noon, and evening, 5 groups of flamingos go out to feed. Each team has less than 5 and more than a dozen. When they arrive at the feeding site, they all disperse, each looking for food. Rough estimates put the number of flamingos on the volcano at around 200, not counting newborn cubs. In this way, the flamingos that go out to forage every day are almost a small half. If all of this is solved, it is strange that the flamingo emperor does not go crazy. Moreover, flamingos also have a habit of storing the food they eat in the stomach pouch for crushing and digesting. When they return to the nest, they will spit it out to feed their offspring. Hey, hey! Now some of them played. Raditz looked at the megalithic nest of the volcanic flamingo emperor in the distance, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Chapter 013. Number 13 and number 15, located on the ice field, suddenly received an order in their heads. Their eyes then turned dangerously scarlet. The diminutive number 15 flew onto No 13's shoulder, and then the two of them spun rapidly in midair. While the rotation brought up a strong whirlwind, No 15's body was gradually peeling off, dissolving, and merging into No 13's body below him. Not far away, the head of the dead number 15 also flew out of the head of the cookie and burrowed into the whirlwind. The whirlwind spun faster and faster, and strong light leaked out of it, and the person who shone it couldn't break his eyes. Several people subconsciously covered it with their hands. Rumble! A powerful, almost unrivaled energy soared into the sky. At once, it pierced the dark clouds that shrouded the ice field. Click! The 1,000-year-old ice sheet suddenly tore apart. At first it was just a small crack, then the crack grew larger and wider, and soon extended out. Boom! Whoops! A large ice sheet suddenly exploded, crumbling off the continental shelf and sliding all the way to the ocean not far away. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at the new artificial human born from the light in surprise, nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall, pale yellow 10 half-squinted pupilless eyes exuding an evil aura, an orange-red flame hairstyle soared into the sky, except for the shoulders and mouth of Xiong, the rest of the naked One Yu skin is sky blue, the bulging muscles are like stubborn rocks on a high mountain. The strength of the newly emerged artificial humans is not the same, and their strength is outrageously strong. That's pretty awesome! Sun Wukong said in amazement. Vegeta gritted his teeth and resisted the powerful coercion. Too strong. Almost rival the power of Super Saiyan. Super number 13 moved his hands and feet, feeling the surging energy in his body, and rushed towards the two of Sun Wukong. Monkey King! Vegeta! Bang! Before the two could react, they were hit by Super 13 and hit the ice field below. Bang! Bang! Rumble! In the face of the greatly increased strength of number 13, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have almost no backhand. Damn it! How can it still be enhanced to this point? When will the technology of the Earthlings reach this level? Facing the powerful number 13, Vegeta was depressed in his heart. Baidu Underground Research Room. Haha! Deserve! Dr. Gallo, who was watching the battle, jumped up and down excitedly in the basement. Let you know what I have at stake. Ahaha, go ahead on the 13th. Fight to kill them. At the same time as he gave the order, action number 13 in the picture suddenly accelerated. The power of the two of them also increased a lot. Shout! Just as Gallo was watching the battle excitedly, the computer in the underground research room suddenly exploded. The image disappears from the screen. Damn it, strike at this time. This broken machine. Gallo glanced at the smoking computer with disgust. Well, it's time to change the equipment in the research room. Damn it! All blame Sun Wukong. If he hadn't destroyed the Legion, how could my Grand Dr. Gallo have fallen into a rural place like the northern capital? The battle on the ice field continues. Vegeta withdrew from the fight because of his injuries. Only Sun Wuren was left struggling to support. It seems that it is not possible to become a Super Saiyan without changing your body. Facing the aggressive guy who always wants his life, Sun Wukong finally made up his mind to transform into and eliminate the other party. I just saw that guy has a genus scaffold in his body, so he shouldn't be considered a human. That's good. After opening the distance from number 13, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly flickered and became sharp. Scold! In an instant, a layer of pale yellowish flame-like energy enveloped him, and his hair also turned pale golden on end. The combat effectiveness detector in No 13's body was dripping, warning it that a super high energy reaction had been found in front of its body. An alert Dr. Gallo. Unfortunately, the Institute's computer has been secretly destroyed by Raditz just now. The news here simply does not get out. Rumble. The two super soldiers continue to fight fiercely on the ice field. Sun Wukong's pair of iron fists glowing with pale yellow energy flames smashed into the face of number 13. The huge impact force made the opponent's face instantly deform and distort, and wisps of blood like blue-green liquid floated out from the wound. Bang! The 13th fell on a 100-meter-high iceberg and opened a big crater like a meteorite hitting the Earth. This immutable 10,000-year-old ice field near the polar regions of the Earth is now fragmented and dilapidated, and it is impossible to see the original fairyland-like appearance. Even the Earth has trembled under the Earth-destroying power on both sides. With a bang, large chunks of icebergs fell off from their original positions and flowed to the ground. Sun Gokong. Number 13 howled angrily and broke through the ice layer and hit him in the jaw from under the Monkey King in one fell swoop. At the same time as being hit, Sun Wukong's right foot suddenly burst out, also hitting number 13. After each side stepped back some distance, they rushed towards each other again. Rumble. Fierce confrontation reappeared over the ice field. Click. After hundreds of times, a slight popping sound came from No 13's body. Its body could no longer withstand such high-intensity collisions and battles. Some circuits and support skeletons have been slightly bruised and twisted. Drink. A powerful force was rapidly condensed by Sun Wukong. A faint whirlwind centered on Sun Wukong's right arm and spun at extreme speed. In midair, tiny ice chips and snowflakes gathered towards Sun Wukong. Soon, an illusory 10ng with chi as the bone and ice chips and snowflakes as the scale armor appeared. 10ng boxing. With Sun Wukong's roar, one ong-shaped fist rushed forward with unrivaled momentum to number 13. In the dark, a deafening and shocking 10ng chant from ancient time and space echoed in the sky. Number 13 quickly raised his hands to condense energy cannons and attacked with one ong-shaped fists, trying to resist to the end. Unfortunately, not to mention that he has been injured, even the peak Super 13 is still not the opponent of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. What's more, the 10ng punch burst can continuously enhance the attack power. And the last thing Sun Wukong is afraid of is to compete in strength. The result was obvious, and number 13 was pierced through the body by the 10ng punch that increased again and again. 770 left only a few broken copper and iron. After destroying the enemy, Son Goku lifts the Super Saiyan status and begins to rescue his companions. The stubborn Vegeta rejected his kindness and decided to go back and treat herself. That's right, Vegeta. Just now I saw that you have increased a lot of strength. Could it be that you have also learned the Realm King Fist? Monkey King asked curiously. Vegeta was proud, and he looked at Sun Wukong proudly. What is the Realm King Fist? I am my own power. It doesn't hurt to tell you, you can't learn it for a lifetime anyway. You should know that our family has always been a Saiyan royal family. Others think that this is because we have super combat power to become a royal family. But who knows, it's because of our bloodline. Our clan has always retained the power of the ancient Saiyans, and although it is now very weak, it can still inherit super power. And when it comes to me, this force is even stronger. I have worked hard to finally master this power. Kakarot, it won't be long before I become a Super Saiyan and even surpass you. Wait for it. Haha. In a smug maniacal laugh, Vegeta flew away from the ice field with his injuries. Wow, ancient bloodline, that must be very powerful. I really want to fight him quickly. Monkey King looked at Vegeta, who left with a look of anticipation. Ahem. I said, Lao Sun, I'm freezing to death. Come and save me. Lying on the ice field, Klin raised his hands weakly and weakly called for help. Ah, sorry. Yes. Watch out, my arm is broken. I didn't mean to. End of chapter, _. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read: bookmark, recommend, share. Chapter 014. After killing the flamingos, Raditz went straight to the volcano. Isn't it combat power 148? Less than twice as much. It's just a beast, should I still be afraid? Raditz roared in a low voice, and his eyes looking at the volcano had unknowingly turned blood red. At this moment, the volcano has become a pot of porridge. The Flamingo Emperor has lived a very comfortable time during this time, and its strength has soared, not only expelling several of its previous rivals, but also successfully incorporating some scattered flamingos. The strength of his own race has greatly increased, and the grief of his own child's death has also been diluted a lot, not to mention that the egg thief has also been burned to death by himself and fell off the cliff. But this wonderful life is broken today. Not long after the flamingo evening foraging team set off, the flamingo cubs on the mountain began to wail and roll on the ground. It started with just 1 or 2, and over time, more and more flamingo cubs joined the ranks. It wasn't long before the first flamingo cubs died. It was like blowing the trumpet of death, and one after another flamingo cubs died in a painful struggle. Looking at the cubs who died in pain, not to mention the Flamingo Emperor, even ordinary flamingos were furious. This unusual death is clearly the hands of the enemy. Boom! The Flamingo Emperor, who already has a certain wisdom, raised his head high, and then suddenly flew up, circling around the volcano at a low altitude, declaring war on the enemy hidden in the shadows. Gutu the flamingos also chanted along, as if to see off their children. Raditz, who had already come to the foot of the mountain, listened to the continuous wailing sound from the mountain, and his heart couldn't stop sneering. It seems that the poison has worked. Swish! It keeps beating back and forth between the boulders and the rocks. A considerable distance was quickly passed. Diddy! A bright red 148 combat power on Scott kept flashing. Looking at the Flamingo King hovering in the low air, Raditz suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the unsuspecting flamingo flock. Go and die! Like a tiger falling into a flock, Raditz kicks left and right. None of the flamingos survived the blow and were killed one after another. Tall bodies don't give them much toughness in their defenses. In contrast, the diminutive Raditz is able to move back and forth between them with her flexible body. The Flamingo Emperor had already spotted Raditz as he rushed towards the volcano. It is a pity that Raditz's strength has risen sharply at this moment, and his speed has been qualitatively improved. Before it could even remind him, Raditz had already killed the flamingos. Boom! The Flamingo Emperor swooped towards Raditz after declaring, as if he had fallen to the ground. It's so fast that it's almost impossible to see with the naked eye. During this time, not only Raditz was growing, but the Flamingo Emperor also increased a lot of strength after becoming familiar with his new body. If Raditz has the slightest hesitation and loss of concentration at this moment, he is afraid that he will be cold in the next second. Hehe, I have long been guarding against your trick. At the critical moment, Raditz jerked a position to the right to avoid the Flamingo Emperor's killing blow. After the opponent spreads his wings again, he hunts the flamingos. The volcano is full of flamingos scattering in all directions. Raditz alone couldn't stop him, but his target wasn't the adult flamingos, but the young, who weren't long gone. The cubs were surrounded by Raditz in a corner of the volcano, shivering like helpless quail in a storm. Watching his people being hunted one by one, the Flamingo Emperor was shocked and angry. Only then did it become clear that the person who hunted his own people was actually a scoundrel who had stolen his own children some time ago and was burned to death. The new hatred and old hatred added together, and the anger in the eyes of the Flamingo Emperor soared again, and the 3 feathers above his head burst out with a surging aura, like flames. I saw it raise its voice and swoop down again. But this time it's a fire-breathing fire. Like a flamethrower, a roaring flame erupted from the Flamingo Emperor's mouth, and the figure chasing Raditz kept approaching. Raditz kept retreating, as if trying to dodge the flames. Seeing this, the Flamingo Emperor spewed fire even harder. When the more surging flames hit and were about to get wet, Raditz's figure flickered and hid to the side, revealing a dozen terrified flamingo cubs gathered behind him. If it is an adult flamingo, the Flamingo Emperor may not dodge and continue to breathe fire. But now it is a cub, and the animal can be said to protect its offspring the strictest. Without any hesitation, the Flamingo Emperor's body twisted and staggered the cub. Instead of breathing fire, but sucking fire into the stomach. In this way, the speed will inevitably come down, and although it is still fast, Raditz can already see his trajectory. It's now. Stay until the opponent's body has lowered to its lowest point, above the flamingo cub. Raditz, who had been waiting for a long time, slammed his right foot on the ground, and his body continued to rush towards the Flamingo Emperor, who was preparing to spread his wings and fly. The Flamingo Emperor, whose speed was almost 0, did not have time to resist at all, and was kicked by Raditz. The whole body was like a missile smashing on a boulder not far away. There was an uproar, the boulder was smashed into pieces, and for a while the smoke was filled. And Raditz was also shocked by the huge recoil force, and his legs slid several meters on the ground to offset this force. Almost after stopping his figure, Raditz rushed up again. He had to kill the other before he could fly, otherwise, once it had air superiority and no longer cared about the cubs, it would be troublesome. Boom! It's a pity that he was still one step late. A birdsong full of anger was heard from the dust mist that had not yet dispersed, and then a black shadow rose into the sky. Want to run? Dream! How could Raditz let it fly so easily? His feet slammed to the ground, and his body soared into the sky like an off-string arrow. Syllable. A hand grasped the Flamingo Emperor's paws. The Flamingo Emperor, who noticed the strangeness, looked down, but it was the little one who made him hate it to the bone. How could it turn away this kind of prey that came to the door? The flying Thunderbird Emperor suddenly rushed up to the sky, trying to throw Raditz off. The ears are full of the whistling wind, and the hunting cold wind blows on the face like a small knife, piercing pain. Raditz glanced at the ground farther and farther away, almost falling softly. It is roughly estimated that he has reached an altitude of several hundred meters at this moment, and if he falls at this time, he will fall into a meatloaf 100% without learning the art of dancing the void. At this time, there was no point in regretting it, and after fixing his mind, Raditz grabbed the thick bird leg with both hands and climbed up little by little. The Flamingo Emperor, who had been flying for a while, saw that he did not shake off the other party, and stopped climbing. The high altitude in winter is also its forbidden area, and the long stay is also a big burden for it. Immediately after the fall, the Flamingo Emperor began to reverse again, turned around, and suddenly stopped after diving. In short, try everything to shake off the small dots on the legs. And Raditz didn't care about anything else, just hugged his thighs and continued to climb up. Soon he came to the base of the thigh, where there was more fluff, and did not hesitate. Raditz went up and grabbed a handful of fluff and pulled it down hard. The Flamingo Emperor's body shook and almost fell. It works. Seeing this, Raditz began to pluck her hair again. After a while, he pulled out the essence where his hand could go, revealing the already bloody skin underneath. Bang! A heavy punch hit the body of the Flamingo Emperor. Without the protection of feathers, the tender skin is simply not enough to withstand this blow. It just becomes a blur of flesh and blood. The Flamingo Emperor wailed, unable to hold it anymore, and the severe pain no longer had the mind to fly again. It instinctively retracts its wings and lets its body do its free fall. Damn it! Raditz cursed, gripped his thighs firmly, and stopped attacking, now high in the air. After more than 10 seconds of free fall, the Flamingo Emperor realized that he was falling, and quickly waved his wings and flew upward. One man and one bird almost grazed the treetops. Can't let it fly up again. Making up his mind, Raditz jumped up when the opponent was not very fast, grabbed the wings of the Flamingo Emperor and rolled over to the opponent's back. The terrified Flamingo Emperor hurriedly accelerated, but it was too late. Raditz sat on the back of the bird, grabbed the feather with his left hand, and smashed his fist with his right hand into the Flamingo Emperor's body again and again. 1, 2, 3. The Flamingo Emperor only wails except wailing. Bang bang! Suddenly, the Flamingo Emperor endured severe pain and spewed high-temperature flames forward, and just when Raditz didn't know why, one person and one bird rushed into the flames. Whistling flames instantly filled Raditz's surroundings, and even some unknown liquid fell on him and burned violently. The roaring flames burned Raditz mercilessly, while the Flamingo Emperor slowly recovered from his injuries in the flames. Raditz raised his hands in front of his eyes to block the flames, and while he was distracted, the Flamingo Emperor accelerated sharply, finally throwing Raditz off the bird's back. Boom! The Flamingo Emperor, who has regained his freedom, is happily named. And Raditz could only struggle and fall in the cold wind, and the unknown liquid on his body was still burning, and he couldn't shake it off. He fell like a meteor to the earth. Coincidentally, it is the small volcano of the flamingo's nest below. Raditz also saw the full view of the small volcano for the first time. The hole is like a standard conical shape, and a piece is missing on the back side, as if it has been cut by a god. At the top of the volcano, a circular crater with a diameter of about 10 meters, a little red light shines through it. Is this volcano about to erupt? Suddenly, a dangerous aura approached, and Raditz looked back to see that the Flamingo Emperor who had come to his senses roared and flew towards him. Of course, Raditz, who was in the air, had no way to dodge, and the Flamingo Emperor also believed this, and simply rushed straight towards Raditz. Looking at its posture, it seems that it is not teasing him like last time, but wants to kill directly. It's really the same as I was 2 months ago. Birds and beasts are birds and beasts after all, even if they have great power, they still can't get rid of the nature of animals. The falling Raditz breathed quietly, his hands folded at his waist. The turtle. Send. Gas. Gong. Before the Flamingo Emperor fire could erupt, a pillar of light erupted from Raditz's hand and smashed into it. Rumble. In an instant, the Flamingo Emperor was smashed by the Qigong wave and disappeared, and Raditz was not in the mood to care about it at the moment, and he was still falling at the moment. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, Raditz quickly gathered the small strength in his body to launch Qigong waves at the crater below. Poof! A small Qigong wave was released. The recoil force was not large, but it stopped the fall. At this moment, Raditz is more than 10 meters high from the ground, and this distance is no longer threatening to him. When it falls to the ground, it rolls with the trend, counteracting the impact. Boom! The small volcano kept rumbling, as if it was about to erupt, and some black smoke was already coming out from the top of the volcano. The Flamingo Emperor does not know whether he is alive or dead. The flamingo has also been slaughtered in half, and now the volcano will erupt. The flamingo's territory is considered to be abandoned, and the great revenge can be counted as rewarded. Of course, more importantly, Raditz has emerged from the shadow of battle and is able to fight with fighting spirit. Chapter 015. When Raditz returned to the cave where he lived, the small volcano finally erupted. Even here, the magma column that soared into the sky could be seen, and the red magma sprayed in the jungle, and the fire burned in the sky. Strands of thick smoke flew into the sky with magma, and a piece of black pressure was crushed. The clear night sky is rendered as if the end has come. The jungle was so frightened by this sudden natural disaster that they fled their homes overnight, and those who fled an hour later even spread here. The eruptions continue until the middle of the moon before gradually stopping, and occasionally erupt in the second half of the night. It's just not as powerful as before, and all that is sprayed is smoke and volcanic ash. By the time Raditz woke up the next day, there was already a hill nearly 100 meters in the jungle not far away, and black smoke was still faintly emitting from it. The originally silver-clad jungle was all covered with a thin layer of volcanic ash, which looked like it was not grey. When the sun comes out, the snow melts, and the volcanic ash flows down the snow, and the trees here will surely be more lush next spring. Raditz also visited the volcano a few days later, and there were no flamingos lingering there. Even traces of their past life are obscured by magma, and soon this place will be occupied by other animals, and no one will remember that there was a thriving flamingo here. Raditz, who had won the revenge, returned to his old life, exercising hard every day and training martial arts. Occasionally, he would find time to go to the forest to find powerful beasts and conduct actual combat training. After all, actual combat is the only criterion for testing combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness is only cold data, and combat effectiveness that cannot be fully exerted is useless even if it is strong. Qi is a term for the energy contained in the human body in the Dragon Ball world. It cannot be seen or touched, but it can be felt by some people and scanned by special machines. I remember that when Sun Wuhan taught Bai Dai's childhood, he once said, Qi is the energy or power contained in the human body, which everyone has in the body, but it is only a lot. The most intuitive manifestation is Qigong waves. However, being able to release Qigong waves does not mean that you can feel Qi. These are two completely different concepts. The Turtle Immortals created the original Turtle School Qigong, and the Crane Immortals cultivated into knock-knock waves, all of which are Qigong waves. However, the latter is greater than the former, both in skill and attack intensity. Moreover, the original dancing void technique of the Crane Immortals also requires strong control over Qi. Of course, this is also a classic skill that many Earth warriors are vying to learn. According to the introduction in Dragon Ball, Goku can't fly when he defeats the old Vic Great Devil, but the Tianjin dinner party. After drinking the Super God water and unleashing his powerful potential, Goku can sense the evil Qi of the Vic Great Devil, who has become young in the palace. Of course, the perception of Qi by the Celestial God and the Karin Immortals is different from that of ordinary people. Since learning Qigong waves, Raditz has been trying to sense the Qi in his body. Only by sensing Qi can you learn the art of dancing the void. The latter series of martial arts and moves have requirements for Qi. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't sense the qi in his body. When he is in an irritable mood, he will even go to the jungle to wreak havoc, vent his irritability at one time, and drive away loneliness. On this day, Raditz sat cross-legged on the platform wearing only fur pants. The snowflakes that kept falling in the sky gently fell on him. 1 piece, 2 pieces. When Raditz's body was submerged in snowflakes and turned into a tiny snowman, he remained motionless. Suddenly, the snowman in the snow slowly swayed, and slowly, the shaking became more and more obvious. With a click, the place where the snowman connects to the ground breaks. The snowman with only the upper body is strangely floating in the air, which is particularly oozing. If it is in a busy city, I am afraid that it has already been recognized as a supernatural event at this moment. The snowman flying off the ground flutters erratically from side to side, swaying from side to side within a certain range. As the snowman rises, the snow on it gradually peels off and falls, revealing the Raditz inside. When the seated Raditz flew 5 or 6 meters away from the platform, it gradually stopped shaking, and stood still at a certain point, as if it was fixed. After about 10 minutes, it slowly fell. "We have finally achieved the goal." Raditz opened her eyes with a look of satisfaction. It took nearly a month before and after, and he finally felt the existence of qi. I remember that it only took Bidel a day to sense qi, and it took a week to learn to fly. It stands to reason that the talent of the scions is not bad, and it took him so long to feel the qi. The only thing he could think of was the difference in age. Raditz is now less than 8 months old. At this age, on Earth, he still nestled in his mother's arms to breastfeed. Maybe the body is too immature, the qi is still hidden in the body, or maybe the mental power is not strong enough. In any case, I finally sensed qi and learned to fly. Next, just practice hard and master it. Then, entering the society of this planet is also on the agenda. He has never forgotten his purpose for coming to this planet to destroy life on this planet. Only by completing the mission and returning to Vegeta Star can you get paid to build high-end cultivation rooms, spaceships, healing rooms. All of this requires money, and it's a huge amount of money. As the so-called poor culture and rich martial arts, since ancient times, martial arts training has been a very expensive thing. If nothing else, scion appetite alone can exhaust an ordinary family. Winter turned to spring, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. When the silver-clad jungle is covered in green again, the jungle that has been deserted for 3 months becomes lively again. All kinds of hungry animals have come out of their nests to eat like crazy to replenish the energy consumed in this cold winter. Raditz routinely finishes a full meal after a workout. Before leaving, he detected his combat power one last time, which was clearly displayed on Scott, 103. Hide the battle suit, Scott, and the battle suit in the cave, and find a few huge rocks to block the cave. He also smashed down the cliff outside to hide the cave. Raditz flew above the platform, looked at the familiar jungle around him, and was full of emotion for a while. "Goodbye, jungle," he said silently in his heart, and immediately turned around and flew towards the northeast. There was a small village there, and he decided to go there first to inquire about the specific situation on the planet before making his next move. After flying for about an hour, the unchanged jungle changed a little. Some hills, clearings, and occasionally a stream cascading down the mountain and pooling into a river in the jungle that flows into the distance. A black shadow appeared at the end of the field of vision, and as it flew, the black shadow became more and more, and finally turned into a mountain range. Raditz couldn't help but speed up and flew for another 10 minutes before coming to the vicinity of the mountains. Looking down from the sky, dozens of circular houses are scattered at the foot of the mountain. A few wisps of cooking smoke rise, and occasionally you can hear the barking of dogs and the laughter of children. Chapter 016. In order not to be noticed, Raditz decided to find a place outside the village to land and walk over on foot. Well? Suddenly, his eyes glanced at a place. "It's really interesting, is this the legendary hero Saving Beauty?" A trail outside the village of Beta. 3 young men surrounded a young girl and a boy. Birita, you can think about it. This is the last chance. If you don't value this opportunity, the next 500,000 soles will be in front of you, but you don't know when. One of the guys, who seemed to be the boss, patiently persuaded the other party, hoping that she would recognize the situation. Before the girl could speak, the little boy who had been hiding behind her raised his little head and shouted at the person who spoke, "Del, don't say it so nicely. Didn't you just fancy our family's martial arts emblem? You will die this heart, I will not give it to you, even if you get the badge, the people of the Martial Arts Alliance will not recognize it. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I already knew this, I shouldn't have let Sister Belita save you the year before last. Let you die in the back alley. You." When the leading young man heard the boy's words, his face turned red with chokes. He could even feel the 2 younger brothers behind him looking at him with disdain and contempt. On the Karam star, integrity is very important. If a person does not seek to repay the favor, he will frame his benefactor. It will definitely be despised, even spurned. Before coming, the 2 of them had heard that Del had been saved by the girl, but the former had always denied it. Now it seems that most of it is true. The 2 looked at each other and took a few steps back in unison, indicating their force field. Their actions made Belita breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it was still very reluctant to deal with 3 people with her strength. It is inevitable that he will have to take care of his weak brother. What do you mean? The movements of the latter 2 were also noticed by Del, who turned around and asked, "Have you forgotten what the pavilion owner told you?" Del, don't take yourself too seriously. The pavilion owner just said let's help you to the martial arts emblem. It didn't say let's do it. One of the men, who had a small scar on his face, looked at Del with disdain. Exactly. Could it be that you still can't beat a woman? The other fat man looked at Delsuo playfully. Del clenched his fists, his face pale with anger. Of course, he couldn't beat Birita. After all, she was a recognized genius martial arts girl in the town. It is estimated that only the pavilion owner can compete with the other party, but because of his feelings, he can't make a move now. Humph. Birita, since you are obsessed, then don't blame me for not showing you mercy. Del said a word, and before the girl could answer, he attacked first. A blow to the leg whip suddenly pumped towards the girl, which can be described as fast and fierce. Look at that posture, does not leave a little force at all. Belita was still hiding from the little boy behind him, and he couldn't retreat, so he could only take the blow abruptly. Bang! Birita blocked the blow with her arms across her body, and at the same time she stepped forward and hit it hard while the opponent landed on one foot and the center of gravity was unstable. Damn it! Del's face changed. It was not that he had not seen Belita fight with others before. And there was nothing amazing about the moves. The only thing that's commendable is her agility in her fighting skills and ability to handle different people's fighting styles. His own unexpected blow did not have an effect. If there is no plan, the right foot that Del threw out the leg whip will not be retracted. Instead, push your knees upwards. Knee strike, using the muscles of the leg to force the kneecap against the opponent's abdomen, waist, and other weak parts. Causing soft tissue trauma to the opponent, although it is not fatal, can make people lose their combat effectiveness. Who had thought that Birita was faster than her, and before he could raise his knees, she had already slapped it down with her palm. Snap! Several consecutive knee blows were blocked by Birita. Del almost used all the moves he knew, but failed to hit the other party. Birita is always able to see through his moves before he makes a move, and then waits for him with ease. The result was self-evident. After fighting for a while, he was tired and half dead, but Belita was unharmed. How the hell did she do it? Delsuo gasped, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Birita was full of incredulity. In fact, not only him, but also the 2 who had been planning to stand by and watch, were also shocked. It seems that the owner of the pavilion said that he was right, and he can't take it lightly just because the other party is a girl. Even the two of us are not necessarily her opponents. How do you want to shoot? The fat man asked the scar-faced man. Looking at the two who were fighting together, the scar-faced man thought about it, shook his head and said, "Wait a while first. If we do it now, we will inevitably be said to be bullied by others. Let Dell consume her physical strength first, and when he loses, it will not be too late for us to go up. It's time for Dell to taste the pain," and the province puts on a look like the boss of the pavilion and he is the old two all day. The fat man nodded, looking approving. Raditz, who had fallen from the air, stood on a treetop not far away, watching the battle below. Although the opponent's combat power is only about 50, his fighting skills are stronger than his own. Especially that girl, who was able to predict her opponent's moves. This requires not only good eyesight, but also familiarity with martial arts moves. Either way, it's almost the basis for becoming a top player. Now, although Raditz's combat effectiveness is much higher than that of the other party, his fighting skills are inferior to the other party. Of course, most of the techniques he used were summed up from the mortal struggle with the beast, and the lethality naturally went without saying. Even if the two sides maintain the same level of combat effectiveness, the life and death battle Raditz can be said to easily kill the opponent. If it's a competition, then not necessarily. As for the martial arts emblem they mentioned just now, it seems to be a very important thing. There is also the Nahu Hall Alliance. You can guess by listening to the name, there should be many people with high combat effectiveness there. To destroy life on this planet, of course, it is necessary to understand the situation of the highest force of the other side. Although before coming out, Raditz had scanned the strongest combat power on the planet with Scott, there were about 7 people, and the combat power was between 280 to 320. But there are still some guys hiding in the shadows. He also clearly remembered that when he climbed into the Flamingo King's lair, Scott did not scan that the other party was still in the lair. He almost didn't get killed, and afterwards he thought that Scott was broken, but he checked it but didn't. It wasn't until later by chance that he picked up the kind of crystal that was in the bird's nest. But it is a rare one that can shield the existence of Scott trade scans. Therefore, Raditz did not blindly destroy the cities on this planet, but integrated into the world first. The battle below soon ended, and Dell was unsurprisingly defeated by Birida. Then the fat man and the scar-faced man said a few scene words, and then they also went down to fight with Belita in turn. In the end, Birida, who was exhausted of physical strength, was defeated by the scar-faced man. Sister Birida. When the little boy saw that Belita was defeated, he couldn't care about his fear, and ran over to lie on her and cry. In the end, the scar-faced man did not attack the little boy because of his status as a warrior, and he shouted at Birida, "Birida, you should know how much our pavilion owner looks at the badge. You can't even beat us, let alone the pavilion owner. While our owner is still patient, we will take out the badge in exchange for 500,000 soles. Move with their family somewhere else. Maybe in the future, Boulder Jr. will be able to grow into a warrior and come back to capture the badge." I have to say that the scar-faced man is more suitable as a lobbyist than Dell, and every sentence focuses on the essence of Birida. Ahem. Belita coughed a few times, raised her hand and touched the little boy's head. "Bode, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Nope. Sister Birida. You've done your best. It's me who is so useless. If I grow up a little more, I won't let them bully you." As he spoke, the boy looked at the scar-faced man and the fat man with a look of hatred, as well as Delsuo, who fell to the side. Chapter 017. Standing in the tree, Raditz saw that the timing was about the same, and jumped down from the tree and walked over. The boy Bode was about to take out the martial arts badge in his arms, but he was startled by Raditz, who jumped down from the tree. Falling to the ground, the martial arts badge that was originally held in his hand also fell to the ground, clanged, and rolled on the ground for a long time. Coincidentally, the badge passed through the scar-faced man and the fat man and rolled towards Dell, who was sitting on the ground. Originally depressed, he didn't expect that the martial arts badge he had worked so hard to get would finally appear in front of him like this. He happily bent down to pick up the badge. Swish! A fresh breeze drifted by, and there was an extra black shadow in front of him. He looked up, but saw that it was the wild child who had jumped down from the tree just now. The wild boy has black hair like a waterfall, a short body, a bare upper body, and only wears a group of animal skins. Although he looks about the same height as a 3 or 4-year-old child, his immature face feels full of vicissitudes. Hey! Where is the wild child? Dare to block your uncle's way? If you don't want to die, get out of the way for me! Dell cursed, not relenting in the slightest by Raditz's childhood. Wild child! Hearing the other party scold this sentence, Raditz's eyes narrowed. The left leg suddenly lifted, kicked the guy away, hit a big tree, and fainted. The rest of the people all looked at him blankly, as if they saw a monster. Although Del Suo was the worst of the several, he was also injured. But it's not something that ordinary people can deal with. And now he was kicked unconscious by a little fart child. That was the skin of a saber-toothed tiger. The fat man suddenly pointed to the tiger skin skirt around Raditz's waist and shouted with a shocked face. The skin of a saber-toothed tiger? The scar-faced man's heart sank. You must know that the saber-toothed tiger is one of the best beasts in the jungle of death, almost comparable to a 5th-level warrior. They usually hide in the depths of the jungle of death and do not show their faces easily. The pavilion owner had only just been promoted to a 6th-level martial artist. I remember that someone gave a saber-toothed tiger skin nitrate shoulder on the owner's birthday the year before last, and the owner has always treasured it as a treasure, and he is usually reluctant to take it out. Looking at the boy who was only 3 or 4 years old in front of him, he actually had this saber-toothed tiger skin dress, and he seemed to look very casual. Could it be that the other party is a wealthy family? We, in Gerland, are not a big place, just close to the jungle of death. How could someone from a large family come here? Just when the other party guessed Raditz's identity, he was looking at it with the martial arts emblem he had picked up. The emblem is about the same size as previous medals and is cast from an unknown silver metal. It is still a little heavy in the hand, and the density is much greater than that of ordinary metals. The front side is engraved with some unknown text, as well as some patterns. And the back? When Raditz looked at it in reverse, he was shocked to understand. On the back of the badge is a roaring great ape. Scion transformed giant ape. The reason why he could recognize it was a Scion transformed giant ape was entirely because the giant ape was wearing a combat suit. Although the badge only outlined the approximate shape with a few strokes, he recognized it at a glance. Could it be that Scions have been here on this planet a long time ago? Things are getting more and more interesting. After looking at the giant ape on the badge for a while, Raditz turned and came to several people. Unexpectedly, the scar-faced man and the fat man all subconsciously took a few steps back, seemingly afraid of Raditz. I said, "Do you know where there is barbecue?" After a moment of silence, Raditz popped out a sentence that no one expected. All. What? After a while, when everyone was still in amazement, Birita said weakly, I will do it. Nodding, Raditz pointed to the scar-faced man and said, "Get out." The scene looks hilarious, with the half-old child pointing at 2 burly warriors telling him to get out. If it were an ordinary person who would have stopped doing it a long time ago, he stepped forward and beat Raditz. But the scar-faced man has some brains and is not angry. Although Raditz does not show much strength, he can get a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of Raditz's strength. This martial friend, since you are interested in the martial arts emblem, let it be to you. But please leave your name so I can go back and tell the owner. The scar-faced man said very tactfully. The thing is given to you, it is to see that you are sincere, not afraid of you. Leaving a name can be regarded as an explanation. You can find it later. Glancing at the other party, Raditz slowly said, Raditz. After getting the answer, the Scarface man and the fat man pulled Del, who had passed out, to leave. Raditz flicked his right hand, and the badge left a perfect parabola in the air and fell into the little boy's hand. If you can go, then hurry. After the rest just now, Belita has recovered some strength, and the scar-faced man just now did not make a dead hand, just a normal competition. That's why the little boy is willing to call out the badge. The little boy helped Belita along the country lane, while Raditz walked behind with her arms folded. Perhaps in order to reduce communication barriers, almost all intelligent beings in Dragon Ball are able to communicate unhindered. Although there are differences depending on the region, you can still understand it. The Dula people on the planet Kadam are basically no different from Scions and Earthlings. It's just that the costumes are more inclined to pure training, and almost everyone wears all kinds of martial arts uniforms. 9 out of 10 people you meet on the trail will have some fighting skills, and from the chi, the combat effectiveness of ordinary adults is about 10. It is obviously much higher than on Earth, and can be described as fierce folklore. Berida's prestige here seems to be very high, and everyone who meets her will take the initiative to greet him. However, no one ever asked about Berida's injuries, but was very interested in Raditz, who was walking behind. The people here seem to have a special love for martial arts. Looking at their expressions, it is common for them to get hurt or Belita injured. By the way, what are the martial arts alliances you are talking about? As he walked, Raditz asked. You don't know about the martial arts alliance? The little boy looked back at him with a surprised expression. But he was frightened by Raditz's sharp eyes. I lived alone in the jungle of death when I was very young. Is it strange that I don't know about the outside world? Belita touched the little boy's head to comfort him, and then explained the reason for coming to the Martial Arts Alliance. According to her, Karam suffered a military crisis more than a decade ago. At that time, Karam Star was still ruled by various countries, and although there was occasional friction, it was generally considered a national security company. But secretly, there has always been a force that has gathered forces in the secret to try to overthrow the rule of countries and establish a completely unified dynasty. He was General Drasso, a complete and utter militarist. He advocated the use of force to solve problems, and anyone who opposed him was an enemy. He even organized an army of warriors who were completely loyal to him, ruling 3 continents in just 2 years. Only the continent of Oba Africa, where it is now, was saved from falling into the clutches of the devil under the resistance of the remnants of the various countries. Fortunately, one day a hero who fell from the sky saved the planet Karam in dire straits. Dressed in a black and yellow combat uniform, she single-handedly swept through the warrior legion. At the last moment, he transforms into a giant ape and destroys hundreds of war puppets. After that, the heroine disappeared, and those who survived were thrown into the reconstruction work. At that time, the warrior legion was not completely wiped out, and it was scattered and fled sporadically, hiding in various corners of the continent. In order to find and eliminate these people, some of the surviving warriors set up martial arts halls to teach others martial arts. They recognize that only if they are strong enough can they protect their interests from infringement. With the passage of time, there were more and more martial arts halls, and at the initiative of some people, the Martial Arts Alliance was finally established. It is an organization that aims to promote martial arts, strengthen the body, and maintain peace on the planet. Today, its influence has even surpassed that of all countries, and some martial arts emblems are issued every year according to the population, region, economy, and other factors of each country. Anyone who has the martial arts emblem will be sheltered by the Martial Arts Alliance and resources will be tilted. Chapter 018. Because of our remote location, our Gurland district was not eligible to have the martial arts emblem. But this is close to the jungle of death, and in order to help people defend against the beasts that may appear, the Martial Arts Alliance specially issued us a badge. Let's teach the residents here martial arts fighting skills to guard against the beasts. Well, this is my home Galaxy Martial Arts Museum. Belita stood in front of a 3-story building and said proudly to Raditz. From the outside, the martial arts hall looks like an inverted white giant bowl, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It covers an area of at least several thousand square meters, and the upper and lower floors are close to 10,000 square meters. It is estimated that the number of students that can be accommodated should be 1,000, which should be very lively. But in fact, he didn't find out until Raditz went in. There were only 20 or 30 trainees in the huge martial arts hall, and most of them were little fart children about the same age as little boys. Obviously, the problems encountered by the martial arts hall are not as simple as Belita said. But these have little to do with Raditz. He is just a passerby of this place, and he will leave when the time comes. If it's convenient, it doesn't matter if you help. It was the training hall of the martial arts hall that made Raditz interested. The martial arts hall is very similar to the layout of the original indoctrination building, surrounded by a return corridor, and the patio in the middle is a huge training hall. The entire hall is paved with a white-gray stone, separated by black strips. Robust yet aesthetically pleasing at the same time. It's much better than your own stone platform. Around the training ground, a variety of physical training equipment such as barbells, bench presses, weight machines, etc. are placed. They were all commonly used equipment, and Raditz walked up to see them one by one. Hey, Deb! Do you see that guy, like a wild child? It looks quite dragged, and he is still wearing a tiger skin skirt. How about it, do you want to teach him a lesson and let him know the rules? The trainees who were originally training in their respective training saw the strangely dressed Raditz, and their hearts were inevitably a little curious and repulsed. The man who spoke was Deka, a tyrant of the martial arts hall, who relied on a tall body and often bullied others. Because of his existence, the martial arts hall has not recruited new trainees for a long time. Belita was also distressed by this. The problem is that his father is the mayor of the town, and here he can be described as the emperor of the soil, and if he is fired, the consequences will be. Depp is a fat boy who is stronger than him, almost 2 heads taller than his peers. He belongs to the kind of stupid big man who can make him obedient as long as he is given something to eat. Well, wild boy. Let Depp teach him a lesson. At the instigation of the other trainees, the silly big Depp and Deka walked towards Raditz with a group of people. And Raditz was standing in front of a giant barbell. On each side of the barbell are 7 or 8 steel plates the thickness of adult legs, which seem to be a complete set. If it is steel, it is at least about 600 kilograms. Of course, there were also marks on it, but he did not recognize the symbols. Judging by the thin layer of dust on the barbell, no one has touched him for a long time. It's no wonder that such a pair of barbells is generally only played by adults, and now the martial arts hall is full of little children. How can they come to slam this thing? Raditz wanted to test how powerful he was. Stand in front of the barbell, legs shoulder width apart, body half squatted, hands holding the barbell bar and taking a few deep breaths. I said, boy over there, you. Deka swayed over, ready to show his majesty. I didn't think about it, but I was frightened by the scene in front of me. A teenager shorter than them lifted a barbell that was placed in the corner with a full load of almost 1,000 poles, kg. And it seems that the other party is still very relaxed. This, Deka and his little friend opened their mouths wide. You know, even an adult level 3 martial artist is not easy to lift this barbell. Raditz lifted up and down a few times, and found that it was not as heavy as expected, and his heart was inevitably a little disappointed. Just throw the bar aside. Bang! The heavy barbell smashed the stone floor directly into a small pit, and a spider's web-like crack appeared at Raditz's feet. What's going on? Raditz expressionlessly turned to look at the group of little fart children in front of him. In fact, with his ear power, he listened to their conversation to heart. But the other party was too weak for him to be interested. It's like a lion, how can you care about a group of little ants conspiring around to teach yourself a lesson? Didn't. It's okay. Just want to say hello to you. You guys say yes. Ahaha, Deka, who came back to his senses, quickly waved his hand, and turned back to his companion with a dry smile. The little fart children who had long been frightened and stupid also nodded their heads like fools, and a few timid ones were even scared to pee their pants. Oh, Raditz replied casually, and turned to walk towards the other equipment. Before Deka could breathe a sigh of relief, Raditz was battling with a rubber sandbag. This sandbag is obviously for teenagers, the height is very low, the elasticity is also very good, and it does not hurt the hands. Bang bang! The sandbag elasticity allows it to bounce back quickly after being hit. Raditz opened his bow left and right, and the fist was barely visible in a series of combos. The speed of a gun made the unclosed mouths of the little fart children on the side almost dislocate. This was followed by a series of high-load, fast-moving sit UPS, bench presses, and push UPS that opened their eyes. That speed, that efficiency, that quality. He definitely has the strength of a fifth-level martial artist. The stupid big man burst out a sentence for a while. Nonsense. Our pavilion owner was not so exaggerated before he was injured. Deka rolled her eyes and said. Half an hour later, while Raditz was immersed in his workout, the little boy Bode came over and said the roast was ready. If there's anything in this world that appeals to scions more than fighting, it's food. Raditz, who had been hungry for a long time, followed Bode to the restaurant behind the martial arts hall, where Belita and a middle-aged man were already sitting on the side and waiting. 2 plates of roasted meat are laid out on a round table like roasted whole pigs in a past life. The side is full of all kinds of delicacies, and the fragrance in the air stimulates his taste buds. This is, Birita pointed at the middle-aged man to make an introduction, but Raditz plunged into 2 plates of giant roasts, ignoring her. Instead, the middle-aged man smiled and watched Raditz eat Heisei. Occasionally he eats some himself, but not much, and coughs a few times after a while. It should be that the competition with people hurts the internal organs. Raditz watched as he ate a barbecue. Internal injuries are a troublesome injury everywhere, not everywhere there are things like fairy beans-like artifacts on Earth, or treatment rooms under Freeshaw. Middle-aged people like those who either go to the big city for surgery or wait to die. Obviously, the middle-aged people chose the second one. After all, looking at the situation of the martial arts hall, they also knew that they could not come up with a huge amount of treatment costs. After eating most of the food on the table, Raditz patted his bulging belly, looking satisfied. Fortunately, Belita knew that warriors could eat with big bellies and prepared a lot of food, otherwise Raditz would really not be full. After eating, let's talk about things now. The middle-aged man waved for Beta to take Bode out, leaving only Raditz and himself. Picking his teeth, Raditz looked indifferent. Say, who do you want me to hit? Middle-aged. Actually, I want you to represent the martial arts hall in the Biennial Martial Arts Alliance competition. Chapter 019. In order to ensure the quantity and quality of warriors on the planet, every 2 years, the Martial Arts Alliance will hold a global tournament. It is similar to the first martial arts conference on the Earth, except that there are more people participating and more powerful. As the basis for training and cultivating martial artists, each martial arts hall must send people to participate in the competition. And there is a hard requirement: you must enter the first 10,000. There are a total of 13,000 martial arts halls in Karam Star, and every 2 years, the last 3,000 martial arts halls will be eliminated, and the martial arts badge will be withdrawn and reissued. 2 years ago, the Zingd Martial Arts Hall still entered 10,000 when the middle-aged man advanced to the level 4 martial artist, and kept the martial arts hall. But now that he is injured, Belita is only level 3, and it is almost impossible to enter the rankings. 10,000. The ranking is really good. Raditz muttered. Of course he loves fighting, but helping others fight is another matter. He's not a small guy, he can buy it with a barbecue. Swapping is the king of trading, and what Raditz wants most is Barida's method of predicting opponents' moves in advance. When he raised this question, the middle-aged man's face was full of strangeness, and after thinking about it, he finally spoke, "Combat prediction, as far as I know, only very few talented people can learn. This ability can not only be learned step by step. It's more about talent. When then the effort of the day is also important. Battle prediction can predict your opponent's moves in advance during the battle and prepare defenses in advance. You must know that in a master duel, even a 0.1 second advantage is a very huge gap. Not to mention taking advantage of opportunities everywhere. Of course I know that, I just need the corresponding training method." He also remembers an anime character who was able to judge his next body move just by looking below the shoulder. Whether it's going forward, going backwards, punching or side kicking. Even in that world of high demon martial arts, he was the only one who mastered this ability, and he was not the most powerful. More importantly, he learned this ability by himself through hard training. Later, Raditz learned about some martial arts league competitions. There are more things, but with Belita and them, Raditz only needs to go on stage and fight. After that, Raditz came to the martial arts hall for training, and the group of little fart children seemed to have returned home. In the huge venue, only the sound of Raditz exercising alone echoed in the martial arts hall until late at night. On the other side, the scar-faced man returned to the city dozens of kilometers away from here and entered a very luxurious-looking manor. The manor is very large, with small bridges and flowing water, flowers and trees, just like a paradise. A patrol of dozens of people was moving around non-stop. The scar-faced man was led by a butler-like man to a room door. Knocking on the door, the butler reported the matter of the scar-faced man. "Come in." After a while, a low male voice came from the room. The scar-faced man took a deep breath and walked in, while the butler was still standing outside. The room was large, 50 or 60 square meters. But there are very few things, except for a desk and a wardrobe near the window. The rest of the area is covered with a carpet, and a whole full-length mirror on the first wall. This is actually a practice room. At this moment, a strong middle-aged man was fighting with two people wearing black tight-fitting training uniforms. Despite the numerical superiority, the attacking side and the dominant are middle-aged men. Bang bang! Every time the middle-aged man attacks, the two of them can hide, and those who can't dodge can only take turns to resist. It can be seen that they insist very hard, and the middle-aged man's fist strength is not small. As soon as the punch fell, the person's face turned white and red. If it weren't for the two taking turns to be beaten, I am afraid that they would have lost the battle. The scar-faced man waited patiently on the side, without the slightest impatience. He secretly glanced at the two people in black tights, but they were 4th-level martial artists of his own martial arts hall. A 4th-level martial artist who was more powerful than himself could only resist under the pavilion master, which was really. After a while, maybe I felt bored or impatient. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted, and his legs alternately flew and kicked the two men to the wall. Only 2 cracklings were heard, and the two fell to the ground. "Useless stuff! Get lost!" The middle-aged man scolded, then turned around and picked up a towel to wipe his body. The flying kick just now obviously did not leave a hand, and the two snorted a few times on the ground before standing up and leaving the room with a confession. How did the mission fail? Pouring himself a cup of coffee, the middle-aged man looked at the scenery outside the window and said lightly. The scar-faced man was shocked in his heart, and lowered his head and replied. "Failed." Out of nowhere, a little fart child appeared, very powerful, at least a 4th-level martial artist. He kicked Dell unconscious. "Oh? And this thing?" The middle-aged man took a sip of coffee and was silent for a while before saying, "This matter will be relieved for the time being. I give you a new task to collect which powerful warriors in our Gurland district will participate in the competition this year. There are less than 2 months for you to do it well. Got it, Pavilion Master. The scar-faced man bowed and stepped back to leave the room. Looking at the distant scenery, the middle-aged man suddenly sneered, 10-year grand event? Hey! When Beta got up the next day to exercise, she found Raditz sweating profusely doing one-handed push ups. 531, 532. Oh my god! You shouldn't have slept all night and exercised until now. Birita looked incredulous. Raditz replied while doing push ups, I rested at 2 in the morning, but I got up at 5. That's only 3 hours. There's not that much time to rest in the jungle. Rest is a luxury. Raditz replied with a sullen head. Hearing this, Belita was silent. Surviving in the jungle of death is a very difficult thing, let alone a 5 or 6-year-old child. Raditz is now about 97 centimeters tall, about the same as the average 5 or 6-year-old child. This is also Raditz's deliberate guidance to them to think so. After all, a little fart child less than 1 year old has lived in the jungle of death for most of the year, and the force is still so high, there must be a problem in the middle. Beta turned and hurried away. Only Raditz continued to exercise. After a while, Birita returned, this time wearing the training clothes of the martial arts gym, and also brought a small one. No, you can put on this training suit. It's not good to wear that tiger dress all the time. Looking at the horizontal and vertical scars on Raditz's naked body, the corners of his eyes even burst into tears. This is the wound of how many injuries it takes, and a child younger than his own brother has suffered so much. Raditz looked at it, and the training clothes Belita was wearing were mainly white, with blue stripes, and she looked very competent. The crotch and shoulders also seem to be treated and do not hinder the high-intensity training. Silently taking the training clothes, Raditz went to the shower to take a shower and changed into her tiger skin skirt. Looking at the tail in the mirror, Raditz still didn't make up his mind to pull it out. Losing the tail's own strength will weaken a lot, and the balance will not be restored in a short time. But the tail will also add a lot of trouble for the people who want to associate him with the legendary great ape. Forget it, it's still the same as before, coiled around the waist. The outer is covered with pants and a belt of clothes, so no one should be able to see it. Chapter 020. Raditz, dressed in training clothes, made Birita's eyes shine. Scions are almost always handsome men and beautiful women, and Raditz is no worse. Although his face has not yet grown because of his age, he can already see his handsome face. The strong body after a long period of exercise made him look particularly energetic, without the childishness of a little boy. When you grow up in the future, you must be fascinated by a large number of girls. Belita said with emotion. Raditz doesn't feel much about this. In this world that speaks with combat effectiveness, being handsome does not increase combat effectiveness. Let's start training. I think your uncle should tell you my request. Birita led him to the middle of the training ground. Yes. However, anticipation is not so easy to learn. You need to have a good foundation, and you must be familiar with the opponent's fighting skill genre. You are definitely fine with the basics, and now it is for you to familiarize yourself with the moves and habits of various genres to infer your opponent's moves. Our martial arts alliance genres are very mixed, but there are 6 main genres. They are Steel Core Flow, Wind Flow, Rock Flow, 100 Crane Flow, Flying Sky Flow and Fluctuation Flow. Each genre has a different focus on training, but it's all about getting fit and defending your home. Our Galaxy Martial Arts Gym belongs to the Steel Heart Flow, which is mainly to exercise the state of mind, and then supplemented by fighting skills. Swift Wind is good at speed, and it's best to kill them with one hit. Rock Flow focuses on physical potential, the best weapon when advocating the body. Hyakuzuryu combines a variety of fighting techniques. The final Flying Stream and Wave Flow are actually strictly a genre. It is a genre passed down after the great ape heroes saved our planet. As long as you show enough talent, you will be awarded the Flying Heaven technique and wave attack by the Martial Arts Alliance. Saying this, Belita looked longing. The characteristics of each can be seen from the names of the genres. Steel Heart Flow cultivates the heart, the Wind Flow fancy speed, the Rock Flow takes the defensive route, the 100 Crane Flow is 100 fighting skills, and the final Flying Flow and Wave Flow are estimated to be supplemented by Dance Air Art, Wave Attack. Let's start with our Steel Flow, and I'll demonstrate our basic martial arts first. Standing in the middle of the training ground, Belita began to demonstrate a full set of basic martial arts techniques to Raditz from start to finish. Don't look at the many fighting skills in Raditz's head, but he can't immediately use these fighting skills to enhance his combat power. Just like giving you a martial arts cheat book, you may not be able to become a martial arts master. Those who study martial arts know this saying, the master leads the door, and the practice depends on the individual. Martial arts mainly has to have a leader, and there is a door to go all the way. Of course, Belita is not his leader. In Raditz's opinion, Birita's fighting skills are very solid. It can almost be called a standard textbook of fighting techniques, with one move and one plank and one eye. To say that the shortcomings are not without it, her strength is very weak, probably only 80% of the average martial artist. If she were a boy, she might have won yesterday 1-on-3. This is also no way, due to congenital limitations, girls have poor strength. But they are petite, flexible, and stretchable, and can perform many movements that men cannot. Perhaps without a life and death relationship, her fighting skills are almost not deadly. And one move is too rigid, basically nothing has changed. Life and death matches rely more on the body's conditioned reflexes. Sometimes the enemy makes a move, and you see that before you can think of a move, the body has already reacted. This is the body's instinctive conditioned reflex after thousands of workouts. For example, the enemy throws hundreds of punches a second, and even if he sees it according to the reaction speed of the human brain, the body's reaction cannot keep up. That is, it is clear that the opponent can see the opponent's shot, but the body has been hit before it reacts urgently. And a qualified martial artist, after thousands of trainings, can integrate various fighting techniques into the body. Once in danger, even if the head does not have time to give the command, the body can respond in time. Throughout the morning, Belita was demonstrating and explaining various steel flow fighting techniques to Raditz. With a good foundation, Raditz mastered the basics with little effort. And more quickly and powerful than Belita did. This made Belita happy and secretly annoyed at the same time. How can the gap between people be so big? In the afternoon, it is about the fighting techniques and styles of other genres. Belita can only be said to be more familiar than the average person, and she doesn't know much about the real core things, so she can only explain some to Raditz. The rest need to watch some videos circulating online. In other words, the martial arts atmosphere on Karam Star is indeed much thicker than on Earth. There are often martial arts masters who explain fighting techniques and even demonstrate them themselves. Perhaps it is the imminent relationship of the martial arts conference, and the promotion of various martial arts halls to recruit students at reduced prices is also overwhelming. This has also led to more and more people and videos explaining various fighting techniques on the internet. Of course, the authenticity of these videos remains to be verified, but the learning atmosphere did give Raditz a real insight. In this way, Raditz watched various fighting videos every day, and then imitated and learned martial arts skills by himself, occasionally fighting with Birita. Of course, Raditz converged her strength, otherwise she would not have lasted a few times. Time passed inadvertently, and in the blink of an eye, Raditz had come to the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall for a week. And in this short week, he looked at the fighting techniques of various genres he could find. His own fighting skills have been enriched a lot, and his control of his own power has also been improved. When he first came out of the jungle of death, he was full of breath that no one was close to. Like a tiger on patrol, it patrols every creature that steps into its territory. And now, he has been able to converge his breath, although it is not complete, but it is already similar to ordinary children. Especially Gas. Although he was able to converge before, he would still show a lot, and some martial arts masters could still see it in their eyes. But now the control of Qi has reached a higher level. According to his estimates, the combat power he exudes today is about 80, and the real combat power should be less than 120. Birida's combat effectiveness is lower, less than 50. The owner of the Xing Martial Arts Pavilion is around 60, but because of his injury, he can only exert half of his strength. According to this inference, Raditz himself should be between the 5th level and 6th level martial artists. The combat power that has been detected as high as 300 should be those martial kings. Raditz looked at the 3 people on the video, Darad, Krudi, and Amidali. It is said that together with the great ape heroes, they destroyed General Drasso's lair. Whether it is martial arts skills or prestige, others simply cannot compare, and he is a globally recognized martial king. However, it has ceased to be in the public eye over the years. I heard that the people of the Martial Arts Alliance had laid down their blood this time and invited the 3 of them out of the mountain to attend the tournament in this world. The number of people who registered online for this tournament also surged by nearly doubling. Of course, most of the people just wanted to blend into the venue to meet the 3 martial kings. Chapter 021. Affected by this, the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall has recently added many students, including many teenagers. Most of these people have some martial arts roots, and with their worship of King Wu, they want to take advantage of the time to train, and they can't say that they can blend into the competition and see King Wu with their own eyes. Most of the teenagers are proud and arrogant, and they can't see that others are better than themselves. They are all people who practice martial arts, and it is easy to have friction when there are many people coming and going. When Bai Lita was not in the martial arts hall, he staged all martial arts from time to time. At this time, the little bully Deka took a group of little brothers to maintain order, fight. Okay. But talk about the rules, you can't do it casually. When the newcomers questioned why they listened to him, Deka pointed at Raditz on the side and said, "It's up to us to be the boss." As it happened, Raditz next to him was practicing a combo technique against a new sandbag. Bang bang bang! After a series of popping sounds like fried beans, the sandbag lasted less than 10 seconds before it was burst. The new trainees were so frightened that they no longer dared to mess around and trained honestly. Occasionally glancing at Raditz's violent exercise method, there was more in his eyes than fear. A door? On the planet Karam, anyone with strong martial arts will be worried. And Raditz is only 5 or 6 years old. Children can reach such a level, the legendary martial arts genius is just that. Surprisingly, after being threatened by Raditz's force, the teenagers not only did not leave, but brought more people to join the martial arts hall. Looking at the martial arts hall that was gradually full of life, Belita felt happy in her heart. And Raditz, the initiator of this matter, is also full of good feelings. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and Raditz has recently stopped watching videos of martial arts. Instead, he focused on splitting and eliminating the various fighting techniques he saw and integrating them into his own fighting skills. No matter how powerful the fighting skills, the raw and rigid is not the most powerful, only the fighting skills that suit you are the best fighting skills. There was still more than a month left before the martial arts conference, and the students who had only come for half a day also took leave to come to the martial arts hall to cultivate. Belita spends almost all her time on these imps, trying to lay a solid foundation for them. Solid basic skills, strong fighting skills, careful teaching, plus beautiful appearance, Belita quickly won the support of this gang of imps. Raditz has heard the imps say more than once that he regretted listening to his parents and giving up the Star River Martial Arts Hall and the like. On this day, Raditz sat cross-legged in the corner of the martial arts hall, cultivating his state of mind. Suddenly, the door of the martial arts hall was kicked open with force, and with a snap, the tempered glass door was kicked and cracked. Crack marks slowly spread throughout the glass door, and eventually the glass door could not withstand the explosion. The scattered glass slag even scratched some of the trainees who were close. For a time, there was a continuous wail in the martial arts hall. "Hurry up and save people!" Bai Lida, who was teaching the trainees, heard the movement and hurried over. Looking at the lively and cute trainees of the past, their faces covered in blood, lying on the ground and wailing, Birida's anger rose from her heart. "I told you to open the door, who let you kick the door? A bunch of things that don't grow." At this moment, a group of people walked in from outside the martial arts hall. The head is yelling at his subordinates. "Birida, I'm so sorry. The people under the hands are clumsy, and how many times they have been tweaked is not a long memory." When it became clear who was coming, Birida's face became even more ugly. "Sammy, what are you doing? According to the generation, you should still call me uncle." Someone came to correct Birida. "Uncle? Hehe, you are not qualified enough." Belita sneered. She called the other trainees and took the injured person to the infirmary of the martial arts hall for treatment. Sammy walked into the martial arts hall with his own care, and the younger brothers behind him also hugged in. Frowning, Belita did not stop in the end. "Gee! I didn't expect that the once brilliant Galaxy Martial Arts Hall was already so lonely." Sammy smacked his lips, looked regretful, and sighed regretfully. "How did you think about things last time? 500,000 Sora is a lot of money. I already give a remote place like this very high." Birida ignored him and looked down to sweep the glass shards. Sammy didn't care either, still walking around the martial arts hall. At this time, Del, who came with him, saw Raditz, who was not far away, thinking about the experience of being kicked away some time ago, and was full of anger. Suddenly, he had a plan, ran to the front and lay down next to a person's ear and said a few words. The man listened and looked incredulous, and after confirming it repeatedly, he walked suspiciously towards Raditz. "Hey, little fart over there, come here." The man took a few steps forward and shouted at Raditz. Raditz was immersed in cultivation and ignored him. After shouting several times in a row, the little fart child ignored himself, which made him feel very faceless. Angry, he decided to teach the imp a lesson. Striding over to Raditz, he grabbed him by the shoulder without thinking. Raditz, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the other party's extended right hand when the other party did not react. With a shake of his arm, the man threw it out as if he had no weight. The click landed on the floor not far away, and the good nose landed on the ground first, leaving a lot of blood. "Haha, Usain Bolt, it's a shame that you were thrown out by a little ghost." "Ha ha ha," the man's companion thought that he was careless, and did not take it seriously. Instead, he began to giggle and tease his companions. "Damn little ghosts! I'll kill you!" The laughter of his companion, the bleeding nose, completely angered the man, and he roared and rushed over again. But this time it wasn't fun, and the flying kick showed that he didn't have the slightest strength. Bang! Of course, this flying kick didn't hurt Raditz, and he didn't even stand up. Just use the left arm rung to block the opponent's attack. How so? The man did not believe in evil, and hit another series of straight punches and hooks. But they were all easily blocked by Raditz. Everyone who was watching the excitement on the side also put away their giggling appearances, and looked at Raditz, who calmly responded to the attack of his companions, with a shocked face. Finally, Raditz, who understood the opponent's attack routine, grabbed an attack gap and hit the opponent in the stomach in a circle. Ah! The blow to the abdomen made the man grow his mouth until he fell unconscious, and the man's face was still filled with anger and reluctance. Damn, he killed Usain Bolt. Go teach him a lesson. The fall of their companions to the ground also aroused their anger, and almost everyone rushed forward. He did not despise Raditz in the slightest because of his age. After all, the strength shown by Raditz was no less than that of a 4th-level martial artist. Looking at the crowd that swarmed in, Raditz rarely smiled. I happened to have some feelings and wanted to find someone to practice, so I sent them here. After whispering a few words to himself, he rushed into the crowd. The little bully Decca on the side had already been frightened by the other party's actions, and ran to the inside of the martial arts hall in a panic. Hurry up and find teacher Belita, Raditz was beaten by them. After all, he was still a teenager, and he couldn't cope with such a thing that was obviously beyond his ability. And here, Raditz, who rushed into the crowd, was already fully engaged in the battle. Most of these people who came with Sammy were level 3 martial artists, and there were also 2 level 4 martial artists. The combat effectiveness was between 40 to 60, and he did not use all his strength, but suppressed his combat effectiveness to about 70. In this way, the forces of the two sides are almost equal, and the fight will not be one-sided. As soon as he rushed into the crowd, Raditz kicked the person in front of him, kicked the person into the air, and then opened his bow left and right with both hands, and his fists kept bombarding those who approached him. The nice opening show didn't last long with a punch in the face. The huge force directly caused his body to take several steps backwards. In this way, his defense is full of holes, and the martial artists around him are not bad, and they will not give up this opportunity in vain. Countless fists rained down on Raditz, and occasionally someone kicked a few times. Raditz is also not a fledgling rookie, and will scramble to hold his head to dodge. He just covered his head with his left hand, and never stopped fighting back with his right hand and feet. While being beaten, he put down another warrior. Although he was beaten even more. The strong physique of the Scion is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. He has been beaten so much, he is still alive, jumping up and down. On the other hand, few of the martial artists who were hit by him could bear it, either curled up on the ground with their stomachs covered, or wailed with their legs hugged. The scuffle lasted for several minutes, and only Raditz stood at the end. Even those 2 4th-level martial artists were knocked out by him and fell unconscious. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and moved his body, and there was no pain in his body. He had long been accustomed to this, and this level of combat could only be regarded as a warm-up for him. Raditz could even vaguely feel the heat rushing from deep inside his body, flowing to the injured areas, slowly repairing. Chapter 022. Stepping on, a series of messy footsteps came from the other end of the martial arts hall. Martial Hall Ichabodeka finally rushed over with Belita. It's just that the scene where Raditz was bullied did not appear, but all the outsiders with many people fell to the ground. This, looking at the person lying on the ground, Birita looked at Raditz in shock. Although he knew that Raditz was very powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful. He had single-handedly defeated nearly 10 Tier 3 martial artists, and there were also 2 Tier 4 martial artists among them. Decca on the side looked at Raditz with adoration, and in his heart, Raditz seemed to have become his idol. "How's it going, are you all right?" Birita ran to Raditz and asked with concern. Raditz shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, let's talk to them. That is, warming up." "Oh? It seems that my gang of uncontested subordinates have not yet made you happy. Let me accompany you." Sammy didn't know when he was on the sidelines. Behind him stood 3 martial artists, all of whom seemed to be level 3 martial artists. Looking at his subordinates lying on the ground moaning softly, Sammy's face was very ugly. Anyone whose men are knocked to the ground will not be happy, and Sammy himself is not a broad-minded person. What's more, Raditz's contemptuous words were already provoking him in his opinion. The 3 men standing behind Sammy stepped forward to examine some of his companions' injuries. It was found that although most of the people lost their combat effectiveness, they did not hurt their bones, and the injuries were not as serious as they seemed. It only takes a few days to recuperate to be able to walk normally, but it is difficult to say whether you can participate in the tournament in time. "You little devil!" One of the young warriors looked indignant and wanted to step forward to teach Raditz a lesson. "Drew!" Sammy suddenly shouted. It seems to be the name of this young warrior. Drew pointed at Raditz several times to speak, but finally complied with Sammy's orders and retreated to help rescue his companion. But he kept staring at Raditz, his eyes full of hatred. For this guy with less than 50 combat effectiveness, Raditz is too lazy to bother. But Sammy's words just now made him arouse some interest. From the feeling of chi, Sammy's combat power should be around 110. A little lower than the Flamingo Emperor, he is the most powerful person he has ever met, Karam Star. Exclude the monster in the jungle river of death, of course. Before he could speak, Belita stood up first. She shouted at Sammy, "Sammy, how are you so kind to propose to Raditz? You are already an adult 7th level martial artist, and Raditz is just a child. Aren't you ashamed to say it?" "Child? I don't think he's a kid. At least ordinary children can't defeat my group of subordinates." Sammy snorted coldly, and the momentum that belonged to a 7th level martial artist was suddenly released. Belita was pressed back and forth by this momentum, and did not stop her body until she retreated 5 or 6 meters. Raditz, on the other hand, did not retreat, bearing the momentum alone. Sammy's brows furrowed, and his momentum rose again. There was a whirlwind in the martial arts hall, and some scattered things were blown all over the sky. Raditz was forced to take a step back by the increased momentum, but walked back tenaciously. Just when he was about to be unable to resist, a murderous aura burst out from him, fighting Sammy's momentum. Sammy looked at the invisible aura wrapped in Raditz with a shocked expression. "This is murderous." With such a strong murderous aura, it seems that it is true that he came from the jungle of death. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a strong murderous aura at this age. Suddenly, he changed his attention. Putting away the momentum on his body, Sammy suddenly smiled at Raditz and said, "Your name is Raditz. How about it, come to my martial arts hall? I believe that with my strength, I can teach you more." "To your martial arts hall?" Raditz put away his murderous aura and repeated. "Yes. Come to my martial arts hall, I will personally take you as an apprentice and teach you unique fighting skills. What do you think?" Seeing Raditz's hesitation, Sammy burst out again, "This tournament, with my strength, I will definitely be able to enter the top 100. At that time, he will be taught the flying heaven art and wave fist by the Martial Arts Alliance. Become my apprentice, you can learn the same in the future." "How?" Birita, who was standing behind, looked at Raditz with a pale face at the moment. Sammy's conditions were very generous, and she herself would have passed, if not for special reasons. "It's just that. Will he say yes?" "I refuse." Sammy, who was expecting, did not get what he wanted. "Oh? So what do you want?" Sammy didn't give up trying: money, beauty, or status. Shaking his head, Raditz looked at him with a resolute expression. "I just want to compare notes." Bang! Raditz kicked the ground with one foot and slammed into Sammy. The stone slab paved floor was forced out of a small dent. With a distance of nearly 10 meters, it took him less than half a second to rush to Sammy's side, and he punched him in the abdomen with his right hand. Battered, Sammy instinctively bent over to protect his abdomen. And Raditz took the opportunity to kick his lowered head with his right foot. He actually kicked Sammy's whole person off the ground and flew into the air. This series of changes, not to mention Birita, even Sammy did not expect it. Sammy in midair had just come to his senses, but Raditz jumped up from the ground, came to his side and kicked him to the ground again. Bang! Sammy stumbled to the ground. Raditz fell from midair and looked at Sammy. "It seems that you are not as powerful as you think." Syllable. Sammy slowly got up, touched the blood on his face, suddenly looked up and shouted at Raditz, "I'm going to kill you." Sue. Sammy, who was standing, suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Raditz. A hook smashed into Raditz, but was dodged by Raditz, who had already prepared. Raditz backhanded his body, his whole body jerked to the ground, and then his feet kicked Sammy hard again. Snap! Sammy blocked Raditz's attack with his hands in front of his chest. But the body was shocked backwards by the foot force, and it took several backflips in a row to eliminate the force. And Raditz was also shocked and slid back a few steps, leaving a mark on the stone slab. Without waiting for his body to stop, Sammy rushed forward again and punched Raditz with a set of punches. Raditz, on the other hand, resisted vigorously, and the two sides fought dozens of times in the center of the training ground of the martial arts hall. The sound of fists clashing into flesh was endless, and the people around them were stunned. In the end, Raditz failed to keep up with the opponent and was punched in the face by Sammy at the opportunity. The huge impact even took his whole person into the air and slammed into the wall of the martial arts hall. Then he fell to the ground with a click, and there was no sound for half a day. Raditz! Haha, you deserve it! The two sides made the same sound, the difference was that Belita was wailing miserably, while the young warriors were shouting excitedly. That's right! Raditz got up from the ground without incident. Slowly walked back to the field, smiled again and put on an offensive posture. Uncle's speed is very fast, I hope you continue to maintain it. You are not bad, you can actually stand up after bearing my heavy punches head on. Sammy looked solemnly at Raditz in front of him. The blow he had just hit didn't leave a hand at all. Even ordinary 6th level martial artists had to hurt for half a day and couldn't stand up. And the little ghost in front of him just lay on the ground for less than 10 seconds and stood up. His body was simply strong and terrifying. Chapter 023. Hey, hey! Life in the jungle doesn't just make me great. It also made my body a lot stronger. Raditz said with his head held high and patted his chest with a proud look on his face. A blow like the one just now will make my nose blue and face swollen at most. Sammy has no doubt about this, there are indeed many things in the jungle of death that can enhance people's physical fitness. The most common are all kinds of beasts, whose flesh and blood are good supplements. Since Raditz can live in the jungle, he can hunt a lot of fierce beasts on weekdays, and it is not surprising that his body is strong. Is it? Then you try this trick. Sammy split his feet back and forth, his right fist half clenched, and his eyes fixed on Raditz. An invisible momentum condensed in the air. Raditz, even if he was big, knew that the other party was going to make a ruthless move, and followed it to put on a defensive posture. Wine 13 slashes. Sammy suddenly accelerated towards Raditz, while his hands together in a blade-like and rapid dance, like a fast knife. Swish! The rapidly swinging hand knife stirs the air and brings gusts of whirlwind. Originally, Raditz still wanted to resist hard, try how powerful this trick is. Just as Sammy's hand knife was about to touch his hands, the whirlwind in the air slightly stung his skin. Between the electric light and flint, he thought of someone's trick, and quickly withdrew his outstretched hands. But it was still rubbed by the hand knife, and there was an extra scar on the palm that could open the mountain and crack the stone in an instant, and a little yin red oozed out from it. Sammy's hand knife is really like a fast knife, with strong cutting properties. Haha, it's quite clever. I was able to see the mystery of my 13 slashes. It's a pity that this is only the first 6 slashes, and there are more powerful 7 slashes in the back. Sammy does not forget to sarcastic his opponents in battle. The movements of his subordinates were not slow at all, and the faster he swung his pair of knives, the more he could hardly see the shadow. Only a cold light flashed in midair. Raditz, who was increasingly densely shadowed, kept retreating, compressing his dodging space step by step. A cold light flashed, and suddenly Raditz snorted, forced the pain to accelerate a few backflips out of the battlefield. This time, Sammy did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but stood in place. Hehe, it's pretty fast. It's just a pity that it's not as fast as my hand knife. Looking at Raditz's torn training clothes, a long wound gradually emerged. Sammy felt very relieved. Looking down at the wound on the chest, fortunately it was not very deep, and it stopped with a little blood. Fortunately, he moved quickly just now, and the wound was troublesome if it was deeper. After the fight just now, the training clothes were already tattered. Raditz ripped off his training clothes that had turned into rotten strips of cloth and threw them aside. Bareless upper body, back, chest and arms. Almost everywhere there are one or several scars, shallow and deep, and some can be seen at first glance as the claws of a beast. These are wounds left from fighting beasts in the jungle of death, where there is no treatment room and only scars. Raditz didn't feel anything, but the others were shocked to sketch a picture, a little ghost alone in the jungle of death fighting beasts for a little food. No wonder he's so powerful, he really is a wild child. The young warrior who wanted to find trouble just now looked at the scars on Raditz's upper body, and looked down on the other party even more in his heart. In his opinion, wild children, like savage beasts, are inferior species. And this lowly species actually hurt his fellow master brothers, which is simply despising his own martial arts hall. The other party should apologize with death. Here, Raditz took off his training clothes, moved his hands and feet, and stepped forward again to prepare for battle. Hehe, I don't even plan to give up. To be honest, if you hadn't annoyed me just now, I would still be willing to continue to accept you as an apprentice. But now it seems that you obviously don't have good judgment and even want to fight me. Sammy saw Raditz walking towards him again, and couldn't help but shake his head, with a look of regret. Raditz plucked his ears and looked impatient. I said, you really have a lot of nonsense. Do you still want to fight? In the end, it is a wild child, and there is no upbringing at all. Then let me teach you a lesson for your parents. Sammy's body disappeared again, and the disappearing hand knife reappeared. This time, Sammy seems to want to completely solve Raditz, and he will go all out from the beginning. The cold hand knife was denser than just now, and Raditz seemed to be in a stalemate again. The scene of defeat just now seems to be about to be repeated again. You neglected the solace of your feet. Raditz suddenly smiled at Sammy, his body jerked short, and disappeared. What? Just when Sammy was wondering, he suddenly felt that his feet were hit by something, and his body involuntarily threw himself forward. Because of his 13 slashes, his speed was very fast. Losing balance is a kind of thing, and in normal times, he can quickly recover by adjusting the center of gravity of his body. Now more time and attention are needed. Apparently Raditz wouldn't give it to him, and just as Sammy flew out a few meters away and was about to adjust his center of gravity, he suddenly felt his feet being caught. A bad premonition appeared in his mind, and then he felt a whirlwind, and his head made intimate contact with the floor. Bang bang bang! Raditz tugged at Sammy's naked feet, using him as a hammer to beat him back and forth. Everyone! Syllable. It took him a dozen back and forth before letting go. Sammy had collapsed to the ground, and the stone slabs around him had been torn apart, and the cracks had even extended for more than 10 meters. Master! Several warriors shouted, but none of them dared to step forward to check the situation. Even their master couldn't beat them, and going up by himself was completely sent to death. Raditz looked at Sammy lying on the ground and did not leave. His chi has not dissipated, that is, he is not dead. Moreover, chi is also getting stronger and stronger, even exceeding the strongest value just shown. If Raditz Scott were still there, he would have found that Sammy's battle value had soared to 183 at this time. Sand. Suddenly, Raditz put on a defensive stance. Sammy, who had been lying on the ground for a while, stood up slowly. Just like Raditz just now, he also tore off the martial arts uniform on his upper body. As Raditz thought, Sammy was unharmed except for some scrapes and bruises. To be honest, I was surprised. Sammy's tone was calm. And he did not show the same anger as just now. Whether it's strength, speed, and timing, you've outdone most people. I believe that if it is not me who is standing here today, but other 6th level martial artists, I am afraid that I will really lose. Oh? Is it? I think you're talking big. Raditz was dismissive, but his body was secretly tense, ready to defend. Sammy laughed at this, and he continued, "It's a pity that you met me. Today, I will let you see what is the real strong." Bang! Syllable. Boom! Before the words fell, Raditz felt a huge force hit his face. His whole body involuntarily flew up and hit one side of the wall and fell down. Damn it! I can't even see the movement. Raditz cursed secretly in his heart. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him, "It's really slow." Raditz didn't turn his head, kicked back with one foot, and was easily blocked by the opponent without thinking. Sammy grabbed Raditz's right foot and lifted him straight up. "Little ghost, this is just the beginning, don't worry," Sammy whispered to Raditz. Only a bang was heard, and Raditz was thrown against the wall again. Before he could land, Sammy appeared in front of him. Bang bang! It's like punching sandbags. Sammy pressed Raditz directly against the wall and crackled a series of attacks, all of which fell on Raditz without landing. It took more than a minute, and the solid wall was smashed into a big hole. And Raditz is deeply embedded inside. Pull Raditz out of the wall and carry it upside down in front of him. "Hey! Isn't this our little warrior Raditz? Why is it so miserable?" Sammy exclaimed in amazement. And Raditz, who was beaten at the moment, had a blue nose and a swollen face, but did not have the strength to answer his words. The series of heavy blows just now had exceeded his tolerance. At this moment, his body has been injured in many places, and his face has been opened, and his nose and swollen face are already considered to be good. How did his combat power suddenly increase so much? Raditz expected Sammy's combat effectiveness to increase by about 30 at most. As long as it breaks out completely, it is not impossible to fight. But in fact, Sammy's combat effectiveness has directly soared by nearly double. "Hey! That's interesting." Raditz suddenly spoke, and then bent down hard and punched Sammy in the face. "Sammy! You're looking for your own death." Sammy let out a low growl. Throwing Raditz into the sky again, he jumped up past Raditz and kicked him in the waist. Bang! Raditz, who fell rapidly, directly smashed the hard stone floor into a big pit. Fragmented rubble scattered and smashed the mirrors on the walls. And Sammy, who fell from a height, threw Raditz again with a leg whip when he fell. Smashed Raditz out of the pit hard. Poof! Raditz, who was in a coma, spat out a mouthful of blood, wailed in pain a few times, and fell into a coma again. Feeling that Raditz's aura had been reduced to the extreme, Sammy knew that he had been hit hard. However, he did not intend to let Raditz go. He was beaten just now, it was too humiliating, and he had to kill the other party to be able to relieve his anger. Raditz! Hiding on the side, Birida finally overcame her inner fear and ran over to check on Raditz's condition. "Get out of the way!" Sammy stood by and yelled at Birida. "I don't." Birida looked at Sammy with a stubborn look on her face, looking like death. "That one can't complain about me. Just solve you, only the half-leper ghost is left to clean up." Sammy raised his hand and was about to strike, when a series of flashing lights sounded coldly on the side. He looked back and saw that there were many people gathered outside the martial arts hall, including several reporter-like people taking pictures. "Damn journalists!" With a scolding, Sammy withdrew his hand. "Now is not a good time to kill. I'm sorry, although Raditz is a child, his fighting skills are not weaker than ordinary 6th level martial artists. I'm sorry I lost my hand and injured him. I'll ask people to send some money later, which is considered as the cost of treatment." Sammy beckoned, called a disciple over, and ordered him to go down. Only then did he put on the martial arts clothes sent by the disciples and walked out of the martial arts hall. The reporters outside were afraid of the identity of the other party and did not dare to step forward to block the inquiry. Not long after, the alarm of the ambulance sounded outside the martial arts hall, and Raditz, who was seriously injured and unconscious, was taken to a nearby hospital. Chapter 024. That evening, the local television station in Gerland reported the exchange that took place in the Zingg Martial Arts Hall. Raditz, who was just a child, was able to fight with the 6th level warrior Sammy for so long, and although he lost in the end, it was still amazing. At that time, a student of the martial arts hall took a video up close, although the picture was not very clear due to various factors. But its wonderful content has been unanimously recognized by online games. When a martial arts senior pointed out that Sammy's final combat power had exceeded the 6th level and was recognized by Sammy, the internet was even more boiling. You must know that although the martial arts are prevalent on the Karam star, there are still very few top-notch forces. In addition to the recognized 3 martial kings, there are only 12 8th-level martial artists, 33 7th-level martial artists, and nearly 3,000 6th-level martial artists in the world. These martial artists have been accumulated in the past 10 years, except for the martial artists before the Big War. On average, it is a 7th-level martial artist a year. In the past 2 years, there have been no new 7th-level martial artists, and Sammy has suddenly jumped from a well-known martial arts hall owner in the Garland district to a global martial arts star. This was something that no one expected, even Sammy was a little surprised. Blade Martial Arts Hall, Sammy's base camp. Originally, I was still thinking that the whole card would be exposed, and the tournament in a month might not be able to attract the attention of the Martial Arts Alliance. Now it seems that worrying is superfluous. According to my current popularity, the core of entering the Martial Arts Alliance is a safe and proper thing. But in this way, the kid in the hospital can't move. For Raditz, Sammy's resentment is very deep. It's okay, let you go for now. After the tournament, the attention is reduced before solving you. When the time comes, it will be easy to become the high level of the Martial Arts Alliance, and it will be easy to clean up a wild child of yours. Small town hospital. It was late at night, and Belita had just talked to the attending physician in the intensive care ward. Raditz was badly injured, breaking 5 ribs, but fortunately did not enter his lungs. A crushing fracture of the calf bone of the left leg that requires a long time to recover. Standing outside the ward, Berita still remembered the words in her mind, although it is not life-threatening, the injury to her left leg is too serious. Even if it is rehabilitated, it may be lame. It may not be convenient to act later. Although the doctor said it tactfully, she still understood what he meant. Raditz is likely to become a cripple after recovering, and whether he can practice martial arts in the future is still a problem. For a martial artist, it is uncomfortable not to be able to practice martial arts without killing him. Belita could already foresee how Raditz would behave when she learned the news. Can't tell him. Although they have only been together for a short time, Berita already regards Raditz as her own brother. Quietly entering the hospital room, looking at Raditz, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed, she suddenly felt that she should do something for him. By the way, I remember my uncle once said that he had an herbal formula for treating injuries. It is especially effective for fractured injuries and may be able to heal Raditz's injuries. As soon as Berita thought of this, she couldn't wait to leave the ward to find her uncle. Raditz, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the door of the ward in silence. In fact, he had already woken up, but he had been adjusting the internal energy to repair the wounds in his body, and he had no time to take care of the situation outside. He also heard the doctor's words, but he didn't care about them. Not to mention the Scion's strong physical fitness and resilience, but the physical cultivation of the body training technique will not make his injury like this. And Berita's performance was also seen by him. I'll compensate her later. With a silent recitation in his heart, Raditz once again poured all his energy into his body. The body forging technique is a technique developed by gathering all the forces of the alliance. It completely converts the energy of the food that Raditz eats into his stomach, and then stores it deep in the body. Usually released little by little to contain Raditz's body, injuries will also speed up energy output and recover injuries. This is... Suddenly, Raditz, who was concentrating on repairing his injuries, felt as if there was something more in his body. Raditz struggled to sense the strange things that appeared in his body. This kind of thing is very small, it can't be seen with the naked eye, but it can be felt by him, similar to qi. It seems to be an energy, but it is different from qi. If qi is the energy contained in the human body, it is very gentle. Then this thing that appeared in Raditz's perception seemed very violent. It's like a violent person, rioting all the time. As he deepened his observations, Raditz found that these little things had many similarities with qi, an intangible, energetic one, with fluctuations. It should also be a kind of qi. However, lying on the bed, Raditz gradually released his spiritual power outward to perceive the outside world. Not only in his body, but also in his ward, in the small garden outside, and even in Genj hospital, this qi was everywhere. Farther away, it was out of his perception range, but it was conceivable that there should also be Zhong qi outside. Could it be said that this qi is the energy that freezes on the planet? It is a kind of heaven and earth vitality, or what is called magic element in the magical world. In fact, when watching Dragon Ball, he always had a question. In the Super Saiyan stage, in the late stage of Dragon Ball, the combat power is getting stronger and stronger, and it is a battle to destroy the planet at every turn. But the power or energy exerted by the Dragon Ball warriors is not very in line with the law of energy, although this is the world of manga, just to complete this setting. After all, the power contained in the human body is very limited, and it is impossible to eat a few meals to replenish the energy that can destroy the planet. Now it seems that it is because of this qi. After trying to condense Qigong waves, Raditz found out. When he begins to condense qi, the qi in the air will also follow the gathering Zia Qigong waves. As this qi pours in, the more fluctuations the Qigong waves exhibit. After a while, the free qi sides in the air no longer gathered, and seemed to have reached some kind of limit. Dispersing the gathered Qigong bombs, Raditz fell into deep thought. The Dragon Ball world is actually very rich. There is the demon world, there is hell heaven, there is the southeast, northwest galaxy, there are all kinds of intelligent creatures, and even a collection of grievances, evil energy bodies, evil dragons, Majin Bu. But these are all just passing and not much to describe. There are still many things unknown in this world, even if he has the Dragon Ball plot of his past life. This qi that is free in the air originally exists, but no one notices it. Maybe gods like the king of the realm knew, but they didn't care. Just as we know that there is air all around us, we will not pay attention to it unless there are special circumstances. Collect flowers. It's so little, for the sake of me being so updated on time. And it doesn't cost money. Chapter 025. In fact, the original qi that Raditz perceives is the product of the Big Bang at the beginning of the formation of the seventh universe. Just like the fairy qi of the fairy world and the magic elements of the magic world, it is all over the universe, everywhere, even the dead primordial mineral star, and exists in the barren space of the universe. It's just that the density of the distribution is different, and the more angry the planetary gas, the denser the original gas. Correspondingly, the more powerful the biological individuals on this planet are, and the two complement each other. Raw qi is a higher level of energy than qi. It's just that compared to qi, it is more violent, difficult to detect and use. Only the gods of the realm king can control it by relying on their special status. The more powerful the god, the more powerful his control over the original qi is. Perhaps it was the relationship between the spiritual power contained in the mother's nest when he was reborn, and the original chi that could not have been detected was detected by Raditz in advance. However, he was only aware of it, and he still did not know how to use him. After many attempts, Raditz finally gave up control of the original chi and focused on his injured body instead. There was still more than a month to go before the tournament was about to begin, and he wanted to recover quickly and participate. He won't waste this great opportunity to interact with people. The next time will be 2 years from now, and he won't be on this planet that long. The energy transformed by the body forging technique continues to nourish the injury, and the injured muscles and ruptured blood vessels in the body have been basically repaired. Even the broken ribs and left leg bone are still recovering slowly. It's no wonder, after all, as the old saying goes, it's 100 days to break your bones. Even the strong physique of the science and the yu-yang energy of the forging technique will not heal the fractures for a while. At this rate, it would only take 2 weeks for 5 ribs to heal. However, the calf bone of the left leg is more difficult. After all, comminuted fractures are not ordinary fractures. Raditz looked inside and found that the condition of the left leg bone was more serious than expected. The tibia of the left calf bone had been shattered into 8 pieces by Sammy's last blow, and the fibula was even shattered into more than 24 pieces. Sammy is really ruthless. Because of the movement during the battle and medical treatment, some bone pieces of the fibula have been misaligned, and even the surrounding muscles and nerves have been cut. Raditz had to do the bone pieces back into place himself, and the destroyed blood vessels and the like were restored one by one. When he was about to mobilize energy to recover from his injuries, he found that there was no extra energy in his body. The series of actions and healing injuries just now had exhausted the energy in Bai's body. There is no way, and now it is the middle of the night and there is no way to find food. In addition, the day's fighting and healing injuries had exhausted Raditz, and he fell into a deep sleep after a while. For the next few days, Raditz lay in the hospital to recuperate. In order to heal his injuries faster and gain energy, he began to shake his arms and eat fiercely. The standard nutritious meals in the hospital are eaten 20 servings a meal, and 20 servings each in the morning, noon, and evening. You must know that the nutritious meals rationed by the hospital are for warriors, and ordinary adults cannot eat them at all. In particular, Raditz's crazy way of eating, as if he hadn't eaten for 10 days and a half a month, a whole roast chicken was eaten in 3 or 2 clicks, and the whole basin of water was also drunk. Originally, the doctor was still worried that his body could not stand it and would become fat. Who knew that the thinner Raditz ate, the more he ate, the paler his face became. This frightened them, and they hurriedly carried out various examinations on Raditz, but found nothing. If you find out, you'll have to find out. Looking at the busy doctors and nurses, Raditz secretly had fun. When being examined, to avoid exposure, wrap the inside of the body with chi. The results speak for themselves, and the doctors couldn't detect anything unusual at all. Raditz's face was pale because he took all the food he ate to treat his injuries, and only a small part of it was retained to maintain his physical functions. The effect was very obvious, and in just over a week, most of the broken ribs in the body had healed. But the left leg bone still doesn't work. Because of the severity of the injury, the left leg bone still has no tendency to heal. At this rate, it is simply impossible to heal before the tournament. Damn Sammy! At that time, I didn't know where to hit, but it was the calf bone. Raditz smashed angrily at the cabinet next to the hospital bed, and where the cabinet of synthetic plates could withstand his blow, it was suddenly smashed, and some of the things on it were scattered all over the place. What's wrong? Get up on the wrong side of the bed? Just then, Belita pushed the door in. It's just that I'm a little irritable, how can I have time today? Approaching the tournament, the martial arts hall is also busier. Many students are stepping up their practice, and Belita should be the busiest at this time. Berita grinned at him and flashed away. The little boy bowed, who showed his back probe and probed his brain. Deka and other martial arts practitioners also looked inside. Everyone came to see you, and I took the opportunity to give myself a holiday. Okay, let's all come in, Raditz is bored to be alone. Belita beckoned the martial arts practitioners to come in. The little guy's usual skewers and jumps up and down can't do it, so Belita can still discipline it. And now in front of Raditz, it is very well behaved, and I have to say that one thing descends one thing. Raditz has also been quite bored lately, and it's not bad to have them to chat with. During this period, I also learned some about the competition from them. Because the headquarters of the Martial Arts League was established in the place where the heroine defeated General Drasso, the venue of the competition was also placed there. It was on another continent, and most of the people who participated in the race had already traveled by plane and cruise from all over the world. Abominable! Why can't we go? We have to say that we need a first-level martial artist to go. Little Bully Deca clenched his fists and said with an angry face. Belita touched his head and said with a smile, "The conference is also for the sake of your safety, so many warriors gathered together, it is easy to cause chaos. Moreover, the competition field is so large that there are not so many people seated. Moreover, the Martial Arts Alliance also randomly screens the list of non-martial artists online. If you are selected, you can also participate. That's only 200,000. Deca kept scratching his hair in anger. You must know that the population of Karamstar is more than 7 billion. Compared to the huge base, 200,000 is indeed quite low. In this way, everyone chatted casually, and Raditz's mood was much better, even if he didn't talk much. Half an hour later, the doctor came to tell them to leave, and everyone reluctantly left. After a few more days, the injury in his left leg finally showed signs of healing, but the healing rate was really slow. Raditz had no choice but to work in a hospital bed. On this day, Belita mysteriously pushed a wheelchair to him and took him to a hospital room. In the ward, a huge wooden barrel was placed, and the white and hot steam was constantly bubbling inside. There was an unpleasant smell of herbs in the air. Hey, hey! Shocked, it took me a lot of work to get it. Hurry up and sit in, hurry up, the medicinal bath is about to be ready. At Berida's urging, Raditz took off her shirt and put it into a barrel. Sitting in, I found that the barrel was sprinkled with various herbs, and under the white mist was a dark medicinal liquid. In the center of the barrel was placed a high bench by the caring Berida, on which Raditz sat just enough to expose her chin to the water. When Raditz was ready, Belita began to heat up in a large cauldron under the barrel, and soon the steaming white mist submerged Raditz. Hope it works. Berida prayed secretly. The temperature of the liquid quickly increased, and some of the ingredients in the liquid entered Raditz's body along the pores that had opened due to the increase in temperature. The hot liquid made Raditz, who was sitting in the barrel, flush his whole body, and a little sweat kept running down his body and dripping into the liquid. Soon, Raditz felt a warm feeling begin to appear in some injured areas of his body. And the more badly injured the place, the more obvious the feeling of warmth. Gradually, as more and more medicinal essences entered the body, the comfort of the body became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the ribs in the body began to feel numb. Useful. Raditz was overjoyed in his heart, and quickly sank his mind and began to speed up the absorption of medicinal liquid by his body. Soon there was also a tingling sensation in the left foot, and it became more and more intense. When a certain limit is reached, the tingling sensation changes abruptly, and the broken ribs suddenly become extremely itchy. Well, Raditz endured the itch, which he knew was a sign that his ribs were beginning to heal. He had to hold back, and if his body moved at this time, he might misalign his healing ribs. Not long after, there was also a sharp itching pain in the left foot. Raditz. For the sake of the game, in order to enhance the combat effectiveness, Raditz can only endure. But this itch. It's really uncomfortable. As time passed, the water in the barrel had been added twice, and the liquid became lighter and lighter. It was almost dawn outside, and Belita had not slept all night, and she was forced to endure sleepiness to maintain the temperature of the liquid in the barrel. When the last bit of herbal essence in the barrel was absorbed by Raditz and the bones no longer felt numb, Raditz opened his eyes. Chapter 026. How? Is it better? Barita hurried to Raditz and helped him out of the barrel. He patted Xiong's mouth, and joy couldn't help but jump on his face. Raditz exclaimed happily, "Haha, it works really well. I feel that Xiong's mouth is no longer painful, and it seems to heal well. The left foot seems to be able to move too." By tiptoeing, the left foot, which was originally immobile, can be easily moved. That's good. Belita smiled gratifyingly. Then he yawned heavily, sleepy. I haven't slept all night, I'll send you back first, and then go to rest. Someone will clean it up later. Raditz was then taken back to the hospital room, while Beta found a place to make up the payment. Lie on the hospital bed and carefully feel the situation in the body. The broken ribs are still all healed, only a trace remains, and I believe that it will be completely healed in a few days. The more serious left leg bone has also healed nearly half, and if you take 2 more of this medicinal bath, I believe that it will be completely healed. Coupled with the nurturing effect of the exercise, Raditz is confident that he will recover before the match. Without this concern, Raditz's focus is no longer on the injury. Now he is basically healed, and every time the scion recovers from his injuries, his combat effectiveness will be improved. Carefully feeling the qi in the body, it seems that it has really improved a lot. However, it is not yet certain how much it has improved, so wait until the body is healed to find a place to test it. After steaming the medicinal bath all night, Raditz also couldn't stay up a little, and fell asleep after eating an excessive breakfast. Fast forward a month, and Raditz's injuries have healed and can be discharged. During this month, Belita came twice and gave Raditz 2 medicated baths. Thanks to her Raditz's injuries, she was able to heal, but she seemed exhausted every time she visited. It seems that the materials needed for the medicinal bath are not simple. The herbs that can quickly heal bone injuries should not be ordinary herbs, and it is estimated that Belita either went into the mountains to collect them herself or exchanged them with others. In that case, then I will come back with the championship of the tournament. I heard that the champion has a reward of nearly 10 million soles, and there are quite a few other places. With this money, the owner's injuries can be treated. Following Belita back to the martial arts hall, the students in the martial arts hall seemed to be there, and everyone held a party in the martial arts hall to celebrate Raditz's recovery. After dinner, Raditz began his restorative training in the training ground of the martial arts gym. After lying in bed for more than a month, my body has deteriorated a little. You have to get your body moving, squats, push-ups, frog jumps. Raditz seems to be back to a simple exercise life in the jungle of death. 2 nights later, Raditz came alone to the forest behind the martial arts hall. Although it is close to the town, there are occasionally some beasts here, and basically no one comes here at night, but you can use it to your fullest. Searching for a clearing, Raditz stood in the middle, calming down. At night, the mountain wind is very strong, blowing through the branches and leaves of the trees and making all kinds of strange sounds. Suddenly, Raditz suddenly opened his eyes, shouted. And his body rushed forward. Bang! The lightning-fast fist slammed into a tree more than 1 person thick. The huge force made the whole tree tremble uncontrollably, some dead leaves, branches swayed and fell. Bang bang! The speed of the fist became faster and faster, and the fist rained down on the tree. The seemingly sturdy tree pole was opened by Raditz in less than 2 seconds. With a boom, the tree slowly fell like a drunken drunk. Without stopping for a moment, Raditz kicked the ground with both feet again, jumped back, and rolled over to another tree, and his newly recovered left foot swept sharply towards the large tree that was not much smaller than just now. Bang! Click! The tree broke directly from the place where it was hit. The crackling roar kept coming from the woods and even reaching the town. Some residents got up in the middle of the night to see if another beast came out of the mountains. Fortunately, the loud noise soon disappeared, and the residents who found nothing had to go home, but everyone closed the doors and windows tightly to prevent the beast from coming down the mountain to attack. After warming up in the forest, Raditz stood on a broken boulder. Ah! Boom! An invisible momentum instantly appeared around Raditz, and the small gravel and branches around him flew out as if swept by invisible big hands. Drink! Raditz jumped violently from the boulder, and the boulder under his feet cracked again by his kick. Under the reaction force, his body rushed forward. 10 meters ahead, a cliff facing tens of meters high stood there. Raditz's clenched right fist, which was in mid-air, retreated a little further, and then slammed into the cliff. Bang! Boom! The explosive fist slammed into the mountain, and a hollow of nearly 5 meters appeared directly on the solid cliff. With a click, cracked rock crevices in the cliff face plunged deep into the mountain, and pieces of rubble slipped from the cliff face and fell into the forest below. For a while, the chaotic world was scattered and dusty. The roar of this heavy punch was transmitted to the town through the reflection of the cliff, and even the sleeping townspeople thought it was a thunderbolt, muttering and getting up to collect their clothes. Phew, looks like it's recovering well. Raditz, who was floating in mid-air, looked at the huge crater on the mountain with a satisfied look on his face. The combat effectiveness has increased by nearly 20%, and it is estimated that it is now almost 150. According to the strength of Karam Star, it seems to be the appearance of a 7th-level martial artist. But getting to the final should be a certainty. Although it is still a little worse than Sammy, if I burst with all my strength, at least I will not be as embarrassed as last time. It's almost time to go back. Falling to the ground, Raditz ran towards the direction of the Star River Martial Arts Hall. After all, the air dance art belongs to high-end martial arts, and it is better not to expose it at this time. When he returned to the martial arts hall, Raditz found that Belita was waiting for him, and the pavilion owner, who had never appeared, was also there. You made up the movement on the mountain just now, right? Looks like it's recovering well. Belita looked at Raditz and asked expectantly. Nodding, Raditz admitted, I want to test whether my combat effectiveness has retreated. It seems that no, if there are no accidents. It is not a problem to enter the top 10,000. That's good, that's good. Ahem, the pavilion owner continued to speak, but without thinking about it, he caused the injury and began to cough non-stop. Belita on the side quickly helped him pat his back, and after a while, the pavilion owner waved at her, okay. Today the doctor told me that now my physical condition is not suitable for going far away. This time I won't go to the competition site, you guys have to come on. Don't worry. I will definitely be in the top 10,000. Maybe you can even get a place. Raditz snapped. Belita and the pavilion owner thought he was young and vigorous, and they didn't care. You must know that 10,000 may seem far behind, but you must know that there are more than 300,000 warriors participating in the competition around the world. This is still brushing off some numbers in cases where age and strength clearly do not match. The strength shown by Raditz is at most level 5, and it is already very good to be able to enter the first 10,000 to keep the martial arts badge. I'll surprise you then. Early the next morning, Belita took Raditz in a hovercar to Shanghai, the second largest city in the Gurland district. From there, they will fly to the Hero Continent. Chapter 027. Ding! Dear travelers and friends, we have arrived at the Hero Continent. Now you can see what's happening outside through the windows around you and the visual screens inside the cabin. The flight will arrive at its terminal in half an hour, Hero City. If you need anything, you can also press the button next to your seat and we'll help you shortly. 4 hours later, a crisp female voice sounded in the cabin, and sleeping passengers woke up from their sleep yawning. Yikes! The curtains on both sides of the cabin were pulled open at once, and passengers probed their heads to look down. Wow! What a spectacular! Martial Arts Hall Ichabadeka lay on the window and shouted excitedly. I said, how could it be so coincidental? he would make a flight with us. Raditz looked at the shouting Decca speechlessly, with a helpless expression. Since getting acquainted, this guy is not as afraid of himself as before. Because this is all arranged by the Martial Arts Alliance. Several other martial arts practitioners sitting in front turned their heads to look at Raditz. Coincidentally, just a week before leaving, 6 students from the Martial Arts Hall were selected to participate in this competition. And the ticket of the Martial Arts Hall is also provided by the Martial Arts Alliance, so it is. Raditz glanced outside the cabin. At this time, the height of the aircraft is about 800 meters, and although ordinary people cannot see the face clearly, they can see the arrangement below. I saw that the streets and alleys were all illuminated, and there were hundreds of holiday balloons floating in the sky, all colors, which looked colorful. Several giant red balloons even flew up to 200 or 300 meters high, with all kinds of banners and advertisements hanging on them. There are also various small hovering vehicles in the sky that drive according to their own flight trajectories, which look very prosperous. Raditz noticed that at intervals above the ground there would be a large open-air display screen on which some workers were working intensively. It was a broadcast screen for the game, for those who couldn't go to the scene. Perhaps sensing Raditz's doubts, Birita on the side explained to him. It's really willing to spend money. According to this density, I am afraid that the entire hero continent will have millions of transit stations. After watching for a while, everyone lost interest and began to return to their seats to chat, only Decca continued to observe with interest. Soon the female purser's prompt voice sounded again in the cabin, and the plane finally began to land. The hero city arrived. Tournament, I'm coming! Raditz shouted inwardly. Because it was a special plane of the Martial Arts Hall Alliance bag, everyone was taken to the hotel as soon as they got off the plane. After putting things away, Belita took Raditz to sign up, while the other trainees went out to play together. The hotel is also some distance from the venue of the competition, which you need to get to by car. With less than 5 days to go before the competition began, it was already crowded. All kinds of martial arts uniforms make people look dazzled, and almost everyone looks very fierce. There were also some humanoid races, and Raditz saw a guy with a crocodile head walking in front of him. A few rabbits about his height jumped on the ground and left the hotel in a hovercar. After waiting for a long time, they still did not wait for the hovercar, and just as the two were about to walk over, a hovercar suddenly stopped beside them. A little girl poked her little head out of the rolled-down window and shouted at Raditz, "Are you Raditz from the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall?" When she saw Raditz nodding, the little girl happily turned around and shouted at the man driving, "Dad is Raditz. It's really Raditz. Come up, we're just going to the venue." Raditz looked at Birita, who shrugged and smiled and got into the hovercar, and he had to follow. Soon, the hovercar left the parking area and entered the lane in the air, heading towards the huge martial arts hall in front. "How old are you? Have you really lived in the jungle of death for several years? Are there man-eating monsters in there? Did you knock them down?" Along the way, the little girl threw out a question that almost caused Raditz to live in the tree chief. Fortunately, Belita is very good at coaxing children, and after a while, her attention is diverted, and the one of the two sisters is intimate. Time gradually passed in the speeding of the hovercar, and after 10 minutes, the group finally saw the venue. From the air, the entire arena is a silver-gray oval with a low middle and high sides. The venue also features high arched shelves with various cable-stayed steel ropes intertwined with banners hanging from them. One of the most striking is the banner with yellow letters on a black background, "Tribute to the Great Heroine." Tell you, this venue is enough for 210,057 people. It's the biggest justing tube on our Karam star. The little girl introduced Birita, but her eyes glanced at Raditz on the side from time to time. Wow! Linda knew so well. Birita looked surprised, making the little girl giggle. That's because my dad built this venue. My dad was the best designer and engineer. Linda proudly announced to the two. Linda's father, who had been silent, was also amused to laugh softly, and it could be seen that his father did not like to talk very much. The hovercar quickly fell, perhaps because of Linda's daddy position. The hovercar did not wait in line like other cars, but entered the venue through a special passage on the side. Thanks to this, the Raditz duo also saved time in line. When it's time to part, Linda needs to follow her dad to the office, while Raditz and the two need to sign up. Under the reluctant gaze of the little girl, Belita left her contact information and the room number of the tavern, which made the little girl turn from cloudy to sunny. "Why don't you smile? You see how much Linda likes you, and you don't talk to people." Belita began to criticize Raditz. "My father is the designer and engineer who presides over the Martial Arts Alliance competition. If you marry his daughter, you will not have to worry about eating and drinking in the future. Besides, Linda is so cute, she must be a big beauty when she grows up." Listening to Bai Dada's nagging, Raditz thought in a trance that she had returned to the home of the Earth Alliance and was forced by her mother to go on a blind date. Oh, oh. In the sound of Birita's nagging, the two followed the signs to the registration venue. No surprise, it's still crowded. Dozens of teams register at the same time. Raditz soon saw a familiar machine on the grounds, like a giant column lying across the ground. There was a black bulge in front of the cylinder. And there was a monitor-like thing on it, and some people were waiting in line. Because of the large number of people participating in the race, for the sake of fairness, the qualifiers were conducted using dynamometers. Only the top 10,000 players can participate in the official competition. Of course, if any player feels that the strength aspect cannot enter the noun, but there are other aspects that stand out, they can also go to the designated place to test. The broadcast kept scrolling around some of the contest processes and rules. Sure enough, like the world's first martial arts association on the Earth, due to the excessive number of participants, most of the people can only be brushed off in this way. Otherwise, the qualifiers alone will take a long time. I heard that the number of participants has exceeded 1 million this year. Double last year. No, who made this the 5th? I doubt I'll ever make it through the qualifiers. Chapter 028. The qualifiers actually started a few days ago. In fact, the registration process had already started online 2 weeks ago, and now it is only a verification. At the same time, the test of the dynamometer was carried out at the same time, and nearly 100 groups of test teams were testing around the clock. Of course, there are also some strange people who live in the deep mountains and old forests who do not like to use new things such as computers, and you can also sign up separately. Regarding this aspect, the Martial Arts Alliance also takes into account. Behind the dynamometer, several huge electronic screens are constantly scrolling to display the results. Raditz glanced at the number of people and found that the number of people who participated in the test had exceeded 500,000. And this word count is constantly changing. At this rate, by the official competition may really have more than 1 million people. At the top of the electronic screen, the test results of the top 10 players are marked in red font. First place, Borna, Flying Dragon Martial Arts, 357. Second place, Rambo, Indomitable Stone Martial Arts Hall, 345. Third place, Robert, Megalithic Martial Arts Hall, 344. 10th place, none of the top 10 of Grant, Senjamin, 323 has a value lower than 320, and all the way down, the top 5,000 are all at 270. Belita had told him that there was a test of strength in the warrior's rating. The average level 3 martial artist has a value of around 170, a level 4 250, and a level 5 300 or so. That is to say, if you want to enter the top 10,000, you must at least have a 4th level strength. However, only about 300,000 people participated in the last tournament of the Martial Arts Alliance, and the competition was not very fierce. I didn't expect that this year it would increase so much at once. The number of people in the match obviously exceeded Birita's expectations, and looking at her worried look, Raditz really wanted to step forward and tell her that it was not a problem for her strength to enter the top 10,000. But she won't believe it, so let's wait until the test results come out. Around the afternoon, it was finally the turn of the two of them. Belita tested first. Although he is already an instructor in the martial arts hall, it is natural to teach students on a regular basis. But now her nervous hands and feet kept shaking, and her knuckles were even whiter. Take it easy, Birita. In this way, you will not be able to exert your strength. You know, now Decca is still waiting for you in the hotel for good news. Think about your uncle, think about the martial arts hall. Perhaps Raditz's words played a role, and Belita looked slightly better. Despite this, the people behind have already begun to shout. After all, there are very many people in line, leaving only 10 seconds for everyone. Belita had apparently timed out. Taking a deep breath, Belita walked to the dynamometer, moved her right foot back, retracted her right hand slightly, and then suddenly blasted out. Bang bang! 3 chances, Belita used up all at once. 175186201. The punch that broke out at the end turned out to be more than 200. Soon Birita's ranking came out, 8,769. A very low ranking, but already very good. After all, none of the participants in the conference are weak. Very good. Raditz nodded. This value can be said to be her extraordinary performance, and his previous estimate should be about 190. After all, she is a girl, and it has not been long since she became a level 3 martial artist. Then it's his turn. Seeing Raditz step forward, the people behind noticed that he was also a participant. What? This imp is also here to compete? Feed. I said, when will the conference of the Martial Arts Alliance allow the little fart to participate? Yes. The strong man behind Raditz asked the staff member next to him dissatisfiedly. There is no age limit for the tournament, and there is no problem with the other party's declaration materials. If you have any objections to this, you can complain to the Martial Arts Alliance. There will be specialized personnel to deal with this matter. The staff looked at him expressionlessly. The strong man listened to this official's answer, and couldn't help but snort. But when he looked at Raditz again, he laughed again. Originally, the dynamometer was for adults, and although Raditz was 1 year old, he was only about 1 meter tall. The dynamometer, on the other hand, is 1 meter and 5 meters high, and even with the arm, it can only barely reach the bottom. Would you like to move a bench later? A female worker next to the dynamometer kindly reminded. Shaking his head, Raditz jumped slightly, and his body soared nearly a meter into the air, just facing the force gauge. Without any mud and water, Raditz swung his right fist over. Bang! Ring the bell. The dynamometer suddenly chimed loudly, and bright red values flashed. 360. 380. 411. The 3 values are higher than the other, and each one is higher than the original first place. Oh my God! The staff around and the warriors waiting for the test were all stunned by this value. The strong man who spoke before looked like a ghost. This value can only be played by a 5th level martial artist at least. This little devil has a 5th level strength? Could it be that the dynamometer is wrong? The staff member on the side said casually, and then went up and gave a punch himself. 192. Didn't go wrong? But how could such a big imp have such a high value? Ah! I remembered, he was Raditz. The little ghost who fought against the Sami Pavilion owner some time ago. Isn't he still wearing the Dao uniform of the Zing Martial Arts Hall? Someone in the crowd suddenly recognized Raditz. The staff checked the information and it was really him. Then it's okay, since it is Raditz who should have this strength. After all, a person who fought against a 7th level martial artist for several minutes would have died long ago without 5th level strength. Doesn't it mean he was badly injured? But he looks really young, younger than my son. The crowd buzzed and began to discuss, but it had nothing to do with Raditz. The rankings on the big screen have changed. First place, Raditz, Galaxy Marshall Hall, 411. Second place, Borna, Flying Dragon Marshall Hall, 357. Third place, Rambo, Indomitable Stone Marshall Hall, 345. Fourth place, Robert, Megalithic Marshall Hall, 344. The original first place has become the second place, and the ranking of the latter people has also decreased by 1 place. Hurry up and find a place to eat, I'm starving to death. Ignoring the crowd who rushed up to ask for a group photo, Raditz dragged Birida out of the crowd to find something to eat. Birida felt like she was dreaming at the moment. Although she knew that Raditz was powerful, she never thought that she would be so powerful. 411 First looking at the red shining zinged martial arts hall on the big screen, Belita felt that she was willing to die now. It didn't take long for news of Raditz to get around. In fact, no one deliberately spread it, but the first place hanging high is too conspicuous. And the protagonist is a child who fought against the martial arts genius Sammy a month ago. A few things come together, and it's hard not to catch fire. Chapter 029. The Raditz and his wife wandered the snack street on the edge of the venue for more than an hour, eating almost all kinds of food. This time get in the hovercar back to the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, they were surrounded by 6 Deca people. Wow! Raditz, you are number 1. First Haha! Our Galaxy Martial Arts Hall is famous. Haha! Ooh! The excitement of the little ones infected Birida. The double pressure of being coveted because of his uncle's treatment expenses and martial arts badge has now all been removed at once. Birida burst into tears. Now the students are stupid, you look at me, I look at you, I don't know how to be good. In the end, I could only set my sights on Raditz. Raditz couldn't help but roll her eyes, this kind of thing depends on what I do. Words, Birida. Shouldn't you have reported the good news to the owner? Birida, who was still crying, reacted when she heard this, and quickly turned on the video phone to contact her uncle. Really? Haha, that's great. Soon, the owner's happy voice came over the phone. The two chatted for a long time, and the others returned to their respective rooms in amusement. Raditz went to the training room of the tavern alone, and when he first checked in, the waiter told them that there would be a large training room on every 3rd floor of the hotel, which was specially prepared for warriors. When he came here, there were already more than a dozen warriors training in the training room. It seems that he is not the only hard-working person. Looking for a corner, Raditz began his daily training. The others in the training room quickly noticed him and gathered together to whisper. Isn't this Raditz? Didn't expect him to stay in this hotel. Is he really a 5th-level martial artist? I can't see it. There were doubts. But when Raditz did 3,000 one-handed push ups in one go, everyone shut up. And the next variety of compounds, all-round exercise methods and high-intensity training volume, super high completion efficiency let them see what is called devil training. In the past, they always thought that they had trained hard, and their training goals were completed on a regular basis. But now look at Raditz, he is simply a child. People can train for half an hour on their own. No wonder people became 5th-level martial artists at a young age. Stimulated by Raditz, other people in the training room also increased their training volume, not wanting to be looked down upon by others. This disappointed the long-awaited Raditz on the side, and he thought that he could come out with 1 or 2 dragon sets to loosen his bones. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that Raditz left the training room and returned to his room, and after washing, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to reflect on the day's training process, checking for gaps. On the other side, Sammy, who had just come into contact with the high level of the Martial Arts Alliance, returned to the hotel with a happy face. But the report of his subordinates made his face suddenly sank. Damn it! Apparently broke his left leg. How is it possible to recover so quickly? Sammy was smashing in the room, and he couldn't understand why Raditz had healed so quickly. Unless there is a panacea, a panacea? Sammy suddenly remembered that his master had once equipped a medicinal bath for his senior brother in his generation. The effect of that medicine still makes him unforgettable. I knew that old immortal left things to him. After cursing a few times, Sammy took out a delicate phone from his waist, thought about it, and finally dialed a number. Adults disturbed. Right. Good. Understand, the person on the other end of the phone seemed very unusual. Sammy, who is usually crazy and can't do it, is at this moment as soft as a kitten, speaking softly. Hanging up the phone, Sammy closed his eyes and thought for a long time, and when he opened his eyes again, a cold light shot out from inside. Let you be arrogant for a while, wait for the game to end, hum. For the next few days, Raditz trained in the hotel's training room and did not go out for a day. Even if some fans chased in and asked for a group photo to autograph, he didn't care, and his whole body and mind were thrown into training. As expected, as the date of the match approached, more and more strong players began to appear. The top few thousand on the list are refreshed every day, and the top 100 change every few minutes. The original first and second places have long been in the past, and it is estimated that 1,000 or 2,000 people are now circling there. Belita fell unexpectedly to 10,000, but fortunately with Raditz on top, she didn't care. The day before the match, Raditz's record was broken. And also a teenage girl. He was stunned when he heard the news, but quickly returned to training. There is no competition yet, this ranking is useless, just enter the official competition. If it weren't for the peace of mind for Belita, he wouldn't have been exposed so quickly. The evening before the official race begins, and the dynamometer rankings outside the stadium are crowded and lively. According to the tradition, from 6 o'clock in the evening until the dynamometer is turned off in the early hours of the morning. This period is the test time for 5th and 6th level martial artists. In the past, high-level martial artists who were rarely seen would appear en masse. Here it comes, it's Karna of Senjuman 430. The crowd suddenly stirred. Looney of the Rock Martial Hall 423. The Discman of the Fluctuations 438. One 5th level martial artist after another appeared, and the leaderboard was refreshed almost every few minutes. This change lasted until the second half of the night. Near 11 o'clock in the evening, the first 6th level warrior appeared. Donnas of the Flying Martial Hall 497. Lake of the Iron Martial Hall 529. In the last 10 minutes, Sammy appeared next to the dynamometer. With a roar, a bright red 613 appeared on the dynamometer. Before the leaderboard closed, a total of 7 level 7 warriors appeared, and it was no surprise that they swept the top 7. And behind them were the second-tier 6th level martial artists, followed by the 5th level. Raditz slipped to 247. Of course, there are more than so many warriors of the 6th and 7th levels on Karam Star. High-level martial artists are either long-established old-timers, generally do not make a move, it is good to win, and losing is not just as simple as losing face. There are also some people who do not like to be exposed to the eyes of the world, and prefer to live in seclusion between mountains and rivers to understand the mysteries of martial arts. Ring the bell. When the bell rings in the second half of the night, the leaderboard instantly freezes and no new data is accepted. At the same time, the list of the top 10,000 martial artists was also selected, compiled into a booklet and distributed to various martial arts halls and media. The Martial Arts Alliance will automatically arrange people of similar strength to fight according to the player's numerical value. Of course, if a level 3 martial artist encounters a level 5 martial artist, it can only be considered your bad luck. After all, luck is also part of strength. Haha. I went in, I got in. Under the sudden silence of the night sky, a young man suddenly laughed. It seems that he has entered the top 10,000, and he is smiling very happily. But it seems to be an exaggeration, and this is still laughing for a minute. Just when everyone was dissatisfied, the young man actually took off his clothes and danced. Everyone. At this time, no matter how dull people are, they know that this guy is crazy. Looking at the young man who was knocked out and taken away by his companions, everyone shook their heads in unison. It was that the first eliminator appeared before the competition had even begun. Chapter 030. Bang bang! Brilliant salutes bloomed over the huge hero martial arts dojo. Countless streamers fluttered in the wind, and various colorful balloons bloomed like flowers. And the blue sky forms a beautiful picture. Come on, Raditz! Belita was not selected, so she could not enter the competition venue, and could only take a few little guys to the audience. Waving at them, Raditz followed the signs into the arena. The tournament is about to start, so please enter the official qualifiers at their respective venues in an orderly manner. Staff members wearing scion-like combat uniforms held megaphones and directed the warriors to their respective competition areas at intersections. Due to the large number of participants, in order to speed up the process, 10,000 players were distributed in 120 competition platforms to compete at the same time. I looked at my number, 1,308. A very high number should be on the 16th stage. Because of his size and the martial arts uniform he wore on his body, Raditz would be recognized wherever he went. However, everyone is a warrior, and no one asks for a group photo or the like. It didn't take long for Raditz to find the 16th tournament. At this time, the competition had not yet begun, and the competition platform was crowded with competitors. These people are all tall and strong, and the ABS are clearly visible. Some people even go straight topless, and the bulging muscles look very sensual. Look! It's the little imp named Raditz. I didn't expect him to be from our competition. Someone in the contestants recognized Raditz. The eyes of those who were originally discussing suddenly focused on Raditz. There were fewer than 30 people present, and there was still half an hour before the start of the game, and it would be a little longer. Raditz didn't care, and found a place to sit. But some seem to can't wait. Those who can enter the competition are at least 4th-level martial artists, and they have basically heard a little about each other. After a few words, the conversation began, and only Raditz seemed a little out of place. Hey, little ghost over there! Just as he closed his eyes to recuperate, a shout sounded in his ears. Looking up, it was a handsome young man wearing earrings. When Raditz looked at him, the earring man stepped on the chair in front of him and raised his head at Raditz. I heard that you have lived in the jungle of death for a while. What's wrong? So you're really a wild child? The earring man smiled funnily at the warriors behind him, and after they laughed, he turned around and continued, this is the Hall of Heroes, a battlefield for the elite warriors on the Karam Star. You, a wild child with a mother and no father, better get out. Hear that? Finally, the earring man stretched out his clenched fist in front of Raditz and said viciously. Raditz seemed to be scared silly and looked at him stunned. It seems that our wild child can't quite understand what I'm saying. The warriors behind him shrugged their shoulders, and the earring man was ready to turn around again and teach Raditz a lesson. He never thought that as soon as he turned around, he saw a bigger and bigger fist rushing towards him. Bang! Boom! Before everyone could react, the earring man was punched by Raditz and flew down on the competition stage behind them. Looking at him lying motionless on the competition stage, it seemed that he had passed out. Looks like someone has abstained. Raditz said calmly to the staff who came over. At the beginning of the earring man's provocation, in fact, the staff of the Martial Arts Alliance had already seen it. However, provoking the opponent before the game and putting pressure on the opponent has always been a competition tradition, and some people who do not have enough mental cultivation will lose their basic judgment, which can be regarded as a way to choose. However, it was the first time that a blow like Raditz made the opponent lose its combat effectiveness, and the staff member did not know what to do, so he had to tell him. After a while, the staff was instructed, player number 1322 could not finish the match because he was in a deep coma, and the conference decided to treat it as a waiver. At this time, the people who gathered around the excitement scattered. They didn't want to be knocked out before they went on stage, which was really humiliating. Without the harassment of this gang, Raditz is also happy, and there are more and more warriors in the venue. People who knew each other gathered in pairs, and the conflict just now gradually became known. The contempt that had been raised by Raditz's age was also put away. The people who came here are the elite warriors on the Karam Star, not stupid, with the lessons of the past. No one came to harass or provoke. Little by little, when the hand reached the hour, the official qualifiers began. Ring the bell. The bell on the jesting stage is ringed by the referee. Please invite the two players 1261 and 1262 to the competition stage. With the referee's call, two tall warriors took the stage from both ends of the competition platform. The idle warriors around also gathered around. This time is a good time to observe the opponent, and it is impossible to say which one on the stage is his opponent. And at this time, real kung fu is generally performed, and some subtle moves that are usually hidden will also be displayed one by one, which is a good time to learn, and no one is willing to let go. Raditz also found a few chairs to set up a high platform and stood behind the crowd to watch. There are also several cameras in different directions that are pointed at the stage, which are high-speed cameras that ensure that every detail can be recorded and presented to the audience outside the venue. The rules of the game are simple: the two sides play on the competition stage, and they lose out of bounds, admit defeat, fall unconscious, or cry. Weapons are not allowed to be used, and the other party cannot be killed. In the event of death, the rules of the game are immediately forfeited. After all, the tournament is to improve the martial arts of the warriors on the planet, not to kill. The game lasts only 5 minutes, and if the winner is not clear within 5 minutes, the referee decides the winner. Begin. With the referee's order, the two warriors fought fiercely on the competition platform. Use side kicks here, block with punches on the other side, and you don't give in to each other. I have to admit that there are few simple people who can enter the qualifying round. But this level is still too weak. It seems that only a level 5 martial artist can interest me. Standing outside, Raditz looked at the fierce battle on the competition stage and muttered to himself. After a fierce battle, before the end of the 5-minute match, the number 1262 player looked at the opponent's defensive gap and gave the opponent a fatal punch to win the first game. Then the warriors took turns to enter the field one by one, and by the time the referee called Raditz's number, more than an hour had passed. And there are less players around the martial arts platform by a small half. Raditz jumped onto the competition platform lightly, and the warriors around him also cheered up to watch. Please contestant 1307 on stage. Please take player 1307 to the stage. The referee shouted twice and did not see the shadow of player 1307. Wouldn't it be an abstention? Someone muttered. I'm dizzy. Then this guy is too lucky. I also want to see how good his fighting skills really are. The man who wanted to explore Raditz complained. The referee shouted again, but no one answered, and just as he was about to announce that the other party had abstained, a voice sounded from behind everyone. I'm coming. Everyone looked back, and a young man wearing a blue-black martial arts uniform walked slowly towards the competition platform. It's K of the Thousand Hands Gate. Someone in the crowd recognized it. Senjuman is a famous martial arts gym on the Kalam Star and belongs to Hyakuzuru. In every tournament, there are people who get good results. This year, 28 people won the right to participate, and K was one of them. Chapter 031. As the martial arts hall of the 100 Crane streams, the Thousand Hands Gate focuses on the kung fu of the hand, its boxing techniques and its mastery. K, who walked slowly, was the Thousand Hands Gate, and the blue-black martial arts uniform on his body had 5 pairs of palms gathered together, spelling together a strange finger flower. Now some people see, K is also a 5th level martial artist. However, he has a lot of experience in fighting and should make that little ghost named Raditz suffer a little. Under the competition stage, some people secretly rejoiced. That is, seeing him as the number 1 in the world, I want to teach him a lesson. Let him know to respect his elders. K easily stepped onto the competition stage with his hands behind his back and 1 foot. Since both sides of the match were already on the field, the referee did not delay, immediately announced the start of the game, and jumped off the competition stage. After the contest began, K did not rush to attack. He looked at Raditz with a confident look and seemed to be very sure, I have seen the video of the battle between you and the Sami Pavilion owner. I have to say that whether it is your strength, your body's ability to resist blows, or your grasp of the fighter is very strong. Even I wasn't sure I won you. This can be seen from your few heavy punches that attack the Sami Pavilion owner. Hearing that you've lived in the jungle of death since you were a kid gives you a strong sense of danger. Even if a warrior who is more powerful than you wants to sneak up on you, you will be detected. Although you make very few shots, I analyze a lot from them. Seeing the other parties chattering like this, Raditz said impatiently, what the hell are you trying to say? Hehe, that's your first drawback, impatience. K smiled and began to roll up the sleeves of his martial arts uniform. Your second drawback is that it's too slow. While speaking, K suddenly rushed towards Raditz, and the speed was very fast, and he came to Raditz in an instant. He threw 4 punches, each hitting Raditz in the chest. The next few backflips returned to their original position. From beginning to end, Raditz did not react except for being shocked back 2 steps by the punch. In the eyes of others, it is too late to react to K's attack. To put it simply, I was scared silly. Haha, I said, how can a little devil be so powerful? It turns out that in addition to strength, there is nothing else. Under the competition stage, a warrior in a strong suit laughed at his companions. Others also looked like they had a sudden realization. Indeed, from beginning to end, Raditz did not show too much strong fighting skills. Even the initial fight with Sami was only a few simple fighting positions at the beginning. And the dynamometer can only measure a person's strength value. Imprisoned by existing thinking, they treated Raditz as a 5th level martial artist from the beginning. So, Raditz, this little ghost, might just be a dull fool. Well done, K. Teach this little devil a hard lesson. He deceived us. Let him know what kind of strength a true martial artist is. The warriors in the tournament stood together in support of K and coaxed him to teach Raditz a lesson. Listening to the shouts of the people below, K couldn't help but show a smile on his face. The reason why he is not in a hurry to win, but to break the shortcomings of the other party, is to make everyone rise to his malice. I've trained so hard to achieve this. Why can a video of you as a wild child fighting in one fight be popular all over the sky? Or a defeated fight? Let me defeat you in front of the world today and let them see who you really are. Thinking of this, K slowly raised his right hand, extended his index and middle fingers, and made a victory gesture. Oh! His action was like sprinkling a few drops of cold water into a hot oil pot, and the warriors in the audience were completely boiling. K. K. The shouts from the audience converged to form a wave of sound that was higher than the other. Looking at the victory on the other side, Raditz was no longer able to complain. Isn't this guy supposed to be a tease by someone? Didn't I just want to see how strong the attack power of a 5th level martial artist really is, as for it? In fact, just now, Raditz was not unable to dodge K's attack. The opponent's attack route had already been seen through by Raditz before he made a move. The reason why he didn't dodge and withstand this blow was to see how powerful the 5th level warrior was. Raditz only used 2% of his strength to resist, but took only 2 steps back. If you use 30% of the power, basically you will not move. It seems that he is no different from other 4th level martial artists. Forget it, let's hurry up and finish the game. Making up his mind, Raditz bent over and put on an offensive stance. Oh? Still want to resist? Hehe, I don't give you a chance. A sneer appeared at the corner of Kay's mouth, and his figure disappeared from everyone's eyes again. Ha! By the time he reappeared it was already on the left side of Raditz. It's over. With his hands raised high, he clasped his fists and slammed into Raditz's head. Bang! The expected scene did not appear. Kay's blow was caught by Raditz. You're moving too slowly, Raditz said lightly. Then he punched Kay's handsome face. Also, I hate boys who are more handsome than me. What? Kay was punched before he could finish speaking. Kay, who flew upside down, turned around in the air and stopped the retreat. He had just raised his head to fight back, only to find that Raditz had come to him. I said, your movements are too slow. After 7 or 8 punches in a row, Kay's handsome face, which was still a handsome, was already swollen like a pig's head. Although Kay also used his arm to block, it did not do much. As he himself said, Raditz's power is above him. He punched Raditz, who didn't feel anything. In turn, Raditz punched him, but he would hurt his heart. You, supporting his body, Kay looked angrily at Raditz on the other side. Originally proud to say that he wanted to teach people a lesson, but now he was beaten like a pig's head by the other party. The huge contrast before and after almost didn't break him down. He even felt that the people in the audience were secretly laughing. The piercing laughter plunged deep into his heart like a sharp knife. I can't spare you. 1,000 hands fists. Suddenly, a powerful momentum burst out from Kay's body. Then his speed suddenly doubled, and he rushed towards Raditz even faster than just now. Ah! Go to hell! Annoyed, Kay's fists kept attacking Raditz like lightning. Endless fists, even high-speed cameras can only capture afterimages. The afterimages and afterimages are superimposed on each other, as if there are really countless fists swinging. Is this where the 1,000 hands gate came from? It's very similar to Chu Ba Wang's moves. Raditz dodged left and right, and his figure kept shuttling between the fists and shadows. The lightning-fast fist didn't even hit him. Glancing at the wall clock on the competition platform, it had already reached 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's go here. Raditz muttered silently in his heart, and his body suddenly accelerated behind Kay. Jumping up and striking the opponent's side neck, Kay instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The referee in the audience was stunned for a moment before reacting. Player 1308 wins. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Raditz calmly jumped off the competition platform and walked towards the place where he rested before. Chapter 032. Kay, who was in a coma, was also taken away from the competition platform by the staff. Presumably this competition will make him unforgettable for life. The rest of the game goes on and doesn't stop because of someone. In fact, because of the large number of people, the competition was very tense. Even if each match takes only 5 minutes, it takes more than 3 hours for an entire ring to finish. And a ring to determine the final winner must go through at least 7 rounds of competition. According to the past, this process took at least 2 days. According to the rules of the competition, only the top 8 can stand outside the official competition occasion to meet the audience. This means that even the eventual winner of each competition does not necessarily have the opportunity to meet the audience. Fortunately, there are several cameras on each stage, and even if you can't meet the audience, the game can be watched online. In fact, hundreds of millions of people are watching the official qualifiers online. Because of the particularity of the identities of the two sides, the video of the battle between Raditz and Kay just now has also been watched by millions of people. One is a teenager living in the jungle of death, with rich combat experience and great strength, a young man from a famous martial arts hall who practices orthodox martial arts. The two are almost two extremes of life, and the battle is noticed from the very beginning. In the end, the dramatic victory and defeat also made the battle quickly popular on the internet. The battle video was reposted and circulated tens of millions of times. Raditz didn't know anything about this, and took advantage of the gap between the games to run to other venues to see other people's games. Not to mention, it's not without great martial artists. On the 13th competition platform not far away, two players, a man and a woman, were fighting hand-to-hand at this moment. It can be seen that the woman uses joint techniques, and every attack is to punch the man's joints, chest, and other key points. The man, on the other hand, should be a person of the rock genre, and every move is a big opening and closing, and you can feel the roar of the fist wind and the vibration of the earth when you raise your hands. In this case, it depends on which side lasts to the end. Women win if they can incapacitate men before the end of the game, and if the man can hit the woman once, he loses the ability to resist, he can qualify. Drink. The time of the game passed quickly, and seeing that the timer had passed most of the time, the opponent hit him a dozen times but missed a single hit. If you don't hit your opponent at the end of the game, obviously the referee will decide you lost. Thinking of this, the man couldn't help but be anxious, and once again accelerated the speed of his attack. However, the opponent is a female warrior, whether it is physical flexibility or speed, he is above herself. The anxious big man was even hit by the other party in several joints in the back. Feeling the swelling and pain in his body, the big man was even more impatient. It seems that the only way to use that trick is to be used. The big man took advantage of the woman's dodge of his attack and jumped in the air, his arms suddenly opened, and his body suddenly spun rapidly. Death whirlwind. I have to admit that the timing chosen by Tahan is quite clever. Just now, a series of attacks had forced the woman into a corner range, and the opponent's dodge range was very limited, and at this moment, the death whirlwind happened to block the way to other places. The gap on both sides is too small, as long as the big man slightly adjusts the direction of the attack can hit, it is too risky. The woman in the electric flint still retreated. Haha, it's you who is waiting. Seeing this, the big man quickly accelerated the forward speed of the death whirlwind and forced the woman closer to the corner. The woman who had narrower and narrower dodging space seemed more and more impatient, and she wanted to break through. Helplessly, the attack range of the death whirlwind was too wide, and she was not given any chance at all. Seeing that he was about to hit the other party and force her off the competition stage, the big man grinned. Just when the fist was about to hit the woman's face narrowed with panic, and she smiled slightly at the big man. A sense of foreboding appeared in Tahan's mind. In the next second, the woman jumped up, and the whole person took off into the air, turned around in the air and flew behind the big man. In mid-air, the woman kicked the back of the head of the big Han with one foot, and the big man was still doing the death whirlwind, and there was no chance to resist at all. Under the action of inertia and centrifugal force, the big Han directly rushed down the competition platform, knocking down a large area of the warriors watching from all around. I wipe. You're too fucking heavy. In the midst of the complaints of a warrior, the big man stood up, but looking at his shaking body, he seemed to be very dizzy. Cluck. Is the big stupid cow still fainting? The woman stood on the stage and laughed at the big man who could fall at any time. Only at this time did the big man have the mind to look at his opponent, and this closer look found that the woman was actually quite handsome, plus wearing a short martial arts uniform, she looked heroic and sassy, and she was very attractive. Dizzy. The big man muttered two words in his mouth and fainted again. Cluck. At the end of the competition, Raditz turned to other competitions. On the 23rd stage, a guy who looks like a crocodile man is more than 2 meters and 5 meters tall. The strong man on the other side may be very abrupt in the crowd, but in front of him he looks like a schoolboy. The crocodile man's whole body was covered with solid scales, and the strong man hit the opponent's abdomen with heavy punches many times but to no avail. On the contrary, the crocodile man swung his tail with a divine dragon, and the huge crocodile tail directly slapped the strong man away. On the 19th contest stage, a young girl seems to use her superpowers to make her opponent lose consciousness and jump off the competition platform herself. The 14th contest is a thin old man, who strikes extremely fast, and his fist style even fanned his opponent off. After spinning around, Raditz returned to his justing table. This time it didn't take him long before it was his turn to fight. After that, until noon, he fought 2 consecutive fights, both weak opponents, and ended the fight in less than half a minute. At this moment, the warriors around the competition platform have been eliminated by 80%, and they seem to be sparse. And almost everyone was wounded and looked very tired. In order to ensure everyone's combat effectiveness, the noon conference set aside 3 hours to eat and rest to let the players breathe a sigh of relief. Judging by the situation, today I am afraid that only the winner in the ring can be decided. And if you want to select the top 16, I am afraid it will take another day. During the meal, Raditz observed the warriors. It was found that although most people's injuries did not lose their combat effectiveness, they affected the exertion of strength. After all, they are all martial artists, and it is inevitable that their anger will surge in the competition and fight real fire. In the morning, he saw several warriors who were carried off the competition platform, and it was called a bloody awe. After the break, the afternoon game was more relaxed, and there was no suspense in the 16th stage, and Raditz became the final winner. Other tournaments also determine the winners. After completing the competition, the players could not return to their respective martial arts halls, but could only stay in the designated rooms of the conference to rest. As for food and treatment, someone will also come to deal with it. That's it, I won't go back in the evening, see you in the game the day after tomorrow. Raditz explained to Birita on the other side of the video. Well, you have to come on. Belita made a cheering gesture at him. Raditz, you have to win. Just as Raditz was about to turn off the video, Dekka rushed out of the corner and shouted. Raditz did not train daily tonight, but watched videos of other tournament winners in the middle of the night to observe his opponent's fighting skills. The second day of the competition was much more intense than the first day, and everyone can be called a martial artist. The conference also adjusted the competition time to half an hour. Raditz also won the right to compete after 4 tough fights. In these 4 matches, 2 of his opponents were 5th-level martial artists and 1 was a 6th-level martial artist. It was the last match to fight for the right to play, and Raditz was injured for the first time. The opponent is worthy of being a 6th-level martial artist, whether it is strength, speed or combat skills and combat experience, it is not comparable to previous martial artists. I'm afraid only Sammy can compare. In this fight, Raditz also flew a lot to win the game. Anyway, in the end, 8 contestants were finally selected. Donnas of Platform 3. Raditz of Platform 16. Crocodile Man Elagot on Stage 23. Lake on Platform 38. Leah, the Supergirl on Platform 52. Flying Leo of Platform 74. The Cupola James of Platform 85. And Sammy from the last 118th. Chapter 033. July 3rd, the 10th year of the Karam Star new calendar, is not only the day of victory in the War of Resistance, but also the official opening day of each Alliance martial arts competition. From 5 o'clock in the morning, 200,000 lucky people enter the Hero Martial Arts Hall through 88 passages in turn. The Hero Martial Arts Hall was actively built by the Martial Arts Alliance after defeating General Drasso, and it took nearly 3 years. This is also the first time it has been made public, and the tournament is also the first large-scale event. The entire stadium looks like a huge rugby ball from the air, and on the east side of the center of the venue, a giant ape statue nearly 10 meters tall in combat clothes roars up to the sky. That is the child hero who rescued the star Karam. Opposite the statue is the summit platform, on which a huge electronic screen is erected. It's just that there is no information on it at the moment. In the middle of the summit platform and the statue, there is a 100-meter by 100-meter stone justing platform. The entire arena is divided into 14 zones, each with a huge transparent screen above it. When the game starts, spectators who can't see the game below can also watch from the screen. Over the venue, several helicopters stayed, and the hovercraft stayed in mid-air, broadcasting the grand occasion for the rest of the mainland. Martial Arts Lounge. 8 contestants arrived one after another, each of them in high spirits, making eye contact with each other, faintly bursting into sparks, full of fighting spirit. After waiting for a moment, a middle-aged man in combat uniform walked over. "Let everyone wait for a long time, I am the referee of the official competition of this tournament, Pat." The middle-aged man seemed to be familiar with the people present. "There are several old friends, I hope you can play better this year. Of course, we newcomers also have to work hard." In other words, this year really surprised me that 3 teenagers under the age of 15 were able to enter the official competition. Pat looked at Raditz, Leo, and the girl Leah. Raditz looked at the referee in front of him, but his heart was not calm. Unlike the referee of the world's first martial arts association on Earth, the referee in front of him is also a martial arts master. Although he concealed his aura well, Raditz still sensed from the faint chi exposed that he was actually a 6th-level martial artist. But that's normal. The people here are generally very strong. If the referee does not have the strength, it is inevitable that it will be too late to deal with what happens in the game. "Okay guys, it's almost time, and the game will start in half an hour." Pat clapped his hands, and a staff member brought over a small box with a circular opening in it. "There are 8 balls with different numbers printed on this box, so please ask the player who heard my name come up and touch the number." First of all, the first Lake player. Hearing his name called, Lake, who had a mustache, stepped forward and reached for the box to grab the number. "Number 3. Number 3, good number. Come on old fellow." Pat and Lake high-fived, and then jotting down his number. Then everyone stepped forward and drew their numbers. Ella got number 5, Leo number 1, Donna's 2, Sammy 7, Leah 8, James 4, Raditz number 6. "It's against the crocodile." Looking at the battle table above the lounge, Raditz looked at the crocodile man Ella got. Coincidentally, the other party was also looking at him, and saw Elagot stretching out his right hand, and his thumb stroked from left to right against his neck. The message is simple: "I'll kill you." Raditz didn't bother to pay attention to the other and walked straight to the rest area on the side. The crocodile man was greatly annoyed when he saw Raditz's disdainful appearance, and he decided to teach the other party a lesson. Although the General Assembly explicitly prohibits the killing of opponents, it does not stipulate that opponents cannot be injured or disabled. "Hey, hey! Rude little ghost, enjoy the last leisurely time. Later, you will know how precious a peaceful life is." As soon as the battle table came out, the atmosphere in the lounge began to become tense, and there was some hostility between each other. The girl Leah didn't like it very much, and saw Raditz sitting alone in the corner and quietly walked over. "Hello, my name is Leah." Raditz, who closed his eyes and raised his eyes, looked up to see the smiling girl, and then said expressionlessly, "Raditz." Raditz's indifferent attitude did not make Leah angry. She sat down next to Raditz and asked, "You are a trainee of the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall, so you must know Sister Birida." "You know Birida?" Raditz was a bit surprised this time. "That was a few years ago. Something went wrong with my superpowers, and Dad took me to the jungle of death to find some special herbs. At that time, I lived in the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall, and it was Birida's sister who took care of me." Leah always had a smile on her face, which made people feel unconsciously relaxed around her. Raditz also put away his indifferent expression and chatted with each other without a match. And outside at this time, Pasada walked slowly to the middle competition platform with sunglasses, jumped up suddenly when he was still more than 10 meters away from the competition platform, and landed steadily in the center of the competition platform after 10 consecutive front flips in the air. Oh, oh oh! Pat! Pat! Enthusiastic shouts suddenly sounded in the audience, and there was no shortage of girls screaming. The fiery wave lasted for more than a minute. Pat bowed to the surroundings and pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. 10 years ago, our Karam star was drawn into the flames of war by General Drasso, and people on 4 continents were displaced and miserable. Who is it that suddenly appeared to help us? Who saved us in our most desperate time? Who is it that makes us no longer suffer from war? Pat opened his arms and shouted at the audience around him. Heroine! Great ape heroine! Countless loud and sudden sounds converged over the stadium into a heat wave and broke through the sky. It's our heroine! Pat suddenly pointed to the giant ape statue by the justing platform. Oh! The enthusiasm of the audience was completely aroused by him, and all the audience consciously stood up and waved to the giant ape statue. We can sit here today and enjoy a peaceful life, and we can't do without heroines. It is also inseparable from the leaders who lead us out of the darkness. And they also came to our hero martial arts hall today. Now there is Lord Wu Vong, the representative of our Kalam star's highest martial art. Pat's open arms turned and pointed to the main platform. At the same time, 3 seats rose from the main platform, which had been empty, and 3 spirited old men sat upright on it. Everyone seems so unfathomable. King Wu! King Wu! King Wu! Before the show began, the audience's voices were already hoarse. But this still can't stop their enthusiasm. Darad, Krudi, and Amador, the 3 most respected warriors on the Karam star. Usually it is rare to see one person, but now there are 3 at once. How can this not make the crowd excited? The 3 people sitting on the summit stage smiled and waved to the surrounding audience, which made them even more excited, and everyone shouted with all their might. Hey! Everyone is really enthusiastic. Krudi, who was sitting in the middle, said with a smile with his 2 companions. Yes, if it weren't for Krudi, you would have invited us, and I guess you wouldn't have come over to touch Amador. Darad looked at Amidal on the right and complained. Amidal smiled, aren't you the same? In order to follow in the footsteps of the heroine, she practiced non-stop. Lord Heroine! It's still hard to believe in retrospect. General Drasso was easily defeated by the heroine. When will we reach that level? Darad recalled with emotion. It was they who led the rebels against General Drasso and his legion of warriors more than a decade ago. It's a pity that the other party is too powerful. If it weren't for the heroine who happened to pass by at the end, maybe he really let General Drasso rule Karam Star. Okay, let's not talk about that, the game is about to start. Speaking of Krudi, I heard that you took in a talented apprentice a few years ago. Presumably, I will also participate in the competition this year, so I should enter the official competition, right? Yes, you should be able to see him right away. It's a little guy named Leo, who has a very good talent and is very able to endure hardships. When it comes to his beloved, Krudi can't hide his pride. Then I'm looking forward to it. On the competition stage, Pat snapped his fingers, and the large screen that had not moved suddenly lit up. The profile pictures and names of the contestants are displayed one after another. These are the 8 players who have successfully qualified for the official tournament, including our old friends and new players. You can view each person's details through the small computer in your seat. Just now in the lounge, I have asked the players to draw lots. At the same time, the drawing of lots just now began to be played on the big screen. According to the numbers of the draw, the list of matches and the number of matches are now announced. Pat snapped his finger again, and the screen immediately transformed into a battle table. Leo vs Donnas. Lake vs James. Ellie Goth vs Raditz. Sammy vs Leah. Now let's have the first group of fighters, Leo and Mad Lion Donnas. Ooh! Enthusiastic cheers broke out again from the audience. Chapter 034. 2 contestants are invited to appear. Pat's voice was broadcast to the lounge, and Donna's, who had been preparing for a long time, got up from his seat. "Old man, you need to come on. Don't underestimate Leo. He is a disciple of Lord Crudi." Lake watched the old guy appear and reminded loudly. Donna's nodded at him, understood. A boy named Leo walked slowly towards the competition stage with his arms folded. As he passed by Raditz, he glanced at Raditz. And this glance made Raditz feel palpitations for no reason. "Hey? This guy hides deeply." Raditz, who had not taken the other party to heart, looked at the boy's distant back thoughtfully. He probably felt it before. Of the 8 people present, the strongest fighting power was Sammy. Its combat power is at least 160, which is almost comparable to the Turtle Immortals at their peak. Remind Lake of Donna's that his combat power is about 130, which is almost at the peak of a 6th level warrior, and he may break through at any time. It was followed by Donna's, Eligot, James, and then Leo. Perhaps Leo's combat effectiveness is mainly due to superpowers, and the combat power is only about 90. But the glance he and Leo had just looked at, and Raditz was like being targeted by a beast. The indifferent eyes, like a poisonous snake, were cold and ruthless. "It seems that it may bite you at any time and kill you. I didn't expect that people on this planet would even have people who would control chi. It's really surprising. In this way, maybe that Leo will win." Raditz muttered to himself. The girl Leo looked at him and suddenly stunned and did not speak, and reached out to pet him. "You are alone like this, is it a gentleman's act to let the May girl speak alone?" Raditz. On the field outside, looking at the 2 people who walked out, the people in the audience cheered again. Donna skillfully rushes to greet the surrounding audience, and also takes care of the cameras around him to ensure that his whole body is facing the public in the best possible way. Leo was not so pretentious, and walked towards the competition stage with his arms folded all the time. And his cool performance caused countless women to scream. Good 2 players have boarded. First of all, there is the Donna's player, who must be familiar to everyone. He is one of the representatives of Swiftwind Liu's martial arts and has participated in tournaments twice. All achieved good results. This is the 3rd time to participate in this conference, which will surely bring us more surprises. Pat pointed at Donna's to introduce the audience. Donna's on the side also cooperated with a quick set of punches, which aroused the enthusiasm of the audience. Some Donna's fans screamed and raised his name to shout. Although the 12-year-old Leo participated in this conference for the first time, he unexpectedly advanced to the official competition. I have to say that our warriors on Karam Star are stronger from generation to generation. Maybe I'll retire soon. Pat's self-deprecating words made everyone laugh. I forgot to tell you, Leo is a disciple of our esteemed Lord Crudiwu. Ooh. No wonder it's so powerful, it turns out to be a disciple of Lord Wu Vong. The crowd suddenly realized, and then responded with even more enthusiastic applause. Darrett on the summit stage was quite surprised. He is your disciple, he is really young. Crudi nodded and said gratifyingly. It was also an accident to meet him. However, his martial arts talent is still very shocking. Now, I announce, the first showdown of the 5th Martial Arts Alliance tournament will now begin. After Pat finished speaking, he jumped backwards off the competition platform, leaving the place for the 2. On the competition stage, Leo and Donna's were 20 meters apart. Lord Wu's disciple, his identity is really not simple. That being the case, the battle makes me look forward to it even more. Donna's looked at Leo, who was standing calmly across from him, and made up his mind to win beautifully. In this way, maybe Lord Wu Wang took a fancy to himself and accepted him as an apprentice. But don't put your hands too heavy, otherwise the adults should be unhappy. Just as he was thinking about this, Leo on the other side took the lead. He rushed towards him, surprising Donna's with such speed. This. Su. Leo punched Donna's in the face. Although surprised by the speed of the other party, Donna's was born in the wind after all. A lot of effort has been put into speed. I saw that he turned his head sharply, and his body retreated to avoid this punch by a fraction. But Leo was unforgiving, and took advantage of his dodge to practice several punches again, each punch greeting the point. And there are almost no hands, every punch is striking with all its strength, and the whirring punch style is the best proof of this. Damn it! Can't let him attack anymore. Breathless, Donna's realized that if he went on like this, he would only be suppressed forever. He no longer cared about it, and after Leo's other punch, his left arm blocked the opponent, and his right hand jerked towards the opponent's chest. Bang! Hit! Leo involuntarily took a step back, taking the opportunity to distance the two sides from Donna's. Judge Pat took this opportunity to explain to the audience, I didn't expect that the first to strike was the little player Leo. And Leo's speed was so fast that even Donna's was surprised. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, I'm afraid he would have been hit by Leo first. It seems that he underestimated his opponent, which is a taboo for warriors. As a referee, Pat explained to the audience truthfully and did not save face for Donna's. After all, there are many people with vision, and he said that others can basically see it. Moreover, Leo is a disciple of Lord Wu, and he can certainly tell which is more important than another. Humph! You really don't save me some face. Donna's has now put away his contempt. Since it's so powerful, let's use some real effort. Donna's moved his hands and feet, and his figure seemed to become blurred. As if sensing something, Leo suddenly turned to the right. Noticed. Too late it was. Another Donna's appeared to Leo's right and kicked Leo in the waist before the other could react. After being kicked, Leo did not panic, adjusted his body in mid-air, and prepared to charge Donna's after landing. However, will the other party let him get his wish? The answer, of course, is no. As he was about to land, Donna's reappeared behind him. Bang! Leo was shot off again. Only then did the Donna's, which remained in place, gradually disappear. Ooh! It's the doppelganger technique of Blaster Lu. Pat excitedly explained to the audience, this is a very clever fighting technique. After moving at a certain point, the high-speed moving body leaves a shadow in place. This shadow will not disappear in a short time, so as to confuse the enemy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the warrior's true body went around the enemy's side and rear to launch a surprise attack. Because the shadow is too real, it is almost difficult to distinguish the real from the fake in a short time, and this martial art is also called the doppelganger technique. Of course, I prefer to call it after-image fist. After all, what remains in place is always a mutilated image. At the same time that Pat explained, the situation on the competition stage changed again. Leo seemed to have figured out the law of Donna's attacks. When the other party discovers the other party when a doppelganger appears, the two sides fight fiercely. Bang bang! Neither side of the fight left their hands behind, fisting to the flesh. The fierce collision sound was like thunder, constantly exploding above the competition platform. Chapter 035. The spectators in the stands also held their breath at this moment, not daring to make a single strange noise, and watched the two people on the competition stage with full attention. Snap! After fighting for a while, the two people on the competition stage suddenly stepped back and opened the distance to look at each other. Very good game. It seems that the Donna's players have begun to get serious. I can clearly feel that he has improved a lot compared to before. Both speed and skill have improved considerably. And the Leo player, despite his young age, is quite good. Always having the upper hand from the start, Donna's was able to quickly adapt to the rhythm of his opponent's attack even with his after-image punch. Find the opponent's true identity and force them to fight. In order to better observe the situation of the game, Pat has been running back and forth around the competition platform. In fact, he is not much easier than the two players on the stage. You're a little stronger than you think. Leo, who had never spoken, suddenly spoke. Donas raised his eyebrows and replied rather displeasedly, "Oh? It seems that you are quite confident. Did you not do your best? Hey! You are not worth my best yet. Let's get a little serious, though." After speaking, Leo's eyes changed and became even more indifferent. Donas on the opposite side obviously felt that the other party's momentum seemed to increase a little, and it also became more solid. I also had some trust in what the other party said just now, and I was vigilant at the moment. For a while, the competition stage was quiet, and the two players stared at each other. The audience also stopped shouting and waited quietly. Swish! Suddenly, Leo moved. Tread! The next moment, Leo's figure disappeared from the competition stage. Only Donas stood dazed on the competition platform, and there were strange noises from all around. Tread! Here! Donas slammed an elbow on the left side, and at the moment Leo was already standing there raising his fist and preparing to attack him. Unexpectedly, his body passed through Leo. It's doppelganger! Donas was shocked in his heart and quickly adjusted his body to prevent Leo's sneak attack. Unfortunately, even if he was careful, it was still difficult to escape, and the next moment Leo appeared in midair and slapped him with a whip. What Leo didn't expect was that his whip leg also passed through Donas. This is a doppelganger. What a pity. Donas appears Leo in the back and punches Leo in the back of the head, smashing him to the ground. This time it was not empty, and with a bang, Leo smashed on the solid competition platform, splashing a little rubble. Stepping back, Donas returned to the competition platform, looked at Leo, who was lying motionless on the ground, and began to urge Pat to read the seconds. 1, 2, 3, as Pat counted to 3, Leo, who was lying on the ground, unexpectedly got up. His fans in the audience responded with enthusiastic applause. Patting the dust on his body, Leo walked nonchalantly towards Donas. It's unexpectedly tenacious. But that's the end of it. I won't show mercy to my men anymore. Donas suddenly shouted. Then suddenly accelerated towards Leo, and the other party also rushed over. The two sides stood together on the competition platform again. Bang bang! The thunderous roar sounded again on the competition platform. This time, the collision was more intense, and the originally stacked and flat competition platform had become potholed at this moment, and some small cracks could be seen everywhere. But at this time, no one was in the mood to care about this, and everyone looked intently at the two people fighting on the competition stage. The cameras around the competition platform and in midair are already operating at full capacity, recording every detail of the opponent as much as possible. The two sides fought from the middle of the contest platform to one side, and then moved from the border to the air. The fierce duel lasted more than 2 minutes, and in the end, Donas used his superb fighting skills to grab the gap between Leo's attacks and kick Leo away. Because the two sides are already competing on the border of Wutai at this moment, Donas's kick has been calculated for a long time. He didn't give Leo a chance to fight back, and directly kicked him into the air outside the tournament. Haha, win! Donas looked at Leo in midair, and was overjoyed in his heart. Even if you are still a person, you can't be like a bird. How is this possible? Donas, who was originally in control of the victory, suddenly looked at Leo in disbelief like a ghost. At this moment, Leo's body, which should have fallen outside the competition platform, strangely stayed in midair. Oh! Oh, my God! The Leo player actually stayed in midair. I really didn't expect that the young Leo player actually learned the flying technique. Pat exclaimed excitedly, I can't believe it. I remember that the smallest record of the flying heavenly art was held by Draco of the Flying Martial Arts Hall, who only learned the flying heavenly art at the age of 16. And the Leo player is only 12 years old this year. Talented. An absolute martial arts genius. The audience, who were still regretting, saw that Leo actually stopped the fall and stayed in mid-air. There was a moment of surprise, and warm applause broke out again in the stands. Hee, the little one is really surprising. Amidal looked at Leo, who had returned to the field, with a slight surprise. You old guy really found a good disciple. Darrett on the side looked at Crudy with a jealous expression. And Crudy smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay. Haha. On the competition stage, looking at Leo, who returned again, Donna's face can be said to be how ugly and ugly. Damn flying arts. Damn the martial arts alliance. Why can't such a powerful martial art be promoted? Why can't I learn it? Even this kind of imp, Donna's became angrier the more he thought about it. I think that he had suffered a lot in order to enter the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance and learn the Flying Heaven Art and Wave Fist. Even so, the warrior who failed to impress the assessment had to leave sadly. But now even a little devil can learn the flying technique of his dreams. This gap. I'm going to. Donna's clenched his fists, his arms raging. The body catapulted out again and pounced on Leo. Fix you. Donna's, who shot with hatred, seemed to be faster and sharper than his previous attack. But Leo's speed was faster than him, and Donna's various attacks couldn't even touch Leo's clothes. Yikes! In the end, Leo even clasped his arms and only bent sideways to dodge when Donna's attacked. Hateful little ghost! To die! Leo's behavior completely angered Donna's. Donna's hands suddenly increased several times faster. And even Leo could not see his movements. Bang bang! Donna's kept bombarding the air in front of him with both hands, and in a short period of time, he continuously bombarded 30 or 40 punches. And the air in front of him was subjected to this continuous bombardment, and it did not disperse, but continued to condense. Finally, the air in front of him had condensed to the extent that it was visible to the naked eye, and under the continuous bombardment, the air had condensed into an air mass with swirling traces. Exploding air cannon. Ah! The air mass condensed to the extreme suddenly exploded from the front end under the last heavy punch. The bursting air flow was like an exploding bomb, instantly expanding, pushing everything around it backwards. Leo, who was directly in front, bore the brunt of it, and the powerful airflow pushed him straight towards the border of the tournament. Faced with a strong thrust, Leo finally changed color. He held his hands in front of him with his hands open. Rumble! The huge impact force made his body shake constantly. However, he did not give up easily, and walked forward against the airflow. Eventually, with a huge thrust, he took a step back, 2, 3. The sturdy justing platform left a deep dent as he retreated. This is left over when the feet rub against the justing table when resisting the shock wave. When the shock wave dissipated, the dust settled, and a dent nearly 10 meters long on the competition platform was unusually eye-catching. This. How can it be? Donna's looked at Leo in the distance with wide eyes. The expected scene of Leo being blown away did not appear. Although his clothes looked tattered, Leo did not seem to suffer much except for some abrasions on his palms and face. Wu is really dangerous. I didn't expect you to have this kind of move, which is very similar to the wave fist. Leo flicked his somewhat numb palm and looked at Donna's with some admiration. However, your strength should be almost exhausted. It's not interesting to fight any longer, so let's end it like this. What? Leo suddenly appeared in front of Donna's, and after a few thumps, Donna's fell to the ground with a look of reluctance. After a moment of silence, cheers rang out around the competition platform. Oh! The results came out. The Leo player was victorious. It's really surprising. But Leo also won and deservedly so. Of course, we also applaud the Donna's players who gave us a great match. It's not that he's not powerful enough, this can say that the opponent is too strong. After confirming that Donna's was unconscious, Pat immediately raised Leo's right hand and declared him victorious. Leo. Powerpuff Leo. Chapter 036. Two staff members carried the unconscious Donna's away from the competition platform on a stretcher. Although its medical level is not as strong as the Scion's, it is much better than the technology of the Earth. Martial arts is prevalent, and the corresponding treatment technology is also emphasized. Donna's was not seriously injured, but it consumed too much physical strength. Presumably it would be no problem to take a break. Very good game. It seems that the quality of this year's conference is quite high. This makes me look forward to whether the next game will be even more brilliant. Now there's the next contestant, Lake and James. Pat waved and pointed to the lounge again. These two, like Donna's, are also old acquaintances of the conference, and they are also 6th level martial artists. I don't know what kind of surprise they will give us this year. Lake and James both stood up at the same time. Looks like you're not going to keep your hand. Looking at the impulsive Lake, James asked with a smile. Of course, Lake looked at him with high spirits. Oh, so do I. James stretched out his left fist and Lake struck in midair to encourage each other. Come on. Come on. The two came out of the lounge together and walked quickly to the competition platform. Jumping at the same time when 5 or 6 meters away from the competition platform, spinning 720 in the air and landing on both sides, posing in an offensive posture. This high-quality opening was also loved by the audience, and the unsparing applause and cheers continued. Good. The second game begins. As Pat's words fell, the two people standing on the field accelerated towards each other. Snap! Lake blocked James' whip leg with his left arm, and slammed his right hand into a fist in the face. James turned his head slightly to avoid this blow, and the blocked thigh instantly turned into a knee towards Lake's abdomen. At the same time, the fingers of both hands came together in a tapered shape towards Lake's chest. Aggressive. His hands like iron diamonds quickly smashed into Lake's chest. Lake put his hands together to block the top of James's knees, and with this force, he backflipped backwards 3 times, taking the opportunity to dodge James' rig punch. Taking advantage of the situation, James did not hesitate and bullied himself again. For a martial artist of their level, it is difficult to distinguish the victory or defeat in a short period of time or within 1 or 2 moves. Half of them are grappling for 10 or 20 minutes, and the opponent does not connect a single move, and he seizes the opportunity to take advantage of the situation to succeed. The vast majority of matches ended in a draw after both sides had exhausted their physical strength. James's rig punch struck again, and his hands that attacked back and forth quickly contracted back and forth like woodpeckers. This time Lake did not dodge, he stood in place, his arms constantly turning up and down, as if he was moving his hands and feet. Snap, snap. Every time James smashed into Lake's tapered hands, he was accurately caught by Lake and slapped them to the sides. After dozens of punches, taking advantage of the opponent's attack, Lake suddenly grabbed James's hands. In addition to the shocked opponent, the body suddenly fell backwards. Sensing the crisis, James quickly contracted his legs upwards. The fallen Lake jerked downwards as he expected, and then quickly catapulted. The feet suddenly rotated like a broken electric drill and slammed upwards. Having been prepared, James stepped down with his feet against the rising spiral leg wind. The body, which was already in mid-air, jumped up again, reaching a height of nearly 10 meters, and it was still rising. What does he want to do? Running so high, I can't fly and can't cope with my attacks at all. Is there any combat strategy? Lake looked at James, who had risen to 15 meters, and wondered in his heart. But he didn't let his guard down. After fighting with the other party for so many years, it is impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. Either he wanted to watch the direction I was moving in the air and hit me hard with the help of downward gravity. In that case, I dodged the moment he was about to land. Even his 2 years of hard practice could not keep up with my speed. Having made up his mind, Lake seemed much calmer. James had reached nearly 20 meters above at this time, and at this time the power of inertia had disappeared, and his body was about to fall. James turned his head down abruptly, his legs suddenly kicking into the air. Rumble! As if stepping on the ground, a thunder erupted under his feet, and James's whole person was like an off-string arrow, rushing towards Lake on the ground. Although James still can't comprehend the flying art, dancing air art, after several efforts, he also has some experience on how to borrow power in mid-air. This time, he wanted to take the opportunity to make a reversal at once. Goodbye, old fellow. Looking at Lake's surprised expression on the other side, James sighed secretly in his heart. Then he accelerated again and rushed towards Lake. Lake on the competition stage did not expect that James could develop such a strange move, and he could borrow power in mid-air. James, who suddenly accelerated twice, came to the sky above Lake in a blink of an eye, and before he had time to think about it, Lake quickly picked it to the side. Bang! Almost the next moment his feet hit the ground, James crashed into the justing platform. However, he did not directly hit the competition platform, but smashed his hands into the competition platform first. The stone competition platform, which was comparable to steel, was smashed out of a small deep pit by him. And his body also forcibly turned and rushed towards Lake, who had just left the ground. Lake was taken aback, trying to dodge, but it was too late. The electric flint didn't have time to think, and a light suddenly appeared in one hand. Wave! A ball of radiant energy flew out of his hand and smashed towards James. With the reaction force of the energy wave, the body climbed up another meter and jumped behind Lake. Pang! James was almost hit squarely by the energy ball. Under the action of inertia, the body still flies forward. It even flew out of the border of the competition platform and flew to the audience seat more than 10 meters away. Just as he was about to hit the fence of the audience, James finally reacted. The body forcibly turned in mid-air, and one foot once again made the move he had just made. Rumble! Rumble! It took 2 times in a row before James returned to the justing table. This! I don't even know what to say. Only then did Pat react. The two sides are worthy of being old acquaintances of the conference, 6th level martial artists. At the beginning, we gave our all and did not give in to each other. If nothing else, James's move that borrowed power in mid-air just now had never been seen before, and it seemed to be a new trick he had developed in the past 2 years. And the Lake player was equally shocking. That one just now seems to be like a wave fist, right? Unexpectedly, Lake could use such superb martial arts. I don't know if he taught it himself or which instructor of the Alliance taught it. That trick you just made is really amazing. What is it called? Lake looked at James, who had returned to the competition stage, and asked curiously. Stepping on the void, I created it myself. Although it cannot fly, it can also borrow power in mid-air. However, it has never been as good as the flying technique. James was quite self-satisfied, but when it came to the flying technique, he was extremely disappointed. By the way, did you hit me with a wave fist just now? Which master taught it? Shaking his head, Lake smiled bitterly. How is it possible? You don't know about my situation. This is something I figured out by myself, and compared to the regular wave punch, it consumes more. Until now, the physical strength of both of them has been consumed a lot, and as soon as they stop, the sweat on their bodies can't stop flowing down. James was already gasping for air, and Lake was slightly better. It seems that your physical exertion is also very high. In that case, let's fight the winner. Lake took a deep breath and put on an attack posture again. I can't ask for it. End of chapter. Chapter 037. The two runners seemed ready for the final sprint. This is also right. So far in the competition, the physical strength consumed by both sides is very, very large. It will not be good for anyone to drag it on any longer. It's better to take advantage of everyone's physical strength to make a last-ditch effort. Pat also saw the intentions of both sides, explained a few words to the audience and stopped talking. A fresh breeze suddenly blew on the competition platform, and the rubble that had just been destroyed continued to roll with the wind. Over time, the wind on the competition platform became stronger and stronger, and in the end 2 whirlwinds even formed. Hey? Why is the wind on the competition stage? A fat man in the audience asked suspiciously. You idiot! That was the momentum of the 2 martial artists. Do you understand the momentum? I don't know, don't talk nonsense. His companions hated the iron and steel to count him. The fat man blinked his eyes, grabbed a handful of potato chips, and snorted as if he didn't understand. Pang! Suddenly, the 2 people on the competition stage moved. After a short rest, the 2 rushed towards each other again. This time, the 2 did not dodge, nor did they use the wave fist or the stepping technique. That's too physically exhausting, and for them, it's better to solve it with their fists unless it's a pinch. Snap! The old rivals of Lake and James seem to have returned to the previous sparring in the martial arts gym. Every move and pattern almost always follows the body's instincts, goes with the heart, and hardly thinks about it. The 2 sides have been fighting for so many years, and they may know more about each other's moves than he does. Lake had just thrown his fist here, and James had already set up his arm to block in advance. And when James uses elbow attacks, Lake also cancels them out with arm attacks. Unlike the previous fight, the fight between the 2 did not seem to be as fierce as just now. Even if the fists of the 2 collided, the sound made was not like a thunderbolt, and the roar was ear-shattering. This is... After watching it for a while, Pat was a little incredulous. Then, as if thinking of something, he turned off the headset and made a few gestures to the control room. The director of the control room couldn't believe it when he saw it, but Pat below repeatedly gestured to make sure, and he asked him to turn off all the audio equipment in the venue. At the same time, the words on the big screens and scoring levers were also typed, "Be quiet." Although it was not known what happened, the audience waited quietly. Pat, really? I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. Standing in the lounge watching the match, Raditz watched the 2 sides fight more and more, as if he had entered some kind of wonderful realm. What's wrong? Is the sound broken? Leah was a little strange, and suddenly it was quiet outside. SHH. Don't argue, those 2 are going to break through. Raditz pointed to the 2 men on the big screen. Leah, hey. On the justing stage. Lake and James fought more and more smoothly, and the more excited they became. The momentum of both sides rose again and again, until at the end, 2 whirlwinds visible to the naked eye kept colliding with each other on the competition platform. Exciting. Ugh. Ha. Almost at the same time, the 2 shouted, and both burst out a heavy punch to attack each other's cyclones. Bang! Pang! The cyclone surrounding the 2 exploded, but the momentum of the 2 did not decline. On the contrary, the momentum was pulled out again and again, even beyond their strongest state just now. Reached a whole new level. Level 7 Warrior. They actually broke through the bottleneck on the competition stage and reached the realm they dreamed of. Snap! The 3 martial kings on the stage took the lead in applauding, and then the audience in the audience seemed to understand something, and they all stood up and applauded together. The 2 who came back to their senses looked at each other and immediately burst into laughter. What a miracle! Yes, it seems to me that this is a miracle. Pat, who reopened the headset, was excited, although the competition is not without breakthroughs. But this is the first time this has happened at our tournament. It must be a heroine watching us. Let's applaud the fighting spirit of Lake and James and cheer for their efforts. Oh! The spectators in the stands burst into applause again, and the surging warrior songs were also played on the stereos around the stadium. The two people standing on the competition stage also bowed together to King Wu and the audience. The last two also saluted Pat, and if he hadn't noticed and reminded the personnel to turn off the stereo in time, the two would probably have missed this opportunity. Pat jumped on stage and hugged the two of them. "Congratulations! Thank you. It's a bit frustrating to say, but I have to say, next you have to choose a winner." Pat spread his hands and looked embarrassed. Lake and James looked at each other and smiled. "We decided to abstain." Pat thought he had misheard. "What?" "You heard it right, we decided to abstain." James repeated, "We're not here to win prizes or win championships. We just want to compete with more people and improve our martial arts and fighting skills. Now that the breakthrough has been made, the goal has been achieved. What's more, now we still need to consolidate our own strength. So." "Understood." Of course, Pat knew these things as a warrior. "Since that's the case, then I'll announce it." After confirming the meaning of the two again, Pat began to announce. Lake, James, player because of the breakthrough just now, announced that he would give up the game and go back to consolidate his strength. Here, I also wish them to reach the next level in the future. Although this result was somewhat surprising, everyone could understand it and applauded. Under the send-off of everyone, Lake and the two walked off the competition stage. Good. Although the two players of Lake James have left us, more exciting games are still waiting for us. But then again, the fact that there is no winner in this match means that Leo does not need to compete with others for the right to play in the final, but directly advances. I have to admit that his luck is so good. Pat said with a look of jealousy, "I knew I participated." Everyone is happy. There are players who invite us to play in the third city, Crocodile Man Elagot and Raditz. Lounge. Raditz jumped out of his seat, stretched, moved his hands and feet and began to walk out. "Raditz, you need to come on." Leah exhaled at Raditz's back. Waving at her, Raditz continued to walk forward without looking back. And the Crocodile Man Aligoth threw away the stake with blood in his hand, smacked his mouth, and walked out. Because of his size, he walked out of the lounge before Raditz. When passing by Raditz, he even deliberately swung his thick tail across Raditz's face, and then walked in front with a smug look. Crocodile Man Elagot may be a little unfamiliar to everyone. He is a crocodile tribe in the swamp of Edson continent Brender. Their race has always lived in swamps and lived a self-sufficient life. Later, a warrior accidentally entered the swamp and taught them the martial arts of the crocodile family. That's what got them out of the swamp. People can underestimate them because of it. If you look at the size of the Elagots, they are very powerful. Moreover, the scale armor on their bodies is very tough, and ordinary attacks are difficult to hurt them at all. Pat punched Elagot twice in the abdomen with his consent. Eric had nothing to do. The audience couldn't help but gasp, how should this kind of guy fight? The next player is Raditz, who is only 6 years old. Everyone must be no stranger to him. He had competed with Sammy more than a month ago and unfortunately lost. However, after recovering from his injury, Raditz followed him to participate in the competition, presumably with confidence. If he can win this game, maybe you can play Sammy again. Pat waited until Raditz came to the tournament and introduced it in time. P.S. I have set up a book friend group, if you like it, you can come in and discuss it. Monbar verification information Raditz. Chapter 038. In fact, when Raditz appeared until he stood on stage, the applause in the audience never stopped. Even a 5th-level martial artist may not be able to advance to the Martial Arts Alliance's tournament. He can advance at the age of only 6, which is simply a genius among geniuses. On the VIP stand, 6 trainees, including Belita and Deka, wore the martial arts uniforms of the Zing Martial Arts Hall, dancing wildly and rushing out overnight. The banner with black characters on a yellow background is a Galaxy Martial Arts Hall on one side, and a victory on the other. Little Lori Linda also held a flag taller than her and waved it vigorously. "Come on, Raditz! Come on, Raditz!" Little Lori's little face turned red with excitement, and the crisp child's voice continued to echo in the VIP seat. "Okay, Linda. What you're shouting here is loud and Raditz can't be heard. Let's take a break first. Come, see you're sweaty, drink some juice. That's how I have the strength to cheer for Raditz." Seeing his beloved daughter sweating excitedly, Carlo was relieved and distressed at the same time. She had never seen her so happy since her mother died, which is why he took such great effort to get Belita to the VIP table. Humph! Dad didn't come to help Linda either. Little Lori snorted at her father Joe, and then took the juice he handed him. After drinking the juice, Linda continued waving the flag. Suddenly Carlo's communicator rang a few times, picked up the communicator and looked at it. Carlo frowned. He stood up and walked to Birita and said a few words before turning and leaving the VIP room. On the justing stage, Raditz and Aligot the crocodile were less than 5 meters apart and looked at each other. As the leader of the crocodiles, the Aligots are not only strong. Its height has reached 3 meters 3 and its weight has reached 500 kilograms. He is a veritable heavyweight. Pat stood beside Aligot, reaching out and only touching the other's jaw. He contrasted himself so that the spectators in the stands could understand how tall Aligot really was. Our Raditz runner is now only 92 centimeters due to his age and weighs only 30 kilograms. Whether in weight or height, the Raditz and the Aligots are far apart. Pat walked up to Raditz again, and Raditz, who was standing, only reached his lap. Even so, we can't underestimate the Raditz player. He grew up in the jungle of death and often fought with beasts. During the audition, it once topped the list with a value of 411. In the stands, the spectators gasped, 3 meters 3,92 cm, 500 kilograms, 30 kilograms. This gap is not ordinarily large, it is simply a person from two worlds. They couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for Raditz, whether they could win or not. Can it hold out until the referee? Who exactly wins this match and gets a ticket to the semi-finals? Let's wait and see. Well, the third game begins. After introducing the two sides, Pat announced the official start of the game. Aligot looked at the short Raditz, his tiny eyes couldn't stop moving, and the thick crocodile tail dragging behind also unconsciously swinging from side to side. Hee, little ghost, it's still too late to beg for mercy. Maybe you won't even have the opportunity to shout for help. Aligot suddenly opened his mouth to persuade kindly. Raditz looked at him indifferently. What to do with so much nonsense? If you want to fight, it's early. Oh, the mouth is quite hard. I don't know if your life is your mouth. Maybe I don't know what I'm good at. In that case, then I stand here and let you punch twice. You're welcome, do your best, I won't dodge or fight back. Aligot thrust his soft belly forward and said generously. In his heart, however, he had a different idea. Just defeating you is too cheap for you. I want you to collapse in fear and helplessness, so that you will be forever immersed in the fear of death. The other party said this. How could Raditz refuse? Isn't that too unworthy of the right side? A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Raditz asked joyfully, really? You have to count your words. Of course, the referee can testify. Seeing the excited look in Raditz's eyes, Aligot suddenly had a bad premonition. However, Haikau has already boasted, and it is impossible to take it back. Anyway, even a 5th-level martial artist can't hurt me. Let him hit and hit. Oh, the Aligot seems so confident that he actually gave Raditz 2 punches first. Pat broadcasts the scene to the audience through the microphone. Some viewers applauded his behavior. The applause from the audience made Aligot enjoy it so much that it seemed to return him to the days of reverence in the swamp. Come on! In order to show his sincerity, Aligot closed his eyes, crossed his hands at his waist, and even his thick tail stopped wagging behind him. Raditz walked a few steps to Elagot, and when he looked closely, he could even clearly see the tiny scales on the white abdomen. The backs of reptiles either have sturdy hard shells or tough leather armor. Only the soft belly has weak defenses, and exposing the abdomen is generally a manifestation of the submission of the weak to the strong. Of course, Elagot let Raditz beat the softest belly, but told him, "Look, even my softest place can hurt, what else are you fighting with me? Hurry home and feed." Touching the soft scales, Raditz sneered secretly. The crocodile man was not as nervous as he appeared, and he could clearly sense that a thin layer of chi was protecting him under the soft scale armor. Outwardly, he was the softest place, but in fact, at this moment, his abdomen's defense had already reached the highest. Even stronger than the hardest leather armor on his back. However, this kind of target standing and beaten is not easy to find. And it's such a good target. Raditz stretched his legs, squatted a few times, and moved his hands and feet. "Don't hide," Raditz said seemingly innocently. "Of course, don't worry." Raditz clenched his fists and slowly pulled back. Everyone in the audience held their breath, and Linda and others, who had been noisy, also stopped shouting and quietly looked at the big screen. Ah! Bang! With a loud bang, Raditz's fist slammed into Elagot's abdomen, and the shockwave that shook even the small rubble around it. The crocodile man Elagot, on the other hand, did not retreat a step, and even his expression did not change, as if nothing had happened. "Well, it's very strong. It's almost time to catch up with a 6th-level martial artist. But I'm far from being injured." Elagot carefully felt the strength of the punch, found that he could not hurt himself at all, and completely let go of his heart. "Hee, it's a little itchy. You're using some force." Oh, exclaimed the people in the stands. Just now, the punch knew that it was heavy just by the sound. But Elagot didn't have anything. What kind of physical fitness was this? Well, it's worthy of being a crocodile man in the swamp, and his body is a strong mess. Crudy looked at the indifferent Elagot and couldn't help but sigh. "I remember going to the swamp when I was young and fighting a crocodile. To be honest, if I hadn't slipped away quickly, I might have suffered a loss. Yes, but that little ghost named Raditz is not simple. That punch just now also had the power of a 6th-level martial artist. Worthy of coming out of the jungle of death. First of all, I will accept this person first." Darred's eyes lit up, and he quickly spoke first. "You?" Of course, Crudy will not fight with him if he has an excellent disciple, but Amidal pointed at Darred with a shameless expression. Hey. P.S. I have set up a book friend group. If you like it, you can come in and discuss it. Monbar Verification Information Raditz. Chapter 039. Wow! You're so strong. You're okay if I push so hard. Raditz said naively. Haha, of course. I'm the king of the swamps. Elagot was very comfortable with Raditz. This guy will tell the truth, or he will start lightly. Then I'll punch another punch with all my strength. Raditz slammed his right hand, ready to go on his efforts. Elagot didn't care. Well, it's okay, and another punch, and then fight. If it's not enough, it can also give you another punch. One punch is enough. Raditz took a deep breath and half-crouched. The chi originally contained in his body was slowly mobilized, and he was very careful to avoid being discovered by the martial king on the summit platform. Only when his right arm was faintly swollen did he stop mobilizing. Raditz jumped lightly to the level of Elagot's face. Sensing the strangeness, Elagot opened his eyes and found Raditz about to punch him in the face. Hey, why are you? Before Elagot could finish speaking, Raditz had already punched him. Bang! Like thunder on a sunny day. A slightly dull roar sounded over the competition platform. Elagot, on the other hand, was knocked upside down by Raditz's punches that had been preparing for a long time, smashed on the competition platform, and then jumped up and fell again. The remaining inertia slid him backwards for another few tens of meters. A little blood stains and fine scales slowly fell, and there was another dent on the martial arts platform. If it weren't for the fact that the competition platform was big enough and long enough, I am afraid that at this moment Elliot would have already fallen off the competition platform. Both Pat and the audience were stunned by the scene in front of them. What to say? The situation seemed to be different than I had expected. The second punch of the Raditz fighter was beyond imagination. The Elliot player was actually smashed into the air, and I don't know what his situation is at the moment. Pat jumped onto the justing stage and began to read the seconds: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. It wasn't until Pat counted to 2 that Elliot shook his body and stood up. When he turned around, Pat found that Elliot's crocodile mouth that had protruded forward had now been half enlarged, and several teeth had been lost on the left side. You completely me off. Elliot's already small crocodile eyes are even smaller at the moment. The gaze full of hatred almost hit Raditz like a sharp knife. That's a lot of nonsense. Since you don't come, then I'll pass. After saying that, Raditz sped up and rushed towards the other party. The distance of tens of meters is instantaneous. Swish! Just as Raditz was about to rush to Elliot's side, a huge black shadow came from one side at a faster speed. Raditz had to forcibly change direction halfway through and jump upwards to dodge the blow. The black shadow flew almost by the soles of Raditz's feet. In mid-air, he could see clearly that the huge black shadow was Elliot's tail. Well? Suddenly, Raditz noticed another object coming quickly behind him, only this time he couldn't dodge it again. Bang! The crocodile man's fist hit his body directly, and Raditz was slapped back like a volleyball at a faster speed than when he came. Then he fell the justing platform and sank deep into the stone slab. A few seconds later, Raditz casually pulled his sunken feet out of the slate. After moving his ankle, he rushed over again. This time he was faster, and of course paid special attention to the tail that was attacking. The tail behind the crocodile man appears thick and wags slowly. But when attacking, the speed is quite amazing. The tail flick attack is fast, the attack range is wide, and you can only dodge upwards. But after jumping up, he was in midair and could not dodge the opponent's next attack, but fell into the trap of the opponent. In that case, then I just... When he was close to the range of the crocodile man's tail flick attack again, Raditz stared at his waist and hips. Moved. Raditz quickly accelerated and rushed over. Humph. Want to compare speed with me? How do you think my title of king came about? Elliot saw Raditz pick up speed and thought he was trying to speed up. Sneering in his heart, he increased the power of flicking his tail. His tail is more than 3 meters long, basically the same height as him. For such a long distance, relying on Raditz's speed, it is simply impossible to rush over. Give you a little bitter taste. The already thick tail suddenly erected a lot of bony spikes. Instantly arm the tail into a mace full of spikes. Raditz fell backwards sharply after his tail flicked, and his body continued to slide forward against the ground under the action of inertia. A spike-filled tail whistled past his scalp, and some of the bulging hairs were torn off in an instant. Due to his anatomy, Elliot uses the tail flick attack when his body is facing away from Raditz. So when the attack was over, he turned around and didn't see Raditz. Just as he was wondering, Raditz was already at his feet. Raditz picked up the crocodile flippers that were thicker than his own arm, shouted, and directly picked up Elliot and smashed it towards the tournament. Snap! Can you imagine a child picking up a person half taller than Yao Ming like a nail? The audience in the audience at the moment is this instant feeling. Look at the picture of Raditz abusing the crocodile man on the big screen. Little Lori was stunned for a moment, and then shouted excitedly. Wow! Wow! See? Raditz is defeating that monster. Giggle. Perhaps thinking that this was not enjoyable, Raditz put down his flippers, grabbed the thick tail and opened it again. Bang bang! This rhythmic roar echoes over the Hall of Heroes. Even the three martial kings sitting on the head stage were a little shocked at the moment. Darad, your apprentice is really strong. Originally, he wanted to say violence, but when it came to his lips, Krudi changed his words. Yes. Strong, and a little violent. I like it, though. Darad looked at Raditz, who kept beating his opponent back and forth, and his eyes lit up. Who doesn't have a time when they're young and frivolous, just a little discipline. It seems that this apprentice who has not yet been confiscated is really good. On the justing stage. After beating back and forth no less than 100 times, at this moment the crocodile man Aligoth was completely stunned. The continuous slap and impact had made him lose the ability to think. If it weren't for the hard leather armor wrapped around the outside, if it weren't for the natural strong physique of the crocodile man, I'm afraid that now he is long dead. Looking at the appearance of his opponent, Raditz looked very unhappy. He also wanted to throw him in the air to get a leg, but now it seems that it will not work. Play any longer, maybe he will hang. Forget it. Let's still remove him. Raditz pulled up Aligoth's tail again. And Aligoth thought he was going to open up again, so frightened that he almost cried. Fortunately, Raditz just threw him out of the justing platform to win. Oh! Although somewhat unexpected, our Raditz player clearly won the game. Pat came to the stage, looked at the two deep dents and the cracks around them like spider webs, and secretly swallowed his saliva. Congratulations to our Raditz players for winning the semi-finals. It was only at this time that the audience fully woke up to the shocking picture just now. The scene once again erupted into surging shouts and applause. P.S. I have set up a book friend group, if you like it, you can come in and discuss it. Testimonial information. Raditz. Chapter 040. Raditz, who returned to the lounge, was pulled by Leah as soon as he came up. Wow! Raditz, you're amazing! The big tall man of the crocodile man was defeated by you just like that. Leah took Raditz's hand and jumped, very happy. Raditz smiled at him, it's okay, he's just a little harder. But you're so violent. Raditz. Hee. Seeing Raditz's embarrassment, Leah laughed happily. Right away it's your turn. Be careful. The first match was her fight with Sammy, and according to Raditz, the other party would not be soft on Leah because she was a girl. Well, I know. Leah put away her playfulness and nodded at him. At this point, the referee outside announced the start of the fourth match. Sammy, who had never appeared, walked into the lounge, looked at Leo when he walked down the middle of the lounge, and then walked straight to the competition platform. And when he went out and passed by Raditz's side, he sneered disdainfully, I didn't expect that you little devil could also advance to the semifinals. Wait for it. When I fix this girl, it's your turn next. Raditz glanced at him indifferently, you want to be dropped so much. Sammy choked when he said this. When he was fighting with him in the Zingd Martial Arts Hall, he was beaten like a hammer by him for a while. It can be said that it is the shame that he is the last thing he wants to recall in this life. Humph. In the end, Sammy snorted coldly and turned away. Little Raditz, I'm leaving, wish me victory. Leah bounced and went out too. Why add the word small? Raditz grimaced. However, Raditz turned to look at Leo, who was sitting in the middle of the lounge. Why does Sammy make me feel like I know him? And, it seems, scared or respectful. Despite Sammy's slight movements, Raditz saw him bow slightly at Leo. There was a bad premonition. Nothing like the resurrection of the great demon king of Vic will happen at this conference, right? Tournament platform. Sammy player, as the first 7th level martial artist to be promoted in recent years, can be regarded as having excellent talent. Of course, James and Lake are not bad just now. Pat stood on the competition stage and stood with Sammy. By the way, Sammy player, you are very happy compared to your master when you have advanced to the 7th level martial artist. My master died of illness a few years ago, but I think he would be very happy to see what I have achieved today. Sammy looked rather sad when he said this. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's been a long time. Sammy waved his hand. In fact, I can thank one person for achieving today's results. Of course, it is not convenient to reveal the identity of the other party for the time being, but soon everyone will know. It seems that Sammy seems to want to surprise us. That being the case, let's wait and see. The next person to be introduced is Leah, the only female player in our tournament to advance to the official tournament. I think everyone here must be more familiar than me, just look at your applause and enthusiasm. Before Pat could begin to introduce, most of the audience in the audience had already begun to shout Leah's Meow's name. Obviously, I would be superfluous with any further introductions. Let's let Leah say hello to all of us. Leah took Pat's headset and made a cute gesture at the audience around her. Hello everyone, I'm Leah, I hope you support me a lot. After saying that, he winked playfully. Oh! Leah! Leah! The audience applauded. Linda and several martial arts practitioners at the VIP table also cheered for her. Then, the fourth game begins. Amid the cheers, the fourth game of the tournament began. Drink! Leah was the first to attack, and after a few steps, she flew up and kicked Sammy. With just a raised arm, Sammy easily blocked the side kick. Leah did not give up either, and turned around again with a series of flying kicks. Crackling, a series of dizzying flying kicks were all lightly stopped by Sammy. Sammy blocked Leah's again and smashed Leah with a punch. At the critical moment, Leah crossed her arms in front of her. Bang! The huge force made Leah's body unable to stop retreating. Sammy appeared in front of Leah. Your speed is too slow for me. Swish! A few back jumps opened the distance, and Leah stopped. Indeed, Sammy Hall Master is worthy of being a 7th level martial artist. I can't break through your defenses at all. Even if it is broken, it will not hurt you. Leah herself admitted it. The reason why you attack first is like wanting to see where the gap between yourself and the other party is. Now it seems that the gap is really large. After all, according to a series of evaluations such as fighting skills, Leah is a 5th level martial artist, combat effectiveness is about 80, Sammy is about 160. The gap between the two sides is no longer a star and a half, and it can already be regarded as a qualitative difference. Just like my teacher said, martial arts alone really can't win you. Leah burst out laughing. Martial arts alone. Sammy heard the key in her words. Do you have any other tricks that you can't do? Of course. Leah spread her arms and wore a light blue women's martial arts suit dancing in the wind. Immediately after that, she actually floated up slowly. Without the help of any equipment, and without chi, it flew into the air. No chi, not a dance technique? Could it be mental power? Raditz stood outside the door while resting, looking at Leah flying in the air with his arms folded, and frowned. Leah had said before that his father had gone to the jungle of death for her a few years ago to find special herbs. It seems that it should be because her body has awakened some kind of superpower. Unable to feel the chi, Raditz used mental power to sense it. As he expected, Leah's entire body was wrapped in a light blue spiritual power. The spiritual power itself has no color, but each individual's personality and thoughts will show different characteristics, which is the color seen by outsiders. Spiritual power is also an energy, which is the same as chi to some extent. It's just that chi can be enhanced by the day after tomorrow exercise. However, spiritual power can hardly be increased, except for certain magical herbs, fruits. There will always be 1 or 2 gifted people out of thousands of individuals in each race, and Leah is clearly one of them. Oh, seeing Leah flying, the audience couldn't help but exclaim. Lee player is flying. Could it be that Leah also learned the art of flying heaven? Today's contestants really surprised everyone. Pat looked at Leah, who flew into the air with emotion. Suddenly, he looked down and listened, as if someone was passing some information to him through the headset. Oh, dear audience! Just received the news that Leah's player turned out to be not using flying techniques. It's superpowers. That's right, Lee contestant is for super girls. She floated by relying on her own strong mental power. Wow! The audience erupted in exclamations. Although the flying technique is very magical, there are at least nearly 100 people on the planet Callum. But it seems that only Leah has flown by superpowers. The so-called scarcity is precious, not to mention that this one who uses superpowers is Leah, a heroic female warrior. Humph! Superpowers? A trick that can only be performed. Sammy snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack for the first time. Yikes! Several punches were easily dodged by Leah, who was floating in midair. Sammy saw that the attack was fruitless and accelerated the speed of the attack without thinking. It can be seen that although Leah is very skilled in floating flight, her speed is not very fast. For a warrior of Sammy's level, it is still easy to hit as long as he wants to hit. No, it was just a few circles in a row on the competition stage to spare Leah. It's over. Sammy saw the opportunity to strike a heavy cannon punch. Bang! Strangely, the fist did not hit Leah, but stayed in front of her for more than 10 centimeters. It seemed that a transparent wall in front of Leah blocked Sammy's fist and made it difficult to move an inch. How is this possible? Sammy watched his fist stop when he was still a dozen centimeters away from Leah, and shouted in disbelief. Chapter 041. Leah, on the other hand, takes the opportunity to fly higher and stay outside the boundaries of the tournament, so that even if Sammy can jump up and hit her, she will fall outside the tournament. I have to say that her trick is very effective. Sammy really couldn't do anything for a while. Humph, you can't attack me, it's a big deal. Moreover, flying is also physically demanding, so I don't believe that you can always float in the air. Sammy snorted coldly and sat cross-legged on the competition stage. In mid-air, Leah saw him sit down, her eyes blinking, and a hint of cunning appeared on her face. I saw her stretch out her fingers like white jade, lightly in the air. The small rebel on the ground that had fallen from the collapsed competition platform all floated up and slowly rose into the air. Sammy immediately noticed the abnormality, but there was nothing he could do about it. He. Uncle Sammy, take it. With a wave of Leah's right hand, an egg-sized gravel suddenly accelerated and shot towards Sammy on the tournament. Sammy dodged sideways, and the gravel smashed directly into the competition platform like a bullet, and it was embedded in it. Seeing this scene, Sammy's face changed. This power is no less than that of ordinary sniper rifles. It can be said that this powerful bullet stone is enough to threaten him. In the sky, Leah laughed, Uncle Sammy is so powerful, then I need to use a few. As her words fell, several rebel of various sizes shot down from the sky again. Swoosh! One gravel after another was ejected towards Sammy from different directions. Sammy can only keep moving, dodging the gravel, and occasionally he can only resist with his hands and feet. Don't look at the small size of the gravel, the strength contained in it is no less than the fist strength of a 5th-level martial artist. Once or twice it was okay, after a lot of times, Sammy's hands and feet began to numb. Hold on until she's done with rebel. I rub. How can there be so much? Sammy had wanted to wait until the rebel around Leah was exhausted before figuring it out. But he casually looked up, but found that the floating stones in the sky not only did not decrease, but increased, but became a little smaller. Only then did he realize that every time Leah attacked him with stones, she would suck the broken rebel and the newly created rebel back into the sky. Sammy even had the urge to scold his mother. Constantly jumping and flashing, even he was a little overwhelmed. It didn't take long for several more abrasions on his body. There's no way, you can only use that trick. It was originally intended to be used against that imp. Sammy hated in his heart, how since he met that little ghost, everything has not gone well. Making up his mind, Sammy secretly began to gather the power in his body. The movement inevitably became a little slow, and he was hit several times by Leah's stone bullet in a row. Hey! The movements have slowed down, is it tired? No, it's only been long. It can't be a bad idea. Leah noticed Sammy's strangeness and quickly arranged several mental power shields around her to protect herself. Outside the lounge, Raditz watched Sammy's movements, and the secret passage was not good. This guy is trying to use the wave fist. Although Raditz knew his intentions, there was no way to tell Leah. In the tournament, it was clearly stipulated that the off-field players could not prompt or help. Otherwise the helped party would be treated as a waiver. If only I could communicate with me and tell Leah to get her ready. It seems that Leah lost, but it is also great to be able to force Sammy's trick out. After 10 seconds of brewing, Sammy's trick was finally ready. Taste the power of my Miga. Sammy suddenly stopped dodging, and just stood on the justing platform, raised his right palm to Leah in the sky, and put his left hand on his right arm. Mega Cannon! As Sammy shouted, a huge wave of energy emerged from his right palm. In an instant, a cyan ball of light suddenly burst out from his palm and rushed towards Leah in the air. The lightning-fast energy cannon hit the mental power shield arranged by Leah almost instantly. Unfortunately, the energy contained in the two is too different, and after holding on for less than half a second, the three-layer mental power shield was shattered one after another. The attack speed of the wave fist is already very fast. Leah has no previous experience in dealing with the wave fist, and she has missed the opportunity when she thinks of dodging, and she is finally bombarded by Miga. Fortunately, Sammy reduced his power, and breaking the mental power shield also consumed part of the energy. The rest just knocked Leah unconscious and fell from the sky. Pat quickly dodged over a few times and picked up the unconscious Leah. Rest assured, Leah is just unconscious and not injured. It seems that Sammy players have just left Mercy. Pat told the audience about Leah through the headset. They were relieved to hear that Leah was not injured, and the audience applauded Sammy. It looks like the result of the fourth game is out. Leah loses the match because she is out of bounds. The Sammy contestant will then win the right to participate in the semi-finals. That means he's playing against Raditz. Pat saw Leah off and reascended to the tournament. Presumably, everyone still remembers the video of the match between Sammy and Raditz at the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall more than a month ago. After a gap of more than a month, the two met again in the tournament. I don't know if this is a heroine's arrangement. Because Lake and James abstained, Leo advanced directly to the final. Next is supposed to be the battle between Sammy and Raditz. However, considering that the Sammy players had just gone through a fierce battle, the conference decided to take a break of half an hour before the competition. If the game goes well, then the final will be held at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now please take a break and wait for the semi-finals. Pat bowed to the audience and stepped off the stage. The spectators in the stands also took the opportunity to take a break, but most of them did not leave their seats, but gathered to discuss the game just now. In the VIP room, Linda suddenly said to Decca, "How about we go find Raditz? Can you?" Berida's eyes lit up, and she immediately thought of the rules of the conference and asked. "My dad used to bring him here, and I know it very well. I know the way to the lounge. Go, I'll take you there." After that, Linda jumped off the chair, pulled Belita, and ran outside. 10 minutes later. "Didn't you say you know the way?" Decca watched helplessly as Linda led them into a dead end again. "What, that was a month ago, and now it's changed a lot." Linda lowered her head, her fingers constantly stirring a corner. "Everyone! Forget it. Let's go back quickly. If you delay any longer, the game will begin." In the end, it was Berida who knocked on the board, "Back to the lounge." "Oh, Linda also knew that it was her fault, so she was led back by Birida. In the corner, the unknown person secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and he said into the headset, "I have sent them away and continue to carry out the plan." Lounge. Raditz, who was sitting across from Sammy, had been closing his eyes. Feeling up close, Sammy's combat effectiveness is close to 160. That's a lot more than a month ago. But my strength has also increased a lot, and I am not much worse than you. Sammy wasn't worried, but this Leo. He glanced at Rao, who had been sitting in the middle of the lounge. Raditz's heart was full of doubts. Why is it that the longer I stay with this guy, the more familiar it feels? And the chi on this guy is also very strange. During this period of rest, Raditz has been observing the other party, but unfortunately the other party has been sitting cross-legged, seemingly cultivating the mind, and the information obtained is very limited. But Sammy had been secretly peeking at Leo. What was the relationship between the two of them? After a while, the sound of the game beginning was heard from the sound equipment in the lounge, and Raditz opened his eyes. Sammy, who was sitting across from him, also set his eyes on him. "Hey, hey! Finally waited. After a while, there will be no need to see this disgusting face of yours again." Sammy slowly straightened up and sneered grimly at Raditz. Raditz looked at him with an idiotic expression. "That's exactly what I want to say." Chapter 042. The semifinals of the 5th Martial Arts Alliance tournament are about to begin. Ask both contestants to come on stage and prepare. Half an hour later, Pat, who had reappeared on the ring, announced that the match was about to begin. The martial arts fans of the two in the audience had already begun to shout the names of their idols. Raditz and Sammy ascended the competition stage one after another. Standing on the competition platform, the condescending Sammy said with an arrogant face, "If you want to escape, it is still too late. When I get started, I won't show mercy." Humph. Let's say a few more words now, there are not many opportunities left. Raditz sneered at his words. It's been an exciting time, both of them have great fighting skills. Who will win? No one is sure. The game begins. As soon as Pat announced the start of the game, Sammy rushed towards Raditz. Enlighten. Sammy came up with a heavy punch at Raditz. Bang! Raditz didn't dodge either, blocking his attack with his left arm crossbar. Sammy immediately jerked upwards with his left foot, trying to kick Raditz flying. Sensing the danger, Raditz hurriedly backflipped a few times to dodge his attack. Just as he was about to get up and fight back, Sammy had already come to him. Without warning, he kicked straight at Raditz. Without any hesitation, Raditz kicked down hard with both hands and feet, and the whole person jumped up from the competition platform. "Don't try to escape." Sammy missed the blow and jumped with it. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce offensive and defensive battle in mid-air, and the crackling collision sound was endless. After nearly 20 seconds of fighting, both sides jerked at each other as their bodies fell. With the help of this impact, the two quickly fell to the ground. Without any pause, the two sides once again catapulted from their landing points, rushed towards each other, and began a new round of fighting. In this way, the two hit from the competition platform to the air, and from mid-air to the ground. It went back and forth several times, and the fight was inextricable. Referee Pat and the spectators in the stands were dumbfounded. For a while, there was no noise on the field, and everyone looked at the two people fighting on the stage obsessively. Because the speed is too fast, ordinary viewers can hardly see the movements of the two. After a few more minutes, Raditz's hands and feet were too short because of his body, and he was finally hit by Sammy and fell on the competition platform. At this point, the two sides that had been fighting for nearly 10 minutes each occupied half of the competition platform and looked at each other. It's only been so long since we separated, and this guy's combat effectiveness has improved so much. Moreover, this body is too strong. Being hit by my punch didn't happen at all. Sammy looked at Raditz, who was only panting slightly, and was greatly surprised in his heart. You must know that more than a month ago, he abused the other party very once, and even deliberately broke his left leg. But who would have thought that after more than a month, Raditz not only recovered from his injuries, but also improved his fighting skills a lot, strength, speed. If it wasn't for confirming that the little ghost in front of him was the same person, he thought it was a different person. Damn, this guy can't stay. You can become so powerful in such a short time. If you give him a little more time, it will not be more powerful than now. At that time, the young master's plan will not be. Get rid of it. As soon as Sammy thought of the young master's plan, the killing intent in his heart began to swell uncontrollably. Raditz on the opposite side immediately felt his killing intent. It's funny that it killed me. Are you going to make a bad move? Drink. After a short break, Sammy clasped his hands to his chest before gulping. A surging momentum suddenly burst out from him. The powerful momentum even distorted the air around him, like the heat that was constantly steaming over a campfire. Some small gravel on the competition platform was blown around by this momentum, and some even flew to the stands. It crackled like rain. Instead of complaining, the spectators who were hit shouted excitedly. Wow! I really didn't expect to see the second stage transformation here. Sammy Pavilion has done its best, and this Raditz is going to be unlucky. I guess the tragedy of the last time will repeat itself. On the competition stage, Raditz looked at Sammy, who suddenly burst into momentum, and was speechless. Isn't this just violent anger? It's like you can actually transform. Although he said this, Raditz did not let his guard down. In private, he also began to slowly gather his breath. Sammy's momentum in this state is to mobilize the chi deep in the body and fill the entire body. In this way, both speed, strength, and resistance to strikes will be significantly improved. Raditz visually measured that Sammy's combat power should now be around 260, almost comparable to several martial kings. When Raditz was killed in the original comics, Klin's combat power was 206, and Vic 329 was used as a comparison. 260's combat effectiveness, it's exciting to think about. Raditz's body couldn't help but tremble. After the last battle, the Scion special physique played a role in one time. Now his all-out combat power has reached 170, which is almost comparable to Sammy in normal conditions. If he is also violent, although his strength is slightly inferior to the other party, it will not be too bad. Sammy Hun, who had already completed his violent temper, was wrapped in surging chi. The originally loose martial arts uniform was also supported by swollen muscles, his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of blood, and his silver-grey hair stood on end. Ready? Sammy clenched his fists and asked Raditz seemingly calmly. If I say I'm not ready, will you still give me time to prepare? Fight if you want, don't talk so much nonsense. Raditz half squatted and posed. Humph! Sharp teeth. Today, let me tear this smelly mouth of yours to pieces. Sammy snorted coldly and disappeared in place. Raditz's wide eyes narrowed suddenly. In the back. As soon as Raditz sensed a huge chi behind him, he was kicked by Sammy from behind. As he flew out backwards, Raditz quickly adjusted his body, knowing that Sammy would not give him a chance to fight back. Sure enough, before he could land, Sammy appeared behind him, and his explosive fist smashed into Raditz's back again. Bang! Raditz in midair turned around and blocked Sammy's attack. Do you think the same trick will work for me? Bang bang! The two sides fought fiercely again. Sammy's combat power after the storm is amazing, and every move is full of destructive power. After only a few punches, Raditz felt a sharp pain in his hands. As a last resort, he accelerated out of Sammy's attack range. Want to run? Did you run away? Sammy was unforgiving, and took advantage of Raditz's turn to flee, speeding up, came to Raditz's back, and slammed down with a heavy cannon. Boom! Sammy's all went straight through Raditz's body and smashed on the justing platform. It's doppelganger! How can it be? Sammy was shocked and quickly looked up to look for Raditz's figure. Chapter 043. What are you looking for? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Sammy. He turned to look, but it was Raditz he was looking for. When did you run over there? Sammy couldn't help but ask. If you beg me, I'll tell you. Raditz smiled. Sammy Tiger's eyes widened, his forehead was bruised, and he shouted angrily, Don't be proud, don't you just run over while I'm not paying attention. Look how I clean you up. After saying that, Sammy suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Raditz. The right foot, mixed with the fierce wind, flung hard at Raditz, and as expected, this time it was a doppelganger. This time, however, Sammy caught the almost invisible shadow of Raditz's escape. See! Sammy was overjoyed and pointed his palm at Raditz with one hand. With a bang, a fist-sized wave of energy instantly slammed into Raditz's back. Because the speed of the wave fist was very fast, Raditz didn't have time to hide, and was hit by red and fell from mid-air. Die! Sammy came to Raditz, raised his foot to Raditz and kicked down. Click! The competition platform was stepped on by him abruptly 20 or 30 centimeters, and the 4 or 5 meters around him were all thumb-thick cracks. How come? Unexpectedly, this inevitable blow still failed to hit Raditz. At some point, Raditz came behind Sammy and kicked him in the back as he lost his mind. Bang! Sammy was kicked into the air, and before he could turn around, Raditz came under him and flew with him towards the border of the tournament. Take off! Raditz kicked out again and kicked Sammy high into the air with all his might. This! I don't know how to say it anymore. In this case, it is not suitable for counting seconds. Please wait a moment. This is the first time that one of the contestants has flown into the air and disappeared. The assembly urgently called in a nearby helicopter and flew high into the air to find Sammy. On the summit stage, the three martial kings were also discussing the battle between the two. Hehe, this kid named Raditz has a lot of practical experience. Krudi brushed his beard and looked at Raditz on the field with a smile. Darad next to him also nodded in agreement. He temporarily concentrated all his strength on his legs and feet, increasing his speed to avoid Sammy's attack. However, Sammy's transformation does not seem to be very proficient. He's only been in the cut for a long time, and it's already good to be able to become one. Moreover, he still did not have a thorough understanding of power. The strength of 100 parts of the whole body is not even used for 80 parts, all of them are wasted. However, my apprentice used his own strength very fully, almost 95%. I'm really looking forward to his performance more and more. Maybe he can win this game, Amidal was laughing solemnly. Then let's wait and see. It didn't take long for everyone to wait, but Pat got the news that the helicopter had found Sammy. At this moment, he was falling from a high altitude. More than 10 seconds later, Raditz was already able to see extremely high in the air, and Sammy's head kept falling downward and at high speed. That is. Raditz saw the falling Sammy keep pointing one hand down at the arena. To be precise, it is aimed at Raditz on the justing platform. Over time, Sammy fell faster and faster, to the end almost with the car running at high speed. Mega Cannon! Sammy suddenly roared in mid-air, and immediately after, a huge cyan energy ball quickly formed in his palm, and then slammed towards Raditz. In an instant, the audience only felt a flash of blue light, and the competition platform suddenly exploded. Just like a bomb exploding, the huge impact force blasted the stones piled up on the competition platform into countless fist-sized rubble. Billowing smoke filled the entire tournament. With the cushioning of the Mega Cannon, Sammy's fall speed was cut to the point where he could bear. Finally, he also landed safely without injury. Wait until the dust clears and reveal the justing platform. Everyone could clearly see that there was a huge pit several meters deep in the middle of the competition platform, and some of the stones in the middle were directly melted and became crystals like glass. The force is too great, blowing him to ashes. It was really cheap for him and did not suffer too much. Sammy searched around and did not find Raditz's shadow, and couldn't help but sneer proudly. As for killing opponents and losing the qualification for the game, he has long ignored it. Look, what's that? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the stands around them. It turned out that the helicopter spotted someone in the air. What? Sammy looked up into the air, only to see Raditz falling from mid-air. Looks like you're not on the right track. Raditz scoffed after landing. How come? Even as Raditz stood in front of him, he still couldn't believe that Raditz had dodged his attack. Suddenly, Sammy saw that Raditz's right foot was bleeding, but upon closer inspection, a flake of stones was embedded in it. Humph! It turns out that you are already injured. The corner of Sammy's mouth raised a sneer. I got it once, twice, I'll see how you hide the third time. Sammy jumped a few times and opened the distance between him and Raditz, almost reaching the border of the tournament. I saw him pull away from the fight, put his left hand on his right arm, and began to gather strength again. Enlighten! You can't hide this time! Sammy shouted fiercely, condensing for about 5 or 6 seconds. An even bigger energy mass appeared than just now. Me plus giant cannon. Condensing huge amounts of energy with Sammy's shout, he rushed towards Raditz. This can almost be said to be the energy pillar of the mega cannon constantly rubbing against the air, forming several faint serpentine arcs that surround the giant cannon. Raditz stood in place, seemingly unable to dodge because of a leg injury. In fact, he didn't want to hide at all, and he knew what the other party wanted to do when Sammy fled to the other end of the tournament. And at this time, a bold idea appeared in his mind. As the mega cannon fired, Raditz took a deep breath and brought his hands together to aim outwards at Sammy. He wouldn't want to take Sammy's wave punch with his bare hands. On the stage of the leader, seeing Raditz's actions, Darad couldn't help but ask. Go and die! With Sammy's shout, the mega cannon finally touched Raditz's hands. The blasted energy pillar was like a giant hammer, and Raditz was slammed back 3 or 4 meters. However, Raditz did not give up, gritting his teeth and holding against the energy column. Supporting the competition platform, the feet retreated little by little, leaving a deep dent on the already broken competition platform, and it is still growing. But Raditz's pace of retreat is also slowing down. The chi in Sammy's mega cannon has been eating away at Raditz's hands non-stop. Even with the protection of his own chi, Raditz's hands still began to heat up, and even his skin was worn off and bleeding. In this way, Raditz used both hands to resist the mega cannon, 1 second, 2 seconds. Although he kept retreating, even though his hands were already bleeding, he did not give up. Eventually, when the energy in the mega cannon ran out completely, Raditz finally stopped. And just 2 meters behind him is the border of the competition platform. This. No way. How could he possibly block my mega cannon? Sammy stood at the other end of the justing platform in vain, looking at Raditz as if lost in his soul and muttering to himself. Whew, it hurts. Raditz kept puffing at his bruised, scalded hands. I can't believe it. Raditz actually caught Sammy's wave punch with his bare hands. It's a miracle. Pat stammered as if waking up from a dream. In the stands, whether it was King Wu or the spectators, they all looked incredulous. In their cognition, in addition to the fluctuation fist can resist, the only way to dodge is to dodge. But today, Raditz let them know that there is another way, which is to resist. Good. Now it's up to me. With a flick of his hands, Raditz's figure disappeared into the tournament. When he reappeared, it was already in front of Sammy. Damn guys! Sammy still didn't give up and punched Raditz in the face. Dodging sideways, Raditz aimed Sammy's stomach with 3 elbow strikes in a row. Bang bang. After 3 rings, Sammy hunched over, his face full of unwillingness. How? Yes. Lose. Raditz flicked lightly into his head, and Sammy slowly fell backwards and fell outside the arena. VIP seats. Sammy was also too careless, and even consumed his strength to launch a wave fist. If you don't use the wave punch in the end, you may be able to last for 10 minutes. Darryd looked at Sammy, who had fallen to the field, with a look of hatred. But it's better to lose, isn't it? Well, since the game is over, let's go have a meal. Anyway, the final is in the afternoon, it's still early. My apprentice sent me something good yesterday to open your eyes. Krudi took the lead and left the summit. Raditz wins. Pat immediately announced the results. To the cheers, Raditz won the right to participate in the final. Congratulations to Raditz for winning the semi-finals. He will next compete with Leo for the title. Taking into account the physical problems of the players, the final was held at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Spectators can eat and rest in the restaurants of each district. You can also take a hovercar back to the hotel. But please remember to be sure to return to the venue by 1:30 p.m. After this time, the venue will be closed and traffic will be closed. Well, we'll see you in the afternoon. Pat bowed to the spectators around him and left the arena. Sammy, who was injured, has been carried away by medical staff for treatment. Raditz returns to the lounge to find that Leo is no longer there. Just as he was about to go out, the communicator in his coat rang, and when he opened it, he saw that it was Birita. Hey, is it Raditz? Are you in the lounge now? We are in, you come to us, eat together. Got it. Chapter 044. The Hall of Heroes is very large, and if it weren't for the navigation map and staff guidance at a distance, even Raditz would have almost gotten lost. Led by a staff member, Raditz finally arrived at the place where he met Birita Berni restaurant. Raditz. As soon as he arrived at the door, little Lori Linda was happy that the Emperor ran towards him, pulling his hand without letting go. The trainees of several martial arts halls in Decca all looked at him with adoration. Decca, if they used to idol Raditz, then idol almost offered him as a heroine. Now Raditz has reached the final of the tournament. Even defeat is second place. Top 2 in the global tournament. What a concept this is! It is not an exaggeration to say that it is 1 out of 10 million, or even 1 out of 10 billion. Now our Galaxy Martial Arts Pavilion is completely famous. We are also in the same martial arts hall as the world-class champion, runner-up, Army. Well done! Compared to the excited Decca, Belita seemed much calmer. However, looking at the white fingers she clenched, you can also see that her heart is not calm. It's just that she seems to be used to Raditz, who can do miracles. Go eat, you must be hungry. Birita said softly to Raditz. Yes, Raditz. There is a barbecue restaurant in front of it, and the barbecue there is delicious. Every time Dad brought me here, he would go there to eat. Little Lori Linda took Raditz's little hand like a cute lark. Twitter shows Raditz about the various snacks around. This is Dres Draco, a delicious dairy product. This is Cartier's dessert shop, with dozens of ice creams. Over there is the worm cake house in the Kudi desert, which is full of all kinds of bugs, which is disgusting. Over there, Linda led the group skillfully around the snack bar. Listening to the names of the food popping out of her mouth, everyone was already drooling, and the protests in their stomachs were getting louder and louder. Finally, when everyone was already hungry and their legs were soft, they finally came to the barbecue restaurant that Linda said. The store is not large, less than 10 square meters and 10 seats. However, there are still quite a few people who come to eat barbecue in front of the store. There is a unique smell of meat in the air, not thick but long-lasting. Fortunately, the speed of the barbecue was fast, and it didn't take long for everyone's turn. Linda ordered all the varieties in the store in one go, and each one served 10 servings. Perhaps because she came often, the store didn't think she was trick-or-treating. Instead, he greeted her with a smile. Linda hasn't been here for a long time, and she brought her friends over today. By the way, what about your dad? Humph. Bad dad. If you have a job, you leave Linda alone. I'm going to eat all the roast meat, and leave none of it to him. As soon as she talked about her father, Linda pouted her small mouth and looked dissatisfied. Hey! Maybe Dad was too busy with work. Didn't you say that he was the chief designer of the venue? There must be a lot of things, maybe you can't even eat. I'll bring some back for him later. Birita touched Linda's little head and said with a smile. Tilting her head and thinking for a while, Linda nodded, okay, then forgive him. Bring him a copy, well. 3 parts grilled eel, 2 parts calf hoof tendon. Raditz, you taste this, it tastes delicious. This kung fu roast has been prepared a little. Linda beckoned everyone to eat. It tastes so good. This muscle tastes so tender. You're welcome. Raditz, who was already hungry, was not polite, grabbed the roast chicken and gnawed it. Well, the taste is really good, no wonder Linda likes to eat here so much. The scion's appetite shocked everyone again, and Raditz ate 5 whole roast chickens in a row, and without stopping and began to eat meat skewers. The owner took out all the ingredients you have here, I have all the bags. Belita thought of Raditz's food intake and hurriedly beckoned the shopkeeper to rush to work. Hey! Half an hour later, the 2 roast chefs almost fell down, which was enough to catch up with Raditz's eating speed. Finally ate 8 points full. Raditz finished the last roast and muttered to himself with slight dissatisfaction. This made everyone almost fall down in fear. The roast meat that ate dozens of servings turned out to be only 8 points full. Looking at Raditz's barely changing belly, everyone was already secretly guessing whether he was a human or not. Because of the relationship between the forging skills, Raditz's digestive ability is almost unmatched. As long as the things that have just been eaten reach the gastrointestinal tract, they will be digested and absorbed by the West in an instant, converted into energy and stored in the body. Chinjui, 40,000 soras. Just as Birita was about to pay, Linda took a card and swiped it at the machine, and it was done. Linda, you are, Belita looked at her suspiciously. Linda patted her small bag, I have a VIP card for this store. Dad put a lot of money into it, enough for me to eat for a year. Let's celebrate Brother Raditz's final. This. In the end, under Linda's repeated coquetry, Birita could only give up. However, she and Linda agreed that when he had winter vacation, he must go to the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall to play. After dinner and a moment of wandering around with everyone, Raditz returned to the room specially prepared for the contestants to rest. Of course, before this, there is a series of checks. After all, there are always some opportunistic people who like to use crooked methods. Because he didn't suffer too serious an injury, Raditz simply dealt with it and began to do some warm-up training. This training session was until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after which I slept for another 40 minutes before putting on my martial arts uniform. Looking at the headscarf that Belita quietly handed over after eating, Raditz looked tangled. You know, in fact, our martial arts hall doesn't have much money. Otherwise, my uncle's injuries would have gone to treatment long ago. Although most of the herbs I treated were collected by myself on the mountain, several of the main medicines were provided by pharmaceutical companies. Even the money for your hospitalization is from them. Birita's eyes were already red by these times, they say, as long as you can enter the top 5,000. When the time comes, take this turban competition and advertise it for them to waive the cost of treatment. After struggling for a long time, Raditz finally let out a long sigh and tied the turban with the words "docket medicine" on his head. Human debts or something, I hate it the most. Coming to the lounge where he stayed in the morning, Leo, who had been silent, sat on the side early. The two did not speak, each occupying a corner, and began to close their eyes. The wall clock walked minute by minute, and finally when it reached 2 o'clock. The steel spring behind the wall clock began to contract, and a small man came out of the wall clock, holding a small hammer and began to ring the bell. Clang! Bell! After 2 sounds, Raditz opened his eyes, and a flash of essence flashed away. At the same time, Pat's characteristic deep voice sounded outside again. Welcome to the scene of the 5th Martial Arts Alliance Tournament. I believe that the wonderful competition in the morning has opened your eyes. And the next final must be very much looking forward to it as well. The final is about to begin, and now there are 2 players on the field. Chapter 045. The 2 players don't need to be introduced. Player Leo is a genius apprentice of Lord Krudawu, who learned the flying art at a young age. Raditz players have lived in the jungle of death since childhood. Pat briefly described the identities of the next 2. At this time, Pat noticed the headscarf with the words printed on Raditz's head, and couldn't help but ask, I noticed that the Raditz player does not seem to be wearing a headscarf in the morning. Are you a sponsor of Dr. Medical? Although Callum StarQuest advocates force, fighting power is generally more earthly. But this does not mean that every martial arts hall has a high income, and the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall is an example. Because there are no good martial arts instructors and instructors, they are considered excluded, and their business conditions are worrying. To this end, some enterprises and businessmen will select some seed players and sponsor their martial arts training. After the players grow into fame, they will use their own fame to expand their influence on their respective sponsors and enhance product awareness as a reward. For Raditz, he knew, it had been less than 2 months since he emerged from the jungle of death. This sponsors. Actually, you know, I was seriously injured during the previous fight with Sammy, and I didn't have money to treat my injuries. Later, under the introduction of the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall, he received medical treatment from Docket and was able to recover from his injuries and participate in this tournament. So, Raditz said without going any further. But everyone also understood the look. Almost all of the qualifiers were contested, and most of them had sponsors, large or small, behind them. But apparently, the Dr. Medical that funded Raditz was more discerning. After all, Raditz has already reached the final and has the qualification to advance to the championship. Presumably, everyone can't wait to watch the match between the 2 martial arts geniuses. Without further ado, now the game begins. Pat stood with his left hand in the air, fell sharply after shouting, and then jumped away from the arena. Oh, the spectators in the stands shouted with all their strength, cheering for their champion. The 2 of them walked to the ends of the competition platform and stood on both sides looking at each other. Trample. Raditz half crouched and made a gesture, cautiously looking at Leo on the opposite side. Leo's original playing venue was on platform 74, far from Raditz. In the qualifiers, Raditz did not see the opponent's game. Even when the qualifiers reached the quarterfinals, they didn't meet, but only watched some of the video of the match online after the list of the quarterfinals was determined. But his matches were short, almost a dozen seconds to finish. Combined with the previous battle with Donna's, Raditz can only deduce the opponent: strong strength, fast speed, quick reflexes, and rich fighting skills. During the qualifiers, Leo also encountered several more powerful characters, but at most it only delayed him a little longer. The strength shown by the other party should only be the tip of the iceberg. Far stronger than Sammy, probe his bottom first. Raditz looked at Leo, who remained motionless in his standing position, and decided to start first to see how strong the other party was. Swish! Raditz disappeared in place, waiting until he reappeared behind Leo. He half-jumped in the air, bent his left hand and aimed his elbow at the back of Leo's neck, smashing it hard. Syllable. Leo didn't look back, but blocked his attack with a slight block back with his right hand. Raditz quickly pulled back, and his body twisted at the waist to transmit the rebound force to his feet. Turning around in midair and kicking Leo's head sideways. Snap! Raditz's series of attacks around Leo were all easily blocked by the other party. Oh! The battle turned out to be as expected, and it entered a white-hot stage at the beginning. The Raditz player did not flinch because of the identity and age of the opponent. As soon as he came up, he launched a crazy attack, without giving the opponent the slightest chance to breathe. But the Leo player seemed more calm. Almost all of Raditz's attacks were stopped by him. Pat ran back and forth outside the field, observing the game from all angles, trying to give the audience the most complete game scene. On the competition stage, Raditz launched a crazy attack around Leo like a whirlwind. Heavy punches, hooks, elbow strikes, knee tops, side kicks, leg whips. He attacked Leo in almost every way, but the results he achieved were only a few more bruises on the opponent's face. There is a problem. More than 10 meters away from Leo, Raditz took a few breaths and looked solemnly at Leo, who was still indifferent. Even if he surpassed Sammy's combat power, he would not be able to deal with my attack so easily. And his chi. Why is it so confusing? Click, click, click. Leo twisted his neck a few times and touched the bruises on his face with his hands. How? This is a little skill? Where did the ability to beat Sammy in the morning go? Leo looked at Raditz with a pair of hawky eyes and a sinister smile. Is it that you haven't woken up from your lunch nap? How about I wake you up? Before the word awake had fallen, Raditz's sweaty hair suddenly stood up, and his pores closed instantly. A sense of crisis that almost pierced his skin instantly enveloped him. Without any hesitation, Raditz stepped on the ground with his left foot and fled in the opposite direction. Thundered. As soon as his foot left the ground, a leg whip landed where he had just stood. Like an explosion, a deep pit several meters in size appeared where Raditz was standing, and several palm-sized cracks like spider webs continued to expand around. Some of the rubble in the deep pit was crushed into powder by a huge force, and it drifted into the air, forming a cloud of smoke that shrouded the competition platform. Isn't this much faster than just now? It seems that you don't know each other. Leo's unheard voice came from the smoke. Raditz. I can only expose a little strength first. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Raditz has been hiding his strength. Even in the battle with Sammy again, it is only to concentrate the chi on specific parts of the body to increase the combat effectiveness. However, Leo is different from Sammy, and his combat power is not comparable to Sammy's at all. Drink, Raditz shouted, and the hidden power gradually revealed. Majestic momentum continued to gush out from his body, and an invisible aura could even be seen wrapped around him in the air. On the summit stage. This is the strength of a 7th-level martial artist. Crudy looked at Raditz on the justing stage in surprise. He had been hiding his strength before. Oh, that's interesting. Even the three of us were deceived, which is also powerful. I'm really looking forward to this apprentice more and more. Darryd laughed a few times. Amador, who was sitting with them, did not speak, but looked at the competition platform with a strange face. Noticing him, the other two asked, "What's wrong, old fellow?" "Oh, it's okay. Just some emotion. When we were so young, we were only 2nd and 3rd level martial artists." Amidal was stunned for a moment, and then replied with a smile. "These disciples are getting stronger from generation to generation. Thank you to the heroine." Crudy sighed. "Yes, I have to thank the heroine." An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Amidal's mouth. On the competition platform, the smoke has gradually cleared. Oh? It seems that there are a lot of hidden strength before, which is really more and more interesting. Coming out of the pit, Leo licked his lips and said with an evil smile, "Then you can have fun." Chapter 046. Click. Raditz bent his knees and catapulted, and the stone slab under his feet also crumbled and cracked because he could not withstand the huge force. The explosive fist mixed with the violent fist wind hit Leo in the face. This time, he was unable to parry Raditz's attack, and the whole person was bombarded and flew upside down. Raditz did not miss this opportunity, accelerated towards Leo again, and slammed his elbow against his waist. Flying upside down, Leo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Raditz, and his dark and indifferent gaze made Raditz's heart tighten. Parrying Raditz's elbow strike, Leo licked the blood that had been smashed from the corner of his mouth. Hee, this is flavorful. Bang! Leo suddenly punched Raditz, caught off guard, and Raditz was hit hard in the abdomen. The stomach and intestines in the body twisted and spasmed due to extreme squeezing, and in an instant a huge pain swept through Raditz's brain. Ha! What? The show has just begun, don't quit halfway. Leo's cold, terrifying voice came from behind Raditz. Without looking, by feeling, Raditz threw a roundhouse kick to the position behind him where Leo was standing. Syllable. With his right hand, Leo grabbed Raditz's right leg, while his free left hand clenched into a fist and slammed into Raditz's stomach. Holding back the pain, Raditz clasped his hands together to block Leo's punch. At the same time, the left foot, which is not controlled, kicks the opponent in the face. Leo dodged the attack slightly sideways, but Raditz straightened his body and smashed his left foot and hands madly at Leo. Although he could block Raditz's attack every time, after a long time, Leo, who was only one-handed, was also pressed by Raditz's attack and could not lift his head. Humph! Get out of here! Leo snorted coldly and jumped up, slamming Raditz hard with his right hand towards the competition platform. At the moment when he was about to touch the justing platform, Raditz turned around in shock and landed on his feet. Almost at the same time, he jumped upwards and came to Leo, who was in mid-air, and attacked again. Just annoying guys. The connection is tight, and the shuttle attacks are non-stop. Rao is also a little difficult. He had to use the flying technique to get out of Raditz's attack range. Raditz, because he didn't want to expose himself that he could dance air art, a wild child can delve into such a super skilled martial art as air dance on his own. I am afraid that after I make it, I will be caught by a group of people to study, so I did not continue to pursue, but let my body fall freely back to the competition platform. However, Leo obviously would not let go of Raditz, who was entangled with him, and saw that with a wave of his left hand, a fist-sized mass of energy rushed towards Raditz like an off-string arrow. And Raditz, who was standing on the competition platform, looked at the energy ball flying towards him, and instantly gathered chi on his right hand. When the energy ball was about to arrive, he shouted loudly, and his right hand slapped the energy ball into the audience like a volleyball ball. The energy ball cut an arc across the audience before grazing the roof of the stadium above and flying into the air and disappearing into the distance. Wow! The audience in the area where the energy ball passed first shouted in horror, and suddenly burst into a more enthusiastic shout after confirming that the energy ball flew away and that it was not injured. It's incredible! The Raditz fighter actually slapped the wave punch of the Filio fighter with one hand. Pat Dooley spoke up. First counteract Sammy's mega cannon with both hands, and then slap Filio's wave fist with one hand. I don't know what kind of wonderful game the Raditz player will show us next. It's really exciting. Leo, who was flying in midair, saw that his wave fist was actually slapped by Raditz, and his heart couldn't help but rise with anger. Dare to fly my wave fist? So can you shoot these away? Leo suddenly raised his hands and his body was half bent, as if he was gathering strength. Raditz squinted as he watched as Leo concentrated most of the chi in his body into his hands. Drink? Yes. As Leo shouted, he swung his hands sharply towards Raditz. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Every time he threw a punch, a fist-sized ball of energy smashed into Raditz. The dense ball of energy is like a dense cluster missile. If it all hits Raditz, I am afraid that he will not even have a little slag left. Of course, Raditz will not sit still, he keeps running back and forth on the competition platform to dodge, and some energy bombs that really can't be avoided flew into the air. Rumble! 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 Dense energy bombardments bombarded the competition platform, and the already shattered competition platform could no longer withstand such a violent explosion. In the roar, the competition platform collapsed, and the scattered stones kept flying around. Some front row spectators were occasionally hit by rebel fragments, and for a while there was a constant wail. Bang! There was a sudden explosion in the sky, and everyone looked up. But it was a ball of energy that was flown by Raditz and smashed impartially into a broadcast helicopter. The air units that were still concentrating on broadcasting the tournament had flown their machines out of the sky over the Hall of Heroes. The sky above the noisy competition platform was suddenly cleared. Bang bang! The roar continued, and the now completely collapsed arena was shrouded in smoke, and even high-frequency cameras could not see the situation inside. After bombing for nearly half a minute and firing nearly 100 energy bombs, Leo stopped. At this time, everyone was already frightened by his almost crazy behavior. No one expected that someone would use the wave fist like this. This is simply a humanoid bomber. Old fellow, your apprentice is also too strong, and you can still fly in the sky by launching so many wave fists in a row. How much energy is there in his body? Darryd was also surprised by Leo's extravagant style of play. Hurriedly asked the old guy next to him. Cruddy smiled, kept his mouth shut, and still looked at the collapsed competition platform with interest on his face. Seeing this, Darryd had to press the doubts in his heart and continue to look. The smoke on the competition platform lasted for a long time, and Leo, who did not want to wait, waved his hand several times at the bottom. The huge palm force formed a whirlwind that swept away all the dust and smoke around it, leaving behind a competition platform that was already full of holes and tattered. Hey! Leo looked back and forth for a long time, but did not find Raditz. He won't be blown to ashes by me and swept away by the wind. Leo thought to himself. But the next second he vetoed his idea. After all, the strength shown by Raditz was not enough to be killed so quickly. It should be seriously injured and buried under the rubble. Without hesitation, Leo lowered his altitude and returned to the sky over the competition platform to patrol back and forth. In his opinion, Raditz, even if he did not die, must have been seriously injured. There was no longer any threat to himself, but he still did not fall completely to be on the safe side, but remained at a height of 10 meters. Even if Raditz sneaks up, he will have time to evacuate upwards and escape. Whew! Raditz! In the VIP seat, Linda looked at the rubble and crumbling competition platform on the big screen with tears in her eyes. After adjusting several cameras, Raditz was still not seen. Whether it was little Loli, Belita, or martial arts gym students, they all looked for Raditz's figure with tears in their eyes. Chapter 047. The audience in the audience also got up one after another, trying to find Raditz's figure. This. Because the whereabouts of the Raditz player are temporarily unknown, the match is temporarily suspended until the Raditz player is found. Pat also took a one-man hovercar to look for Raditz over the tournament. Click. Just as everyone was looking for Raditz, a sound suddenly came from somewhere in the competition platform. As soon as Leo heard the voice, he came to the sky above the place. Bang! Behind Leo, there was another sound, and this time it seemed to be accompanied by an explosion. Leo quickly turned to look, but only saw a few flying pieces of rubble. I'm here. The disappearing Raditz appeared behind Leo, crossed his hands and clenched his fists and slammed into the back of Leo's head. Smash him into the justing platform from the air, and then fall back himself. Oh! The Raditz player showed up and he didn't seem to be injured. It's incredible, such a violent explosion. Crackle! Leo climbed out of the rubble pile. Looks like you're fine. Leo looked at Raditz expressionlessly. But I'm in trouble. I'm very angry. Leo suddenly yelled at Raditz, accompanied by his chi rising again. For now, his combat power has far surpassed the three martial kings on the summit platform, reaching about 350. Raditz. His chi became even more chaotic. Moreover, there seems to be a familiar feeling. What the hell is going on here? Raditz coped with Leo's attack while thinking about Leo's problems. With each meeting, Leo's feelings for Raditz were always changing. The first ordinary, the second surprised, the third crisis, and this unease. And there is a very familiar chi in him, but he can't remember where he felt this chi. Bang bang! Just as he was thinking distracted, Leo suddenly increased his speed and woke him up with a punch. Am I so distracted during the battle? Yes. Leo roared again. At the same time, the chi in his body increased again. The powerful momentum had already caused the uneasiness of all the martial kings on the summit. This. Such a huge momentum. What the hell is going on? Krudi, who had been holding the state of watching the play, shouted in a lost voice. Leo's successive changes have exceeded his expectations. His momentum has already caused unease among the audience. Moreover, there have been injuries to the audience since just now. Raditz looked at the stands around him, and many spectators had begun to evacuate the venue. The aftermath of the battle generated by nearly 400 combat power is no longer something that ordinary spectators can bear. Get them to stop the game. Looking at the two who were once again entangled, Krudi gave orders to the General Assembly through the communicator. Chirping. Whoops, however, only rustling and signalless chaotic sound waves came from the communicator. Hey? Is anyone there? After shouting several times and not seeing a response from anyone over there, at this time, no matter how dull you are, you know that something is wrong. Amadol, you go and evacuate the crowd. Raditz, you go and see what's going on over there in the control room. I went and separated the two of them. After saying this, Krudi got up and flew towards the field. Bang! Amador suddenly shot out and launched a wave punch on Krudi's back. Krudi never expected that the old guy would sneak up on him. Caught off guard, he was hit squarely. And a mouthful of blood gushed out. Amador, what are you doing? You actually attacked Krudi? Raditz asked in horror. Facing his former companions, Amador looked dismissive. What about attacking him? It has long been unpleasant to see him. Anyway, after today, the martial arts alliance will not exist. What? What do you mean by that? Neither Krudi nor Amador was dumbfounded by this. Hey! Looking at your ignorant expression, it really makes people feel comfortable. We haven't had a discussion in a long time, have we? Let's relive the old dream today. Drinka instead of answering their questions, Amador shouted, and the momentum on his body suddenly increased. The unprecedented super momentum is centered on Amador, constantly spreading around, and even subtle flames can be seen in the air. In the audience below him, some of the frail spectators were even crushed to the ground. They didn't understand why the three martial kings would move against each other, but apparently this kind of battle would definitely be very fierce, and in order to save their lives, more people joined the evacuation army. This. How come? How is it possible for you to complete 3 transformations? Krudi looked at the momentum. Hey! Beat me first! Amador rushed towards the two. Without hesitation, the two martial kings burst out their powerful momentum one after another, completing the second stage transformation to face Amador. The changes in the VIP seats were also noticed by Raditz, but he had no time to care. At this time, Leo's momentum was increasing at a time, and it had reached nearly 400 combat strength. Raditz was so violent that he could only withstand his attack. Damn it! Is he a monster? The strength has improved so much in a short period of time. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Raditz could be said to be quite depressed in his heart. Originally, I thought of fighting with the other party well to improve my combat effectiveness. Now it seems possible to die here. Moreover, the three martial kings actually had internal strife, and it was obvious that the uneasy thing they had felt before had happened. And, this guy. What the hell is going on? Leo, whose strength has skyrocketed in a short period of time, is not without other changes. Because of the super chi, at this moment, Leo's figure has skyrocketed compared to just now, and his height has increased by 20 centimeters. The violent chi filled his whole body, his eyes were scarlet with irritation, and his whole body was filled with a violent aura, and he seemed to have lost part of his senses. Even his face became more hideous, his mouth was long, and his sharp canine teeth were exposed. The hair also began to become thick and lush, and the exposed arms, and the cheeks also began to show hair. Was it some kind of modification technology, or was it animal testing? Looking at Leo, who was about to lose his mind, Raditz could only keep dodging around. Fortunately, Leo's combat effectiveness has greatly increased, his strength has increased, but his body is not as flexible as before. Bang bang! The three martial kings constantly fought in the sky above the hero hall, and the wave fists flying back and forth smashed down from time to time, and then a violent explosion occurred. Some spectators who did not have time to escape were brutally bombed and died on the spot. Looking at the chaotic scene below, Krudi shouted at Amidal, "Amai! If you want to fight, just leave here with us and fight outside. Don't hurt the innocent anymore." Hey! Your sense of justice exploded again. Boring justice, so you can never break through to 3 stages. Look at me, it can be like this, Aimder sneered, and casually blasted a wave fist into a dense crowd. Boom! The wave fist exploded in the crowd, countless stump and broken arms scattered, and blood and flesh fell all over the sky, like a shower of blood. Those who survived were first stunned, and then fled even more frantically. Krudi looked at the tragedy below and almost gritted his teeth. Haha! Run away! Scream it! Fear it! General Drasso will rule Karamstar again. Aimder seemed to enjoy the screams of the crowd so much that he gave up fighting the 2 martial kings and flew higher in the air instead, casually firing wave fists everywhere. The roar of the explosion continued to sound in all directions, and for a time the death toll rose sharply. General Drasso? What the hell are you talking about? Krudi roared indignantly and slammed a punch into Aimder's face. Hey! The punch power has increased. Moving his neck casually, Aimder said with a smile. It's just that the cold, murderous gaze makes the 2 people opposite him feel no warmth. That's pretty much it, and it's okay to tell you. See your proud apprentice Leo below? He was the son of General Drasso. Amador was stunning. This can't be. Krudi said categorically, you and I both know that Drasso is not married at all, nor does he have any lovers. He couldn't have left children. Hey! The general really did not. However, who told you that Leo was left behind before the general's death? Once again, Amidal said something that shocked the 2. In fact, Leo was only bred from the cultivation room 2 years after the general's death. To be honest, we almost gave up at the beginning, we didn't expect the heroine's bloodline to be so strong. Hey! You don't know yet. Leo was bred using a mixture of the heroine's blood and the general's remaining genetic samples. Chapter 048. Remember when after the end of the Great War, I led the army to clean up the battlefield? Aimder slowly lowered his height and stopped at a head above the 2. When I was cleaning the battlefield, I found a few drops of blood left by the heroine when she was injured and collected it. Then secretly contacted the remaining troops of the general and gave them the blood of the heroine to study and experiment. After almost 2 years, it finally succeeded. When Aimder said this, his face couldn't help but show an intoxicated expression. The child formed by the combination of the great General Drasso and the powerful heroine is destined to become the new master of Karamstar. I will follow in the footsteps of the general, and you warriors are only worthy to be the general's servants. In a vain attempt to follow in the footsteps of a dead man. Have you forgotten your dignity as a warrior? Forgot that we surrounded the Drasso warrior legion together? We are comrades. Companion. Darad did not expect that his former companion would vainly try to follow a dead man. And this man is still a tyrant of dictatorship. Companion? Hee. You also think too highly of yourselves. Amador looked at him with disdain. I originally followed the general, but I was just lurking among you to steal intelligence. What? Darad was startled at first, and then remembered something, and roared at the other party. In this way, all these years have been the intelligence and financial support you have provided to the remnants of Drasso. You also secretly released water in those few encirclements, right? After the end of the war, the Martial Arts Alliance has not relaxed its siege of the remnants of the Drasso Warrior Legion. It is encircled on a large scale every year. However, the other side always escaped their encirclement at critical moments, resulting in their repeated defeats. During a siege 2 years ago, Darad's only son was also ambushed and beaten to death by the dead soldiers of the Warrior Legion. Not stupid yet. Go and die. Darad let out a roar and rushed towards Amador, followed by Crudi. Another scuffle begins. VIP seats. The chaotic scene outside made everyone panic, and those who were rich and noble had already fled under the leadership of their respective bodyguards. Today, only Belita and her party are still hiding in the VIP room, checking the situation outside through the big screen. Sister Birita, why hasn't Dad come yet? Little lowly Linda threw herself into Birita's arms with red eyes and asked choked. Linda, don't worry, your dad is the chief designer of this venue, and no one knows the terrain better than him. Your dad must be rushing this way. You have to have faith in him. Birita patted her back and comforted. Linda believes in Dad. By the way, how is Raditz now? Linda asked suddenly. Belita shook her head. Now the staff in the venue have almost fled, and no one has broadcast the situation on the competition stage. On the justing stage. Raditz gasped and sweated as he looked at Leo, who was still alive. Almost all of his body was injured, some were hit by wave fists, and some were hit by the opponent's fists and feet. If you go on like this, even if you are not killed by him, you will be exhausted to death. Raditz struggled to avoid the re-striking Leo, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. It's not that he didn't think about escaping here with the dancing void technique, but the heavenly Aimder will definitely not let himself leave. Damn it! Am I going to be beaten to death by him like this? I'm Raditz. Kakarot's brother. I will definitely live. Raditz roared and stopped dodging and rushed towards Leo. Seeing this, Leo, who had scarlet eyes, roared excitedly and scuffled with Raditz. Bang bang! A series of body roars sounded on the ruined field, and both sides could be described as doing their best. Unconsciously, Raditz's tail, which had been wrapped around his waist, loosened and kept swaying from side to side behind him. Perhaps because of the liberation of the tail, Raditz's strength has increased a lot, and he can even support it under Leo's crazy attack. However, this situation lasted less than a minute, and Raditz was punched in the chest by Leo, spraying blood and falling into the rubble. Even without looking, Raditz knew he had broken 5 ribs. He still wanted to get up, but his body did not listen to the command. Not to mention moving your hands and feet, you just feel the pain of drilling your heart every time you breathe. Roar! After knocking down Raditz, Leo raised his head excitedly and yelled, his hands clenched into fists and kept beating his chest. It's like an excited ape. A beetle in the sky looked at the excited Leo below, and couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. It's worthy of being a mixture of a general and a heroine, it's really excellent. He glanced at Raditz, who fell to the ground. Again, I didn't expect him to have the blood of a heroine. Later, he will be brought back to the laboratory, and he may be able to create more powerful fighters. At this time, a wave fist flew towards him, and after easily dodging it, Kirudi and Darad both rushed up again. It's really annoying. That's the end of the game, I have more important things to do. Amder looked up at the sky, and a full moon gradually revealed. He increased his strength and slammed a few punches into the ground for the two former companions. Thundered. The two bumped into the audience one after another, and after struggling several times, they still couldn't get up. Amder waved his hand in succession, and several balls of energy struck the two who fell to the ground. Boom! Pang! With two explosions, the two martial kings disappeared from Amador's field of vision. Of course, he believed that his two old fellows would not die just like that. However, even if he survives, he will not last long. Then he landed on the summit, pressed a few buttons, a lift appeared, and walked in. The elevator took him to a huge building more than 30 meters, and at this moment, countless warriors wearing martial arts uniforms with golden serpentine patterns on a black background shuttled back and forth. One by one, the unconscious warriors of the assembly were carried into the room by them and locked up. It didn't take long for Amder to arrive in a control room, where a dozen staff members were intently operating the machine in front of them. How's it going? The full moon is still 2 minutes away, and all the preparations have been completed, waiting for instructions. Young Master Leo was in good condition, and the battle just now seemed to have made the bloodlines in his body fuse more thoroughly. A staff member reported to him. By the way, what about the designer? Already locked in a confinement cell. Very good. That person is still useful to us, keep it for now. Turn on your device now and welcome this sacred moment. Amidal looked feverishly at Leo, who was yelling on the big screen. As he pressed the button, the hero hall on the ground suddenly began to vibrate. After a few seconds, the original auditorium was suddenly all reversed, and a curved mirror was attached under each seat. Click, click, click. With a series of sounds, the half-open giant field cover of the Hall of Heroes slowly rose and opened. At the same time, all the curved mirrors are raised, forming a larger receiver-like thing in midair and the field cover. When everything is ready, the full moon in the sky gradually emerges. Wisps of soft moonlight shone on the ruined Hero Hall, and under the manipulation of underground personnel, the giant mirror concentrated all the absorbed moonlight on Leo's body. Roar! After a few seconds, Leo became restless and kept pounding the ground around him, venting the rubble. A force hidden deep in his body began to awaken gradually. Several times he wanted to tear his hips behind him, as if something was about to come out. It's useless to even tear your pants to pieces. Instead, it hurts his body, which makes him even more irritable. Increase energy output. Seeing Leo's situation, Amidal ordered. Buzz! The giant mirror outside began to slowly flood, and more and purer moonlight shone on Leo. Over time, blood began to flow rapidly near Leo's tailbone, and more energy gathered together. Poof! A furry tail popped out of nowhere. Roar! At the moment when the tail popped out, Leo seemed to become more complete. He was relieved and slapped his chest again as if in celebration, and at the same time his body began to gradually change. The originally protruding mouth began to elongate and expand forward, sharp exposed teeth become sharper, the martial arts uniform, which had long been tattered, was easily swollen as if it did not exist, dense black body hair emerged from all over his body. The thin and short body began to expand dramatically, and in just a few seconds, it turned into a giant ape of nearly 6 meters. Chapter 049. It worked. Amidal almost jumped with excitement as he watched Leo, who had successfully transformed into a giant ape. 10 years ago, when the heroine appeared and killed General Drasso, she transformed into a giant ape and destroyed hundreds of giant war puppets. This allowed the rebel army to create conditions for the annihilation of the warrior legion. If the war puppet had not been destroyed, I am afraid that Drasso would have ruled the Kalam Star long ago. For the destructive power of the giant ape, the remaining warrior legions are afraid and eager to have this ability. When Amidal got the heroine's blood, they were excited. That night they conducted a research experiment. As a fighting people, the genes of the scions are quite overbearing. Even if they gathered many of the top relevant scientists on Karam Star at that time, they still failed many times. Everything that combines with blood, whether it is a product of genetic reconciliation or a variety of primitive beasts, is all devoured by blood. Seeing that the blood was decreasing little by little, in the end, there was really no way, they could only fuse the residual genetic sample of General Drasso with it. Unexpectedly, 13 cultures were surprisingly successful. What made them ecstatic was that after this cultivation body awakened its consciousness, not only did it have a super high IQ, but its martial arts talent was also good. After only half a year of training, he became an official martial artist, and he was Leo. After that, the remnants of General Drasso began to cultivate this culture in all aspects, trying to make him another Drasso. Sammy, on the other hand, is a pawn spread by Aimder. At the beginning, the owner of the Star River Martial Arts Hall was a leader of the rebel army, and he had a secret skill in his hand, and Sammy's task was to get this secret skill and bring it back. There are nearly 100 people like him, Karam Star, and they are distributed all over the world, providing various materials and material support for the Warrior Legion. Over time, Aimder discovers that although Leo's talent is excellent, it is not enough to become a heroine who once destroyed war puppets. They begin to look for reasons, convinced that there is nothing wrong with their goals and directions. After conducting a lot of experiments, they unexpectedly discovered that under the full moon, Leo would become violent for no reason, and his strength would increase exponentially. After in-depth research, they even concluded that the moonlight at the full moon contains some ingredient that stimulates Leo's physical instincts, allowing him to stimulate the genes of the heroine deep in his body. Aimder vaguely remembers that before the heroine transformed, she was suppressed and beaten by war puppets. Later, after the full moon came out, he transformed into a giant ape and destroyed the war puppet in one fell swoop. Relying on this theory, they tried to purify the moonlight of the full moon and shine it on Leo. The experimental effect is not satisfactory, and Leo's strength improvement is still limited. At this moment, a scientist discovered that under the light of the full moon, something seemed to be growing in Leo's butt position. It was later learned that it was the tailbone, and that it was the degraded tail of the Karam Starman. After scientists' calculations, in order for Leo to fully realize his potential, he must have a complete body. That is, it needs to be supported by a tail. Not only that, scientists have also discovered the light wave useful for Leo in the full moon, the Bolt's light wave. However, it is a pity that although Karam Star has a moon, the Bolt's light wave in it is very faint. Even a full moon can't make Leo complete his transformation. After some hard searching, they finally found a solution. Every 3 years, the moon on Karam shifts to a specific angle. At this time, the energy value of the Bolt's light wave reflected by it reaches the maximum, and the amount it produces should be able to meet the conditions for qualitative change in Leo's body. And there is only one place to reach this value: Hero City. Unfortunately, they happened to miss the best times when they knew about it. After some careful calculations, under a Midar's arrangement, Leo was lucky to be discovered by Crudi and accepted as an apprentice a month later. In the same year, the construction of the Heroes' Hall broke ground and construction began, and just like that, everything proceeded in an orderly manner under the auspices of Aimder. Leo's strength in the past 3 years has also improved at an alarming rate, almost 2 levels per year. This made Crudi think that he had found an heir, and not only found time to teach, but also taught him many secret skills. Now it seems that it is indeed an enemy. Roar! In the Hall of Heroes, Leo's transformed ape slapped his chest with his hands and roared up to the sky amid the rubble. Buzz Leo finally suddenly began to glow and condensed for about a second. A huge ball of energy erupted from his mouth, slamming a huge gap on the side of the Hall of Heroes. Through the gap, you can see that the giant energy ball flew out for thousands of meters and blew a small mountain into ruins. Good. Good. This destructive power. Haha. General, did you see that? We are about to reign again on the planet Karam. Ameter couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw that the giant ape casually said that an energy bomb had such power. Bang bang! The great ape seemed to be venting, constantly spraying energy bombs around. From time to time, he still jumped up and down to sabotage, and without much effort, the hero hall had been almost demolished by him. It can be seen from here that the great ape that Leo transformed into is not sane. Purely a destructive giant ape. About this, Aimder certainly expected. Before sending Leo here, he ordered someone to secretly transplant a chip in his brain to control his movements. Start the chip and quickly let young Master Leo regain his sanity so that he can deal with the next army of warriors. Although the two martial kings have been solved temporarily, the situation here must have spread, and it will not be long before more warriors will arrive here. Over the years, he has also recruited a lot of manpower, but after all, he is secretly unseen, and of course he is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Fortunately, the best martial artists have almost been captured. After surviving this attack, the rest will not be enough. Thinking of the many outstanding martial artists in the internment room, Aimder couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. Gathering so many excellent martial artists is completely impossible in normal times. After that, they brainwash these people and transform them into puppets who obey their orders. When the time comes, the whole Karam star. Outside, Leo's transformed giant ape suddenly held his head with both paws, roaring and slapping unceasingly. In the end, the great ape still trembled his hands and stopped rioting. The scarlet eyes also seemed to regain their clarity. It looks like it's recovered. Find out those two old guys first. Through the reconnaissance equipment installed in the Hall of Heroes, the two martial kings who were hiding had long been found. Roar! The giant ape suddenly picked up a piece of rubble and threw it at a place in the hero hall. Thundered. Whoops! The corner of the already dilapidated venue suddenly collapsed in half, all kinds of broken benches, and reflectors fell to the ground. Sue! Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from the collapsed ruins and fled into the distance. After the giant ape noticed it, it suddenly opened its mouth and blasted a ball of energy at the black shadow. After a burst of bright light, a black shadow fell on the ruins. Look closely, the man is Krudi. Hey! Solved one. There is one left, let me see where. Well? He actually ran to that little ghost. Through the monitor, Aimder found Darad. At this moment, he had taken refuge next to Raditz, who was lying in the ruins. Looking at Raditz lying on the ground and the tail behind him, Darad's heart was complicated. Your name is Raditz. Originally, I wanted to take you as an apprentice after the conference, but it seems that there is no hope. Darad looked at Raditz and said slowly, today I can't escape death. I can't let that guy win so smoothly, though. You should be able to turn into a great ape too, right? I haven't tried it, it should work. But even turning into a great ape is useless. I was hurt too badly. Ahem, Raditz looked at him without sadness. Because of a few more words, the harmful lungs entered a little blood foam again, and coughed involuntarily. If you can turn into a great ape, you can do it. I'll help you recover from your injuries. After getting the answer he wanted, Darad pulled Raditz's clothes and put his hands on Raditz's belly. Take it easy and don't resist. I will use my life force to help you heal your injuries. Your life force? Why? For revenge. Remember to help me kill Aimder. Darad closed his eyes after speaking. Within seconds, Raditz felt that from Darad's hands, a steady stream of surging life force was surging towards his body. The original injury is recovering at a rapid pace. Damn it! I didn't expect this old guy to transfer his life. Seeing Darad's movements, Amidal didn't know what he wanted to do, and quickly gave an order to the giant ape to fire energy bombs in that direction. The giant ape did not hesitate and fired an energy bomb at the direction of Raditz. Bang! Chapter 050. With a loud bang, the stone slab hiding Raditz and Darad was blown away. Hey, hey! Darad, I didn't expect you to die like this. Anyway, finally. Damn it! Amidal originally looked at the ruined venue with a look of relief, but the next second he was annoyed. In the smoke-filled Hall of Heroes, a huge figure slowly appeared on the ruins. Tall figure, thick black hair, scarlet eyes, hideous face, thick and powerful tail. Another great ape appeared. Roar! The roar full of violent terror seemed to announce his arrival to the world. The newly emerged great ape was 1 head shorter than the giant ape that Leo transformed, only more than 6 meters tall. But his hair is thicker, and the violent aura on his body is even stronger. On the hideous face, a pair of scarlet eyes are full of violence and destruction. It seems to be about destroying everything. Simply put, he became a pure giant ape than Rio, a monster who only knows destruction. There is no doubt that on the Karam star, apart from Leo, only Raditz can transform a great ape into a great ape. Just as Leo sends out energy bombs to destroy him and Darad's secret technique, life transfer, has been completed. The serious injuries suffered by Raditz were also healed by the rich vitality that came with the transfer. Of course, along with the life force came Darad's soul. He wasn't as great as he said he was. Life transfer is indeed able to heal Raditz's injuries, but his plan is to take advantage of the opportunity to take Raditz's body. In his opinion, it is better to use the hands of others to fulfill his wishes, and it is better to do it himself. What's more, as the king of martial arts, he has always been covetous of the powerful body of the heroine. Why not do it this time when he has the opportunity? If it had been another scion, perhaps he would have succeeded, but unfortunately he chose Raditz. When his soul was transferred to Raditz's mind, Raditz, who had long been guarded, used a huge spiritual sea to drown and assimilate him in an instant. In addition to the huge spiritual power and countless martial arts secret skills and fighting experience given to Raditz, he completely disappeared into this world without even stirring up a wave. There is not even a chance to go to the prefecture to be reborn. Roar! The giant ape that Leo transformed into instinctively felt the threat from the other party, and even though he had regained his senses, he was still instinctively driven to yell at the other party. The giant ape who was originally roaring in the sky was stunned, and immediately saw that there was a similar kind that was taller than himself beside him. The originally scarlet eyes, the pupils in them shrank sharply, and the thick nostrils on the hideous face continued to bug out. Roar! The newly emerged great ape let out an even louder roar at Leo, and then rushed towards him on all fours. Leo did not show weakness and also rushed towards the other party. Thundered! The two great apes collided together in the ruins of the ruined venue, emitting a huge roar. The destructive force of the collision even created a huge shock wave that swept around. Push everything around you backwards. Bang bang! Like two gladiators fighting in a gladiatorial arena, the two giant apes fought a most primitive and bloody gladiatorial battle on the ruins. Fighting between beasts is always the bloodiest and most direct. It doesn't need losers, it doesn't need compassion, it just wants winners. There are no bells, tricks and strategies, just collisions between bodies, claw to claw, fist to fist. In less than half a minute of fighting, the ruined venue was completely destroyed by the battle between them. Fist-to-flesh combat is extremely dangerous, and every move in the gladiatorial fight between the two giant apes is full of explosive and destructive power. Leo could punch through the solid cement slab nearly 2 meters behind the stadium, but could only leave a mark on Raditz, and disappeared seconds later under the scion's strong resilience. The two sides are inextricably linked, although Leo is big and powerful. However, the giant ape that Raditz transformed into is a sane and violent and destructive beast. A strong man can defeat a strong man who is a head shorter than him, but he may not be able to beat a madman who is a head shorter than him. As time passed, Leo, who had just relied on height strength to gain an advantage, was gradually suppressed by Raditz, who gave full play to the physical instincts of the great ape. Sting. During the fight, Raditz's sharp claws pierced Leo's left eye after his transformation, and scarlet blood flowed from inside. The intense pain drove Leo crazy as well, and he yelled angrily and grabbed Raditz. With his short body, Raditz dodged Leo's attacks and tripped him with his tail wrapped around his feet. Then he stepped into the opponent's body, clenched his claws into fists and continuously beat Leo in his crotch. Boom! Every blow of the huge fist like raindrops caused Leo below to let out a scream. And this scream also stimulated the giant ape that Raditz transformed into to beat harder. Young Master Leo's life form characteristics have begun to decline. The underground researcher in charge of monitoring opened his mouth to report to Aimder. Damn it! I can't beat a wild monkey with no reason. Amidal said hatefully, can't you just fire energy cannons? Send a message to young Master Leo and let him fire energy cannons from his mouth to attack the other party. It seems that there is a problem with the chip, and the signal cannot be transmitted. After a while, the researcher wiped the sweat from his forehead and reported uneasily. Aimder. Sting. A small ball of energy bombarded the researcher, instantly turning him into a puddle of flesh. Useless things, you have to let me come. Amidal came to the computer and hit a series of keys to give instructions to the chip. But Leo outside still did not respond, just held his head with his hands and did not fight back. It looks like the intense battle damaged the chip. Fortunately, there is a backup program, but, when he was about to start the backup program, he began to hesitate again. When he first implanted the chip, he added double insurance. One is that the problem with the chip is conditional on damaging the chip, forcing Leo to send a command straight into the brain. The other is a miniature nuclear bomb that can destroy Leo at any time. However, when the chip is damaged, the miniature nuclear bomb will also be destroyed. Words of Leo rebelling in the future. Forget it, get through this first. Big deal, find an excuse to reinstall the chip later. With a new plan, Aimder pressed the button. Leo, who had been beaten outside, was shocked, and immediately ignored Raditz's attack and opened his mouth at him. A huge energy bullet was condensed and launched in an instant. Bang! Raditz, who had no time to dodge, was bombarded and flew out upside down on his back. Roar! Liberated, Leo roared excitedly, striding over to Raditz, who had not yet stood up, grabbing his feet and lifting him. Just like he had slammed others before, he began to smash the ground with left and right openings. Bang bang! The thrill of the beating made Leo shout excitedly. Chapter 051. Beaten and pained, Raditz instinctively looked for an opportunity to fight back. He fired an energy bomb at Leo with one hand. The energy bomb with a diameter of half a meter caught him off guard, and Leo, who was overjoyed, directly exploded and rushed out of the venue and landed in an open space hundreds of meters away. Raditz, the great ape, jumped a few times and ran out of the ruins and rushed towards Leo. Fight with Leo, who has come to his senses, again. With the experience just now, the two giant apes no longer only use brute force, but occasionally use their mouths and palms to launch energy projectiles to attack each other. The explosions, the roars never stopped. Fortunately, there were no buildings around, but there were not many casualties. Of course, the damned ones are almost dead, and the ones who are not dead are almost running. In the distance, a large number of police and military troops were already coming towards this side in droves. There are already fighters in the sky wandering nearby, reconnaissance. Roar! Raditz opened his mouth to blast another energy ball at Leo, but unfortunately did not hit him. Instead, it grazed his body and flew towards the army tank group behind him. Thundered! Hundreds of soldiers and tanks were blown away, and this bombing almost destroyed a tank brigade. This frightened the army and quickly retreated. Commander, the chief of staff looked at the two giant apes fighting together in the distance, a little difficult to decide. You know, in the Karam star, the great ape is a symbol of heroes, and only exists in legends. And now there are actually 2 of them at once, and they are still fighting together. The whole army retreated 10 miles, allowing the Air Force to block the nearby airspace and not let anyone leave the area. Let the scouts hurry up and find the traitor Aimder. After a moment of contemplation, the commander in uniform began to give orders. In underground construction. Aimder looked at the army in the distance, and an anxious look began to appear on his face. I didn't expect these guys to come so quickly. It seems that they are still the 3rd army with the strongest combat effectiveness. Although Aimder alone was strong enough to calmly flee in front of them. But the rest of the organization does not have this ability, and these people are almost all core members of the organization, and the loss of one is a huge loss. Nope. I have to hurry out and help Master Leo. Otherwise, if he fails, we will all be killed. Thinking of this, Aimder hurriedly walked out. During the time he was building the elevator, something changed again on the battlefield. Raditz, who scuffles with Leo, inadvertently pulls Leo's tail after transforming into a giant ape. Without thinking, he pulled his tail and started beating Leo. Because I have never had a tail, of course, there is no way to know that the tail is a weakness, let alone exercise the weakness of customer service. Leo, who was caught in the weak spot, immediately went soft and almost fell to the ground. Although he lost his mind, his fighting instinct remained. Raditz immediately sensed the situation of his opponent, and where his subordinates would show mercy, he immediately began to beat Leo. Bang bang! A series of heavy punches, kicks, and no backhand force. Leo was not long after being severely injured and fell to the ground. Even if Raditz didn't grab his tail, he didn't have the strength to stand up again. Roar! Raditz, the great ape, stepped on Leo's body with both feet and roared again. Declare yourself a winner to all around. When Amador came out, he happened to see this scene. Damn it! How come? He couldn't believe that in less than 2 minutes, Leo would be defeated by a giant ape who was a head shorter than him. Carried away by anger, Amidal fired a ball of energy at the giant ape transformed by Raditz without thinking. Of course, it may also be that he wants to rescue Leo, who was injured on the ground. Compared to the great ape, Aimder's energy ball was too small, and it almost didn't feel anything to hit Raditz. But it was enough to get Raditz's attention. Raditz, great ape, did not expect that a small buddian would dare to provoke himself and feel that his majesty was violated. He abandoned Leo, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, and flew towards the flying Aimder. It worked. I hope that young Master Leo still has combat effectiveness. Relieved, Amidal began to concentrate on Raditz, who rushed towards him. The 3-stage transformation of Aimder has about 700 to 800 combat power, while the transformation into a giant ape has nearly 3000 combat power. The gap between the 2 sides is very obvious, and according to common sense, Aimder almost lost. However, Raditz had just fought with Leo, and his physical exertion was very serious, and now he could only exert about 1500 combat power. On the other hand, Aimder was almost unharmed and could fly around in the air. To some extent, the 2 sides are fighting each other. Commander, Amadal appeared. It seems to come out of the underground by elevator. The chief of staff immediately learned of Aimder's appearance. According to the oral accounts of some warriors, one of the 2 great apes was a cyborgic bred by the traitor Aimder using the genes of the heroine and Drasso. And the other is likely to be the child left by the heroine on our planet. That is to say, Raditz is the child of a heroine. Inform the warriors of the Martial Arts Alliance, fully support Raditz, great ape, gather air power, and attack Aimder in the air. Remember, save the heroine's bloodline at all costs. Of course, you must also pay attention to your own safety, and now Raditz seems to have lost his mind. The commander added at the end. The chief of staff was stunned, and immediately nodded and went out to convey the order. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for the chief of staff to turn back and tell him the good news. Someone sent us intelligence in the underground base of Aimder, including the size of the base, the arrangement of troops and the defensive facilities. Did you get the technical department to confirm? It has been confirmed that the authenticity is above 90%. The Chief of Staff affirmed. Then send warriors and soldiers to the underground base of GNEI and destroy him. On the other side, Birita Linda and her group accidentally ran into the Supergirl Leah when they were about to escape not long ago. Of course, they were very happy to see each other, and then they fled together and were chased by the Warrior Legion. After fighting off several waves of enemies, he finally fled due to physical strength. On the way to escape the venue, the electronic watch on Linda's body suddenly made Linda's father's voice. He told Linda that he had been coerced into making some modifications during the construction of the venue and may have now been killed. Let her not be sad, the electronic watch has long been implanted by him with a series of intelligent programs, which will take her to a safe place. Where did Linda say that she could withstand this blow and immediately fainted? Birita could only carry her and follow the instructions of the electronic watch to escape into a basement. There they found a tunnel leading to the outside of the venue, where a hovercar full of energy had been parked. However, Birita did not escape. She asked several trainees to flee with Linda first, and she and Leah reflexively rushed to the underground base. The intelligence received by the army was stolen by the two men after seizing one of the other's computers. Chapter 052. On the ground, Aimder flies around in the air, firing an energy bomb at Raditz, the great ape, from time to time. Although Raditz, the great ape, is far above Aimder in terms of strength, the other party is too flexible and can fly. For a while, Raditz had almost nothing to do with the other party. It can only jump around in vain below, the stone smashes, the mouth spits energy bombs, but with little effect. That way, maybe I'll be able to fix him myself without Leo. Amidal looked at Raditz, who had nothing to do about herself, and couldn't help but feel secretly proud in her heart. Amazing apes without reason are terrifying, but they are easy to deal with by finding the right way. Unknowingly, Amidal lowered the altitude of the flight and lured Raditz while checking on Leo's situation. After a few minutes of buffering, Leo, who was seriously injured over there, already had the ability to move. It's just that the injury is too serious, and it has long lost the majesty just now. Aimder gestured a few times at Leo, and seeing that the other party nodded, he began to lower his altitude, turned Raditz's body away from Leo's direction, and slowly flew into the distance. In order to ensure that Raditz was brought over, the height of Amador was only about 10 meters. Raditz can get it almost just by jumping up. Sure enough, Raditz, the great ape, saw that the person was in front of him, roared excitedly, and began to turn and chase Aimder. The giant ape that Leo transformed into began to slowly condense its remaining energy, ready to launch energy bombs. In about 5 seconds, the energy bomb condensed in Leo's mouth was ready, and it was aimed at Raditz, the giant ape, who was facing away from him. The bright white ball of light smashed towards Raditz, the great ape, with unparalleled momentum. The huge ball of energy even made the air begin to ionize, and the electric snake rotated around the energy bomb. In an instant, the energy bomb came behind Raditz, the great ape, and it was about to hit Raditz. Neither Leo nor Amador couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Leo Amador, damn it! No one expected that just when the energy bomb was about to touch Raditz. His originally violent aura, scarlet round eyes instantly returned to clarity. He grinned at Amador and instantly jumped up to dodge the energy bomb. When Aimder reacted, he found that the energy bomb launched by Leo had already come to him. With endless remorse and unwillingness, Aimder was blasted into the sky by this giant energy bomb, turning into a brilliant firework. Rumble. When Raditz landed and turned to look at Leo, the other party's eyes were full of fear. He turned around and wanted to escape, but found that he had no strength for a long time, and the energy bomb just now consumed the last bit of his remaining physical strength. At this moment, as he became a deep giant ape, his body suddenly began to shrink rapidly, and finally returned to his original human appearance. "It's just a bare ass." At first, Raditz was startled, and when he saw him shrink, he realized that it should be because he had exhausted his physical strength. "If you're lucky, I wanted to bring you a big firework." Raditz secretly complained in his heart, and immediately shrunk his body and returned to his normal size. After feeling the wind blowing his brother's cool comfort, Raditz immediately pulled a few clothes and put them on his body in the pile of dead people around him. Hey! He didn't even die. Raditz was about to go to meet Birita, but noticed that there was a faint chi in the ruins of the Hall of Heroes. But it was Krudi who was previously bombarded by Leo with energy bombs. Originally, Raditz thought he was dead, but he didn't expect to survive. When he came to Krudi, he found that his situation was not very good. The energy bomb left him covered in scaly wounds, and in some places bone was visible deeply. There was even a steel bar that passed through his lung, causing him to bleed profusely. "If left untreated, you will die in a matter of minutes." "Forget it, let's help you." Although he did not have a good impression of these martial kings, Raditz finally decided to help him. Who made him the owner of the Martial Arts Alliance? Breaking the steel bars, Raditz picked up Krudi and flew to the army 10 miles away. "I found a vehicle that looked like a medical team and flew over. Watch out, he's coming." "Yes. It's Lord Krudi." "Hurry, the medical team come quickly." The nearby soldiers looked at Raditz, who fell from the sky with a guarded expression. When he saw who the person Raditz was holding in his arms, he quickly ordered the alert to be lifted, and at the same time notified the medical team for emergency treatment. After sending the people to the place, Raditz turned around and flew back to the ruins of the venue, and followed the chi to find Birita and Leah, who were dealing with the people of the Warrior Legion. 3 times 5 divided by 2 solved a warrior, and the 3 of them went on a rampage all the way to the ground under the guidance of the program in Linda's watch. Because Aimder was solved, the rest of the people were already distracted, and they had no intention of blocking the 3 from rescuing a captured warrior. Later, the room where Linda's father was held was learned from the population of a warrior legion, which freed him. At this time, the army and warriors outside had already invaded the place and began to arrest the rebels in large numbers. Of course, these have nothing to do with Raditz, and after meeting Linda Decca and the others who escaped, they left the ruins of the chaotic hero hall and came to Linda's house to rest. For the next few days, Raditz stayed at Linda's home to recover from her injuries. Although his strength has greatly increased after transforming into a giant ape, it is not without shortcomings. That is, the physical exertion is particularly serious. Coupled with the fact that the previous battle consumed too much physical strength, it caused Raditz's body to be very weak. This weakness is not simply tiredness, but the body is overdrawn. Simply put, it is virtual and needs to be recuperated. Fortunately, he lived in Linda's house, which is very large anyway. I have to say that Linda's father Green is not the chief designer of the Hero Hall, and the family is a rich mess. Even on the outskirts of a bustling city like Hero City, he has a villa of more than 600 square meters and a courtyard of nearly 1,000 square meters. Rockeries, small bridges, and flowing water. The medicinal herbs he used to recover these days were all bought by Grimm, and in his words, Raditz saved the entire Karam star. This medicinal herb is nothing at all. Raditz didn't care, and enjoyed the medicated bath every day to recover from his injuries. Cultivation is like sailing against the tide. If you don't advance, you will retreat, and if the mountain of Frisia is not eliminated for a day, it will be difficult for him to feel at ease. On this day he was lying in the yard for restorative training, and Linda came running with a toot. "Raditz, Lord Wu has come to see you." Linda, who was dressed in a princess dress, handed Raditz a towel and said to him with a grin, "Krudi? What is he here for?" Taking the towel and wiping the sweat from his body, Raditz walked suspiciously to the room. Linda, on the other hand, followed behind with a flushed face, peeking at Raditz's toned back from time to time. "That's strong, strong muscles have a lot of allure for her. In the living room, King Krudi of Wu was chatting with Belita, and he could see that the others were quite easygoing. Birita Deka and the others were excited. When Raditz walked in, they all stopped. "Raditz, look! It was Lord Wu who came to see you!" Deka yelled, indescribably excited. Nodding, Raditz said, "Something. Everyone. Hehe, it looks like Raditz is recovering well. I came here mainly to thank you." Regarding Raditz's attitude, Krudi did not show any dissatisfaction. Karam Star respects strength, and he has this strength. Thank you is not necessary, convenient things. Raditz waved his hand, looking uncaring. "And I just want to," Krudi looked at Birita, and stopped talking. "If it's okay, I'll go to training." Something. Seeing that Raditz wanted to leave, Krudi quickly stopped him. "I just want to know, what is your relationship with Lord Jaime?" Swoosh, Raditz suddenly turned around and appeared in front of Krudi, and the powerful momentum unconsciously released. "Who are you talking about just now?" In the past, Korodai might have been able to resist it, but now that his injury has not healed, where can he stand it? "Ah! You! Put it away, you look at them!" Raditz then found Linda and their faces turned white from their own momentum, and they slumped on the ground. Only then did he realize that he had made a mistake and quickly put away his momentum. Chapter 053. After a moment of silence, Krudi began to tell the secret story of 10 years ago. Haimuka-sama, the heroine, accidentally landed on our planet on a spaceship 10 years ago. It coincided with General Drasso leading the Warrior Legion in a coup d'état to seize control of the Karam Star. We were already surrounded by rebels and were about to be annihilated. Karam Star is about to usher in darkness. Just when we were desperate, it was Lord Haimuka who landed in front of us in a spaceship. Defeat the evil Drasso, sweep away the legions of warriors, and transform into a giant ape to destroy hundreds of giant war puppets. After solving the rebels, Lord Haimuka stayed on our planet for a while and then boarded a spaceship and returned to space. These are the few photos that heroines take while staying on our planet. Krudi pulled out a delicate little book from his arms. It was wrapped in a fine shell, and it looked like he cherished the contents very much. When I opened the small book, there was only one photo inside. And the person in the photo, Raditz, couldn't be more familiar, and it was his mother Sion who was one of the few female elite warriors Haimchi. Raditz did not expect that the heroine they called was her mother Jimena. At this time, he suddenly remembered that when Nappa planned to team up with him, it was the wise brain on planet Vegeta who assigned him the task to come to Karam Star. Now it seems that perhaps Gnei used his own authority and specially sent him over. Haimchi, it's my mother. After silently reciting a few words in his heart, Raditz slowly spoke. What? Sure enough. Two different voices sounded at the same time. The former is Birita's incredulous appearance, and the latter is Krudi's joyful confirmation of his conjecture. After learning that Raditz could transform into a giant ape, Krudi immediately found out Jaime's photo. Comparing Raditz's images with photographs, it was found that the two were more than 80% likely to be related. Even if the two are not related, they must be the same race, and making friends with each other may be able to connect with the heroine again. Now Raditz admits that when the heroine's child is better. By the way, when the heroine left, she took some special ores with her, which seemed to be very useful to her. Today I also brought some. Krudi seemed to have thought of something, and asked someone to bring a box over and open it. Inside the chest were 3 fist-sized inky blue crystalline ores, as well as some scattered fragments. Raditz picked up a slightly smaller piece of lens to take a closer look. This is Prola Spar. Prola Spar is used as a special energy blender in some large experimental equipment and spacecraft. Its value is hundreds of times that of a pure diamond of the same weight, an extremely precious mineral crystal. Raditz recognized it thanks to the knowledge indoctrination. At the beginning, it instilled a lot of knowledge in Raditz's head, including the information of Prola Spar. Otherwise, the old and rough character of the Isayans would not have been able to recognize this rare and precious mineral. This was inadvertently added by the Saturn who made the indoctrination machine, and there was no relevant knowledge in the indoctrination machine of the lower-level fighters. I have to say that this arrangement of Jaime really helped Raditz a lot. This is a special crystal that can act as a conciliator for the spacecraft's energy. It is also a relatively precious resource on our planet. Raditz certainly won't say what it's true to value. Of course, he didn't talk nonsense, but he reduced his value by more than half, and Krudi is not so easy to fool. It turned out to be the spacecraft's energy blender. Krudi looked like he suddenly realized, I remember that there was indeed something wrong with Heim-sama's spaceship. It took several scientists a few days to fix it, presumably because there was a problem with the energy system. These spars were of little use to us, so we gave them to you. Think of it as a thank you gift for helping us eliminate the traitors. Of course, these are not enough to express our gratitude. Yesterday, our Martial Arts Alliance had decided that the qualification of the Galaxy Martial Arts Pavilion would never be cancelled, and it would also receive a certain amount of resources every year. And Mr. Green's coercion will also be dealt with, please rest assured. If you still need anything, you can also notify me or the Martial Arts Alliance, we will definitely help. After chatting for a while, Krudi took his leave. Raditz returned to the backyard and began a restorative workout, as if nothing had happened. However, Belita and the others looked a little strange, while Linda looked lost. Green came back after a day of working outside to find that his baby daughter was in a low mood and busily asked what was going on. When it was time for dinner in the evening, Green stopped talking a few more times, and finally under the prayer of his daughter, he asked, Raditz, are you leaving Karamstar? The rest of the people also stopped and looked at him with a hopeful face. Looking at everyone's expressions, Raditz certainly knew what they were thinking. Unfortunately, this is only the first stop in his universe, and he is destined to gallop in the vast universe. At best, it can only be regarded as a stopping point on his journey. Yes, I don't belong here after all. Or to return to your own planet. Wu, hearing Raditz's answer, Linda burst into tears. She ran upstairs without food and locked herself in her room. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while, and Green quickly put down his chopsticks to comfort his daughter, and Belita followed. Raditz was still eating in large gulps. Of course, he knew little Laurie's thoughts, but it was just a hazy friendship between children, and it was impossible to germinate. Like an eagle that stays in a chicken nest for a short time, it is impossible to live with a chicken. It is destined to belong to the vast sky, and flying high is its pursuit. A few days later, Raditz and Belita and their group left Hero City and returned to the Galaxy Martial Arts Hall. Linda did not appear before leaving, but Belita went up to comfort her for half an hour before coming down. During this time, Raditz's identity has been intentionally or unintentionally leaked by Krudi. Now everyone on the planet Karam knows that the heroine's son once again saved the planet Karam. Needless to say, the Karam Starman has once again elevated the status of the heroine, that is, Raditz's mother, Jimena, to the point of deification. The Zing Martial Arts Hall became a hot martial arts hall on Karam Star overnight, and martial artists from all over the world flocked to make this originally remote town suddenly lively. This change made the owner of the Zing Martial Arts Hall happy. However, this has nothing to do with Raditz, who is still immersed in exercise every day and strives to improve his combat effectiveness. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and Raditz's body has long since recovered, and he has also consolidated the strength he improved after the war. My combat power should be around 350 now. Sure enough, life and death battles are the fastest way to improve your strength. Feeling the surging chi in his body, Raditz sighed. Before the nearly half a year of training in the death jungle, it was not much, and his combat effectiveness was increased by 50 or 60. Just a trip to the hero continent and participation in a tournament, the combat effectiveness soared by nearly 200. When the two are compared, it is obvious which is better and which is slightly clear. Now my strength can't improve much in a short period of time. The gravity training room commissioned by Green will take nearly 3 months to complete. Take advantage of this time to go back to the jungle of death to see if you can find some beasts to practice. To this day, he still remembers the water monster with a combat power of 300 that he accidentally encountered in the big river. He believed that there must be more powerful beasts in the depths of the jungle of death. Fighting is the life of a scion. Chapter 054. However, before leaving, I still have to say hello to Belita and them. You're going back to the jungle of death? Birita looked at Raditz in surprise. For a forbidden place where others had no time to hide, Raditz actually wanted to go back again. You should know it's dangerous there. Even if you are now the champion of the Martial Arts Alliance Conference, it is still not a forbidden area that you can touch. Belita looked at him with a serious face and said word by word. Raditz met her gaze without the slightest timidity. It's because of the danger there that I'm going somewhere. There is no one here who deserves my shot. Even staying here is exhausting. It is better to go to the forest to find a suitable opponent to fight. After looking at Raditz for a while, it was Beta who was defeated. She looked helpless. Is your race so fond of fighting? That's right. Our clan is a natural fighting race. Raditz looked proud. Although he said that he was going back to the jungle of death, it was not directly pasted, and Raditz still had to make some preparations. For the jungle of death, the people on the planet Karam are full of fear and fear. There is a lot of news about it on the internet, but most of it is rumors and speculation, and there is almost no real thing. It seems that because the jungle of death is shrouded in a strange energy, modern equipment cannot properly detect the situation inside. At most, the situation on the periphery of the forest can only be observed by satellite, and it is not clear further inside. After collecting a lot of useless information, Raditz finally gave up. It is still no problem to respond to external changes without change, and it is no problem to escape according to your own strength. On this day, Belita brought him something, a special energy bar, a rapid hemostatic agent, a universal antidote, and some tools commonly used in the jungle. Take care of yourself in the forest. Don't be stubborn, run away when you encounter an enemy you can't resist, Birita commanded Raditz like a mother preparing luggage for a child on a long journey. Looking at the busy Birita, Raditz did not stop him, although he could not use most things. Belita drove Raditz in a hovercar towards the jungle of death not far away. While passing an intersection, both looked subconsciously. There, a few months ago, was where the two first met. Not far away, there were still scratches left by Dell's impact on the tree, and the traces of the original battle were faintly visible. The scenery outside the car window kept receding rapidly, and the sunlight shone through the dappled tree shadows to the people shining warmly on the car window. 10 minutes later, the unique scenery of the death jungle appeared in the eyes of the two. After 3 months, summer on Karam has quietly arrived, and the forest here is more luxuriant. The trees are lush and full of life. Okay, let's go here, the front is no longer suitable for hovercars. Raditz got out of the hovercar with the package on his back. Belita looked at the boy who was much shorter than herself, and she didn't know why. She always felt that this time Raditz went, and the two would not see each other again in a short time. Trying to restrain her inner emotions, she stepped forward and gently hugged Raditz. Take care of yourself. Raditz smiled at her, turned around and ran quickly to the forest not far away, jumping into a large tree before running far. After a few consecutive jumps, the figure disappeared into the lush forest. After standing in place and watching for a long time, Belita drove the hovercar away with a reluctant face. Returning to the jungle, Raditz felt the unique breath around him, feeling extremely comfortable. Like a fish returning to the sea, a bird flying into the sky, leaping through the jungle, jumping and stretching its body to the fullest. After crossing more than 10 kilometers in the jungle, already considered to be on the edge of the forest, Raditz suddenly jumped from the treetops and flew into the sky. Ah! He shouted into the sky to announce his return to the jungle, and the high shouts echoed through the jungle, startling flocks of birds. After venting the emotions accumulated in his heart, Raditz flew towards the small cave where he lived. It took more than an hour to fly at full strength when I left, but now it took less than 20 minutes, and the effect of strength improvement can be seen. The platform used for exercise has also grown a lot of weeds, and the cave that was blocked at the beginning is still the same, but there are more climbing vines. Fortunately, Raditz no longer planned to live here, moved the boulder, moved the flying machine out, did not stay. Raditz flew and began to fly towards the center of the jungle. Putting on the long-lost Scott, Raditz first tested his combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness 378. It was much higher than I expected, which is also reasonable. After all, his own strength is constantly increasing, and it is inevitable that there will be some deviations in the feeling. The combat effectiveness of 378 is much higher than that of the original VIC-K. But it's still not enough. Although the strength has increased by nearly 10 times compared to when he was born, it is still too low. His ideal combat strength is to reach 1000, at least such combat strength is qualified to be considered a fighter. Although this is still a very low-level fighter. The speed of the solo aircraft is very fast, even inside the planet, it is still not comparable to the dance of the sky. He traveled nearly 100 kilometers after only flying for about 5 minutes, which was because he didn't raise his speed. The jungle of death covers a very large area, covering almost half of the continent. Raditz is now in the middle of the jungle. There are many creatures with hundreds of combat power distributed around Scott, there are many 200 or 300, and there is even a creature with more than 400. But when Raditz flew the craft up 1000 meters, those powerful creatures disappeared from Scott. This forest is really weird. Raditz lowered the altitude of the craft and flew north. There is a towering mountain there, and there should be a place to live. It didn't take him long to find a fairly flat spot halfway up the mountain. It's nice here, you can come and use it as a practice ground, and the waterfall on the side also solves the problem of drinking water and bathing. It's a pity that there are no caves. But this is difficult for Raditz, who builds one himself without a cave. Choosing a suitable spot on the mountain wall, Raditz thumped and began to smash. It didn't take long for a spacious and fresh cave to come out. For the next few days, Raditz spent the 4 weeks hunting, resting caves and practice grounds. He did not rush into the jungle to find prey. The experience of his life for nearly a year before made him know that if he rushed into the forest recklessly, all he was waiting for was death. Although his combat effectiveness has skyrocketed, his body's perception of danger has decreased a little. It's very deadly in the jungle. This determines whether you are a hunter or a prey. It was almost a week before he began to spread his range of movement around. The jungle of death is a paradise for beasts, and almost all the animals living here are strong. The flamingo emperor can only be regarded as an ordinary beast here, although there are not many more powerful than it, there are quite a few. Like this leopard-like beast in Raditz's hands. It's extremely fast, and it's also very stealthy. Even Raditz could feel the chi but almost planted it in his hand. I didn't expect that the ignorant beast would also know how to hide its chi. The big world is really amazing. Touching the tiny cut on his face, Raditz twisted his neck with a little force. Book lovers verify the information. Raditz. Chapter 055. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Raditz lived in the jungle for more than a month. During this time, he would go to the jungle almost every day to find suitable beasts to hunt and fight. Hone your combat skills and improve your combat effectiveness. The jungle of death is a forbidden place on the planet Karam. Hundreds of ferocious beasts live here. Unlike those lions and leopards in the outside world, the beasts here are more bloodthirsty and ferocious, and it is very common to hunt and kill each other. The lions and leopards in the outside world are generally 1 or 20 combat strength. And here 180 are the most common, and 150 or 60 can only barely protect themselves. Raditz felt that the title Ferocious Beast suited them better. The number of ferocious beasts near the mountain where he lived was very large and varied. Among them, there are two groups that are the largest. One is a wolf-type ferocious beast with cyan fur, the other is a group of tall apes and ferocious beasts. The ferocious beast green wolf is medium-sized, thin but not weak, and his body is also very agile and flexible. Even in the jungle with lush vegetation, you can still move at great speed. Their number is numerous, roughly estimated at the thousands, and they have always firmly controlled the jungle around the mountain. Because there is the largest source of fresh water near tens of kilometers, many fierce beasts will come here to drink water and feed. The fierce ape is a community of about 40 or 50, mainly active in the mountains, and occasionally goes to the jungle below to feed. The two often fight over this rich hunting ground. Of course, the fierce ape's single combat power is above the green wolf, but the green wolf is numerous and fast. There are wins and losses between the two. However, both sides have always stayed away from Raditz. Although ferocious, the beasts are not stupid, and although Raditz hides his combat power, he has hunted hundreds of various fierce beasts in the past month. The indelible anger on his body is the best sign for a murderer living in the jungle. Feeling the surging power in his body, a trace of excitement crept up his brow. Perhaps it was influenced by that unknown force, or perhaps it was the reason for the ferocious beast itself. The body of the ferocious beast here contained a lot of energy. Relying on the super absorption and digestion ability of the forging technique, Raditz's body recovered very quickly. Some of the scars left by past fights are also fading. After each battle, eating roasted fierce beast meat, I felt that warm energy was constantly digested and absorbed by my body. Although his combat effectiveness had only improved a little, he could clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger and stronger as it was constantly being nurtured. Just like building a skyscraper, the foundation is, of course, the stronger the better. In the future, it will be ensured that the building can be firmly erected on the ground for a long time. It is not like a castle in the air, rootless, seemingly powerful, but in fact, it will fall down with a push, and it cannot withstand the wind and rain. He had never felt like now, and the surging energy even made him feel like he had reached the peak of madness. Of course, he knew it was a physical illusion. Now that my body has fully adapted to the environment here, it is impossible for ordinary ferocious beasts to hurt me at all. In this way, the purpose of exercise is not achieved. It seems that it needs to look deeper. So, today is the last day of staying here. Standing halfway up the mountain, Raditz gazed at the wider jungle to the north and jumped down. The shi-chi in the jungle is already very heavy, and coupled with the blowing of the mountain wind, the shi-chi forms a white mountain fog around the mountainside. Falling from a height of nearly 100 meters, the sound of the wind whistling in my ears is endless. With a pop through the thick fog, Raditz's body descended sharply. Looking at the rapidly growing jungle below, Raditz did not perform the dance technique, but just let his body fall straight down. When the smash was about to hit the treetops, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and an invisible force was released from him. The trees below seem to be pressed by something invisible, and the treetops and branches are bent downwards and around. With Raditz as the center, a space similar to a sphere is formed. And his rapidly falling body slowed down. Then the power disappeared and he continued to fall, but this distance was no longer threatening. Raditz put his feet on the ground and landed steadily. Yes, I have been able to offset such a big impact, and I will practice more in the future. There must be no windfall. Looking up at the misty mountainside, Raditz smiled. What he has just done is a method of using mental power. In the world of Dragon Ball, it's not just chi. There are many other similar superpowers. Magic. Vic in particular, is said to be perfect in his use of mental power, magic. Such as enlarging the body, applying gravity to yourself, changing objects, shape, number, position, etc. Whether it is fighting or cultivating life in peacetime, it is of great help. He didn't want to run into a superpowered person in the future, and he would be fixed and killed before his combat power was exerted. That multi-liter sack. Discerning the direction, Raditz ran sharply to the southwest. During this time of living in the jungle, he also found out the branch of the nearby fierce beast. In the southwest there is a lair of green wolves, where no less than 20 green wolves gather. I haven't eaten roast wolf meat in days, and I'll have a good meal tonight. Raditz would jump on the trees and run wildly off the ground, but his speed remained the same. Almost straight to the northwest, occasionally some eyeless fierce beasts were also solved by him. About 40 minutes later, he came to a wide green maple forest, where groups of green wolf cubs were playing around. There is not even a whistle. No wonder, hundreds of miles nearby are the sphere of influence of green wolves, and the gang of murderous apes rarely come down. There really isn't anything near that threatens them. It's a pity, who let you run into me? Raditz licked his lips and rushed directly to the wolves without hiding his figure. And the green wolves also spotted the intruder for the first time, howling and warning their companions while pounced on Raditz. The young wolf cubs were immediately taken away by 2 adult wolves and returned to the nest. Poof! He casually smashed the head of a green wolf, red and white things flew everywhere, and the green wolf collapsed to the ground without even wailing. 2 more green wolves outflanked from both sides and attacked Raditz. The fist of his right hand slammed into the head of the green wolf that jumped up on the left, and the huge fist force made its neck break instantly. In an instant, Raditz raised his left leg and bent it, and slammed the other green wolf into the air with a knee blow. Bang! The green wolf that was knocked off the ground struggled a few times and did not move, and only the body that kept twitching showed that it was not dead. But that unnaturally twisted body also indicates that it will not live long. There was a crackling beating, and all the green wolves that besieged were solved. The green wolf pack, which has a combat power of only about 130, is far from Raditz's opponent. Well? A dangerous aura came from the left, and a black wind hit, and Raditz turned his head slightly to avoid the attack. Attacking him was a significantly larger green wolf, its fur smoother and shiny. The thick limbs indicate that it is very explosive, and the fierce and protruding wolf teeth are extremely sharp. This is the wolf king of this wolf pack, and he rushed from the lair as soon as he sensed the invasion of powerful enemies, but unfortunately by the time he arrived here, all his subordinates had been solved by Raditz. Finally a decent opponent. Combat effectiveness of about 220. Can warm up a little. Throwing away the half-dead green wolf in his hand, Raditz hooked his finger at the green wolf king. In the face of provocation, of course, the green wolf king will not pretend not to see. It howled angrily, and its figure instantly accelerated towards Raditz. When approaching Raditz, he suddenly jumped, and his hideous huge mouth was almost opened to the maximum, and he opened his mouth to bite Raditz's neck. Get out! With a loud gulp, Raditz slammed a punch on the head of the green wolf king. Forcing the opponent's wolf kiss to deflect a little, and then kicking it hard at the waist, causing it to crash into the tree on the side. Unexpectedly, the green wolf king was extremely tenacious, and he turned around in mid-air, landed on the tree trunk on all fours, and then bent again and rushed towards Raditz. 4 shallow dents were left on the dry, sturdy trunk. Although somewhat unexpected, Raditz did not panic. Facing the green wolf king who attacked again, he sneered, and his right hand formed a palm with one hand, and a little white light overflowed, attaching to his palm. What suddenly, its speed accelerated again. Raditz only turned his head sharply to avoid the wolf's kiss, but did not dodge the sharp wolf claw. After the stagger, the green wolf king turned to stare at him 5 meters away from Raditz. A tiny scratch slowly surfaced on Raditz's face, and a little bit of blood oozed out. Touching the blood stains, Raditz's eyes widened suddenly. Dare to hurt me? Raditz's eyes widened, and his eyes became violent when he looked at the green wolf king. Die! His feet suddenly stepped on the ground and rushed towards the green wolf king, and the Green Wolf King also rushed towards him. On the way, it repeats its old tricks and accelerates again. Sting! The two sides exchanged positions and landed again. Time seemed to stop for a moment, and the Green Wolf King raised his head and roared. A trace slowly appeared on the wolf's head, and a little blood oozed from it. The traces slowly extend backwards, neck, torso, belly. In the end, the entire body of the Green Wolf King was cut in half and fell to the ground. And the blood flowed and intertwined with other wolf blood, forming a large pool of blood. Until the Green Wolf King fell, the faint fluorescence on Raditz's right palm gradually dissipated. In the wolf den dozens of meters away, hearing the roar of the Wolf King before he died, the remaining adult she-wolves quickly fled into the distance with a few wolf cubs. Raditz didn't look at it, and casually threw an energy ball in the direction of the Green Wolf's escape by feeling. A few seconds later, a huge explosion sounded, and the tumbling air wave rolled up dead branches and leaves, flying all over the sky. Soon after, a huge bonfire rose in the green maple forest, and the aroma of tender meat slowly drifted around. It caused the surrounding ferocious beasts to drool uncontrollably. But none of them dared to lean over and take a look, whether it was the green wolves or the threatening unknown creature they couldn't afford to mess with. Book lovers verify the information. Raditz. Chapter 056. Gulping down the steaming roasted whole wolf, the posture was like a beggar who hadn't eaten enough for 10 days and a month. In less than 5 minutes, a whole roasted wolf fell into Raditz's stomach. While eating wolf meat, Raditz rubbed his stomach clockwise with his left hand. Inside him, the intestines and stomach also squirm in a faint amplitude. This is a method he has figured out on his own in the jungle to aid digestion. With the forging technique of full operation, the wolf meat that has just been lowered is digested at an extremely fast speed, and then transformed into an endless stream of warm energy that is transmitted to the limbs and bones. The energy that has not been digested for the time being gradually sleeps in every cell deep in the body, slowly nourishing every inch of the muscles and bones of the body. There are a total of 32 adult wolves in this green wolf pack, which is a relatively large wolf pack. Except for the Wolf King, the rest of the green wolf Raditz only took the limbs and tenderloin, and the rest were all discarded. Not all meat is valuable. The green wolf only has its limbs and the meat near its vertebrae, which contains relatively high nutrition and energy. The gills on both sides of its wolf head are also good, chewy, and Raditz occasionally gets some to taste. Hey! While eating wolf meat, Raditz suddenly felt signs of a large-scale gathering of green wolves not far away. It looks like something is going to happen. Could it be that there was a war with which ethnic group? Thinking of this, Raditz's eyes lit up. These days, he actually fought with some guys with a combat power of 1 or 200, which made his body almost rust. Now there are actually so many green wolves gathered, and the worst can come to a group of fights. Throwing away the half-gnawed roasted wolf leg in his hand, Raditz jumped into a nearby tree and ran in the direction where the green wolves gathered. At the same time, on the mountain where Raditz lived, the fierce ape clan also rushed in the same direction under the leadership of their ape king. If anyone looks from the air, they will find that it covers most of the continent over the jungle of death. The grey translucent grey clouds that had been shrouding the jungle of death began to rotate and roll slowly, and a trace of thunder light swept back and forth in the clouds. As if something was brewing, grey clouds began to gather in some places. Some of the corresponding places are also thinning, but they still leave a part of the smoke in the sky, as if to prevent human detection. A low roar slowly fell from far and near. A drizzle that spread almost the entire continent began to fall. K. Rudy, who was far away in the hero city of the hero continent, stood on the roof of the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance and stared to the west. That was the location of the Forest of Death. It's about to start again. It's like talking to himself, and it's like asking questions. Linda's house. Humph. Stinky Raditz actually ran to the jungle of death alone to cultivate. In a room full of pink and childlike fun. Little Lori Linda pouted with a fluffy plush rabbit in her arms, looking at the Raditz photo hanging on the wall with a dissatisfied expression. "The next time I see you, I will definitely make you look good." Galaxy Martial Arts Hall. Belita stood in the practice room on the 3rd floor, watching the drizzle outside. "I don't know how Raditz is doing, if he is injured. In the jungle of death." The heavy rain without warning made Raditz very embarrassed. Of course, the feeling of the master answering is uncomfortable, and Raditz is not without wanting to protect his body with his mental power. "But I don't know what's going on, my mental power is consumed very quickly in the rain." It only took a few minutes to consume it, and if he hadn't noticed something strange, I was afraid that he would have been exhausted at this moment and slumped on the ground. "This rain is weird." Hiding under a large leafy tree, Raditz put his hand in the heavy rain. Around his hand was a thin mental shield. If it is a normal situation, this mental shield can last for an hour. Even a full blow from Raditz can be resisted. But in the heavy rain, the mental power shield broke silently. It only lasts 5 seconds. Fortunately, this rain only has an unparalleled ability to consume mental power, but it is not toxic, which makes Raditz somewhat relieved. After a short rest, using chi to steam the rain on his body, and making himself a robe before he continued on the journey. In the perception, the chi belonging to the green wolf is getting closer and closer. The surrounding ferocious beasts also began to become dense, and groups of fierce beasts gathered in the same direction. The fierce beasts that usually fight endlessly as soon as they meet each other rarely do not fight. Raditz was not stupid either, and soon noticed something strange. But he didn't flinch, and the more he did, the more it piqued his curiosity. "Well, it's already the 4th ferocious beast I've seen with a combat power of more than 250. It should be almost close." On the tree, Raditz looked at a fierce beast similar to a rhinoceros below, but its size was similar to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex, and his heart was overflowing with excitement. Although these powerful ferocious beasts are in the jungle of death, they are very widely distributed and are rarely seen in ordinary times. Even Raditz was difficult to find, and even his ability to sense chi in the jungle was impaired. Occasionally, some ferocious beasts passed by the trees, and even when they saw Raditz, they just glanced at it and left. Originally, Raditz was still a little puzzled about how the other party did not attack him. It wasn't until he saw the fierce ape family that he suddenly realized. During this time, when he practiced, he would loosen his tail behind him and exercise. Rushing through trees requires a balanced tail. Coupled with the long-term wandering in the jungle, he is naturally contaminated with the breath of the jungle, and it is estimated that the other party regards himself as a fierce ape. "That's fine, save me a little bit to punch in." After figuring out what was going on, Raditz no longer hid his figure, swaggering and jumping on the tree, while the tail behind him kept swinging from side to side to maintain balance. The ferocious beast on the ground, as he expected, just looked up and stopped paying attention. Soon, the Green Wolf clan he perceived appeared in his sight. Compared to other small groups of ferocious beasts mixed together, the Green Wolf clan seemed to be much more united. Herds of nearly 100 are so conspicuous in the forest that any ferocious beast that approaches them is expelled and hunted. In the Green Wolf pack, there is even a Green Wolf king with a combat power of about 260, and a Green Wolf guard who is slightly inferior to it. But by this time Raditz had lost interest in them. Now he just wanted to know why these ferocious beasts were assembled. What attracts them? With such doubts, Raditz kept jumping forward in the trees, surpassing one ferocious beast after another. Finally, after nearly half an hour of travel, the rain became heavier and heavier, and it almost became a rain curtain, and came to an open area. It used to be a huge lake, but now it has dried up. The lake is so large that even Raditz can only see the boundary with Raditz's eyes. At this time, countless fierce beasts of all kinds gathered at the edge of the lake, but none dared to step into the dry lake. Occasionally, some ferocious beasts that were squeezed into and fell into it were strangely lifeless, lying at the bottom of the dry lake. It turns into a dry corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whenever a murderous beast corpse appears, it will cause a commotion in the group of ferocious beasts. But still none of them chose to leave. Chapter 057. Over time, heavy rainfall has not tended to become smaller. The gathered group of ferocious beasts was quite quiet, only sporadic roars, and the rest was the sound of falling rain. Raditz sat in a tree near the lake in a gown, waiting quietly. About half an hour later, some stagnant water appeared at the bottom of the originally dry lake. Gradually, more and more water accumulated, and it has become a small lake. Although it is small compared to the dry Great Lake, it has maintained an upward trend. The originally quiet herd of ferocious beasts began to stir because of this change. The ferocious beast that was not behind kept trying to go forward, close to the lake. The ferocious beast in front feared the dry lake and desperately retreated. It's easy to clash between the two, and fighting finally begins around the lake, which was relatively quiet. Roar! A lion-like fierce beast opened its blood basin and mouth, bitten the thin fierce beast in front of it to death, and threw it to the bottom of the lake. This time, the corpse turned into a dry corpse at a faster rate, and the blood purification in it slowly penetrated to the bottom of the lake. As if opening an opening, the ferocious beasts around began to attack each other and kill each other unscrupulously. It didn't take long for the clearing near the lake to become a bloody place, with various stump and severed arms everywhere. The strong smell of blood still traveled far away even with heavy rain. Sitting on the treetops, Raditz frowned as he looked at the ferocious beasts below that were constantly attacking each other. Intuition told him that the situation did not seem as simple as it seemed. Well? Sensing something, Raditz jumped up and grabbed a branch above. The body shakes gently and rotates to the top of the branch on the axis. Only then did he turn around and look, but it was a mink-type fierce beast that sneaked up on him. Pointy-headed, tiny scarlet eyes full of destruction. 4 sharp claws on a pair of tiny forelimbs were tightly clung to the branches, and the position where Raditz was sitting had been replaced by 4 thick cuts. Shhhhhh immediately, he threw himself at Raditz again. Raditz grabbed the ferocious mink's neck. Even if caught, the ferocious marten still opened its teeth and claws, refusing to comply. Get it in front of your eyes. Ignorance is sometimes a kind of happiness. At least, I don't know what fear is. After saying that, with the force in his hand, he twisted the neck of the fierce marten. The corpse of the fierce marten twitched unconsciously a few times, and finally stood still, and was still in the chaotic battlefield below by Raditz, and was soon discovered and eaten by other fierce beasts. The chaos continued, and Raditz moved a few meters up in order to clean. Standing tall, Raditz saw even wider. Under the heavy downpour, more and more rainwater follows the terrain, and the river collects into the lake. Through the dense rain curtain, the murky water rising from the dry lake in the distance is slowly filling the lake. The fierce beasts that were fighting each other did not notice that the blood they shed gradually collected into the lake along the rain on the ground. I don't know when, the lake began to slowly turn red, and the smell of blood in the air became more and more intense. In the end, Raditz even felt that the taste was very sweet and delicious, a rare delicacy. The smell of meow made him intoxicated and couldn't help but take a step forward. This is, as soon as he stepped into the air, powerful intuition sobered Raditz from his intoxication. The tail behind him quickly grabbed the branch and returned to the tree again. The ferocious beasts below were not so lucky, and a large number of ferocious beasts were attracted by this sweet smell of blood. The front servants rushed into the lake one after another, swamping forward. However, at this time, the lake also seems to have lost the ability to directly kill the fierce beast. From Raditz, you can see that thousands of ferocious beasts are coming from all directions. When you get to the lake, it's like dumplings, jumping down in unison. More and more ferocious beasts swam towards the center of the lake, as if something attracted them there. Over time, at first the ferocious beast jumped off the lake. Some of them quietly sank to the bottom of the lake due to physical strength and injuries. There are also those who fight each other for positions. The color of the lake is getting redder and redder, the tragic scene of fierce beasts fighting continues, and the strange aroma in the air is becoming more and more intense. After about an hour, the aroma in the air suddenly disappeared. The beasts, suddenly losing their aim, searched left and right in the lake, trying to find out where the alluring scent was hiding. Sitting on the top of a tree, Raditz unexpectedly noticed a black spot in the center of the lake. The black spot grew bigger and taller over time, and finally became a tall and thin hill. Not long after the hill, a stronger fragrance came from the center of the lake. Even Raditz couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he smelled the fragrance. Intuition told him that eating something that smelled like it was very good for him. It won't be some kind of exotic fruit. Looking at the hill, Raditz was full of questions. He doesn't treat this kind of guy who suddenly appears. I didn't see the ferocious beasts below like crazy to grab it. But the body kept signaling hunger and desperately wanted to get it. After hesitating for a long time, Raditz finally decided to go over and take a look. Even if there is danger, it is a big deal to escape with the dance technique. Coincidentally, when he was about to jump, a group of fierce apes jumped from a distance and rushed to this side. Go on a rampage along the way, not taking any ferocious beast in the eyes. When he arrived at the lake, the leading fierce ape looked at it for a while and suddenly jumped off the lake. When Raditz was shocked, this guy did not jump into the lake, but jumped on the back of a ferocious beast. Then jumped forward again before the other sinking. In this way, the fierce ape jumped farther and farther, and it didn't take much effort to surpass many fierce beasts. The other fierce apes had learned and jumped off one after another. Raditz saw that this method was good, and also followed the back of the fierce ape towards the center of the lake. Bouncing along the way, and sometimes without a ferocious beast on his feet, he would swim forward. It took nearly 20 minutes to finally enter the center of the lake. From here, you can already see the situation of the hill. What Raditz didn't expect was that when it was fully presented in front of him, it turned out to be a strange, spiraling upward blood-colored vine. The vines rise straight up from the lake, and there is no soil or rocks to cling to. The vines are about tens of meters high, and the area exposed to the lake is 200 or 300 squares, and even the top is the size of a table. On the vine hung a few fist-sized blood-colored strange fruits. The rich fragrance is exactly what these fruits emanate. At this moment, on the top of the vine, the bright red blood-like lines on the largest fruit became clearer and clearer, and it was close to ripe. Some of the ferocious beasts that set out early have already begun to climb upwards and compete for the red fruit. Roar! The ferocious beasts that did not arrive roared one after another, trying to stop them from continuing to climb up. Poof! In the lake, suddenly another ferocious beast sprayed something resembling an energy bomb on it. Shoot down a ferocious beast that is climbing. At this moment, the ferocious beasts that were coming were learning and attacking those ferocious beasts. At one time all kinds of spikes, energy masses, acidic saliva, water arrows in unison. The ferocious beasts on those vines were hit one after another, falling down with a wail, and were besieged by the ferocious beasts below. And then those ferocious beasts continued to climb, were knocked down, climbed. And so on and so forth. Chapter 058. Raditz discovered that those attacks only injured the beast. The vine itself that was hit did not have a trace of scars. Even the powerful attacks he had to dodge failed to break the skin of the vine. Time passed quietly in the competition of the fierce beasts, and more fierce beasts rushed to the center of the lake and joined the snatch. Those who can come here are powerful fierce beasts with good strength and combat effectiveness of at least 250 or more. Outside, each of them is a ferocious beast that can shake the society of the Dula people. But now, with the blood-colored vine as the center, within a radius of several hundred meters, dozens of ferocious beasts were stirred together like ordinary beasts, constantly fighting each other for the bright red fruit. The fierce beasts who were selfless fighting and robbing did not notice that the surrounding lake had already been completely stained red with blood. And the blood-colored vine, a trace of blood visible to the naked eye, extends upward from the lake water along the veins of the vine. When the blood streaks reach the bottom fruit, they stop, and then smaller strands of blood extend upwards. The fruit has swollen a little and is almost visible to the naked eye. The color on it is also becoming more and more bright red, as if it has been stained with blood. Raditz, who had been wandering the periphery, took a while to notice the situation. It seems that this blood-colored fruit grew up from the flesh and blood of many ferocious beasts. According to the current situation, if the blood-colored fruit is to ripen, at least the flesh and blood of hundreds of fierce beasts are needed. Knowing this, Raditz immediately turned around and walked away from the chaotic battlefield. Of course he likes good things, but he doesn't do thankless things. But fools! As he swam outside, Raditz glanced at a place without a trace. It seems that I am not the only one who wants to be a fool. Powerful ferocious beasts, strange lakes, strange blood-colored fruits. It's getting more and more interesting. The rain has been falling, and the killing continues, but the fierce beasts that are fighting have long been changed. As for the previous ones, they have long been killed, sunk to the bottom of the lake, and reduced to nourishment for vines. The blood-colored fruit was still not ripe, and it was not without ferocious beasts climbing on it, but none of them were able to pick the fruit. It seems that the unripe fruit is very strong. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed, and the ferocious beast was still fighting and snatching the ethereal fruit. Suddenly, a clear fragrance came from the air that originally smelled of blood. This refreshing fragrance made the originally sleepy Raditz wake up suddenly. He looked up, but it was the bottom fruit of the blood-colored vine that was ripe. There were 2 adult fist-sized fruits with blood red all over their bodies, and 3 or 4 crimson lines spiraled around the fruit. The restless fragrance continued to come out of its body. The ferocious beast below was like a bucket of cold water poured into hot oil, and it boiled in an instant. They rushed to the top, trying to snatch the fruit. How could anyone endure at this time, and a more intense and bloody battle began. About a few minutes later, when a fierce crocodile ferocious beast defeated its opponent and slowly crawled towards the fruit. An accident happened. A thin ferocious beast was thrown over and smashed into the crocodile. That crocodile ferocious beast was not simple, and did not dodge in the face of this sudden attack. Instead, he opened his blood basin and mouth, caught the fierce beast that flew over, and then bit it down suddenly. Sting! Blood mixed with internal organs sprayed directly from its mouth. With a clicking fracture sound, the thin ferocious beast was directly chewed and swallowed by it a few times. Roar! The fierce beast that attacked the crocodile saw that the sneak attack was unsuccessful, raised its head to the sky and roared, and strode towards the blood-colored vine with the head of the crowded fierce beast. It was actually the leader of the fierce ape, and behind him more than a dozen tall and strong fierce apes followed his steps. Swish! When the leader of the fierce ape was about to approach, the fierce crocodile suddenly turned around, and its thick and strong tail was like an iron whip towards the leader of the fierce ape. The rapidly flapping tail is stained with a few traces of water, bringing a sharp whistling sound. The leader of the fierce ape was not weak, and he had already expected his movements when the fierce crocodile was about to attack. Jumping up early to dodge, the thick crocodile tail swept under his feet in vain and smashed into another fierce ape. The powerful force caused the body of this strong fierce ape to fall apart in an instant, and it turned into a rain of blood scattered on the surface of the lake. By the time the fierce crocodile flicked his tail and was ready to attack again, the leader of the fierce ape had already come to him. The hairy palm firmly grasped the narrow mouth of the fierce crocodile, tightly restraining it to prevent it from opening its mouth. The big fists of the casserole were like raindrops, smashing one after another on the rough and hard skin of the other party. Bang bang! 1, 2, 3. Continuous beating. Even fierce crocodiles with thick skin and flesh are inevitable. Began rolling his eyes, twisting his body, trying to launch another tail attack. The surrounding ferocious beasts did not give up because of the fight between the two sides, but took the opportunity to climb up for a distance. The leader of the fierce ape saw that he couldn't do it, and quickly threw the fierce crocodile off the vine and climbed up with a group of younger brothers. Along the way, he knocked down all the ferocious beasts that picked up bargains, and with this group of little brothers guarding, he soon came to the ripe fruit. Without any hesitation, it grabbed the fruit and threw it into its mouth. The blood-colored fruit is very strong before it is ripe, but when it is ripe, it is full of sweet juice like honey and peach. After the leader of the fierce ape ate the fruit, his whole body began to heat outward. Like a hairy crab steamed in a cage, the whole body gradually turns red. These are the tiny capillaries under the skin held up by the rapid flow of blood. Roar! Like a venting in a roar of pain, the leader of the fierce ape kept beating his chest. And with the pounding, its body is constantly changing, its size is slowly pulled up, and its already strong body is inflated again like a balloon. The biceps are almost doubled, and the pectoralis major muscles are full of explosive power. The claws of the limbs also became sharper, and the oily shiny hair also changed from brown to almost golden. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the fierce ape was more than twice as tall and turned into a veritable golden giant ape. The momentum on his body rises again and again, full of oppression. This slowed down the attack of the ferocious beast below. In the distance, Raditz could clearly sense that its combat effectiveness had increased from 230-40 to 350-60, almost more than 100 more. It's the baby I've always dreamed of. Raditz's eyes lit up as he looked at the golden giant ape in the distance. His eyes were full of greed. He was worried that his combat effectiveness was improving too slowly. Wasn't this Sleepy Pillows? The golden giant ape over there, who had successfully transformed, pulled the vine with one hand and beat his chest with the other hand to demonstrate towards the group of fierce beasts below. Forced by its deterrence, the ferocious beast below did not charge again for a while, fighting. However, in this way, there is no new blood and flesh to feed, and the blood-colored fruit will stop growing. The ferocious beasts below gathered more and more, and the more they gathered, the smell of blood in the air made them move. Originally, the great ape wanted to eat a few more fruits, but after waiting for a long time, he did not see a single ripe. Instead, the younger brother below was killed by a sneak attack by a fierce beast. In the end, having exhausted its patience, it rushed down the vine and hit the nearby fierce beasts. Some ferocious beasts that did not have time to dodge were even directly torn in half by it. When it returned to the vine a few minutes later, it noticed that the fruit seemed to be a little larger. Ecstatic at this discovery, it began to return to the lake again to kill the ferocious beasts to feed the vines. Chapter 059. The gap in strength made it difficult for the surrounding ferocious beasts to escape its pursuit, and it didn't take long for the ferocious beasts around the vine mountain to be killed. The great ape that had been killed had begun to swim far away to hunt the beast. Raditz secretly waited for the blood-colored fruit to ripen. After the great ape's wild killing, another fruit was close to ripe. There were a total of 12 blood-colored fruits on the blood-colored vine mountain, except for the one that was eaten by the giant ape, and he planned to wrap all the rest. I don't know when the heavy rain has become much smaller and rarer. The group of ferocious beasts gathered in the distance did not decrease, but increased. The lake, which was soon killed by the giant ape, was once again full of ferocious beasts. And the strength of these ferocious beasts is also gradually increasing, and there have been several combat power of around 250. Almost all of them are kings of a certain group, just like the previous great ape leaders. But now in the face of the evolved golden giant ape, they still don't have enough to see. A huge rhinoceros beast also wants to climb on the vine with its thick skin. But he never wanted to be grabbed and killed by an angry giant ape. Roar! The great ape roared at them, declaring that this was its territory. The gathered king beasts were not frightened by this scene, but slowly gathered together and surrounded the giant ape. As if some kind of agreement had been reached, the remaining king beasts attacked the giant ape at almost the same time. A tortoise-shaped ferocious beast crawled towards the giant ape first with a thick tortoise shell, and the bone spurs all over its body showed that it was not just defensive. It was followed by serpentine fierce beasts, leopard-type fierce beasts. Bang bang! The great ape slammed its fist on the turtle shell full of spikes. A wail came from the tortoise shell, and the turtle-type ferocious beast was actually smashed by the giant ape's punch and bleed, and the spikes on the turtle's back were also broken in half. The thick tortoise shell has several cracks, and the flesh and blood inside are faintly visible. The giant ape also snorted, and his rough big hand was pierced several holes by spikes. The rest of the king beasts did not stop, each exerting their own skills. The serpentine fierce beast sprayed purple venom from its mouth, the leopard-type fierce beast quickly attacked, and the porcupine fierce beast fired dozens of spikes. Attacked by several king beasts, the giant ape panicked for a while. After all, it has just evolved, and its soaring combat power cannot be fully mastered. In addition, the previous chase consumed a lot of strength. Just as the two sides were entangled, another fruit on the vine mountain ripened. The refreshing fragrance reappeared. Raditz suddenly jumped out of the water, stepped on the lake with his feet rapidly, and left the place before his body sank. Treading water continuously, Raditz simply walked on the ground, running towards the vine mountain at a very fast speed. And during the Earth Alliance period, the legendary light skill water drift is not much different. After a few breaths, he came to the foot of the vine mountain, and the great apes and those king beasts also noticed that the fruit was ripe. All abandon their opponents and climb up. Boom! At this moment, on the other side of the vine mountain, a huge ferocious beast suddenly jumped from the lake and pounced, and the lake splashed more than 10 meters high. This ferocious beast was very large, and the figure that jumped up directly covered the vine mountain. Under the huge shadow, it was difficult for the ferocious beasts to see its face clearly. But the powerful momentum of the other party had already made the ferocious beasts fearful. The visitor is also a king beast, but it is a huge body, but it makes the other party a top king beast. Compared to it, the great ape is simply a baby. The giant ferocious beast that soared into the air fell with a bang and wrapped itself around the vine mountain. The vine shook in all directions, and if it weren't for the exceptionally strong vine, I am afraid it would have collapsed and destroyed long ago. Hiss, spat out a long, forked slender tongue, three-horned pointed head, fine scales, thick body. The giant ferocious beast only revealed its face, but it was a giant poisonous python. The poisonous python did not put the giant ape in his eyes, and looked at the ripe fruit as soon as it appeared. The volleyed head seems to move slowly and quickly towards the fruit. When it felt the giant ape and other king beasts move their tails slightly, several king beasts were volleyed away like sweeping garbage. Tread! I've been guarding against you for a long time. With a shout, the poisonous python's head was hit by a sudden heavy kick. The huge body shook and almost didn't fall. And when it looked up again, it found that the ripe fruit had long since disappeared. The poisonous python hurriedly searched left and right, and after a while, he found that there was a small dot at the top of the vine mountain. And the disappearing fruit was in his hands, slowly put into his mouth. Swish! The poisonous python quickly twisted its body and climbed up, spraying a breath of poisonous gas towards Raditz on the way. Raditz unhurriedly ate the blood-colored fruit in his hand, his feet lightly shifted to one side. It tastes good, like honey, peaches, and a bit like bananas. As soon as the blood-colored fruit reached his stomach, Raditz felt a warm current rising from his stomach and rushing towards the 100 limbs. Before he could feel it carefully, the attack of the poisonous python came again. Instead of bothering you, you come to the door yourself. It just so happened that I didn't have enough ferocious beasts, so I used you as fertilizer. Easily dodging the poisonous python's attack, Raditz jumped down the vine mountain and landed on the poisonous python's long body. In order to climb the vine mountain, the poisonous python's body wrapped around the mountain and climbed up in a spiral. Following the body of the poisonous python, Raditz ran as fast as if climbing a staircase. There! As he ran, he saw a slight bulge in the body of the wriggling snake. Without thinking much, he raised his fist and smashed it down at the bulge. Bang! The poisonous python's body paused instantly, and then accelerated its squirming again. Raditz knew he had found the right place, which was indeed the 7 inches of the poisonous python, where the heart was. He jumped left and right to avoid the attack of the poisonous python while looking for the 7 inches of the poisonous python. In a few seconds, the 7 inches of the poisonous python appeared in his field of vision again, needless to say. Bombarded with his fists again. A minute later, the poisonous python hung its head unwillingly, and its huge body gradually slipped down, splashing a large lake of water and disappearing into the bright red lake. Only then did Raditz have time to carefully feel the changes in his body. It seems that the body has been strengthened somewhat, but the increase in strength is not obvious. He clenched his fists, threw a few volleys in the air, and then hammered his chest, banging. The strength has increased a lot, and the physical strength has also increased to a certain extent. However, the expected combat effectiveness did not increase much, probably only a few dozen. What's going on? Is it because my strength is too strong? Or is this fruit not useful to me? Raditz, who didn't get the expected results, was a little annoyed. Since there is a change, it means that it is useful. If you can't eat one, I'll eat 10. If the blood-colored fruit wants to ripen, it must absorb the blood and flesh purification of the ferocious beast, and Raditz wants the fruit to ripen. Of course, he must kill the ferocious beast to cultivate the blood-colored vine. Fighting and killing are things that integrate into the depths of the scion body. Without stopping, Raditz rushed down the vine mountain and jumped onto the nearest ferocious beast in the lake, and suddenly stepped out. Immediately, the head of the unlucky ferocious beast under his feet blossomed. The already chaotic lake became even more chaotic and bloody after Raditz joined. All the ferocious beasts it encounters, no matter how big or small, powerful or not, kill them all, leaving no one behind. In addition to returning every once in a while to observe the ripening of the fruit, Raditz has been wandering the lake to kill the ferocious beasts. The killing lasted from morning to night, and Raditz had eaten 10 fruits one after another. Now only the smallest fruit on the top of the vine has not ripened. The beast had not appeared on the lake for a long time, and Raditz had to return to the top of the mountain and wait. After eating so many blood-colored fruits, the heat flow in Raditz's body had grown several times. The constant flow of heat surrounding his body constantly transformed his body. Compared with the energy of the forging technique, this heat flow is much simpler and crude. Some weak and inaccessible places, such as the arm sockets, solace of the feet, internal organs, and other places, have all been roughly washed back and forth hundreds of times by the heat flow. At first, it was a little better, and the crispy numbness was heard. After he ate 5 pills, there was a feeling of swelling in his body, and there was a slight pain wherever the heat flowed through. After he ate 8 of them, the trickling hot stream had already turned into a rushing river, which stopped impacting the meridians in his body all the time. When he ate the 10th fruit, the rushing heat turned into pieces of small knives, constantly scraping every inch of muscle and bone. The surging blood in his body seemed to be boiling, flowing rapidly in his body, making his body turn red. A trace of blood oozed from the skin, which was not much different from the situation of the great ape before. Not enough. Not enough. Enduring the intense pain, Raditz gritted his teeth and roared. Unconsciously, the original clear whites of the eyes have been replaced by scarlet. And others have begun to become a little crazy. Roar! Roar! The roar of a great ape resounded in the lake and constantly echoed in the jungle. It was as if he was declaring his existence, and it was like provoking the fierce beasts around him to fight. Around the lake, there are still some fierce beasts that do not participate in the scramble. After all, the blood-colored fruit is not the first time it has appeared. The ferocious beasts that had benefited before also knew their own situation and no longer mixed up with it. But Raditz's provocative roar drew them all. They decided to come and teach this unknown newcomer a lesson. Feeling those rapidly approaching chi, they are all more than 300 powerful fierce beasts. Standing on the top of the vine mountain, looking at the fierce beasts coming one by one. Raditz smiled silently, and then disappeared to the top of the mountain. By the time he reappeared, he was behind a blood-red beast like a burning lion. Bang! The fist that smashed on the blood lion's body only made the opponent take a step back, and did not hurt it. Dogs that bite do not bark. The blood lion didn't say a word, opened his blood basin and spat at Raditz. A ball of energy the size of a basketball with a burning bloody light smashed into Raditz in an instant. The huge impact made him fly backwards for tens of meters before stopping, stirring up waves more than 10 meters high along the way. Looking down, the clothes on his chest had been burned out of a large hole, revealing some scorched skin inside. The corners of Raditz's mouth flashed with an evil smile. Hee, that's interesting. The previous fight was so boring that it didn't get me excited at all. I hope you can satisfy me. Hee, ahahaha. In the midst of evil laughter, Raditz rushed towards the blood lion. The other party did not show weakness in the slightest and rushed up head-on. The two sides collided together on the surface of the lake, and with a loud noise, the huge shock wave scattered, pushing the surrounding lake water back tens of meters before slowly disappearing. Bang bang! Roar! Crashing sounds, roars, explosion flashes are intertwined to form a unique light and shadow effect. Not long after the two sides fought, Raditz, who was already close to violence, gained the upper hand and pressed the blood lion to fight. Seeing this, the other ferocious beasts who came also began to join the battle. Light foxes, ptarmigans, whirlwind wolves, dire crocodiles. One after another terrifying ferocious beast joined in turn, and the wounds on Raditz's body began to slowly increase. But he was still not afraid. A pair of tiger eyes were round, and the violent aura was slowly released from his body. He was more and more excited, more and more spirited. Syllable. The blood lion was smashed in the head by him. Rumble. The thunderbird was blasted into the sky by him. Bang. The dinosaur crocodile was smashed into the bottom of the lake by him. Swish. The wind wolf was killed by his waist. Sting. The light fox was torn in half by him. The powerful ferocious beasts that rushed to hear the sound were killed by Raditz one after another. At this moment, he was already surrounded by a rich chi, and the pure desire to kill surrounded him heavily. When all the surrounding ferocious beasts were killed by him, the blood-colored fruit on the top of the vine mountain finally ripened. The fragrance regained some of Raditz's senses. And he jumped to the top of the mountain to pick up the fruit and throw it into his mouth. The fruit melted in his mouth, and a stream of heat far beyond the previous one spread out in his body. Roar! Even though he had lost his mind, the pain of the powerful heat tearing his body still made Raditz roar to the sky. There were no more ferocious beasts for him to kill. There was nothing left on the empty lake, except for the vine mountain under his feet, and he vented and hit the solid blood-colored vines. Bang bang! 1, 2, 3. The rock-solid vines had already begun to shake under Raditz's continuous blows. Bang bang bang! The roar of the blow continued all night, and when the sun rose the next day, only the last bit of the vine mountain was left to the surface of the lake. Drink! Raditz threw his final punch with all his strength, and the last stub of the solid vine mountain was also shattered by him and fell to the bottom of the lake. Ah! After stretching out all night, Raditz felt more comfortable than ever, and he raised his head to the sky and shouted. In the dark, a giant ape phantom appeared behind him. Chapter 060. After yelling, Raditz rolled his eyes and fainted on the wreckage of Vine Mountain. It had rained overnight, and the lake had long since flooded his feet. The windswept lake rippled slightly, lapping at Raditz and pulling his body. 1, 2. 10 minutes later, Raditz was mostly immersed in the lake, and if he didn't wake up, he might be flooded by the lake soon. By the lake, a golden giant ape pokes its head out in the jungle. But it was the leader of the fierce ape who was flown by the poisonous python last night. In a scuffle yesterday, all of its subordinates were killed by the group of ferocious beasts. It itself was swept away by a poisonous python and fell into the lake. It is precisely because of this that he escaped a catastrophe, otherwise he would not be able to get rid of the result of being bombarded by Raditz. In the center of the lake, Raditz ran from the jungle not long after the roar of the night died down. Just now, the roar before Raditz fell into a coma inadvertently stimulated the giant ape instinct hidden deep in his body. And the golden giant ape is also a kind of great ape after all, but it is still very low compared to the scions and is in an obscurantist state. Raditz is above the great ape in terms of bloodline and combat power. The golden giant ape who has lived in the jungle of death since childhood is very curious about this creature that suppresses itself from its bloodline. Especially yesterday, the giant poisonous python that defeated him was killed by the other party, and those evolved fierce beasts were still defeated by him. In its hazy wisdom, surrendering to the other person may be a good choice for him. After watching for a while, the other party did not appear, but the smell in the air indicated that he was still on Huxin Island. After thinking for a while, the golden giant ape decided to swim over and investigate. He jumped into the lake with a bang and swam in the direction of the lake island. When it was almost there, it slowed down and circled around the ruined island before landing in one place. At this moment, the unconscious Raditz is almost completely immersed in water, only his head is still exposed. Looking at Raditz, who was in a coma, the thoughts in the great ape's heart changed. Especially seeing Raditz's wounds, the blood that had coagulated on the wounds exuded a faint smell of blood. Compared to the surface of the lake stained red with blood, this bloody smell is actually very light. But in the eyes of the great ape, Raditz's blood is like the taste of the mountains and the sea, full of alluring fragrance. Boom! The great ape secretly swallowed his saliva. After a fierce battle of ideas, it decided to give it a try. The gaze, which was originally soft, became fierce in the next second, slowly stretching out his sharp claws at Raditz. Swish! Just as it was about to touch Raditz's body, the unconscious Raditz suddenly raised his hand and grabbed its paws. In an instant, it was so frightened that it did not dare to move, and cold sweat flowed down the hair on its forehead. 2 battles, almost paralyzed. After a while, it found that Raditz had not woken up, and was still lying unconscious on the ground. Even so, it put away the little bit of caution it had just had. Looking at Raditz, who was about to be flooded by the lake, he hesitated for a moment before he reached deep to pick him up. And this time, Raditz did not resist. The golden giant ape was overjoyed in his heart, and quickly lifted Raditz on his back and swam to the shore. When Raditz woke up, it was 2 days later. It's not that I woke up hungry, but I was awakened by the strange smell inside the cave. When he woke up, a furry thing in front of him kept shaking. He instinctively punched at the other party. With a loud bang, the furry thing was blasted out by him and smashed into the opposite mountain wall. Oh! Cries full of grievances came from the rebel. Rubbing his eyes, Raditz looked around and found himself in a cave. Below him is a soft thatch, and below is a flat stone. As for the clothes on his body, he was already tattered, but I don't know who covered him with a huge fur. Some of the wounds on the body were also covered with chewed herbs. The golden giant ape crawling out of the rebel pile saw Raditz wake up, and quickly ran over. Looking at its hairy face, he tried to make a smile. It almost made Raditz can't resist throwing another punch. It seems that this great ape saved himself. Raditz thought to himself. He didn't think any Dala would get here. Furlatai stepped down from the thatched bed and headed outside. The golden giant ape followed behind him, hunched over and got rid of a small follower. The cave seems to be quite large, and occasionally some stone stalactites, which seem to be in some underground cave. Some fecal garbage can also be seen in the corners of some caves, and the odor in the cave is emitted by these things. It looks like this is the habitat of great apes. When he walked out of the cave and saw the scenery outside, he realized that the cave was actually on the mountain where he lived. It's just on top. I didn't expect it to be a fierce ape on this mountain. Quite surprised, Raditz continued to walk outside. Just as the so-called standing high and looking far, although the mountain where the great ape is located is not the highest mountain nearby, it is also hundreds of meters high. Looking at a large jungle in the distance that cannot be seen, it really feels different. Ooh! Outside, groups of fierce apes frolic in the woods outside the cave. At a glance, most of them are cubs and female apes, and there are very few adult male fierce apes. Obviously, in yesterday's big battle, the other fierce apes who followed the leader of the fierce ape did not return. Seeing their own leader come out, the surrounding fierce apes also surrounded one after another. Some of the fierce ape cubs looked curiously at Raditz, who was different from them. The big round eyes also look good. Roar! Oh! The golden giant ape kept roaring at the fierce apes around him, as if to convey some kind of meaning. After a while, some female apes began to lie on the ground and touch the ground with their foreheads. Other male apes hesitated. Roar! Seeing this, the golden giant ape immediately roared. Those giant apes were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground. The golden giant ape nodded in satisfaction, and then he also bowed down to Raditz, while stretching out the palm of his right hand up in front of Raditz. It is clear that the great ape wants to submit to Raditz and make him king. After understanding what was going on, Raditz was a little crying and laughing. How could he be the monkey king here? But, looking at the dozens of fierce apes in front of him, there was also the golden giant ape king whose strength had reached 300. Raditz was a little moved again. I still have to spend a lot of time in the jungle of death, and I have to consume a lot of energy every day to hunt and eat. If you have this gang of murderous apes as a helper, you can save yourself a lot of effort. Not to mention that there is a golden giant ape that can be used as his own sparring partner. Raditz looked at the golden giant ape's gaze with some excitement. And the body of the kneeling golden giant ape trembled coldly. Why did it suddenly feel very cold?